pressure chambers they have here, Stingray, here on Earth, the ones that go more than 10 to the minus 6.
Wait a minute, just really quickly, SE. When you're saying 10 to the minus 6, can we just say 0? Because that actually adds a little bit more of a void, a vacuum. So we don't have to say, oh, it's 0.0000001. We'll just call it absolute 0, because that the difference between 0.0001 and 0 is utterly undetectable to us.
That's where the misconception comes in, bro. It's not. Every Tor is like 10 times. Do you understand? It's not like you think. A lot of people say, it's only 1 to 0. Yeah.
No. So yes, it's a tenth of one. Wait a minute. It's a tenth of 1 billionth. Let's just call it of 1 psi. So saying that there's 0 or there's 0.10 zeros and then 1. The difference between the two is 1 billionth of 1 psi. So the difference between 2 psi and 3 psi is 1 billion times more than saying, let's just call it 0.
Yeah, well, numerically, it might seem like a small thing, but
numerically, those decimals are decimals, yeah? They are tens of a fraction of. So the first decimal... The first decimal is 1/10. The second decimal is 1/100th. They are so even if we were at the second decimal, 1/100th of 1 psi is incredibly small. So the difference in saying, oh, it's 0.0001 and 0 is negligible. Let's just call it 0. It's easier.
Yeah, think of it like apples.
It's not.
Well, hold on. Think of it like apples. If you had one apple, you'd have a little snack. If I gave you 10 to the negative 17 amount of an apple, you wouldn't even know it was stuck between your teeth.
Yeah, so the difference between that and not having any apples is fucking insignificant. Let's just call it 0.
Like I said, no, if you're thinking about that way, you got it all wrong, bro. You're not understanding the significance of the difference in magnitude between 10 to the minus 6 and 10 to the minus 12. There's a world of difference there, bro.
No. Okay. 10 to the minus 6 and 10 to the minus 12. I can tell you exactly. It's a 100th difference. So one is 100 times smaller than the other, but both of them are a billion times smaller than one. So
like I said, numerically.
So the difference between 1 psi and 2 psi is a billion times more than the difference between 10 to the minus 1 and 12 to the minus 1. So there's a billion times more between 1 and 2 than there is between those two that you just gave me. So it's just easier to say 0. Saying this 0.00001 is a waste of time. Just call it 0. 0 is a lot less than 0.001.
Buddy, I'm sorry, bro, but you're just incorrect, man. I'm telling you. In this case, numerically, you're right, but physically, you're wrong. Have a look of what I just posted. In reality, these are the kind of seals that they need, right? So anything 10 to the minus 6 and more, you have to have a metal seal, Stingray. That's just the way it is, brother.
I don't know. No, you might have to have a metal seal for temperature or something like that. But the pressure difference is irrelevant. The pressure difference is just a pressure difference. That's it. Like I say, my air rifle seals, or when I used to have the air rifles, I don't now. Oh, actually, I've got a I've got a gas recycling shotgun. That will have rubber seals in it that I could buy from a maybe not a high street store, but certainly from a gun shop, where those seals must take 2,500 psi. They must do to recycle that weapon. It's a Beretta. What is it? A Beretta Extrema, so semi-automatic shotgun, but it's one of the fastest gas recycling shotguns that there is. Those seals will need to be so much more than in the ISS. It's not even funny. because it's 2.5. The seal has to stop pressure between 14.7 and 2,500. So we'll just call it 2,400 because I can't be asked doing the maths. That has to take 2,400 psi difference. So you have to get a seal rated to that. A hardware store seal only goes to like 1,500, so that wouldn't in that case. But the difference between absolute zero pressure and 14.7 psi is 14.7 psi. So a 1,500 seal will definitely do it.
It appears that way when you do it numerically, but research this, bro. Don't believe what I'm telling you. Research, check out the vacuum chambers they have here, and you're gonna see that more than 10 to the -6 torr, you have to have metal seals.
Well, let's just call it zero. Let's just call it zero. At zero, you have to have metal seals, yeah, because zero is less than the number that you're on about. So if you're going, let's say pure vacuum can't exist, but let's just say it is zero. Zero has to have metal seals. I'm fine with that. I'll have a look at that.
Okay, let's say it any way you want. We know zero doesn't exist, right? But yeah, have a look. I'm telling you, you're gonna be surprised, bro. You're gonna be shocked. Now understand this, right? When you have a metal seal, right, Stingray, there's a flange on one side. It's like think of it like a V shape, right? And the other side is like concave. So when they seal it, it actually bends, and the metal takes shape of the flange and makes a complete seal. Now you gotta understand, right? That only works once, bro. You understand? When you open it, you can't use the same seal again. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, it's the same with it's the same when I'm doing like compression fittings with pipes and stuff in my kitchen. Exactly the same thing. Although pedantically, I think I have used one of those seals again by default by hammering it a little bit and then putting it back on there, tying it up, realizing it's fine. But yes, I shouldn't have fucking done. Put it that way.
You're not going to do that on when your life depends on it, right?
No. I'll do it. I'll do it because it was an outside tap, but not if it's protecting my life. No.
Exactly. So you understand now. So we're on the same page now. Imagine this now. In the ISS, not only do they have such seals that are not metal, right? They're rubber. They're also dynamic. You know what that means? That means they move.
Yeah.
Right? So imagine now 25 years of these plastic O-rings turning every time they open and close, and there's not any record of maintenance, Stingray, at all. Zero. I've checked. I've been talking about this for years, and you know the ballers would just love to prove me wrong, right? So they checked, and nobody has found anything. So we got 25 years of a dynamic O-ring system that's rubber.
Yeah, you'd think in that time that, because all my O-rings that I've got in my set, they're actually coated with something, and it's fucking shit when you get it on your hands, and it smells funny as well. And it is to create that sort of like slippy surface, to reduce wear and tear. But after a certain amount of time, if that's moving, you're gonna whatever that is that they put on it, that oily fucking substance, that's gonna wear off.
Yeah.
But like I say, the pressure seals, there's not a problem with the pressure difference. Absolutely. Like I said, I've had to replace air guns where the pressure difference is 750 psi. I've had to replace O-rings for. Not just 14.7, not just keeping an atmosphere from zero. 750, which is a fuck ton more than that.
Yeah,
but the friction thing is interesting. I would expect that if you're opening it, like, I don't know how long the ISS has been there, and I don't know how many times they open it and close it and shit, but I would imagine that they would need maintenance.
Oh, yeah. First of all, they wouldn't work, number one. I don't think they would survive one turn, never mind 25 years. But yeah, that for me,
O-rings when they're new, they're pretty sturdy. Like I say, if you imagine a pneumatic air rifle. It doesn't hold as much for like pressure as the CO2 release ones in the chamber and stuff, but it's still like 300 psi or something like that, or 250, I think. And that O-ring on that cylinder moves with it every single time. And I've had air guns that I've not touched in 2 years of using it, like day in, day out, or had one used day in, day out. Not me, but my dad did. So they do last, or can last, absolutely. And that moves every time you break the barrel, and then the lever pulls it back and pulls in air to the cylinder and then compresses it. So that's moving backwards and forwards every time you reload.
I understand how you're thinking of it, right? That's how most people think of it. But I assure you, bro, in reality, like, just look at these guys, right? Look how they're dressed. Look at the chamber. Look how small it is. Look at the seal that they're putting in there. It's not plastic, bro. It's not rubber. And it's definitely not moving. So, I mean, if you look at it
I honestly don't know what they put in there, actually, and I would imagine that you would need maintenance on it. I absolutely would. So, that might be interesting. But what I'm saying is, my air rifle, a pneumatic compression air rifle chamber with its rubber seal, has to deal with a fuck ton more than that on the ISS. End of. That's just basic math. It doesn't. There's the difference in pressure isn't an exponent; it's a linear relationship. So the difference between 10 and 5 is the same difference between 5 and 0. The difference between 11 and 6 is the same difference from 6 to 1. There's no difference there, because if it were, we'd have problems in calculating pressure and what we'd need, the type of seals that we'd need to put in.
Right. I get what you're doing. You're looking at it mathematically, you're looking at it numerically, but in reality, it's a whole different kettle of fish, bro. I'm telling you. I've been looking at this for years.
I know this comment has nothing to do with the ISS or whether those seals are plausible or whether they should work or whether they need maintenance. That's irrelevant. I'm just on about pressure differentials. You can do mathematically and are linear. There is no evidence that you could provide that says to the contrary. None. Zero. Because that's what it is, and that's how we calculate rubber seals. And I know this because there have been seals that I've not been able to replace, and I've had to send it away because on a high street I can't go buy a rubber seal well, I don't think I can. Certainly not in the UK. You might be able to in the fucking States because you can walk into a supermarket and buy a handgun, but I can't buy seals that can resist 2,500 psi. I can't. I've not been able to, I'll put it that way.
All right, look, fair enough. I mean, look into it. Look into the wear and tear part, the friction, and maybe we can continue the convo.
Why do they need to open them and close them? Why don't they just leave them open?
Well, the whole thing
meteor.
Because go ahead, Jeremy.
No, they gotta close them supposedly for meteors, micrometeorites, and shit like that.
Oh wow!
Yep.
Which is amazing because the ISS is literally in a shooting gallery. I don't know if you know how many of those 3 things I just named hit the Earth every day. It's like in the millions. Like Earth gets hit by like millions of meteorites, micrometeorites, and meteors. Something. There's like 3 things.
Yeah,
but
I would
millions a day.
Yeah, but Jeremy, I would imagine that if you divide the surface area, the 2D surface area of the ISS, or the supposed ISS, into the surface area projection of the supposed Earth, then it's probably, a couple of billion. So it doesn't matter that a million would hit it. There's like 50. There's like 100 million chance that something will hit, which is very slim.
That would be true if it was all completely random. However, we have meteor showers and shit, right? So there's a time where there's a lot of meteors hitting. It's not like just this totally random thing.
Oh yeah. They'll come down in an area. It'll be intense in a certain area. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So it's not like this totally random mathematical surface area of the ISS, the surface area of Earth thing.
Yeah. I would imagine that's something that can be thought about. But that maybe that's when they need to shut the fucking windows. Right, guys, I'm sorry, but I'm going to go have to cook a steak. So I'm sorry if anybody's vegan, but I'm going to enjoy this steak.
Hold on. Don't go anywhere yet. You almost had him on that 2D thing. What you needed to do was get one of those images. You know how they have those hyper realistic painters who will paint something or draw a picture, and then you look at it and you're like, "Ooh, that's a bag of Cheetos." But then they'll move the picture and you'd be like, "Oh shit, that's just a picture of a bag of Cheetos." I thought that was actually a bag because they'll do the shading and everything. That's what you should have busted out on them, Stingray.
No, what are you
That
on about the apples and stuff?
that is proof that we don't see in 3D. That illusion. If you could see in 3D, you would know that picture's not a bag of Cheetos. It's actually just a 2D thing. The fact that
Well,
you
yeah,
don't.
I mean, like I said, we perceive depth, but that doesn't mean we see in fucking 3D. And I don't know why. Demon. I don't know why Demon and fucking Sean. I'm sure they're just fucking wanting to argue this shit. But yeah,
Well, dude, that's the proof. That's the proof that we don't see in 3D. That illusion is the proof we
yeah.
don't see in 3D. First of all, Sean thinks without refraction we wouldn't see anything. So, anyways, all right, Stingray, enjoy your steak.
All right, cheers.
Hey,
Later.
before you go, Stingray.
Oh yeah.
Before you go, have a look at the dynamic O-ring system, the friction thing there.
Oh, is that? All right. Okay. Yeah.
We'll talk on it another time.
All right, in a bit.
Later. I'm freaking surprised Stingray hasn't heard about the O-ring thing. Wow.
He'll dismiss it somehow, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Dude, where has everyone been at, bro? It's been dead at night lately.
I know, man. I've been busy. I leave for like 5 minutes. I come back. There's nobody on. It's like, I don't know. Have we scared all the ballers away? I don't know.
I ain't even worried about them dudes. It's our own, I don't know. Our own guys ain't even around.
I think this religion thing has somehow affected the situation.
That's very possible. Very possible. In fact, it's more than likely.
Yeah, it seems that a lot of our guys are into religion, whether we like it or not. That's what it is. Most of our guys are really into religion.
Well, some of them. I mean, but the ones that's cool for the ones that are, but the ones that aren't, they're not gonna hang out for all that.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Yeah, had the same situation with, should we talk about flat Earth or not? Should like that kind of a thing? Yeah. Do you bring up the model or don't you? If you bring up the model, you're reinforcing and blah blah blah. It's like a double-edged sword, right? Yeah. Let's face it, a lot of people that come here, they love to talk about religion.
know, but the people that don't want to talk about it or aren't into it, sit
I know.
5 hours, 6 hours. They're just gonna go somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't mind talking about religion, but what I don't like is when they go into and they start reading like this text and that text, and then it gets no, this text says that, and then it's like, oh man, we're talking about a story. Yeah.
I'm about to get this Exodus wallet. You got any crypto?
No, I don't mess with that stuff.
What you got a flip phone still, don't you?
I'm actually a tech kind of a guy, but I don't play But when I want to gamble, I go to the casino.
Dude, I got a roulette system that might work, bro. There's like roulette strategies and shit.
Yeah, I heard about that, and forget about it, bro. You ain't beating the casino, bro.
I'm telling you, man, this is a mathematical thing.
Nah, I heard you talk
Goes
about.
on to what's up?
I said I heard you, Kosho, talk about it. I don't see how you're. And even if you do, they'll catch you and throw you out. It'll probably work once, and they'll throw you out. Just
Yeah,
like
if you went crazy with it, yeah, maybe, probably.
the card counters, right? The
Yeah,
catch
well,
you
that card
counting.
counting thing is the
Yeah,
card counting thing's kind of obvious, though. Not really. If you're working with a partner, the way they notice you card counting, like obviously they can't tell what's going on in your head, but they can tell how you're betting.
that's how
So
they
like
do
if
it.
you're at a table, yeah, if you're at a table and you're like $10 a hand, $10 count, and then all of a sudden you start raising it to $100, then yeah, they're gonna notice that because the guys that are watching you are also counting the. You know what I'm saying? They're watching
Yeah, yeah.
cheaters. They're doing what the cheaters are doing to see if you're doing the thing that they're doing.
Look, you got the pit bosses watching you. You got the cameras watching you. Like, put it this way: anybody that starts winning, that's how they do it. It doesn't matter if they're looking at you or not. If you start winning, they start eyeballing you. The eye in the sky. To
I
them,
thought you
you're
were about to
winning. That's
break
a
me off with
problem.
the line. I thought you were about to break me off with that line from the casino.
The eye in the sky is watching always. So when are you gonna go test this out? You should go test it out.
I don't know, man. I got to find a good one. This guy's got a whole bunch of. I follow him on TikTok. He's got a whole bunch of roulette strategies and shit, and there's a lot of them that look good. Some of them are dangerous. Like anything that involves martingale, because that's just too dangerous. But there are some other ones where you just increase your bet by one area, which is pretty good. But yeah, I gotta find some. I'm gonna go try it. There's a casino on my.
Like I can't see how. Like it's all random numbers. I mean, I can't see how you're gonna beat that. But I could understand the counting, right? You count, and you know when there's more big cards, and you know when to up your bet. I mean, but even that's not guaranteed. So I don't know, man.
roulette thing is like there's things that pay like 2 to 1, like rows and columns and shit. So you know, and then if you lose, you up your bet by, say you're going $10. Then you lose, then you go 20, then you lose, then you go 30. Stay on that until you're in the break even again. There's like certain methods and systems and shit that look like they may do good.
I don't see it, bro. I don't see it. Like, they got it all figured out, bro. Like, it's all mathematically. It's all. They even tell you. What was Rakia saying? They even tell you the percentage of wins. If you play so long, you're gonna end up losing this much. And I mean, you can. The only way to do it is if you get lucky, you win, you get up, and you walk out. And how many people do that? Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna win more. I'm gonna win more. Give me one more bet. Yeah. Then next thing you know, the pile that you won is down to zero, and you're going in your pocket again.
Well,
Always happens.
there's math for like one spin. Yeah, one spin you have this chance or whatever. Yeah, but then if you do another spin and another spin, like you can I'm telling you, bro, there's systems you could do. Like I said, you lose, you raise your, lose, you raise your.
I don't know. To me, I gotta see it. If you try it and you do it, I'll believe it. But I warn you, go in with money that you know you're gonna lose. Like, don't go in with your rent money.
Yeah, the mortgage, I know. Nah, that's why I'm a little hesitant to try it. I mean, I could throw $100 online or something, probably some one of these sites, but yeah.
Online? Don't even dream about online, bro. I mean, that's a computer rigged thing. I mean, the only chance you stand is in the actual game. And even then, but if you're thinking of doing it online, like, forget about it, bro. You might as well donate your money to a charity.
I actually gambled the other week. I put money on a football game. Like, I don't really watch football like that. I was in one of my cell phone mining groups, and the guy was talking about putting a bet on this site that I use, and I was like, "Oh, they take bets." He's like, "Yeah, it's money. It's no line three Baltimore or something." So I call my friend up who's really good at football. I'm like, "Yo, is this gonna win?" He's like, "Yeah, they're gonna body him." So I was like, "All right." I put a little Bitcoin on it. I ended up winning it. That was nice. I don't usually gamble like that.
Yeah, I remember when I used to, travel vacations way back. And I remember every time I'd go to a casino, like the the trip would cost like 1,500. I'd end up losing 2-3 thousand at the casino. It's like insane, bro. Every single time, like, you'd win sometimes, and then you stick around and you're having fun, you're drinking, and I mean, you're gonna lose. I mean, ask any gambler. If he tells you he's up, he's probably lying. Unless he's a professional and he's won like $1 million, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's no gamblers that are up. All gamblers are down. It's as simple as that. What do you think they call them whales for?
I'm telling you, man, some of these guys with the roulette systems, they claim they're up using their system and shit.
They're lying, bro. They're lying. I've never met a gambler that's up. I've never met a gambler that's up. Unless, like I said, you're one of these guys that won a tournament and, these high rollers, they'll win 10, 20 million. Maybe them, the ones you see on TV. And they're all liars. they all lie. Oh well, I'm even. I'm about even. That's what you're gonna hear. When you hear that, that means I'm down like a few thousand. Oh, I broke even. Yeah, sure, you broke even. Then why are the casinos still running?
That's what I mean. Even if I did find a strategy, brought it down to the casino, like, you think they're just gonna let me go there day after day after day and make 50 or $100 or something? Probably not.
Yeah, 50 or $100, they probably wouldn't even notice you. But if you start making
That's all I want
thousands,
to do.
yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to do is go down there and make like a day or a couple hours.
Yeah, but that's the thing about gambling, bro. Once you get the bug, you're gonna be a regular there. You're gonna like like they have it all figured out, bro. You're not gonna go in there and just play and cut. You'll do it once, twice, but then you're gonna be a regular. You're gonna be living in there. You're gonna be going there every day.
If I got a system that works and I can make 50 or $100 a day, yeah. Dude, I'm not a gambler. I was a big gambler. Shoot dice, cards, everything. Horses or horses. Fucking flip a coin, pitch a coin. Who can get a coin closest to the wall? All kinds of shit, bro. But I don't really even gamble like that no more. But that was the first bet I made in a.
Yeah, well, if you can control that, but you won't be able to, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You think you're gonna be able to go there every day, make $50, $100, and walk out? No chance, bro. You're gonna get caught up in the sounds, the smells, the. It's an addiction, bro. It's an addiction.
Nah, 100%. I could do that. Go in, walk in, $50. I'm out.
No way, bro. No way. It's like going and saying, I'm gonna have one beer today. You know what that happens, right? One becomes two, three, four. Next thing you know, you're an alkie.
Yeah, I'm not a big drinker either.
Yeah, gambling has ruined freaking lives, families. People have committed suicide. They put nets in freaking places where people jump off. You hear people jumping out of elevators here in the casino. So it's a crazy thing, man. It's worse than heroin, bro. Gambling is worse than heroin, if that's possible.
I know it's bad.
And then you see people borrowing money. You don't see the dark side of it. You see people here. They've caught him here in Montreal. You see Sherlocks, money lenders. They're in the bathroom. People are going in. They're giving them money. You know, these are all mobsters now. Now you're indebted to the mob. Now, what are you going to do now? Right? You're going to try gamble some more, win some more. You know, we all know the story, right? Like we all know the story of the gambler. You end up in a freaking parking lot somewhere.
At least it's the Canadian mob, so they're probably polite.
Yeah. Sorry, sir.
Hey, you
I'll have to
hoser.
break your
You owe me
leg.
$500 from last week, yeah? I don't know why I said yeah at the end. Canadians don't go yeah. Oh, fuck.
Look, I don't want to do it, but I'm gonna have to break your leg next time I see you. I mean, I'm sorry, but you know, if you don't have the 1,000, I have to break something.
We'll give you Novocaine first. Or no, Novocaine, like We'll give you a bunch of Percocets, break your legs, and you won't work. I don't know.
Yeah, the vices:
Well,
alcohol, drugs, and gambling. And guess what? The government here has taken control of all three of them. God bless Canada. Yeah.
yeah. Canada and the United States, it's funny. They both have like presidents that like everybody unanimously hates, but the media tells you they're the most popular ones ever. I've never seen one Canadian person like say that Trudeau's a good guy and that they'll vote for him and blah blah blah. But it's the same thing with like Biden. Although I feel like Trudeau's been there for a while now.
Yeah, he's a master con artist. But I think that the jig is up for him. I think people have realized that he's just an empty suit.
Yeah, he's just a raging liberal.
Funny thing is, women voted him in. Mostly women voted him in.
Ah, but he's cute.
Exactly. And he's
I don't
smart,
know.
bro.
I've been hearing about how his dad's Fidel Castro, and I'm like, that's the most retarded thing ever.
Yeah, but if you put them side by side, bro,
I
it's a
was surprised.
splitting image. They're like exactly the same, bro. And his mom, his mom was known to, shall we say, fool around. The
Hmm.
story about her and the Beatles, no, the Stones. Yeah.
He got tagged by all the Rolling Stones.
Have a look at this, man. Tell me. Pete should love this. Huh? Pete? Don't tell me you don't like this one. That's not a freaking
Yeah, it is.
image, man.
You know, like with Fidel Castro, it's hard to like picture what he actually looks like because he's always got that big beard and a hat on. But yeah, because that's like I saw a picture just like that, and I'm like, oh my god! So there might be validity to that because they have the same facial structure.
I mean, look at it. I mean, yeah.
Ugh. Excuse me. Oh my god. It's been such a wonderful morning.
Where you at in Ontario?
Ugh. Huh?
I said, where you at in Ontario?
Me? No. I'm in the southern United States.
Oh, I thought you were Canadian. Okay.
Oh no, God no. Thank God.
Right.
I've always had a weird bias towards Canada. I don't know why. Ever since I was little, I moved to like one school, and I noticed like a lot of because I was in Massachusetts originally. I noticed a lot of kids at the new school I moved to were Canadian. I just decided I didn't like them from that point on, and I haven't liked Canada since. Okay. But no, I'm not
Yeah.
Canadian.
Yeah, we're turning up to be a bunch of wusses up here. Yeah.
Bro, I'll smoke the leaf off the Canadian flag. Seriously.
Leaves don't get you high.
Got a bunch of weak liberals up here, but I think they're starting to wake up now. We'll see the next
They're
election.
getting soft. No, you guys are getting soft. You're up there using snow blowers and shit.
Hearing people calling them snow never in my entire life until like the past year on commercials.
Calling what?
Snow blowers, snow throwers.
Oh,
Cigarette for that. Oh, it's random. Oh. Doofus showed me some Earth curve yesterday.
Doofus? Where?
Apparently, there's like this monument that looks like a sphere, except it's like chopped off in the middle where there's stairways. And he was arguing that you can go up to it and like make a flat horizon with it. And I'm like, that proves what to me? And it wasn't even really a flat horizon. You can see left and right curvature, so I didn't really get what his point was. No, that's about as close as they can get. And then some Glober was accusing all high altitude footage of being fisheye lens, and that's why it appears flat. And I thought that was backwards too.
Yeah, it's the complete opposite.
And then he sends a chart with like, I'd have to go look through because it had two separate sides, and it was like one, like I think it was just barrel distortion, but it was two different types. And he's like, see, look, this is why it looks flat. I'm like, it only appears flat if it's directly in the center of the frame. Once you go upward, like at the horizon below, like the eye level of the center of the lens, it starts curving like a ball. But if it goes above the center of the lens, it starts getting concave. And he goes, yeah, that's how you know it's a curve. Because if it was flat, I wouldn't do that in the first place. And I'm like, okay. And like, when you get arguments like that, there's really nothing else you can really say because it's just soothing for them to like chant it repeatedly. It's ridiculous. The only way we could see curve is if it's curved, but then you perfectly demonstrate camera effects and how they cause curve, show a graph of it where it would cause the curve, and then say that it's still curved, and it's just ridiculous. It's a silly argument. Hopefully, I'm not breaking up too much. I'm saying.
No, you're good.
I'm surprised Stingray has never heard about the O-rings.
I know. He won't shut the fuck up about him for years now. So yeah, I can't believe he hasn't
Yeah.
heard.
Just look at this guy, man. And look at this thing, man. It's like Not even in a freaking movie would you believe this, man. Like it's such a freaking joke, man. It's I don't know. Just look at all the holes where his hands are, right? It's like the worst design ever in human history. Like
Oh, is that the what do they call that? Like the copia? What's that part called?
the cupola.
Cupola. Yeah, I love the part where the guy goes, "So, what happens if you have a hole or a leak?" And then Don Pettit's like, "Well, if you got a hole, you have a hole." Like it
Yeah,
just is what it
yeah,
is. And I'm like, "Yeah, tell that to the
exactly.
YouTube pilot."
It's like comedy. It's like Laurel and Hardy, you know?
Like, I don't think Don Pettit's qualified to bag groceries. Even the
Absolutely.
man talking, he's clearly retarded.
There's no way this guy could like. I don't know if he can do anything. I wouldn't trust him to do anything, let alone
No.
be in a capsule in so-called space. Oh my god.
And they're really, really pushing this tool bag that fell off the ISS that you can see.
Yeah, I heard about that one. Yeah. Look, it's floating.
You know, and I thought they drop shit all the time. Why all of a sudden are they talking about how you can see this tool bag from 327,000 miles away or whatever? 327, whatever. It's, I can't remember the height. I know it's 300 something.
It's like 250 miles, give or take.
Yeah, not. I don't know why I said 300,000. That's not right. Um,
Well, look, they convince people they have cars up there. I mean, the Stockholm. There's nothing that they will not believe. Nothing.
yeah. And now Japan's launching a wooden satellite because they found out. They said wood's actually the perfect material since wood won't decay in space. And I'm thinking, well, what about the 500-degree temperature swings? Oh, there goes my baby. I'll be right back. Oh boy, fuck! Man, I can't believe it's already the middle of November.
Yep, Christmas is around the corner. Crazy.
Oh, excuse me, sir. I don't mean to keep coughing.
I caught that thing that's going around. I had that cough thing. Yeah, it was quite crazy. Is that what you
Oh
got?
no, I just had a cigarette.
Yeah, I hear you.
Quotations.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was. I don't remember what app I was. I think maybe it was on Tubi or something. Or but I keep seeing this documentary. I think it's about Montreal, about how they legalized every single drug, and it looks like a fucking wasteland.
Nah, we didn't. They didn't do that. No. They just legalized weed. That's it.
Oh, because it's a Vice documentary, I think, and like the way they were pushing it, it said every single drug has been legalized, and they said that it had big bold letters. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't realize it was because there's a Portland, Oregon legalized like you cannot get in any trouble for meth or heroin or crack or like everything's like decriminalized. So I'm starting to wonder like what's that big city on the west coast of Canada, like above California and Washington and shit? It's I know Toronto's the middle, Montreal's like above New England. It's the other big one. I don't
That's
know.
East Coast. You're talking West Coast now. If you're talking
Right? Yeah. Yeah, the one on the
San
west coast.
Diego
I think it may
or
maybe
maybe San
no in Canada.
Francisco. Oh,
In
Canada. Oh,
Canada.
Vancouver. Vancouver is bad. That's what you're probably.
Maybe it's Vancouver.
Yeah. There's a lot of drug addicts there in Vancouver. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah, what it looks like Kensington Avenue, Philadelphia. Like you've seen the Rocky movies before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the first one when he lives in that shitty little apartment, it's literally that street and like the streets around it. Like it's become a meme now, like where people go out there with GoPros and they'll walk through it, and like there'll just be people like passing out as they're injecting needles, and as soon as they pass out, all the other fucked up people start stealing all his shoes and going through his pocket. That's what it looked like in Canada. I'm like, damn, I didn't realize Canada fell that far.
Oh yeah. Anywhere there's drugs like that, anywhere where you got heroin and that, it's and crack. I mean, it's game over. You know, any
Yeah.
neighborhood.
Oh
I've
yeah.
seen it with my own eyes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen friends of
Because
mine
weren't you
go from smoking weed to shooting up, like,
yeah.
I'm talking like 20, 30 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. It got like because I grew up in Massachusetts and New England and stuff, and like and now I live in the deep South, so it's like completely different sides of the coin as far as like the culture that I've seen. And it's like when I was in Massachusetts, all you ever heard about was like heroin, pain pills, people smoking pain pills. Whereas in the South, it's crystal meth. And it's weird because you don't ever hear about heroin in the South, but I've never to this day I've still never laid my eyes on crystal meth. I've never watched Breaking Bad, but it turns out I was right. I just pictured it was pieces of like blue glass. Like that's what image always came into my head. Uh, Heroin's bad.
Yeah.
Heroin's taken over everywhere.
Yeah, it's sad. Like I said, I've seen it. I've seen neighborhoods that never there was no heroin, there was no crack. People were just drinking and smoking and the regular. And then
Dude,
once those two
Yeah.
things come in, bro, it's game over.
there is no heroin anymore. You can't even buy heroin.
What?
It's all like what they call a fentanyl.
You can't. I said you can't buy heroin. Is my
Really?
mic cutting out? Because I can't see if I'm lighting up or not. I gotta go listen back on. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Why can't
Why is my
you
mic
buy
not
heroin?
light up? What's up?
It's lighted up on Mind.
I don't know. You're a robot. Say it again.
Oh, okay.
You sounded good there. Say it again.
No, I said your mic's lighting up on my end.
Same here.
Yeah, I'm in a dead spot at my house right now because I'm outside.
We may use snowblowers up here, but our freaking phones work. You know what I'm saying? So next time you make a Canadian joke,
Yeah, no.
Hopefully the Wi-Fi signal's better. So.
I don't know if you guys heard of this Weinstein that Lion posted. He's a prominent scientist. Weinstein. This guy shits all over the cosmological model, big time.
Weinstein, like Weinstein? I thought that's
Yeah,
who you were talking
Lion.
about, that Harvey Weinstein guy.
No. Eric. Look at 26 past the hour.
Oh. I'm gonna have to move to the other side. Back inside, actually. 26 minutes.
Yep, 26 past the hour.
Oh, it's 7:26. Oh, okay. He does it on the Joe Rogan podcast?
This one, yeah, looks like, yeah.
It's another good day on the flat
Joe
earth,
Rogan.
eh, lads?
Hey, what?
It's another good day on the flat
Australian
earth.
Batman. What's up, Gerald?
Yeah,
Yep.
g'day, mate. Yeah, not much happening these days in the chats. I've been having a look, and they just seem dead these days. I don't know if I'm in the wrong servers these days, but I don't know. It's a bit quiet, eh?
They got nothing. They're staying away.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing.
There's nothing left,
There's one server where they all go gather and hold hands. I mean,
Yeah, fuck that, mate.
they got nothing left.
Yeah, it's just social connections now, I reckon. No more argument, They can't do anything. The years it's going to go on every year, We're not going to get sick of it. I reckon they will.
No, they can't get sick of it. because every time they argue and they think that they got a victory, it soothes them.
Do you think they ever get the sense of victory?
Sometimes
I
they.
don't think so.
Not when they come here, they don't.
I mean, I've had people declare victory because they claim I can't demonstrate a tornado inside a container.
Yeah, well, they claim it for
I mean,
themselves, don't they? No one else is
tornadoes in a
agreeing.
box.
Yeah, it's rubbish.
Yeah.
You probably can demonstrate a tornado inside a container. You can probably get a vortex going in there. Yeah.
I mean, if you look up the definition of
Dude, there's a
tornado, the
thing.
literal
Hold on a
sense
second,
is
Vaxie. Hold on.
a
There's a
vortex of air.
thing. Hold on a second. There's a thing where you can. I think it's called the tornado. It's like a box. They usually have it at
Yeah.
giant. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know what happened is when
Yeah, I know what
somebody
you're
clipped
talking
me,
about.
my mic cuts out. There's a thing. There's a box. It's called the tornado. You get in it, and it does this huge vacuum thing inside the. It costs like $3 or $2 or some shit for like a couple minutes of a tornado inside a box.
Yeah, and they tell you grab as much money as you can. That one?
No, this is like an
Oh, yeah.
amusement thing for kids. This is like an amusement thing for kids. This one. It costs like
Right.
$2.
So there's your tornado in a container.
Well, you can buy a little novelty toy. It's like akin to like those globe you touch it and a little lightning goes to your finger from inside the globe. It's like one of those little science toys. It's called Tornado in a Box, and it's got a fan on the top. Some of them have a fan on the bottom, and it's got dust inside, and it just blows a column of air straight up. And the way the box is shaped, it just makes a tornado.
You guys ever
He was
see a
never clear with
fire-nado?
me. Yeah.
You ever see a fire-nado?
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
Those are freaked out.
Yeah, but have you ever seen a Sharknado?
Yeah.
That movie. But it just kind of shows you where the global arguments are heading. It's almost 2024, and they're demanding tornadoes in a box.
They have
Somebody
no
yesterday
argument.
took a picture of a tennis ball. Someone yesterday sent a picture of a tennis ball, really zoomed in, and it looked like a flat horizon. And I'm like, this is what. So you guys are taking pictures of tennis balls and wanting tornadoes in boxes. It- It's descending into like just stupidity and chaos for them now. But
They have no
I mean, all a
argument.
tornado is a vortex of air, huh?
Yep.
Conspiracy music guru. That's the Elvis sounding guy, ain't it?
I think he's Australian or something. If you hear him talk, you're gonna say, "What? He sings like that?"
Right.
Yeah.
But all his lyrics kind of sound like this and blah 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 because I'm blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
That's the guy. Yeah.
He's okay. His voice kind of gets to me a little bit. It's silly. No sillier than anything you hear on the radio today, though. He is funny. But yeah, when you hear his actual speaking voice, he sounds like fucking like Anthony Hopkins. Uh,
So it's funny. I show them all these things, all this proof that for certain tour you have to have metal O-rings. I show them proof. I show them stuff like right this here that I posted now, and they keep going to bicycle chambers and their bicycle wheels and their pressure washers and their guns. It's like unbelievable. Like you show them, you here, look, this is how it's done, and they don't get it. It just goes in one ear and out the other. It's amazing.
they get it. They just choose not to acknowledge that they get it, and then try to poke holes in whatever they can to satisfy their. Like I said, it's all coping, self coping. Like doing everything they can to make themselves feel better.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, unless you're in like a formal like debate with somebody on on a specific topic, it's not normal human behavior to want to lurk in an area filled with people that you despise against something you absolutely know is false. Any other topic, nobody's going to waste their time, but for this one, they tend to spend a lot of time. You know, it's almost like an atheist going into a Christian chat and just going there every single day.
Yeah, it's fascinating. They just, even when you show them, right, they won't accept it. They have to keep the model. They have to keep the fantasy alive in their heads. I don't know. Maybe it's linked. It's linked to their psychic. It's linked to their, like, they will have to admit that they've been lied to, or I don't know what goes on in their brain, right? But it's just fascinating. Like somebody tells you, look, man, you need metal O-rings after a certain, like, how can you argue with that? I mean, you can't argue with that. I mean, it's physics, you know? I don't get it.
Well, I think a lot of it just boils down to simply it all becomes. It's going to sound silly, but it is true. It all comes down to being anti God of any type. They have to believe in evolution and stuff. I don't know if it's like because they're afraid of accountability or what, but I think that's really what it all actually. That's why the visceral and the hatred and the obsession is so strong with them.
I think it has to do with the creator, like their belief, their lack of belief. Yeah.
Yeah. Now if like scientists came today, a scientist like yeah, actually it would have to be scientists. If scientists like went on TV and they said, "Hey guys, it turns out we're in a giant terrarium and that like we're really just like a zoo and aliens are like studying us." So they like just built like a petri dish with a dome over it and stuck us off in the middle of space and they're studying us. All of a sudden everyone's a flat earther, it's no problem. Oh, so the aliens did it. We're gonna revolve into them one day.
Yeah, they have them really. Yeah, it's a combination of schooling and then reinforcement through the media. Yeah, there's globes everywhere, right? Every movie, there's a globe. Just about.
Yeah. And every globe looks different. Where's your map? Where's your consistent? Like, you don't have a map either, dude. Maps are fucking different based off what brand of the map you buy.
Yeah, it's amazing. Look at this Florida can, right? I show the thing about the vacuum. I show it. It says clearly that you need copper gaskets, blah blah blah. And his response, "What about it?" Then he shows a picture of a rocket launch. Did this happen? What does that have to do with the other, my friend? What does that have to do? What does one have to do with the other? Zero. One is a vacuum sealed with flanges and metal, and the other one is a rocket. Yeah. Whoop-de-doo. We have rockets. We see them. What we don't see is when they enter the so-called vacuum of space. That's when we go into CGI. So, what is your point here?
Well, that's when I usually point out to them. I said, if this rocket can go up into space, then so won't everything else that's not attached to the Earth, like the gas we breathe, all the smoke, every molecule of gas coming out of your septic tank, out of your house, it would all shoot off into the vacuum of space. And then that's when they go, well, vacuums don't suck, you idiot. It's like, no one's saying the vacuum's doing anything. This gas is just moving into the empty area. Like vacuums, they just, well, for one, they don't really exist. They have to be man-made. Yeah, vacuum cleaners.
Yep.
Ah.
That's why they're in text. That's why whenever this subject comes up, not one of them would come in here and challenge me on this. They know. They know. So, can't change physics. You cannot change physics. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's very rare that gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum is ever a topic in a debate. Like
And you can't
they'll
argue
want
that.
to talk about they'll debate the special theory of relativity, but they won't tackle simple stuff like gas pressure, but no container adjacent to vacuums and such. Stuff that can be easily demonstrated, and it only goes in one direction.
Yeah, like I said, they have no argument. They have no physical argument that they could make. Everything is pie in the sky, relativity, space bending, time time meshing with space, making a fabric, all nonsense. All of it. Not theoretical mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, they'll say all that, and then they'll immediately start describing gravity as a force, which goes against everything else they believe for their model to exist in relativity. So it's like talk out of both sides of your mouth next time.
Yep.
But yeah, but the warping and bending of space-time against the gravity well, but also gravity is a force holding gas to the vacuum. I mean, the outside of a ball.
That's why they're all in the chat, the text chat. None of them has the guts to come in. None of them.
No, Zanuck will come in and argue about cameras or something, but not the actual argument, whether Earth's a sphere or a ball. Like him and Brian were arguing for like an hour yesterday, but that's about it. Or Bacon will pop in, say something outrageous like planes fly with their noses pointed down, then he'll disappear.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of them that'll come, like you said, Bacon and Zanuck, and yeah. But I remember years ago, it was like me against 10 of them, 11, 12, the whole freaking server, all of them telling me I'm crazy and this and that, and it's not like that anymore.
No, it's not. It hasn't been for a while. It stopped being like that like about a year and a half, really.
Listen to Bendy, like, you can clearly see rockets enter the vacuum of space as the gases expand from the back end of the rocket. No, you can't. You can't clearly see that. What are you talking about? You can clearly see the rocket disappear and then go into CGI. Clearly, you see that every time. Clearly. Because guess what? A gas cannot stay next to a vacuum. Hello? Physics 101. Sorry, Bendy Light. You live in a fantasy, brother. It's all fantasy. In reality, you cannot have gas next to a vacuum. Never. Cannot happen. Physically impossible. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
Not a single
that
example.
easy. Well, maybe you have pseudoscience that says that, right? But in reality, in science, in the scientific world, in a scientific experiment, you cannot show that. You cannot show gas next to a vacuum. It is impossible. Sorry.
Yeah, let alone gas pressure without a container.
I like when they'll show you. They'll try to show you plasma in a container without a, or ionized gas or something.
They can't do it. They know they can't do it. Listen to his
They can't
response.
just do regular gas. Yeah, they can't just do regular gas.
Yeah. Somehow, no physicist has figured this out yet, but internet chatters have. No, sir. No. This is a fact. You, Bendy Light, cannot show gas next to a vacuum. And guess what? You never will. You never will. I dare you. You know you can't. You know it's physically impossible. So you're living in a fantasy. Simple as that, bro. You believe in a fantasy physics that you cannot show. Prove me wrong, I dare you. We're not moving. You're convinced that we're moving. Everything that you believe, somebody told you. And it goes against physics. Everything you believe goes against physics.
It's funny, like they say, people naturally just figured it out. It's like, no, they didn't. I mean, most of this crap that you believe in is just a hair over 100 years old.
Yeah, all of it. Evolution. Evolution, another pipe dream they sold to you. This is a guy in the late 1800s, early 1900s. He went to an island, he saw a couple of birds and a freaking tortoise, and he came up with a theory.
I mean, it's not a
Everybody
stretch.
believed it.
Yeah, it's not a stretch to think that, all right, the birds that have this shaped beak are going to get more nuts. They're going to be more successful. They're going to reproduce. You know what I'm saying? So the beaks are going to adapt to the situation. You're going to end up with this shaped beak or whatever. So they can be more, because those are the ones that are going to survive and be able to carry on and mate, and they're going to carry. That's not a stretch to think that, oh, you get different shaped beaks, people who got different skin. What is a stretch is thinking that the little thing, a little rat size mammal someday is going to eventually evolve. That's the stretch.
Yeah, you heard me talk with their top guys, right? Jace. You hear him. You hear what he says. Things evolve into other things without changing into other things. Just it just boggles the brain, bro.
The whole evolution things. We evolved from energy. In their model, there was energy. That's all there was energy. A giant ball of energy. There was no mass, no matter, nothing. We evolved from no matter, according to these guys. Just pure energy.
Yeah, it's even worse than that. We came out of exploding stars. Stars had to form and explode to make us, to make the elements that we're made out of.
No, yeah, I'm talking about if you go back
Yeah.
farther than that, all the way to the big
Yeah,
matter.
it's just a story came up with one man, a couple of men. This is what you guys got to understand, right? It's just a story, right? It's just a story. The guy had the right amount of bananas, right? He went to school and he came up with a theory. That's all it is. That's all it is. Just one man coming up with a story and other dumb men believing it with zero proof. Evolution has zero proof. Zero.
Hmm.
There's not a single fossil, there's not a single anything showing one creature turning into another. Every fossil found is a complete creature with complete appendages, complete everything needed to survive. You cannot evolve. An animal cannot evolve an eyeball. It cannot evolve a tail. It has to be one shot.
Yeah.
If a car doesn't have
Yeah, like
tires,
if a lung doesn't work, it's not gonna. You're not gonna do it. They say we've lost things because we didn't need them or whatever. So if you have something that doesn't work, you clearly don't need that. So you wouldn't evolve it. You wouldn't keep evolving this thing that you don't need. You don't need it because it doesn't work. If something doesn't work, do you need it? Why would you need something that doesn't work? Yeah, you're not going to evolve a piece of a lung or part of a lung or some parts of a lung that don't quite work yet because it hasn't evolved. Like you need to have you have this thing you don't need. It doesn't work. Same thing with an eyeball or any piece of.
yeah, irreducible complexity. The mousetrap needs all the parts. It needs the wood, the spring, the cheese, the thing that clamps the mouse. You take any one of those away, it won't work. It doesn't get any simpler than that. You don't need to be a nuclear physicist. A machine needs all the parts to work. It can't evolve. You can't evolve tires, you know? You can't evolve a steering wheel and work without one. No, it's gotta be there to begin with.
You just don't understand. That's what they like to say. Like, I don't understand something that can't be demonstrated or shown any proof for. Okay.
Yeah. The onus is on them. Somehow they think the onus is on us. No. You believe in the fairy tooth, the fairy godmother. Now show us, point us to her. Show us where she is. You believe in Santa Claus. Point him out. Show us the reindeer. Show us the sled. Is the nose glowing or not? I mean, yeah, it's to a point where we can just laugh at you guys.
I like how they say you just don't understand big numbers, but then you tell them what the vacuum of space is, and it's like, well, that's not that big of a deal. Right next to her. It's like, geez.
Yeah, you're afraid of big numbers. No, I'm not. I'm using them against you. That's what's happening. I'm using those big numbers against you. And I'm showing you step by step how you're wrong physically. Not making things up. I'm not saying nah. I'm telling you. Like, for example, your Big Bang, right? We're not just saying nah. You can get into detail. There's the bang. There's a sequence of events. We can name them for you, and we can show you exactly where your model goes wrong. Here, there, here. Exactly. Detailed. Why and everything.
Looks like I came in at just the right time.
All right, Stingray, what you got?
You said you can show us where our model goes wrong.
Yes, I can.
In relation to the predictions of where the sun will be, the orientation of the moon, the terminator lines, and things like that, can you show us how being on a rotating large sphere would be wrong and wouldn't work?
No, I don't mess around with that. I mess around with things that are proven. For example, the Big Bang, James Webb Plane Telescope. Devastates your
wait a
model.
minute. So yeah, now got you. So everything that a normal human being can't go outside, observe, and see how well it matches. Got you.
No, it's not that. It's the model. It's your whole model, right? You guys, you thrive on predictability, right? That's where the only thing you have left is done,
got you.
right?
My model, my model predicts things that I can go outside and measure in reality to see how well the model matches. I can tell you right now, it's not failed once in any location on any day for any of the things that it's meant to predict.
Right, you're talking about the motions in the sky that have been known for thousands of years. They built the Antikythera mechanism. They built the Minoan eclipse calculator, which is 4,000 years old. Sumerian,
and in ancient Rome, they used to share a stick in a toilet house that they used to wipe their ass with between different people. I don't do that either, and I don't look backwards to archaic men doing very weird fucking things All I do is simply say, if I were on a sphere that is the size they say it is, rotated the way they say it is, and angled how they say it is, at a distant star, the size they say it is and the distance they say it is, what can that help me predict in my reality? And it turns out everything when I go outside. Weird, huh?
It's real hard to make predictions when the stars never change from one day to the next year for all of recorded human history.
That's very good.
If you
but
go
I didn't
outside and
once
look at the
mention
stars,
that. That's very good, but I didn't once mention stars. So thank you for that.
I thought you. Well, I can't. My phone cut back in the middle.
All right, yeah,
Said
sorry.
that
No,
how big they
I'll tell
are.
you. So yeah, I'll tell
Yeah,
you. So the
distance.
model, the model that I've got predicts what the sun will do on any given day for any location. It doesn't use historical data, so this is not statistical. It doesn't require 2,000-year-old shit stick sharing humans to have recorded anything. It doesn't require that. It's putting someone on a ball and rotating it. Doesn't require any historical knowledge. And just by rotating
really?
it, yeah, it don't require any historical knowledge. Just by rotating it, it can predict the path of the sun through the sky from an observer on that rotating ball, the orientation of the moon, the size, angle of things, and the exact path of the terminator line for any given day on any given landmass just by rotating a ball with no historical data. And I don't care about stars. I don't care about ancient Greece. I just care if I'm on a ball and it's rotating, what do I expect to see? And when I go outside, do I see that? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, I could say literally the same thing. The only thing is I don't have to invent giant balls of gas in space. I don't have to invent gravity. I don't have to invent precession of the equinox that doesn't take place. I don't have to invent gas pressure without a container.
So there is a difference. There is
I don't
a
have to
difference.
invent gas pressure next to a vacuum.
No, you're saying
No,
loads of
there
things
is
here.
no difference.
You're saying loads of things here, none of which was my claim. I can
They are
quite,
your claim.
No.
You have to have all those things for your sun to exist.
Let me know when you're done.
Your sun is a giant vacuum is a giant ball of gas in a vacuum. Therefore, you automatically have to have gas pressure without a container that you can't demonstrate. You automatically have to have, orbits and all that shit.
None of which was my claim, but thank you. So my claim is quite simply this.
So
listen very carefully about my claims.
Let Stingray get his sentence out, bro. Let him finish.
My claim is quite simply, if we were on a sphere with a 6.2 million meter radius, if we'd mapped out the surface enough for me to put an observer on that sphere, on any given day of the year, that relationship of that ball in current science would be different to a distant star, and it would be rotating and produce a different result for three distinct things: the orientation of the moon, the path of the sun through the sky on that day, and what the terminator line is going to do on any given day. But they can all be on the same day. So we can say, I don't know, mid-June, orientation of the moon, what's the sun going to do that day, and what's the terminator line going to do as it passes me or goes somewhere where I can verify, multiple different locations. If we were on a sphere and it was rotating with all that data, it produces predictions and they match reality outside. That is my claim. And the last thing. Sorry, just one more thing, just to make this clear. And I can demonstrate this. That's the important thing, because I don't have to just say it. I can demonstrate it. And none of this uses historical data. It uses a ball. If you call a ball historical.
What?
The predictions that we get out of that conundrum, all those weird fucking wonderful things, the predictions that we get out of it match what you'll see outside.
What exactly can you demonstrate?
I can demonstrate. If you give me your lat long, we'll put you on a ball, we'll tilt it, we'll rotate it. It'll give a prediction of what visually the sun will do today for you. I don't know what time it is for you, but whatever, or tomorrow. And you'll be able to see, well, if I was on a ball and if it produces this prediction, does that match my reality? And I bet you the answer is yes.
Yeah, except for we can do the exact same thing on a alternative model. How's that proof of anything?
I would love to see one, because I've tried on flat, never got it to work. If someone could show me that, I'll show them the globe. We'll get a prediction out of the globe. And then we'll try and get nearly done. I'll show the prediction out of a globe visually, demonstrate it in a video, and say, "Hey, look, this is it. Let's see if this matches." If someone else could do that for flat, because a flat model is a fuck ton easier than a globe model. A flat model uses 2 planes and 1 orbit. So the relationship from an observer on the ground is looking up at a circle, an orbit of something that stays approximately at the same, distance from the flat plane. There's 2 flat planes. That's brilliant. That's easy to do. What's not easy is being on a sphere where your feet are pointed towards the center, your head's pointed away, and you're rotating in 3D space while being tilted and going around a distant star. That is so fucking different and hard to do. The flat Earth one's easy.
Right. So what didn't work? Because you said that you tried to do something with it and you couldn't get it to work. So what was that?
Oh, it didn't match reality. So what I did from my vantage point here in the United Kingdom...
What didn't match reality?
Well, if you let me finish, I would have... I was actually getting there before you start saying what
I thought
what
you
I
were
was
just
explaining.
Gloss over. Go on.
Right. So what I did was here in the United Kingdom, I'm in the Midlands. So like this, if you stuck a dot in the center of the United Kingdom, that's where I'd be. So I put that on a globe, rotated it. What would the sun do? Yep, matches reality outside. What would shadows do? Yep, they all match. Everything matches. What's orientation of the moon? Yep, Terminator line? Yep, matches. Then I put myself on the flat Earth. Now, the brilliant thing about a computer model or anything like this, or even a physical model, because there's no difference, is you don't need to know the land layout. I don't need to know that, the United Kingdom is fucking 300 miles from Paris. I don't need to know that. I can just say, is there anywhere on this flat plane that would give me a prediction of outside that matches outside with an orbiting sun that's going above this flat plane? And the answer is no. And then when I use the AE map, I think, okay, I'll put the AE map down. I'll put myself between the equator and the North Pole. So let's just say the North rotation, which is approximately where I am anyway. And I'll put the sun, which we know on the equator at the equinox is passing directly overhead. Zenith is straight up. I'll put the sun there. But I'll tell you what, I won't just have one sun. I'll have 50 of them. And I'll have one at 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles high, and go all the way up to like 20,000 miles high. And I'll have them extending out as well in multiples to each of the tropics as well. So I've got this big wall of suns going round. And I can look at them and say, does any of that match my reality? And go, no, it doesn't. And I'll show you if you want.
Let me ask you, Stingray. If the Earth was flat and the sky was curved, would you get relatively the same thing in your model?
No. And the reason for that is the same reason why if you say... because the thing is, the sky isn't... If the sky was mapped to a dome, yeah? So let's say... what do they call? Star map when you have it on a dome. It's just the what is it? Thingy dome. When star, for nautical navigation and stuff like that, you have something dome, whatever it is. Oh, celestial sphere. That's it.
The celestial sphere.
Yeah.
Every star is equal to every other star.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
I've had too much. I've had too much steak. Jesus. Right. I'm going comatose here or something. Yeah. So the celestial sphere. The thing is, that celestial sphere would have to be a celestial hemisphere for it to map to a flat plane, but nothing would be equidistant then due to how we'd see it. Now, the only way that a celestial sphere works, mapping from, at star's zenith, is on a sphere. You can only map a sphere to a sphere and keep uniform distortion. You can't map a sphere to let's say a plane or anything like that without significant distortion. So that's the only way a sphere works.
It's not true. I've seen mapped out where it works perfectly fine.
Well, as a 3D artist of
Not
18,
to mention, I don't care. Not to mention, every single star map is a dome.
A sphere.
Well, no, it's not a sphere; it's a dome.
All right. So you've got a dome, not an astrological sphere. You've got an astrological dome.
Exactly. You don't ever use. When are you going to use both of them at the same time?
Can I have a look at an astrological dome? Where do I find that?
Look up any celestial navigation book. They call it the. What do they call it? The Hold on. Oh, how's my because I just put headphones in.
Don't get me wrong, you can observe a dome from within a sphere while on a sphere while just taking a horizontal plane.
You're only ever observing a dome.
Well, a part of a sphere, a hemisphere, yeah.
So tell me, how did the ancient Greeks come up with the Antikythera mechanism? How did they measure the sky?
I say, I don't care about hearsay. I don't care about claims from people that I cannot speak to or that shared shit sticks. I really don't. I care about if I model this in geometry, static geometry that I could print out on my 3D printer and get a prediction from it. Does it match reality? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, it does, and you'll need a flat plane for that geometry, sir.
I really don't. Well, for the flat Earth, I do.
No, yes. You really actually do. No, you need a flat plane to make an elevation angle.
No.
Yes, you do.
No, I have a perpendicular to a normal of a sphere, and a sphere can be defined any way that I want. I can have a geosphere, I can have a parametric, non-uniform rational B-spline sphere with only a radius to define it, but there will always be a normal in that direction and a perpendicular to that normal. It is incredibly easy. I've done this for a long time. Thank you.
There will always be a normal on that direction. What do you mean? Because everything's based off
on a
equatorial plane. And 90-degree angles to Polaris.
So on a sphere, every point on that sphere has a surface normal direction. That means a direction from which the surface and an intersection on the surface is 90 degrees. It also corresponds in a uniform sphere to a direction to the center of that sphere. That's just how spheres are. And if you couldn't have that, you couldn't actually do what you call rasterization, if that wasn't a thing, which is shading a sphere or making it solid in 3D if that wasn't a thing. Because
there's no flat planes on a sphere.
Sorry, say that again.
It's no matter where you are in a sphere, it's always a rolling surface.
A rolling surface, yeah, curved surface, yes.
Yes, regardless of how microscopic you make yourself, it's always going to be a rolling surface.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. So you can't do geometry off a rolling surface. You can't have an elevation angle off a rolling surface.
I can have an elevation angle from my zenith. Quite easy.
You don't get elevation angles from your zenith. That's not what you're trying to. Your zenith is a zenith. Your elevation angle is based off of the 90 from your zenith.
Yeah.
You make a 90-degree angle. You find a star.
So from my zenith, I look down. Let's say I'm measuring the sun. From my zenith, I look down and it's 20 degrees. Great. So from a perpendicular to my zenith, what's the elevation angle from the normal at that point if I have to look down 20 from 90? It's not that hard, trust me.
You're not looking at anything.
The answer is 70.
Wait, hold on a second. You make your 90-degree angle for one. Where does your 90? Where's the baseline of your 90-degree angle go to?
straight up. Surface normal.
No. Baseline.
Yeah,
Of
so
the 90-degree angle.
I'm basing it off a line going straight up, which is a surface normal.
You're kind of missing the other part of your angle there.
And no, an angle needs an origin and a destination to measure an angle between. My origin is the surface normal going straight up.
Except in celestial navigation, right angles are required.
I don't know about celestial navigation. I'm just saying when I do a prediction for the sun through the day on a sphere, that's what I do, and it matches my reality.
What you do is you make your 90 degree with the zenith, which, if you're doing it during the day, you make it at solar noon. That's one way to find out where you're at. Let's just do it at night because it's easier to visualize because there's more objects to see. You make a 90 degree with whatever star is 90 degrees in your location at that time. Your 90 degree goes out to the horizon from the top, like from directly above your head, from your feet to the horizon makes the right angle. Inside that right angle, you're looking at another star. You find one that's 50 degrees. You put your sextant on it, you look at it, you realize it's 50 degrees, then you use your horizon mirror, which takes the star that you're looking at, drops it all the way down plumb to the horizon. It comes back to your feet, and then you measure the angle, and like I said, it's 50 degrees. You just made yourself a 40-degree right triangle.
Yeah,
You can't do that on a curved rolling surface.
I'm sorry, I don't do celestial navigation. My claim is quite simply.
Well, yeah, but
again, my claim is quite simply. I measure.
You're
I measure
claiming
the.
to take. Right, which is celestial nav, dude. You're taking elevation angles to a light in the sky. It's the exact same principle as celestial navigation.
Yes, I am taking elevation angles by taking a surface normal, looking downwards a number of degrees, and then subtracting it from 90 to get elevation up. Or what I can do, which I have done, in fact, I'll show you. I'll get it up. Give me 2 seconds.
You'll need a flat Earth for those 90-degree angles and elevation angles.
I'll show you on a sphere. It'll be easy. Wait a minute. Give me a sec.
Yeah, I actually like what the Globers did here when they, I don't know what a flat baseline, because you make an angle out and then go up from that angle. That doesn't tell you what the ground's doing. It's very neat. You can just get that same angle from, and then that has nothing to even do with. They don't.
Jeremy, wait a minute, Jeremy. I don't know whether you're doing it on purpose, but my God, the timing of that breaking up was fucking brilliant because every key word that you were saying there just cut off for me. I promise you, I'm not taking the piss. That was awesome.
Was I breaking up?
Yeah.
But exactly the perfect word cut off to give it no context whatsoever. Oh, SE,
like
that thing? Wait a minute, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to show you an example of this.
Okay, let me try it. Hold on real quick. I said I like what the Globers did with the whole elevation angle thing, because it really doesn't have anything to do with the ground underneath you. You make an angle outwards. You make 2 lines outwards, and that's the angle.
Oh, okay, time out. Hold on. Wait a second. It has nothing to do with the surface you're on. You got to bring your elevation angle to the horizon, and then you got to correct for. You know what dip correction is? Dip correction is nothing more than your height of eye off the horizon. The horizon has to be a flat plane. From your location to the horizon has to be flat. You cannot have that on a fucking rolling surface.
Sorry, why can't you get an elevation angle? You're telling me if you're on a hill, if there's a hill in the distance, you wouldn't be able to get an elevation angle?
You would have to adjust for how high you are above the if you're on a hill and you can see the horizon, you have to take your elevation of how high you are and make yourself ground level with the horizon to get a flat baseline to the horizon. From your 90, you look at something directly overhead, it comes straight down through your body to your feet and goes directly out towards the horizon. That's why that's why celestial nav's pretty much, it's always done in the ocean because you're at sea level. If you're in a ship that's 15 feet high, you have to subtract 15 feet from your elevation angle because you have to be lined up with the horizon. No, you can't. You cannot have right angles off the curved surfaces.
Question, dude. I don't know what you're answering. I was waiting for you to be done. I thought I was just checking. Are you done or?
You don't understand the basics of how to make an elevation angle?
Can I? I've got to go shortly.
Done?
I've got to go shortly. So can I just show everybody? Yeah, I just want to show. This is just for comment for anybody, by the way. But this is well. First of all, I want to show something that I told SE about earlier. If you're still there, SE.
I'm here, bro.
Yeah, and then I'll show you what I mean by prediction of a sun on a sphere with angles and stuff after that. But this is so. Hopefully, I'm sharing my screen, and hopefully, you're looking. This is outside in England. This is what we see almost every fucking day. We always so we see no sun and fucking rain and dead leaves and shit like that. That's what we see. But very occasionally the sun does come out. Now to the left, just off camera here, there is a lamppost. Now I noticed that when the sun did come out all of a sudden and the clouds went away, you see what the lamppost shadow is doing, and I thought, hey, hang about, that's pretty interesting because the head, it goes in every now and then, but the head of that shadow is coming straight across the road, and it's like, oh, that's quite interesting. I wouldn't have thought it would be that straight across. I mean, it's not identical straight across, but when I thought it's going, it'd be that straight, I thought it'd be different. Just what I thought. So then what I did is I built my house, which I already had, on a sphere with a very distant sun, and built the road and this lamppost to see, well, if it was on here, what would it look like? And what I ended up with is this. So what actually happens is that happens with the lamppost through the day. We can see it's almost perpendicular to the curb, but it's just going a little bit further along to the right. But that matches identical.
Not possible. That's the reason why you can't have an angle on a ball, dude.
Wait a minute. I was nearly done. Nearly done.
Straightening it perfectly on why you can't make angles off curved surfaces. That's the whole point. It doesn't fit.
Yep. So anyway, don't interrupt.
So anyway, so obviously my house isn't that big, my driveway is not that big, but I scaled it up so that we could fucking see that it is in fact on a ball, and the only thing producing this shadow is the ball is rotating. These are the same objects. That's the same road. That's the same pavement. These are the cameras we're looking through, and I'm rotating the ball with a very distant sun, and it's producing this effect on this day because the angle is incredibly important. So in November, which was middle of November, this was 2 days ago, by the way. This video footage was 2 days ago. Very importantly, if I'd have chosen another day in the ball model, the heliocentric model, like I don't know, oops, give me a sec. If I chose another day like January, for instance, and tried this in January, you can see that, well, the shadow's huge now. It doesn't even fit, and it doesn't match the video at all. But it's because I chose the exact day, which gives me the correct orientation in the path around the sun, the relationship between the 23.5 degree angular tilt, that it produces exactly the same result as I see in the video when I rotate the ball. And that's what I would expect to see on a ball. Now, to the other gentleman, the Vax, when I say we can predict the sun and things like that, the path of the sun, this is exactly what I mean in a second. Give me a sec. So around an observer on a ball, I've got this dome. And this dome, these little white dots represent 5 degree increments. I couldn't have it anymore because it just fill up the screen like quite shit. But I can place this observer.
Yeah, you'll need a flat Earth to get those 5-degree increments. By the way.
No, you don't. You just need 360 degrees around you that you divide. Wait a minute, nearly done. You still
gotta make your elevation angle, sir.
So
it's basic stuff.
That's the zenith there, and from zenith I count down 5 degrees, 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. You know, it's pretty self-explanatory, these degrees. And yesterday, or when I did that thing, this would have been the sun's path through the sky if you're on a rotating ball off the coast of Africa, which is fine. But if I move this up to any location on this rotating ball, and we're looking through the observer on this ball, this is the camera we're looking through, this observer here, this one, inside the white, this white thing is what we see here. If I move them anywhere on this ball, regardless of whether you think I need a plane or anything like that, they're on a ball. You can quite clearly see it. It matches reality for any location on any given day. I'm not saying that this is truth at all, an absolute truth. I'm saying it's fucking strong evidence to say that a ball works.
Zoom in as close as you can on your angles where you got that circle outlined.
This.
Let me see if I can make it bigger on my end.
Are you looking at a mobile?
Yeah, you see all those flat. Yeah, you see all those flat lines. You can't have those on a ball.
Well,
because see ball. where that circle is. Let's say the circle is your horizon, right?
Okay, wait a minute. You are saying I can't have them, but they are here and they are on a ball.
They're not flush on. They're not. You're missing the point. You have to bring your star. Oh,
now,
Jesus
if you look here, this is the water.
You have to bring your star down to the horizon where you're standing at, where that line's going. The horizon's not there.
That's the horizon there. It's on the right-hand screen. We've got blue as the horizon. And this white is actually twilight when it goes down because it's like still illuminating the sky. But this now is illuminated sky with a set sun, and this big blue thing is this planet here. Blue. And you can see that the Terminator line, we're nearing the Terminator line. So regardless of whether you say I can have it, that's what I've done. If you deny this, that this little dome here is sat around this sphere on this observer, I'm fine with that. You can deny that, but this is what I've used. So
it's not right. You have to have a flat baseline to the horizon. You don't get that on a ball at any points.
Okay, let's go through this. What's an elevation angle?
It's not rocket science.
Okay, what is
an elevation angle? Is the angle you're An elevation angle is the angle you're taking to the star off the horizon to find out your location.
So it's a line you make so you make a line to the horizon and you make a line to the star, and then you get it, and then you get an amount of degrees that's in between that angle, right?
You make your zenith angle, which is just a big 90-degree angle going from where you're standing straight up, coming through your feet, going towards the horizon. You get a big L, a big right angle. In between that 90 and 0, where the horizon is, on the equatorial plane, you find your star, and you don't want to go too far below a certain, you don't want to get,
bro, why are you
below
saying
20
all this,
degrees
all
because it starts getting all wonky and shit.
All right, dude, why
so
you doing all this extra shit? What? Just hold on. Just walk through it with me. What's the elevation angle?
Dude, Jeremy.
What's up?
No, go on. Because apparently you know more about this than I do, so you go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to walk through it with you. The elevation angle is the angle between the horizon and the star, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in order to get an elevation angle, you need a horizon and you need a star. And you're saying this can't happen on a globe for some reason. Why? Because there would be a horizon. You agree there would be a horizon
has to be
and
a
a star. But you would agree there would be a horizon and a star on a globe, right?
What do Globers say the horizon is, Jeremy?
Dude, we're making a line from us to the horizon. There would be a horizon on a globe, right?
Curvature?
Dude, is there a horizon
Right.
on a
You
globe?
cannot. Right, but they claim it's curving. You cannot have angles on a curved surface.
Despite what anyone claims the horizon is, there would be a horizon on a globe. Yes, we agree.
Yeah, it would have to be a flat horizon. If it's a flat horizon, you're not on a fucking globe.
Why, dude, relax, bro. I'm just saying there's a horizon on a globe. Like, this whole argument that this only
No,
works on
you're
a
making
flat
yourself
Earth
look like a fucking idiot. It does. You cannot have a flat horizon on a globe.
Okay, despite
Jeremy,
whether
they claim the horizon cuts things in half. They claim things disappear over the curvature of the horizon.
Okay, my turn to talk. I'm gonna talk now. Despite what they say the horizon's doing, or if it's hiding things, or curving, or flat, despite whatever they say it is, all this angle is a line from that spot, the horizon, which we both agree there would be one on a globe, and the star, which there obviously would also be one of those on a globe. So all you're doing is making an angle in between those 2 points, which can be done on a globe. You don't have to have a flat Earth or whatever to do that.
And just if anybody,
Jeremy, I forgot. Jeremy, I forgot. We live on a disco ball. That's right. It's locally flat.
No.
Sections.
You don't need to go to that degree. I'm just going to show you. Jeremy's only saying.
Literally what you're saying.
Wait a minute. Jeremy's only saying, if we did live on a ball, what would we see? And the honest answer is what I've got on screen right now. This is a scale model of the Titanic on an ocean. It sits on a ball, the size they say the planet is. Do you see the curvature all around? Do you see it? Do you see that horizon curving? No, you fucking don't. Why? Because this fucking ball is huge. It's planet size.
Relax, thing, right? You're all worked out.
I know. Sorry. But just for scale, just if anybody's interested in the scale of things, I set up 1 kilometer, 10 kilometer, and 100 kilometer boxes around the Titanic. And if we move back, that's a 1 kilometer box around the Titanic. You can see the 4 pillars, and it still looks flat. Everything, I mean, to me, on my eyes, it still looks flat. That's a flat horizon. And then at 100 kilometer box, I'm starting to see. Well, actually, no, it still looks flat. Fuck it. Sorry, that's 10 kilometers. At 100 kilometers, I can see it's curving. But that's a 100 kilometer box that I'm looking at there. So I'm 100 kilometers away from I'm about 10 kilometers up and 100 kilometers away from the Titanic. But any closer, it absolutely 100% looks flat. 100%. I can't tell. But this happens to sit on a huge ball.
So a curved surface if you're on a ball.
Yeah, this is a curved surface.
You guys don't seem to get it. No, you cannot have any curve. I don't care if it's 0.1 to the negative 400. You can't have any type of curvature. It has to be an absolute flat plane.
Well,
that's to get an elevation angle, because we know for an elevation angle, all you need is a horizon and a star.
You don't know what an elevation angle is,
Dude, why are you interrupting me, bro? You gotta relax, Vaxy. Vax, you gotta relax, bro.
You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, goofball.
Okay, stop. Please don't call names. That's not necessary. Second of all, in order to get an elevation angle,
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, am I correct that in order to get an
elevation angle is?
The angle between the horizon and the star. We just agreed on that, right? So in order to get an elevation angle, you need a horizon and a star. Is that wrong?
What he's trying to tell you is, in order to get an angle, right, you need 2 straight lines.
Yep. 2 straight lines.
Yeah.
2 straight lines. One to the star, one to the horizon. which could be done on any. Doesn't matter what the surface is.
Yeah, just so that everybody knows, the straight lines are irrelevant. You need 2 points. You have 360 degrees around you, and up and in 2 axes. Yeah, so laterally and vertically, you have 360 degrees. It doesn't matter about lines. You can pick any 2 points in your vision and have an angular measurement between the two, because your baseline is 360 degrees around you.
Yeah, this is where the disconnect is, right? What Vax is talking about, if I
You cannot have a
understand him,
baseline to a curved adjacent. You cannot have a curved adjacent to your baseline making your angle. You cannot have something dropping away while the baseline's hugging it.
This is the part where we don't let SC finish a sentence ever. Go ahead.
no, he said exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, this is how he sees it. He looks at the straight line as the ground. You understand?
Yeah, but it's not the ground though.
Yeah, this is where the disconnect is. I've heard this argument many times, so I know exactly where the disconnect is. Yeah.
The straight line is not the ground. In fact, it's not following the ground. You don't know what the ground's doing from the straight line at all.
Yeah, this is
That's
the 10th
why
man
you
argument.
don't use
This
a
is the
marine
10th man
sextant
argument.
over land. If you're using a sextant on land or in an airplane, you're using a bubble sextant, which has a bubble level in it. You don't do that on a fucking boat. You use the horizon itself over sea level.
Okay, but just relax, bro. Relax.
The
I
sea
don't know. We
level
don't have to
could
get.
not be curving.
Okay, just relax, bro. We don't have to get all worked up over this. This isn't like a big deal or anything.
Okay, last little thing before I go, which might just lessen the thing because it's less about angles. So here we've got a ferry. These are ferry routes on Google Maps, by the way. And we've got a ferry that goes from, and I'm not going to say these names because I fucking butcher them. I utterly butcher them. And the Swedish and, just weird spellings and stuff. So we've got a ferry that goes from this place, and it takes this path and goes across to, I'm going to call that Stad because I'm pretty sure the Y is silent. Now, the ferry is this thing, and it's quite big. It's like 200 meters fucking long. It's a huge ferry, and it moves at a rate of knots, a proper rate of knots. Now, what's interesting about this ferry is we can see this kick up of the wake is like almost a third the height of the back. And this thing's tall as well. This thing is really tall, so that is putting down some power there. Now, this reality, someone's tracked this ferry from the coast and watched it go out of sight at this horizon. And we can see that when it goes away, you
Can't drop a big
it appears
red herring then leave, huh?
Wait a minute. A red herring. Well, yeah, if you want to call it that. So we can see it going away, and we can see now I can't see the wake, and now I can only just see the chimney stacks, and now I can't see it. Now that got me wondering, if we know the path of it, and if I know the approximate camera, if I model this out in geometry, just really quickly, and I'm sorry, this is really quickly modeled and a bit shit, and I've still got to tweak it. What would a globe predict that we see with this ferry? And the answer is quite simply what we saw in the video.
Yeah, you just demonstrated why you can't have a fucking baseline to an elevation angle to that horizon.
So what's interesting is this
curving, you can't have your baseline.
Okay. So this vessel following this curved surface, I know this surface looks flat. You have to trust me, there is a curve on it. There's 50 miles of curvature on this, even though it looks flat. The only way we could see curvature is the effect of that curvature. And if this vessel was traveling along a water surface that was curved, and you were close to it, what would you see? You see that going away. And what do we see in reality? We see that going away. Just saying.
I'm glad you brought that up, bro. Did you ever consider the sideways one? Like, it seems that there's a disappearing point laterally, like in front of you, right? At about 3 miles, whatever. We all know that story. But how come sideways it appears not to work? Do we have selective curving or what's going on?
You mean laterally? Well, you'd
Yeah.
have to. We don't see. I often thought about this. Someone asked me a question once. They asked me, how high would you have to go to see the curvature? And that's not a simple question to answer. And I didn't know the fucking answer at the time of doing it either. But the first thing that I did is I thought, okay, so I know, because I did human eye perception theory as an artist anyway. And I know we paint with our eyes. We don't see the mass field of view with our eyes. Actually, for most people, it's less than 10 degrees, but let's call it 10 degrees of detailed vision, and the rest is fucking peripheral. We might see motion, we might see color, but that's all we actually see. What actually happens is we look around and paint with our eyes. We don't see detail. So then I got to thinking, okay, so if we can only see 10 degrees in our vision, and we make up the rest by moving our eyes left to right and painting it, how much curvature, like the tangent from one side of a curve, forget the earth or anything, let's just take a line. How bent does that line have to be for me to say that line is bent in my 10 degrees field of view? And I looked at a study online, and the significant data at the time, and this was like 4 years ago, probably even more. The significant data at the time said a human being could detect a tangent difference from start to end in that 10 degrees of about 1 point something degrees, and I rounded it up to 2, yeah? Or I might have rounded it down to 2, one or the other, I can't fucking remember now. But 2 degrees, predominantly everybody would see a difference in that 10 degree field of view, detail field of view. And then it just got to a point, okay, so I didn't work this out because I'm not that good at maths. So I thought, oh yeah, fuck it. I'll stick a 10 degree field of view camera on a big ball the size they say it is and move it upwards until I see 2 degrees of tangent curvature. And I think at the time it came out about 90,000 feet or something like that. So we wouldn't expect to see anything from the ground or even significant, or I wouldn't, with my naked eye. I wouldn't. That's not a thing I'd be able to do.
So was there an answer to my question somewhere in there? I mean, that was an eloquent.
Sorry. That's all we'd expect to see for the effects of curvature. We wouldn't expect to see the effects of curvature if someone stays equidistant from us, because on a sphere, that's not traveling across the curvature in relation to us. That's just traveling along an equidistant, radius from ourselves that never alters in its relationship to the curvature. It'd have to be traveling away, just like a floorboard.
Stingray. We're talking. I'm specifically talking about dead-on vision. Like, as you're on the beach now, you're looking at the horizon, right? You're looking at the boat disappear at 3 mile, like your model says. Now I'm talking about sideways. If we look sideways 3 miles, the same thing should happen, no? Because correct me if I'm wrong, your model claims that there's the drop starts right at your feet all around 360. Am I correct in that assumption?
Oh, sorry. Oh, wait a minute. When you mean sideways, you mean if we're looking out across an ocean and then we turn 90 degrees to the side, looking over land, should we not see the same thing?
No, we're on the beach.
Okay.
We're on the beach now. We're looking straight, right? Dead on, where you guys say that the boat disappears. Now, I'm talking about if you look sideways at a boat. Shouldn't you see the same thing happen from that position, from a 90 or whatever, close to it? Almost parallel to the beach in that direction.
You mean if the boat's moving left to right rather than away from us?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, if it stays at the same distance, it's all about the distance from us. So it sits on the what? So you see this? Can you see my screen still? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So this boat here. Wait a minute. I'm gonna have to, because I've not got push to talk. I'm gonna have to do some funky things with my fucking keyboard here. Right. Yeah. So if I turn this boat like that, fucks off. But anyway, it's not going to change going that way. The only way that it changes is when it moves over the surface away from us. Because here, going round, it's not traversing any curvature in relation to ourselves.
Why not? The curvature is all around in your model. No?
It is all around, but let's say this boat sits. Let's say this boat sits half a degree down at one. What have I got this? Wait a minute. Let me just have a look. Let's say this sits whatever it does down at 5 miles. I'm just going to call it 1 degree at 5 miles because I can't be asked thinking about anything. So 1 degree at 5 miles. If this stays 5 miles from us on a sphere, it's still 1 degree down, no matter how much it travels left to right. If it's going down, if it's moving slightly away, yes, it will slightly go down because here the distance is increasing, and that's what we would expect to see, but not as dramatically as it's going away, like I've got it here.
So you're saying it's the it's because it's traveling at a certain angle, or
yeah. So
are you assuming it's parallel to the beach? I'm not talking about exact parallel to the beach.
Oh,
right?
no, I'm not.
Saying,
but yeah, no, I get you. But if you look at this here, so let's say this is the observer. I don't know whether you can see this black. Here is the observer. Yeah, that's the view that we're looking through. This one, yeah. So this bottom here is the observer looking at this boat, and this boat is going to move left to right. Now, the interesting thing about the boat moving left to right is if we look at the distance from here, if I double the distance away, you can see the boat apparently moves down because it's traversing a curve, correct? Now, if I come over here, that was double the distance away from me. So that radius here is double the distance away from me. So in order for it can travel to there and have twice the effect of curvature, but to travel left and right double the distance, it'd have to go to here, so it'd have to travel left or right like four or 5 times the distance that it would to have to away from me to get the same, let's call it dropity effect. I hope that made sense. It probably didn't. I might do a video on that because it's a difficult concept to fucking communicate, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. Because I've seen on the beach and I've noticed that, and I go, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Wait a minute. Do you recognize? Wait a minute.
We should have equal drop from all around 360.
Do you recognize this, SE?
This is the one where you made your comeback, your first video, I think.
My comeback. Yeah,
after
no,
your retirement. Yeah,
this is the SE paradox.
This is where you said you'd never come back, right? I'm done, SE. Remember what I told you? Don't even say that, bro. There's no way you can keep away.
Just when they thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, I really must go now. But no, that was an interesting thing about the it moving laterally as opposed to away. I might do an example of that where I've got 2 camera shots from the same vantage point with 2 ships that move the same distance, one laterally and one away, to show what the difference is, because it's not a bad point, that.
Right. I don't. Before you go, don't think I'm gonna let you off the hook with the O-rings, huh?
Oh no, yeah, but I only just I looked at that diagram. I didn't understand the drawing diagram before I went away and cooked my steak. Was that just on about? It's a diagram of the cross section of how it compresses, right?
No, it was the shaft. It was a diagram of the shaft, and those 2 little slots is where the O-rings go in.
Yeah. No, that's
and
what
keep
I thought.
in mind, they turn, right?
Yeah.
They're dynamic, as we call it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that's true of like electric drivetrain, right? That the same thing's true is, you've got either a coolant or a fluid lubricant in moving parts that have, like zero tolerance of leak, but they actually do just. And it's the same with, like, is it not the same with a propeller drive shaft of a boat? I know they have like electric pods these days, but surely it's the same principle.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind off-gassing, right? Any liquid in that environment would like evaporate. So
We
that's the
run a
thing.
water line is run to our seal on the boat shaft that goes through the hull, keeps it cool.
Yeah, but Rakia, do your boat's propeller drive shaft, right? That drive shaft that extends into the water and comes out the hull of the boat but that's not a perfect seal, is it? The drive shaft going through the hull. Do you get water in through that?
No,
But
no,
that's just greased, right? It's not. There's not like
it's
any
water
special
cooled.
seals.
The one for the shafts on my boat are water cooled. The ones for the rudders are just greased.
Right, and you don't get any water ingress or anything like that.
No, until the seal wears out, which they wear out. Like, we replace them every 2 years.
Oh wow! What
Every
the
2 years.
the rudder
Oh.
seals or the the drive shaft seals?
The drive shaft seals. The rudder seals last a lot longer.
Yeah, because they're not moving.
They also
because they're
wear
not
out.
moving.
Even if you keep them greased, they wear out because it's moving.
Wait a minute,
time
do
you
they?
turn that wheel.
If you leave them, Rakia, if you leave them for, like, let's say a year and don't use the boat, let's say it's in dry storage or something like that, do you have to replace them or check them and maybe replace them when you come to use it again?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you would want to massage them. What we do is we put two at a time on there. So when one wears out, we slide it up and then put the new one in place. We cut the old one off. If that makes sense, because the shaft gets bigger and smaller, where you don't have to take the boat out of the water to replace the seals. You can do it in water.
Here's a question. If the water cooling fails on the shaft, can the shaft heat up and seize because it expands?
Not the shaft, but the seal is going to wear out. It's not cooling the shaft. It's cooling it's cooling where the shaft turns in the seal, where it goes through the boat hull.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but
imagine a space environment.
That's turning a lot, though. I see. Fucking.
You can't compare. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still the same principle. That's why I told you about the rudder. So they have seals that go through the hull also, and they turn at a slower rate and not as often. Because sometimes you're just going straight. But actually, the autopilot is always turning the rudder.
Yeah, making little adjustments.
Little, small adjustments, but it's always turning inside that rubber seal. So you keep it that's a grease fitting.
And you have to replace that every 2 years, as you say.
Not the rudder one, the shaft one.
All right. How often do you have to replace a rudder one then?
They recommend every 5. You just keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
It depends if it stays, like you said, if it stays in dry dock and you don't grease it or dries out. Depends on where you're at.
What's just out of interest? What happens when it does fail? How do you know it needs to be replaced? What's the symptoms?
It starts leaking.
What? And you just get water coming. You just get water ingress coming up then.
Yep, because of pressure.
Okay, cool.
You have pressure on that seal from the boat being in the water. The seal's underwater basically, so it's under pressure. The hull is underwater.
You know how you'd know in the ISS, Stingray? I'll be dead.
No. I'm not sure the ISS, or let's say I'm not sure if the ISS were real, SE, and they had a leak. I'm not sure it'd affect you here on Earth. But anyway, I've got to go now.
All
See you
right.
later.
Later.
Let's see if I have a picture of our seal on our shaft.
That's
I
a
know
good
I have a
analogy,
picture,
bro.
it's just whether I can find it or not, because I deal with it all the time.
That's a freaking good analogy. Yeah. How do we know? Well, we get water inside. How do you know on the ISS? Well, sayonara. Yeah, vacuum is like a big problem for their space fantasy. Big problem. Same thing with their spacesuits, with their zippers and their sewing fabric. I mean, it's just a pipe dream.
Yeah, I really don't see a problem with taking an elevate. If all an elevation angle is the angle between the horizon and the star. I don't see the I don't understand why people are running around saying this can only work on flat Earth. Why? All you need is a horizon and a star, and you have an angle between those two. Why would you'd have to say there would be no horizon or no star on a globe or something for this to not work on a globe?
That's the sexton argument, bro. Tenth man's sexton argument.
You know what I'm
You need a
saying? Like,
baseline.
what's up?
You need a baseline. That's their thing. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Well, I
need a
would say,
baseline, a straight line to the horizon, which you could make on any shape thing you were on.
well, they even when they do like even when they do navigation on what they call a sphere, that's not. They're calling the they create a horizontal baseline, but the only angle change is not on a sphere, it's the elevation that you are above the horizon. Since the horizon is an apparent position, it makes it look like it's a sphere, but it's not. But they on both models you would create a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, the baseline, this horizontal this baseline or whatever it is to the horizon or the horizon, that's just a line that you're projecting outward, right to the horizon.
Yeah, it's just not enough of a difference to make a huge, difference in your measurements. You know what I'm saying? Like whether you're on a flat plane or a sphere as big as they say, that elevation change that angle you're trying to measure is such a small thing. It doesn't throw. That's why they're off by 20 miles. Like the circumference of where they're headed is like a 17-mile radius. Anywhere inside that circle is good enough, right?
But I'm just saying, bro, this whole you need a flat baseline or some shit. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you have this regardless of what your baseline is the bottom line in your angle. Of course, it's going to be straight, and it's going to be straight no matter what you do because you're making a straight line to an object in the distance.
I think you would do this exact same procedure over a sphere as you do over a flat plane, because you're taking a shot to an apparent position and you're elevated above that position a certain amount. So if you're 10 foot on the deck of a ship or 30 feet up on the helm, you have to take that into your calculation of when you're creating that horizontal baseline. They don't deny that they do that. I mean, that's the first step. If you're using that way, there's other ways.
I don't get why we're running around saying this can only work on a flat Earth because it doesn't really
The arguments I've heard are not saying that. They're saying that they create a horizontal baseline, which is basically what a flat Earth would be. But even on a flat Earth, you're going to have that different angle measurement because you're taking it to an apparent position.
No, dude. What's with this horizontal baseline thing? That's the bottom line of your angle you're making, right?
Yeah, but that's what they do in navigation.
That
That's
would
the
be
first step.
Yeah, and that would be a straight line regardless of what surface you're on, because you're making a straight line out to the horizon.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. It'd be the
Yeah,
same
but
thing.
their argument is after you make the height of eye adjustment, you need a flat baseline, right, Vax? Vax, that's what they say, right? Is he there?
That's exactly what they have.
Yeah, because I've been on the over there, and that's what they told me.
Yeah, that's what they create, a horizontal baseline
Yeah,
over a sphere
exactly.
Earth.
Yep.
But it's such a small, minute difference. Like, think about it. Like, how much does a building lean back, or how, over Lake Pontchartrain, 24 miles? How much is the, like the angle difference is not that much to the horizon measurement.
Oh yeah, it's like 10 feet from well, depending on the boat, right? Yeah.
In degrees, though, towards the horizon, it's just not that much, and it differs. It just doesn't make a huge difference in the.
Your angle, the angle always has to be the same. That's why I use navigational charts and star charts, because let's say that, okay, yeah, it's 2020, like today. If I was going to go make an elevation angle, and let's say it's 7 o'clock at night, I find the star, that I look at the chart and find out where the star was a year ago or 20 years ago, whatever. And it's all gonna line up to be the same constantly. You take your dip correction, which is just how high you are from sea level. Like if you're in a small boat, like a life raft or a rowboat, or you just jump in the water, you don't do dip correction. You don't do dip correction until after about 8 feet. The thing is, people are missing the point. You cannot have a flat base. Going from point A to the horizon is never supposed to be flat on a sphere ever. That's their argument. That's the whole point. You can't. It may like they say it looks flat, but it's still curved. I mean, that's the whole point. And this is how we've mapped out the entire world as far as humans know it. It's all done with angle measurements to lights in the sky. That's all it is. So everything's measured flat. And then you're going to make your 3 circles of equal elevation, which you can't have a circle of equal elevation on a fucking ball. Then you're going to make 3 of them. So it's like you got 90-degree angles everywhere, all go into a point. Then you sprinkle some math on it and you turn it into a globe. Like, that's the whole point.
So we know it's a flat Earth because of the horizontal baseline. And what is the horizontal baseline? That's the ground or the line, the bottom line, and the angle making.
Sea level.
What's the horizontal baseline? Sorry, what?
Sea level to the horizon. Sea level to the horizon is your horizontal
level
baseline.
to the horizon.
Sea level, Jeremy.
Sea level.
Yes.
Is your horizontal baseline.
Sea level, it's leveled, it's not curved.
And you're saying you can't make a elevation angle because sea level is just, you would have to have sea level be a flat plane essentially. Otherwise, you can't even make an elevation angle.
Yeah, the horizontal plane. Yes.
And if sea level isn't flat, you can't make it. It's impossible to make and get an elevation angle.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it can't be adjacent to a curved surface.
But all the elevation angle is
flat.
But all the elevation
There's
angle
no
is
perfectly
the line
flat
to the. My
spots
bad,
on a
bro. I thought you
sphere.
were done, dude. I thought you were done, man. Go ahead.
Jeremy, there's no perfectly flat spots on a sphere ever, no matter how much you scale it. They'll say, "Oh, it appears to be flat, but it's still curved." Like, that's the point you're missing. It doesn't matter. It has to be a flat plane. It has to be completely flat. It can't be like 3 inches of curvature. That's not going to work. You can't get your elevation angles. Not degrees. And then you got someone else right off of the horizon where you can't see them doing the same thing to the same star, and you got another person doing it also. It's all flat angles.
Okay, so the argument is that you can't make an elevation angle without the flat baseline being the sea level, being a flat plane essentially. But however, all you need to make an elevation angle, all that is the angle between the horizon and a star, which we know that you could do on any shape you want. It doesn't matter what the surface is doing underneath you, because you're just getting an angle between those 2 points.
No, it's from your location to the horizon.
An elevation angle is the angle from me to the horizon. That doesn't even make sense.
And the star.
Yeah, the angle from you to from the horizon to the star.
Like you can't even actually like mentally picture what I'm saying, can you?
I absolutely can. You're standing in a position. You look at the distance. You see the horizon. You see a star. There's an angle between it.
Look, plain and simple, and I'm coming in clear, right?
Yeah, we hear you.
Standing on your boat. You're standing on your boat. You see a star at 50 degrees. You put your sextant on it, and you use your sextant mirror. You bring the star that's at 50 degrees from your location to the horizon. You bring it down all the way to the horizon. So, like, it looks like the star's being cut in half because of the way the sextant mirror is only half mirrored. Only half of it's got silver on it, so half of it's transparent, half of it's a mirror. It looks like your star is being directly cut in half by the horizon. And then you make a flat, non-curving baseline from that location, which the horizon changes every day, so it could be a 40-mile away horizon. It could be 6 miles. It doesn't matter. It has to be flat from that point to your feet. And then not only that, you get your 90-degree angle directly above you, also shooting out to the horizon from the top, from it, like a laser from the, like, imagine putting a laser on top of your head, shooting it straight up. That's your zenith. It's making a big right angle to the horizon as well. So you make your elevation angle at 50 degrees. You bring the star down to the horizon. Then that 50-degree angle becomes a 40-degree right triangle. Because you have to subtract the 50 from the 90. You're literally making flat triangles and flat angles on a curved surface, which is not possible. It's very simple.
I got a question, dude. Because
An elevation angle.
In this.
Uh,
Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
no, go ahead, man. Go ahead, because I'm just getting frustrated. Anyways, just go.
I
don't even know why.
Yeah, no. Let me. I got some questions, man. Because I'm on the fence with this. I mean, I don't agree that we can't make an angle. Of course, we can make a fucking angle, but as far as the baseline, that's to me where the contention comes in. But what if? Let me ask him. What if we're getting an angle and like we're at a savanna, and it's like 200 miles of flat on a globe? Could we do it then if it was a big ass flat patch on their globe? If our baseline was flat?
There's no such thing, but all the baselines are flat.
It's all about really your view of the horizon and how much of the true actual horizon you can see. But see, on land, you would use a bubble sextant to find, just because sometimes there'll be hills and valleys, and that's where they use bubbles. And and what's the bubble sextant based off of? It's based off the horizon. So what your bubble sextant is level. Yeah, it's all about finding horizontal.
It doesn't matter how curved the surface is below you. You're creating a horizontal baseline. But Jeremy is correct. The angle that you're measuring to whatever's above that 90 degree is the angle. But when you're using a sextant, you're bringing that angle down, getting distance and getting whatever.
Yeah, we got to reword.
You're using the chart. It's that angle measurement to the horizon, Right. It's the angle measurement to the star that's above your horizon on that time of year is what gives you your position in the chart.
Yeah, we got to
Sorry.
reword this, man. We got to reword this and not say that we can't get an angle on a globe, because obviously we could measure a fucking angle. I could stick my hand out, point at the horizon, point at the star, and call that a fucking angle. But there is an argument to be had here. I just think it's not exactly that. I don't think they're wording it right, as far as getting an
No,
angle.
what you said, what you said is perfectly fine. You can stick your arm out and get an angle. You're not lining your arm on the horizon. Your arm's still in the plane. It's still in the horizontal plane. We're using the horizon, which is the floor, which is sea level, to the horizon. They say that curves. If it curved, you couldn't get an angle off of it. It's literally a straight shot to the horizon. I don't understand why it's.
No, bro. The baseline doesn't curve. Their argument ain't that the baseline curves, bro.
Yeah, they make it horizontal.
Yeah, it's a straight fucking line, bro.
So
It's
then
a tangent.
Yeah, but then you could just argue with them that the horizon shoots off into space, into the sky, which it doesn't. All the horizon is where the land appears to meet the sky.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I'm trying to work this out while we're all talking about it to kind of revise it, because the way they word it, man, is it doesn't go over very well when I'm debating it, man. I gave up after using that once or twice because I'm thinking, dude, they're not using the ground. They're using fucking straight lines from that one particular spot. But yeah,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're measuring your height above sea level, and that gives you the distance to the horizon. But the point is that 9-degree from the horizon up to that star that you're measuring the angle from is where how you use the chart. But it's still a horizontal baseline. They're just saying there's a sphere underneath it. It's ridiculous. It's the same thing with everything. They're just plotting down onto a sphere. But even then, the difference, the minute difference in a 3-mile or a 10-mile horizon or whatever, like if you're 10 foot above, let's say you're 10 foot above sea level and your horizon is 10 miles. That's not what it is, but there's no huge difference in that if there was a sphere underneath or if it was horizontal. You're still making a horizontal line to the horizon. You're just saying there's a small sphere underneath it.
Check this out, Rakia. I'm sitting there going over it, and I'm like, dude, I should have thought of this sooner. Well, I actually did, but I never said nothing. But we can literally use the Haversign. Like, they literally hijack that possibly off of a plane. All we do is on a flat map, like an A map is my map of choice, and from wherever you're located is basically your central flat point. The way they take it to the center of a globe and then do their math from that spot at the center of the globe, they basically make a plane out of that, and then do the math to the arches of the ground supposedly above them, which is fucking ridiculous. But yeah, so our math goes to the celestial dome. So you literally use the Haversign on the AE map and map it out, man. It's the same math. And
if you can show me a navigational chart that isn't gridded to a certain, like each square is 10 miles or each square is 50 miles or each square is 100 miles, and there's no curvature in there ever, like all navigation charts, because you're dealing with a region, right? So you travel from region to region, so you take out a different chart. It just depends on how big they are, how big the squares are, but each square represents a square. There's no curvature in there. So a square in their eyes above a curve, like it's a fantasy spot, like it's just plotted down, but it's just not enough difference in angle change to make a difference in navigation. I mean, it's ingenious almost, but
yeah, it is.
The chart is just based on sight, right? It's just it's all based on how we see.
Yeah.
And apparent measurements, angle measurements to apparent positions above you, which make that a sphere, right? It's a dome, and it's a sphere in their model too, right? The atmosphere is a sphere above a sphere.
Yeah, but they can't use that surface. It doesn't work from the surface of a sphere. That's why they have to take it down to a central point. And I tell that to them all the time. Like, you're not cell naving, you're not doing any of your calculations from the surface of the sphere. You're bringing it down to a fucking point in the center of a plane. You're chopping the Earth in half. So these are arguments to be had, not to tell them that they can't make a fucking angle. That just doesn't sound right to me, man. Since we're talking about it, but
Well, and for them to say it's so accurate, it's actually not. It's accurate enough, right, to get you from point A to point B over distance, but it's not as accurate as other methods at all. Like, if you want to test that point, I'll give you a sextant and I'll take other navigational tools, and we'll have a race, and you will lose.
Yeah, right. Like Bacon was saying, he's sitting there and he got within 170 meters or something. I'm like, yeah, that's great on your model, bro. Yeah, if you did it and you plotted it out and it worked out great and you're real close to your point, but that's not proving the actual distance or really the angle, but mainly the distance. Like, who's double checking these distance over these oceans and shit? And I think, where the most contingents or the most the most complaining is in the southern hemisphere, and that's where the lack of stars is. There's none 70 or over. I think it cuts off at like 65. So you got 25 degrees of no celestial stars. If it was just a mathematical model, they could just look at a star and they wouldn't even have to really go plot it. They know exactly what it's doing from where it's at and the angle that they see it from the equator, but yet they still don't have any cell nav, any stars in the ephemeris. Like I said, for the whole damn, that's a big ass portion of Earth, man. You're talking like 20, 25 degrees.
Yeah. Just go out in the Gulf where it's basically contained by land on all sides almost, and just go out 100 miles and you'll know how big this area is. You feel like a little, bobber out there. It's ridiculous when you get into the southern hemisphere how big it is.
I almost got swallowed up by the Gulf. You probably heard that story a long time ago. I ain't gonna get into it now, but yeah, I didn't think the waves were big, dude, because the wind was every day for like a month, dude. There's just a slight little onshore breeze, and I'm thinking, well, the waves on the East Coast that I'm used to are always pushing toward the shore. So here, they're pushing out. It's just, offshore wind just blowing toward offshore, just real gentle. No waves, and all of a sudden, dude, a storm hits, and it just went from night to day, dude. I got 15-foot waves, like 12 in a 20-foot boat. I'm like, holy shit, dude! It's a Christmas miracle I made it to shore, bro. But I did. I'm still here talking. But the Gulf, man, yeah, you're nothing compared to them waters out there.
Yeah, ridiculous. I got caught in this boat. I got caught once. It's 53 foot, and we were taking waves over the helm, like it was nothing. Like we're not even going 10 knots, and waves are coming over the top, flashing over the helm, which is 20 something feet above the water, and then as you're going the opposite way over a wave, it's the wave was coming over the stern. Like, it was just horrifying.
Scary,
yeah, it's you never even think about it. You think about how big that boat is, right? When you're on it, right, it's huge, but when you're out there, it's nothing.
It ain't nothing, bro. And it's just pound in every wave, dude. Just bam, bam, bam. Dude, and the bigger the boat, the harder the pound.
Yeah, it's the only time I've been in, like, we got trapped in a storm and we broke, like TVs fell out of the wall, like broke stuff, just banging so hard, like people that never get sick got sick, it's just terrible thing.
Been there.
They made a boat that can't capsize. It's impossible for this boat to capsize. Something with the center of gravity and shit in the boat, and as long as you're like strapped in, like you could just do like whole barrel rolls and 360s and shit. Like, you just can't. It'll always go back to right side up.
Yeah, they make those rescue boats like that. Yeah, but humans can't take that.
Sorry.
Humans can take that for a while, but the boat might be able to withstand it. It's amazing. Those boats are amazing. The rescue boats are crazy.
Yeah, I've always wanted to ride in one of them, dude. It's like unsinkable. But dude, what would happen to me is I'd have froze, man. Like, I had life jacket and all that. It's only 20 foot deep too, like 20 up to like 24 miles. It finally started getting a little bit deeper, but we're about 26, 27 miles out, and it's just, I'm like, man, I'm about to die, and I'm literally freaking going to be like 2 foot from my head being above water. But really, I'd have froze. It was dead of winter, and the water was like 53 degrees. That's as cold as it ever gets, but that's enough to kill you for too long, you know?
Yeah, 20 something. We're about 50, 60 feet in my area. In most places, it just gradual drop off too.
Yeah, over in like Swanee and God's country over here, and like Cedar Key and all that. It's like a shelf, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, not a shelf, but like a plateau almost. It's just gradual. I'm assuming there's a drop off somewhere, but I never hit it.
Yeah, head towards the Mississippi River, Green Canyon, from 200 feet to 2,000 feet in less than like a quarter of a mile.
Dude,
Crazy.
fishing in that is like exercise. Dropping even if it's like a 8-ounce weight, dude. You're trying to reel that bitch up like 600 meters, dude. You better. And if you got a fish, dude, you catch 1 or 2 fish, you're done.
Yeah, once we get past 200-300 feet, depends on who we have. We use electric reels and we're fishing deep.
Electric reels, snow blowers. You guys are getting soft.
Soft.
Reel a pole like even 300 or 400 feet, dude. Just one after another. I don't care how long you've been fishing. You're gonna feel it. You could do 100, couple 100 feet all day, man. Be fine, never feel it. But once you get about 300, 500, and that even without a fish, dude. I'm telling you, man, just reeling. You need electric or something.
Posted soft for you in chat, Jeremy. That's when Sean G called me fat the other day. I was like, and we were talking about arm wrestling. So whenever you're ready, big boy, you'll see how fat I am. You mean PHAT or whatever the kids spell it.
Yeah, that's looking like a strong underarm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my arm. I'm not
Do you
fat.
play
I
the
promise
drums
you
for
that.
some chance? It looks like drummer arms.
No, I work construction all my life.
Yeah. That makes sense as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Sean G just got so upset he had to call me fat. I was like, which fat do you mean, sir? FAT
Bro,
or PAT?
your arms look like an interconnected series of chicken nuggets.
Yeah. I love nuggets.
His blood type is ragu.
My blood type is boiling at button 9. You get to that button, it's over with. I don't lose.
You said that was your wife's arm?
My wife's small, man. She's
My
strong,
wife's
though.
pretty smart, man. My wife's a
I
little firecracker.
have a picture of me and my daughter. Like, my daughter's standing in front of me, and I'm in back, and we're both, like, flexing when she was in training. And she was all that. My oldest son was a gymnast. He could do, like, 20-something pull-ups. Like, it was, like, crazy.
I
He
used to
still
warm up with
plays beach volleyball, but he's not as strong as he used to be.
doing concrete will keep you strong, dude. I don't work out anymore, but I used to warm up doing pull-ups, man. I'd do 20 of them, you know, but like behind the head, dude. I'm not like all the way down stop. I could probably do about 50. I could still do. I always did fingertip pull-ups, man. But dude, my body's starting to break. It's the older I get, man. I try not to think about it, man. It's depressing. But I still got it, you know, for a minute. You know, I can hold my own and whatever for a minute, I guess.
Like, I'm 53, but I've been through a lot. Like, I've worked every day, so I'm an old 53.
You're almost twice my age.
You got a lot of city miles on you.
Yeah.
My lower back's so fucked up.
Yeah, that's where my problem is.
No one's lower back is more fucked up than mine, bro. I got a metal rod, a plate, and 2 screws in there.
What the fuck? What happened, bro?
Car accident.
Damn.
Yeah, you got me beat on that. But I can't pick shit up. But I just get on one knee. But I just got to where I can't pick. I could almost pick shit up, but not
Bro,
quite.
that shooting nerve pain, though, gone. I just
Takes
get
your
other
breath away.
achy. What's up?
That shooting nerve pain takes your fucking breath away.
Oh, yeah, that shit's crippling, bro. I couldn't even... there was nothing you could do for it, either.
Yeah. You got to try and breathe real slow, man. In through your nose, out your mouth. Try and relax as much as you can. But, I mean, easier said than done.
Yo, on a side note, real quick, since we're not on anything. Dice Low, I checked the Exodus thing. They won't let you stake in New York, bro. There's my fucking $1 a day now.
That's so fucked up.
$1 a month.
Why can't you just use like a VPN or something?
Dude, I'm not going through that whole rigmarole.
I mean, from what I heard, it's not a big deal. You just do the VPN, and then when you're going to Exodus, you just change your location. It's pretty simple.
No, it's a whole big ordeal now.
Oh, is it? That sucks, bro.
It's tough, dude.
It's like you're in
just
Gaza
messed
and
up.
shit over there, bro.
How do they have the right to tell you what you can and can't do with your financial investments and shit? Like, that's ridiculous. You're not playing it. It's not like you're gambling against the house. Well, kinda, but it ain't the same principle.
It's because you got the mafia running New York, bro. They don't want your dollars in crypto.
They don't want me getting that $1 a month, I know. There's other places to get passive income. I get it right on Coinbase on Algorand. I don't know what that's worth now. I'm probably getting a penny a month off that shit now. I was up to 2 G's a month at one point, so just say what you want about my dollars and pennies. That shit adds up. All the drops fill the bucket.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's a lot, dude. Damn, with little small amounts. He's a busy son of a bitch building up that purse.
I had a nice amount worth. It takes a lot of money to get 2 G's a month. I bubbled in crypto at one point.
At the peak of the market, I think I was up to about $170,000+.
You should have cashed out. We could have got that gold mine fucking cave of death bumping.
I know, it sucks, bro. I watched it all crumble out from underneath, dude. Fucking horrible. Lesson learned, though, dude.
I cashed out a lot of mine. I'm not an idiot. That's the second time that happened to me. I remember when Bitcoin went to 20 grand? I cashed out a lot then too. It came down. I never bought more though. I didn't take that money and buy more crypto. But then it went up to like 60, and then I started cashing out more again. Like I was cashing out at 30, 40, 50.
So you did good then, right?
Yeah, no, I did. I still did good, but I don't have 2 G's a month taking anymore, which sucks.
You would make 2 grand a month just from crypto?
Yeah, it wasn't even trading. It was just passive income.
And that gave you 2 grand?
Yeah, from the passive income, yeah.
Yeah, that's sick. That's pretty sick, man.
I know. I quit my job. I had to go back to my job and reapply and shit. Fucking sucked.
Shit, man.
Yeah.
But
Talk
I hope
about
you
a
had a
big-
good time. I hope you had a good time, though.
Oh yeah, I took a whole year. I got a whole year off. That was
Yeah, that's
invaluable.
dope.
I got a
Nice.
toddler. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you are able to get a passive income, that's one step to free you out of the matrix, right?
Yeah, it's passive income, exactly. Dollars a
Mhm.
month. You gotta get your dollars a month up. People work their whole lives to get that passive income so
Yeah.
they can retire.
What kind of cereal are you eating right now, Jeremy?
I'm not eating cereal.
Sounds like Rice Krispies.
Bro, at one point, crypto was just crazy. When all those new chains kept coming out, like the Binance Smart Chain, all those smart chains came out, bro. We friggin' killed it, dude. Miggy, I don't know how he was pulling this out of his ass, but he was telling us to buy these cryptos. Like I think I bought like $100 worth of Shiba Inu at one point. I think I cashed out like 10, 15 grand worth of it. There was this one pig. He told me to buy Pigcoin once, PIG. They ended up cashing out like 4 grand worth of that. Like it was crazy. Those days are over.
Fuck was that, bro? You making crack over there? You able to watch the screen now, dude? I want to show you that video of that gangster preacher. I might have to do it on my next run here because I'll be at the job site in 5 minutes. So
Yeah, we'll do it later. I can't do it right now.
just saying, bro. You never heard a Bible lesson like this one. I think he even crip walks at one point. What the fuck you doing, bro?
Rolling cigarettes up. Bro, a pack of cigarettes cost me $2. You think I'm buying $10 packs of cigarettes at the store?
I don't know. It's like $13 over here, bro. I just bought a pack. Yeah, it's ridiculous, dude.
Oh yeah, they're like $15 a pack here or some shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. I pay 2. Me and my wife were spending like $450 a month on cigarettes. I'm like, yo, we can't. We got to stop smoking. And I was like, oh, I used to roll my own before. I was like, we could just roll them. It's cheap.
Yeah, I might have to start doing that. Get me
I got a straight up
machine though, bro.
Yeah, dude, I got a Powermatic. This thing's called a I think it's the Powermatic 3 or some shit. It's on Amazon. It's like $200.
Is it hard?
just
Is it
dump
hard to fuck with?
No, dude. You put the tobacco in, you put the tube on, and you just hit the button and it thing up. Like you ain't got to do nothing crazy.
So do you got to use like one tube per cigarette? So like you got to buy a whole bunch of tubes or something?
Yeah, you buy a bag of tobacco, a box of tubes, you dump a whole bunch of tobacco in the thing. It can handle about 10 cigarettes worth. You dump like 10 cigarettes worth of tobacco in the machine. You slide the tube on the little nozzle on the side and hit the button and it shoots out a cigarette. Fucking
But
easy.
how's the tobacco taste? Is it good?
It's not a Newport or a Marb or whatever, but it's not bad. Dude, for what's that?
The Bugle? You smoking Bugle?
No, it's called like Good Stuff or something. It's just a giant bag of tobacco. But the thing is though, bro, you're saving like $10 a pack. That's huge, dude.
Yeah, it's a big deal, bro.
Yeah, it's a lot, especially if you're smoking like a pack a day or something.
Yeah, I think between
You're
me
gonna save
and my wife,
$10. What's
we're
up?
smoking. I think between me and my wife, we're smoking like 2 to 2.5 packs a day.
Yeah, bro. You're talking about you could be saving like $500 a month.
That's crazy talk.
500 a month, bro. It does take a little bit of time. Like I think it takes depends on how hard I go, but I can usually start in like or something. But if you just take like one day out of the month or something, you could probably easily roll.
I gotta have like the good taste. You know what I mean? Like I'm pretty picky when it comes to that. Like your shit's gotta taste right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I told you, there was that one store over by my house, bro, and they had like all kinds of different blends and shit, dude. And I found the closest blend to my favorite cigarette, and it was like, dude, it was pretty spot on, dude.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Dude, a bag cost me $20. It's probably like $30 for the tubes and the bag, right? So $30. I'll get 2 cartons out of that. I get 2 cartons out of a bag. $30. What? What? 2 cartons for okay, I pay 30 for 2 cartons. You go to buy 2 cartons at the store, that shit's gonna be like $300 or something. I mean, it's like $15 a pack here. So it'd be like $250 or something. What's your wife? Your wife's a stay-at-home mom? Buy the machine, get her the tubes. Buy the machine, get her the tubes, have her rolling them up. Put her to work. Get your sweatshop going. You get a sewing machine and have her whip up some Nikes while you're at
Fucking classic, dude.
Seriously, bro, that's hundreds of dollars a month. You take $100 a month, put that away for the kid, they'll be able to retire by the time they're like 35, 40. Well, you take a newborn baby, you start putting $100 away for the kid and kind of S&P index fund or some shit. Dude, after like 30 years, bro, 35 years, when they're, when they're like in their 30s or early 40s, they'll be able to retire off of that shit. I should run through all my crypto though, because I'm still making passive income. I should see what I got taken in. I bet you I got like, and I should cash in it.
Am I having connection issues or is it just quiet?
No, it's just quiet. What up, bro? How are you doing?
Oh, what's up, buddy? How are you? I'm okay. You're still in Germany, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, at least now everyone's talking about Gaza instead of the other stuff. I don't know if Jeremy's listening or not. I'm gonna just say this, and I won't ever mention it again. When you were saying how like you could have the flat plane on a ball, you know how like they'll make it so like it's a curved surface and the lines jettison straight out into like space, and you said how that's acceptable. But then like
Nah,
you
bro,
do
that
know what
wasn't
the
me.
yes it
I
was
think that was
Jeremy when you were
Brian.
saying how you can understand.
That was Brian Leakey was saying that.
You said yeah, but I'm pretty sure that you said that you understand how they're getting the flat baseline even though the surface is still curved because it's minute. So essentially, what you are saying is you are getting that little line going off the curved surface.
That was
But
Rocky
I
that
mean, you
said
do.
that.
Oh, well, you agreed with it though. So I mean, by proxy, I guess you were saying it. I thought it was you that
I
said
didn't
it.
agree with that. I don't even know
Oh,
what
okay, but
he
anyway.
means when he says it.
Oh, oh, all right, but you know why that can't work, right? It ties right into another argument, the black swan argument. Like you cannot have straight lines to the horizon; everything's bent and curved at all times. That's why they don't have what they call the tangent. There's no tangents. Because that's what they claim. They're claiming a tangent off a curved surface, and that's how you get your flat horizontal plane, and that's not how it works. I mean, that's not how the celestial sphere works. I mean, the celestial plane.
Yeah, the thing is to get an elevation angle get your angle to make straight lines so you can get an angle. One of them is the horizon, the other one's the star, right? So
Bring
therefore,
the star down
if you
to the horizon, and then go from the horizon to your location. It's your location to the horizon.
my
It's
location
not
to
the
the
horizon
horizon
to the
doesn't
star.
my location to the horizon is that's one straight line. There's no
Exactly,
angle there.
which you can't have on a
There's
sphere.
no
That's the whole
angle.
point. Oh, hold on a second.
If I just make a straight line to the horizon, there's a straight line. Like it's pretty simple. If an elevation angle is an angle horizon, then all you need to get an elevation angle is horizon and a star, regardless of what Earth is doing. That's all you would need to get an elevation angle.
It's not. Yeah, I mean, yes, you do need the horizon most definitely. That's necessary. But you got to think of the point from your location to that horizon cannot have a curve in it.
It doesn't matter if it's curving or not curving. All you need to get the angle.
Okay, right. Now, listen. This is what I'm saying. How you're agreeing that you could have the curved surface and the straight line balancing on top of the curved surface. That doesn't work.
It would definitely work if you were just trying to get an elevation. All you need is horizon.
No, because by saying that, your elevation angle would be different because your baseline would be all fucked up and in different locations and stuff based off of refraction from a minute-to-minute basis. No.
If I have a horizon and a star, can I get an elevation angle?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, you can get an elevation angle if you have a horizon and a star, which means on a globe there would be a horizon and a star, right?
Are you saying from going to the horizon is flat? I mean, I don't think they really want to say that, do they?
If we were on a globe, would we have a horizon and a star?
Why would I have an answer to a silly question like that?
Because if we have a horizon and a star, then we can get an elevation angle. So I don't know why you're saying this wouldn't work on a globe, because on a globe you would have a horizon.
Because you cannot have a horizontal plane on a sphere.
Oh, what's that got to do with the elevation angle?
The horizontal plane's required for the elevation angle. The horizontal
what's
plane is
required?
your location to the horizon.
Bro, I thought we just went through this.
Huh?
What's required for an elevation angle is the horizon and
Which is your horizontal plane for your baseline of your angle. That makes a right triangle.
so if all we need is a horizon and a star, we can get an elevation angle, and there would be a horizon and a star on. So I don't understand what the
You would
problem
need a
is.
flat horizon for that. Because you need a flat horizon for that. There are no flat horizons on a sphere. I don't
Nope,
care
you
how
don't need a
scaled
flat.
down you do it. Yes, you do, because it's all based off the horizontal plane and the celestial plane, which are all flat, which are all based off angle measurements, which cannot be taken off a curved surface. Plus, you got to
Doesn't
think
matter.
look, Jeremy, if the horizon you're looking at is down, curving away from you, what's going to happen when you bring the GP down to that horizon? It's going to be curving up back towards you, and you can't have an angle that does that. That makes a 90-degree angle, which is exactly like that's what an elevation angle is. An elevation angle cannot have curves in it.
Okay, doesn't matter if the horizon's horizontal or if the horizon's curving. You're looking down to the horizon, and then you're making an angle between the horizon and the star. It's just 2 points. Doesn't matter what it's doing. If it's hiding something, it's irrelevant. There's 2 points, an angle. There's your elevation angle. Like that whole extra shit about you can't make an elevation angle without a flat baseline, and you're saying the baseline is the water. That doesn't even make sense, because we already agreed all you need horizon and the star. So like I don't get why they add on all that shit after.
Jeremy, that's where your ground position of the star you're making your elevation angle comes into play. That's why you bring the star down to the horizon with your sextant mirror. If you're looking at that's at 50 degrees, goes plumb straight down to the horizon.
Okay, so we agree you could get an elevation angle if all you need is a horizon. Do we agree on that?
Jeremy, baselines are required for elevation angles. All elevation angles have baselines.
If you're talking about the baseline being the bottom line of your angle, sure, but not. It doesn't. If you're talking about the baseline is the water, no, you don't need.
If the baseline was curving water, it wouldn't be an elevation angle.
I thought they were just using like a tangent. I thought that was the idea. Like he was.
You can't have a tangent because the Black Swan says tangents can't exist.
Well, I thought the tangent was an imaginary line out to a point on the horizon. I thought that was the point of it.
You're marking your physical location. You can't just have the horizon changing like that and bending.
Oh, this picture. This picture is dumb. It's really stupid. We can both agree on that, I'm sure. But what it does show you is that you would have an horizon on a ball. Can you see that picture?
Hold on, let me get to it. That zoomed in basketball? Yeah, that's not a flat. That's not a horizontal plane, though.
Yeah, listen. We both can agree that the picture's stupid, and they've used that for some sort of evidence. We can both agree that's stupid, but it does show that there would be a horizon, wouldn't they? And so you're just taking a point. It's an imaginary line. That's the way I see it, anyway. And I don't know much about celestial navigation, so I'm certainly not going to debate the topic. But it makes sense to me that they're just taking a point on the horizon. Doesn't that make sense? It makes sense to me.
If you're taking that point, that means you're going to be cutting through the Earth, because that baseline still has to be. It either has to be hovering above it or cutting through it, and that's not gonna work when. And plus, like I said, if you're bringing the star complete down to the horizon's curving from your location. From your location to the horizon is Earth curve anyway. So anything you try to bring back to it to finish off your angle, like I said, you're either gonna have to levitate above it and add more dip correction, or figure out how high you have. Like, it has to be flat. It has to be a horizontal plane. You can't have a horizontal plane on a sphere. Because that horizontal plane, everybody has to see it. So how is someone going to see the same horizontal plane you're looking at if they're on a different part of a sphere? Looking at stars. I'll be right back. I mean, horizontal can't be horizontal for everyone simultaneously on a ball.
I mean, like I say, I wish I knew more about it, to be honest, to talk about it. But it is confusing when they say things like non-Euclidean. Is that even a thing? Because I've been told that's not even real. It's just a thing to reify a ball. And I don't know. It seems to me like you go look at the you go and ask something, or I really need to do it myself to have experienced it, I think. But what do you think about that non-Euclidean geometry? Is that a thing?
Well, I mean, everything in celestial nav is Euclidean, though.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying
definitely a thing.
Definitely a thing, right?
Definitely a thing, because because if you're on a ball, you can't do Euclidean geometry. Like, you wouldn't be able to, for instance,
you're arguing that you can, Jeremy.
Lay the countries out.
God.
You, for instance, when it. Hold on a second. You go next.
You're arguing that you can't be able to.
Shut the fuck up.
Which is Euclidean.
All right.
All right, just relax. What's up, Platypus?
What's up, bro?
if we were on a sorry. Oh, if we were
Yeah,
on
if we were on a ball, we wouldn't be able to
a
get those
Euclidean,
angles.
dude, relax, bro. If we were on a Euclidean surface, we would, if we were doing spherical geometry, we wouldn't be able to lay the countries out in grid squares, 90-degree. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can only do that if you're doing Euclidean geometry. Did that all come through? Or was I cutting out?
No, I heard you.
So you're saying Euclidean geometry can't be done on a sphere?
On the surface, no. You couldn't map the surface out using Euclidean geometry.
How do you
talking
think they
like
map
a
the surface out?
It's almost like you're talking about the grid pattern of a soccer ball in comparison to like a checkerboard, right?
Exactly. Yeah, on a soccer ball, the squares, you couldn't tile the plane of a right. You couldn't tile the surface of a soccer ball if I just gave you checkerboard. It's not gonna
Right. Yeah, they're going to be oblong versus 90-degree perpendicular to one another.
just the squares won't work. Like, you can't, if I just handed you a whole bunch of squares. Am I coming through? Because did you guys hear all that? I gotta go back and listen.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're coming
You're fine.
through. I mean, you were a little choppy, but we got the gist. Like if you were to take a soccer ball, right? And you were to take a pair of scissors to it and cut it to try to lay it flat, that grid pattern is not going to look like a fucking checkerboard. Those pieces are not square. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. That's why it's a horizontal plane. So if the surface is curving, it won't work, but you can't have a tangent because everything's bent and refracted always. So they can't have it both ways. And then Jeremy said, mapping things out with Euclidean geometry won't work on a ball, but he just spent the last 30 minutes arguing with me how celestial nav works on a ball. And you map everything out through celestial navigation. So I don't get what his...
Well, what do you think's going on? What do you think is happening? In the
celestial navigation?
Nah, dude, where are you? Where the
All
fuck
right.
are you? I mean, it's like...
I don't know why I was clipping last time. It might be an earbud issue. But what I was trying to say is, yeah, you can't tile you can't map out the surface using squares. Squares won't work if you're doing spherical geometry. So we know we're not doing spherical geometry on Earth because we have multiple countries that are laid out in grid squares with 90-degree angles and straight lines. You can't do that.
Do squares require 90-degree angles and straight lines?
Yeah.
Yeah, so don't elevation angles. And right triangles.
Hold on, what was the first part you said? I missed it.
So don't elevation angles and right triangles, which is what you're measuring using sea level.
No, you're measuring it using an elevation angle, which requires the horizon and the star. It has nothing to do with the ground, anything that's going on underneath that at all in any way, shape, or form.
Jeremy, what is the horizon?
The place where the sky
You're in the
appears
middle
to
of
be
the
around.
ocean. Right. Why do you use a mariner sextant on the ocean? Because it's measuring from sea level. That's the baseline of all your angles. That's the baseline of your 90 for your zenith. That's the baseline for the 90 of the GP. That's the baseline for the 90 of the right triangle you just made getting your GP. You're over here saying how you can't measure flat and bend it because it won't fit, and you can't measure curved and straighten it because it won't fit. But you're over here saying celestial nav makes sense on a globe.
I didn't say that. I said you can definitely get an elevation angle No matter what the surface is doing, regardless of what the surface is doing, you can get an elevation angle.
Not if
'Cause all
your
you need for an
surface is the
elevation
flat
angle,
plane going to the horizon,
all you need for an elevation angle is the horizon and a star. We agreed. We
which is a
on
flat
a globe.
plane on sea level. It's a flat plane. That's why you have Mariner sextants. That's why you have bubble sextants.
Are you both arguing, even though you both think it's flat, or Vax, do you think it's a ball?
See
I'm
that?
just confused.
Oh no! See, that's the thing. I'm questioning about Jeremy. Is that like, are you a glower now? Like, because this is pretty simple stuff. I don't understand why it's so. I mean, right angles, triangles require flat surfaces. If you're measuring the surface of something, which is what you're doing with celestial navigation, you're measuring your surface relative to whatever you're looking at in the sky to find out where you are. Can't make these measurements on curved surfaces and then use triangulation and all that to find out your location.
You been hanging out at Oakley's or what?
No, but it's all true. Like dude, I just like completely like it finally dawned on me like 6 months ago about the whole crap of the sextant argument. And it's simple. It's the most simplest thing. And
Yeah,
not
you need
only that, you
a
can't have
flat
tangents.
baseline.
Right, exactly. And then they start
Well,
finding
here's
tangents.
the other thing. Here's the other thing. When they're doing that triangulation, those stars aren't in their actual position. It's refracted.
Exactly.
So there's another doozy.
And they're moving. And that's another thing that kind of I think gets like, because everything's measured flat, and you can sprinkle some shit on it and turn it into a ball, kind of. But at the same time, you got everything moving in what they call a celestial dome or celestial sphere, even though you're never using what they would consider the bottom half ever, or the top half. You're only ever using one. Which, yeah. Because what's the actual the scientific word for the baseline? It's called your horizon angle. They stopped calling it that, it seems like, after the 50s.
Yeah, it's funny that they lean on the dip angle too. Like that has anything to do with anything.
That's nothing more than adjusting for your height of eye off sea level.
I know. That's what I mean, bro. That's what I mean. It's like, but they'll act like that's a big deal. Like, you know, like
You can only say dip angle if you got a lip full of dip.
I do.
I know.
Fucking right. What up, man? It's good to see y'all, bro. Been a minute.
What's up, bro?
Hey, can I ask y'all how you check if your bubble sextant is accurate? What's the first step? If you look that up, what do you think the first step would be? I'll read it to you. Place the level on a flat surface. I don't know how that adds to the conversation. I just thought that was funny.
I'm always amazed that, like, if you watch any video on celestial navigation, there's gonna be it's like any video after 2015 anyway. Like they're like, yeah, you know, treat it like it's flat, and then they're like, but the Earth's not flat, and I'm not a flat earther, and you know. But then they get right back to it, and they're like, you know, so you got to go back to our trusty flat Earth model, and then they can do all the work.
That was actually the best sextant argument I've ever heard, Rocky. Say it again. What's it say?
To make sure that your bubble sextant is accurate, place it on a flat surface. That's the first step.
Now, if you came out with an argument saying bubble sextants only work if they're on a flat surface, now you got something. I hear you too, though, Issa. I feel what you said. You gotta treat it as if it's flat.
Like, the reason why you're not using a bubble sextant on a boat is because the boat bounces around. That's why you use a bubble sextant in an airplane. Plus, a lot of times you're getting cloud deck where you can't see an actual true horizon.
Yeah, you can't get the horizon, so you have to use a bubble sextant. You can use it on a boat too when you can't find them. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was trying to find like just pictures or videos, like a cockpit view in like the middle of the night with like no moon or whatever over the ocean. I imagine it's probably dark as shit.
Yeah.
But
They usually dead reckon, like, the good captains seem to have a sixth sense of dead reckoning, right? In their soul. Like, that's what a good captain. If you go look at all the captains that people trusted to take them over long voyages, or they got lost at sea or in bad storms, it's the captains that survived were the ones that had this just built-in dead reckoning, right? They could go for weeks without taking a sextant reading because they had a dead reckoning that they could go by that was built into them.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, once you get really skilled at something, it becomes it's like not even. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Real quick, also with the Mariner sextant, another thing that people never take into account is there'll be plenty of times you're out in the middle of the ocean and it's fog. Like you could see the stars and stuff, but you can't see the front of your boat. So what do you do then? You make an artificial horizon with water, you know, in a pan, and then you bring the star down to your artificial horizon that you just made with flat water. Like that's the whole point. Everything has to be level and horizontal. If it's not level and horizontal, it doesn't work.
Well, I just asked ChatGPT. I was asking it how to get an elevation angle if you stood on a mountain, and it says you choose a reference point, measure the horizontal distance, measure change in elevation, calculate the elevation angle. But at the bottom, little summary is quite interesting. It says this method assumes a flat Earth approximation and might not be highly accurate over long distances or in areas with significant terrain variations. That's kind of interesting.
So that's the flat Earth method for using a sextant. That's interesting.
A sextant wouldn't exist if the Earth was a globe. Man would never create it because it would be useless.
Yeah, the way we know that we're spinning is because we feel like we're so still. Same fucking shit.
Well, how else would you know? He said, "Come on, use your head, bro."
Right, it's so obvious once you just realize that you're wrong.
Because if you get really still, you see something above you moving, you know you're rotating.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not even so sure. Like the star trail, when you take video of that, what is it, time lapse? Would the time lapse even work if the time lapse camera was on a moving object? I thought time lapse is when you took motion, like time lapse of something that was moving. Not that the time lapse camera was on something that's moving. Does it work both ways? I'm not familiar. It works both ways, Jeremy.
I don't see why not. Like if you put a camera on a merry-go-round and just spun the merry-go-round super slow and did a time lapse, yeah, you just get like, and you had some lights or some shit in the distance, you just get trails from it. Yeah.
See, I thought it had to be perfectly still to do a time lapse, like what the camera was on. Like if you walk past this son of a bitch while you're doing it, it destroys it.
I mean, I've never done it or anything. I'd have to imagine like if you just had a merry-go-round with the camera on it pointing outwards and you just spun it super slow and there was no like wobble and shit to it, you'd get some nice trails if you got some lights off in the distance.
I don't think the camera would be able to like focus on any one particular thing. It would just be a fucking
blur.
Yeah.
Yep.
A blur of star trails. Yeah, that's what we see.
No, the whole screen would be a blur. Like it wouldn't. I don't think it would work, but I could be wrong. I haven't done it either.
I think it would work. I'm not a camera guy though, so I don't know.
Yeah, same here, dude. I'm just speculating.
How are we hauling ass and spinning and rotating and are very, very still? Like, how is that possible? Gravity?
Well, obviously, you flat earthers don't know. It's relativity. Of course.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is your area, Steve, but we're hauling ass, right? Like right now. In some different, what? Even if we're going in the same direction and rotating, we're still hauling ass through a what?
Hey, SC, did you ever watch any of the videos I posted the other day?
Which ones, bro?
Talking about how BP basically worked the deal with Rashi and Israel to go after the oil.
Yeah. That's amazing, bro. That that's amazing. Yeah, that changes everything.
Right?
Good find. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
So it's always about the fucking the dollar, right?
Yes, sir.
Or should I say the shekel? My bad. But yeah, anyway, sorry to throw it off, guys.
They're probably trying to get a shekel a month over there.
But yeah, my bad. Sorry to change the conversation. Star rotation, trails, relativity. Carry on.
Well, we know we're moving because we're stationary, obviously, because we can't feel it. So yeah, there it is, proof.
They do have us hauling ass though through free space. Like we have moved, according to these guys, in the past hour. We are all 1.5 million miles away from where we started an hour ago.
Yeah, think of it like this. In their fantasy, you've never been to the same place twice, ever in your life. Ever. Even your favorite tree, you've never been to the same spot twice.
The same space.
I'll debunk that right now. In about 20 minutes, I'm going to go to my favorite spot on the couch and watch football. I promise you. Same spot.
No, you're wrong, sir. It's moved.
Yeah, your couch ain't even in the same spot, bro. You can go to the couch, it'll be there, but the couch isn't in the same spot it was.
You know what's funny, bro? Is they'll be like, yeah, we know we're moving because you can see the stuff in the sky. It's like, what do they think would happen if the Earth wasn't moving? You know, like, do they think everything would just be sitting over top of us, not moving? Also,
with no horizon.
The answer to that would be, well, it would still be moving, but you wouldn't be able to see it because it's so slow.
well, no, it actually probably pretty fast, right? I mean, some of that stuff is further and further away from us, probably going pretty quick.
The moon set last night in a matter of 30 minutes. Like, it was crazy fast. It was way up in the sky, and then all of a sudden it was at the horizon. Boom. It was hauling ass.
That's really all they have left when they come on. Shout out to Stingray. He comes on, and the thing is the sun. All they talk about is the sun, the shadow. We can predict the sun. That's their only thing now. That's all they have.
Yeah, but the sun, everything about the sun works on a flat Earth, man.
It's all relative. Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell him before. Could it be that you substituted the curve of what you see up there and you curved what you think you're on? Could that be what's going on? No way, no. Yeah.
Stingray doesn't even get that far. He says, I can make all these predictions. And I think that's probably the funniest part too, bro. It's like, they're not doing anything, dude. They're not actually, they don't do anything. They're like, I can make a prediction. You didn't make anything, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like it was all made for you. And then it'll say like, can flat Earth do the same? How many times are you gonna come on the internet and say the same thing? Does that not get boring? You know, I get bored of like just saying that. Like if there's a group of people and I think they can't come up with something, and I'm like, because they're so wrong, they can't even come up with something. Why would I go talk to them about how they can't come up with something over and over?
Yeah, if there was a room called Pigs Could Fly and you go in every day, like, give me the mechanism by which pigs lets pigs give the ability to fly and they just can't come up with one. Like, how many times would you do that? A week? A year? 7 years?
Yeah, isn't that
Crazy.
the epitome of insanity? Like repeating something and expecting a different outcome. Like
They don't expect a different outcome, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like they're just, yeah, they're just here because like, they're just, you know, I don't want to be ugly.
Yeah, it's like what Stingray said earlier. He can make predictions, 50 years from now that has nothing to do with past events on what the sky's going to do. I'm like, yeah, because the sky does the same shit every fucking day to the year. Whatever the sky does on this day, one exact year from this moment, it'll be doing the exact same thing it's doing right now.
Yeah, so think about like how insane they are. Like if you step back, you're like, so the sky like just keeps doing the same thing forever. And there's this group of people that they noticed that and they came up with these crazy ideas of what's really causing it. And then they say, look, I can show you what the sky's going to do tomorrow with my belief, with my model. And they think that proves it. Bro, that's so dumb. I don't know. Like, if you just look at it from a meta, like, the group of people doing that, they're just retarded.
Say it again. If man could go to the moon, man would be on the moon right now. If man could measure curved water over local lakes, there would be men showing you the water curving on local lakes, like every lake. It's just how human nature is, man.
Oh, yeah, the Earth is so curved that we have to treat it like it's flat when we build things up to 100 square miles.
That's the killer. They have like a limit. They think like the Earth is a disco ball, and they say it with a straight face. Oh yeah, we use it up to 200 miles. What do you mean? You mean then your mythical ball starts curving up until 200 miles? Well, we got perfect flat, straight. What? Like it doesn't even make a shred of sense.
You're standing on a beach and you're a 6-foot man looking out over 4 miles. Until then. Like, this is weird, man. It's caught up to them. Like, it's taken a while, but it's caught up to them. It's over with. The contradictions that they have to say, they don't have a choice to contradict themselves.
somebody was talking about the other day. Somebody took infrared images off the coast of Point Dune and was able to see like mountaintops 143 miles away in Temecula or some shit. You guys seen those images?
No.
All right.
Say again.
Was it infrared?
Yeah.
Is it that Jay Tolan guy?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's the name that he mentioned.
Yeah, he's got good stuff.
143
I think he may be speaking
miles,
at the summit.
and that's quite some distance. 143 miles.
Well, this is the crazy part, right? So when you get down to like physical measurements and all that, it's like, oh yeah, the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat. You know, negate curvature or whatever. We have to treat the Earth like it's flat and stationary for everything. We get it. But when we look out really far, eventually we can't keep treating it like it's flat because it starts to look different or starts to go away. Like, oh, okay, so it must be a ball. So then sometimes we look out and we see really, really far and it still looks flat. And they have a whole story about how that's just an illusion. And they flip it around like it matches what they believe. It's so stupid. So if we go back to square one, it's like, okay, everything in real life, we're measuring everything, it has to be flat. But when we start looking really far, we can't just assume plain survey anymore. Well, good thing we don't just look hundreds of miles. Good thing we don't just like look over 10 miles and hope we build something the right way. Good thing that's not how we build things. And like, but when you look really, really far, it starts to change because the Earth's a ball. And then we look really far sometimes and we see it still looks flat. And they just have a made up story for that. I don't know. If you look at the whole thing sequentially, it's so retarded.
What would be like the angle of degree difference from 143 miles on a globe surface?
Two degrees in their fantasy, just about.
2 degrees at 143 miles? I thought it's like 1 arc minute per 60 nautical miles.
It's 1 degree, no? Per 60 nautical miles?
I mean, you know, degrees are way bigger than arc minutes and seconds.
Yeah.
I just sound isolated.
I mean, is that accurate? 2 degrees? At 143
Well, there's
miles?
60 seconds in a minute. There's 60 minutes in a degree.
Okay, so is that right?
I don't know. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't tell you the 143. What is the? I don't know.
I mean, let's just say 120. Like, make it easy. Would that be 2 degrees of difference?
Oh yeah, you're saying because roughly 140 would be roughly 2, yeah, with a degree per 16 miles. Yeah. I haven't seen the observation. Jay Tolan's normally in like a plane. Was he in a plane or something?
No, from what I heard, he was off the coast of Point Dune in California over here. I don't know like all the specifics, you know, his elevation and all this and that, but I mean, I'm assuming he's on the coast, so he's probably fairly down close to the shoreline. But I mean, that's quite some distance, though, man. 143 miles on a globe. I don't know. I mean, I mean, how many feet of surface should be in the way of making that observation, assuming that he's at sea level? What is it, like 8 inches squared per mile?
Per mile squared, yeah.
I mean, that's quite a bit of bulge there.
I think it's like 3.5 miles or something, man. You want me to look it up or calculate it?
Yeah, we all know it doesn't matter. We all know it doesn't matter if he saw it from 350 miles away, right? I mean, doesn't like as it pertains to what are they going to say about that? Like, I mean, we know that it doesn't actually matter.
They're going to say refraction, no matter what. So
that's right. And the person that desperately wants to believe in the globe is going to hear refraction and believe it because they want to believe it.
Yeah, but how
2.58 miles. 2.58 miles. Did you
2.5 miles of Earth surface and in between those two distances?
You said 143 miles? Is that
143 miles?
Oh, I thought you said 350. 143? Yeah. 350 was 15.
Y'all both said at the same time. What was it? One more time.
150 miles.
143. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just made the
Yeah,
point
yeah.
that if it
It's
actually
all
was 350, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
you're talking about.
I mean,
Go ahead, bro.
how is refraction gonna take an image and place it without having any like optical effect that's like distinguishable from being reality versus a projected image? Like, it should be pretty noticeable if that was the case. Like, I don't think refraction's gonna work like a perfect projector, if you will. You're still gonna have anomalies. You're still gonna have, you know, it's not gonna be a clairvoyant image being projected. So it's out the window, in my opinion.
For every 100 miles, it's 6,666 feet. So over a mile drop. I mean, it's ginormous.
What was it? What was the drop?
For every 100 miles, it's 6,666 feet. So you take 100 times 100 times 8 inches divided by 12.
So for every 100 miles, you got about a
Right.
mile plus
Yeah.
of
1.2.
deviation.
Yeah, that's the 1.2.
And it becomes exponential. I mean, it starts to go down more and more. But dude,
Yeah.
I don't think that people have even wrapped their mind around that. I've tried to tell people that when I was on the streets. I was telling people like, yo, this mountain is supposed to be over a mile underneath Earth curvature. It's like their mind blanks out.
That's
I'm like,
how
okay,
I
you know,
got
like when
my
you're
brother.
you're like on the interstate, right? And you're driving and you drive a mile, like you get to the next exit pretty quickly. But think about how far you actually drove, you know? You're going like 70 miles an hour. It took you a little bit to get to the next exit. Okay. Now take that and pop it up vertically. Dude, that's super high, bro. You're not. It's like people don't even wrap their mind around it.
Yeah, we talk like we fly to the coast all the time, right? So my brother's a pilot. He flies us. It's roughly, 150 miles, let's say. And I'm like, in this 150 miles, the drop is 1 mile. So we're about a mile and a half up, usually 8,000 feet, something like that.
It's
9,000
pretty
feet.
hard to gauge it though, like that.
Yeah.
Like if you're on a cliffside and you've got 1,000-foot drop off that cliff, it's pretty spooky, right? Like, you're gonna see where you're at versus the ground, but that's only a fifth of a mile. I don't know if any one of you have ever been on up in the mountains and been on a cliff edge, but 1,000-foot drop off, dude, it's pretty gnarly, dude. Pretty freaking gnarly.
It's like I'm like they don't actually soak that in though. Is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, like if you actually think about that, like I'm on the interstate right now. Like if if you take the last mile I just drove and then you pop that segment out of the interstate and flipped it up vertical, and then think about that's how much Earth should be blocking something. It's insane. That's insane. And now you're talking about giant mountains and like the light from these mountains all being lifted up. I mean, it's like very big proportions. People undermine it, in this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
They just
You
act
have to
like they just
relate
pull
it.
out the mat.
Relate it to something they know about. Water is something that most people would know about, but find out what they know about if they're a pilot or a captain, whatever, and then relate it to that. Put it in just relative terms. It's craziness. Like, they've never thought about it, right? So when you put it in simple to understand, look, we flew 150 miles and we had to go over that drop from that tangent would be a mile. I mean, think about how long it took us to climb up a mile and go down and descend a mile. Well, that's just add another mile to that. Like, it's nuts. Like, a mile is a long way. Like, what's it saying? You standing up vertically or, just weird. It's a mind screw, right? Like, I get it. It took me a while to kind of grasp it. Once you do, you can kind of But I think water is the key. Everybody can relate to water.
Simplify it. Put it in simple terms. The simpler, the better. Yeah, because they go with their refraction, and I call these magic words, right? Just break it down to simple everyday terms, like you said: water, plumb bob, spirit level. Everybody understands these things. Yep.
Swimming pools.
Yeah. Yep. Movie stars.
How many of those horizontal swimming pools would it take to make up a sphere? I mean, if you
Yeah.
agree that water in that pool is horizontal, which almost I would say 99% of the people would, and you could actually go measure it, put a bunch of those together and make a sphere. Good luck.
Yep. I used to do that. I used to start with a glass of water, then a bucket, then a bathtub, then a swimming pool, then a lake. Yep. You just scale it up. Always the same. Water does never change. Unless there's a hill there, then it's gonna flow down the hill, of course.
Or up the hill. I mean, you know,
Shout
Xander's
out.
whole thing.
Yeah. Unless you're where I'm at, St. Lawrence River, the water flows uphill.
Post a picture of this fucking guy's truck, dude. Holy shit, this thing's ridiculous.
What do you guys think about like specular reflections?
The clear reflections made on like a still, you get a calm lake, and then you get that perfect mirror reflection. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, why does it have to be calm to get the perfect reflection? Like that kind of answers the whole point, right? I mean, like it's like when it's really really calm, you get the reflection. Why? Why don't you get the perfect reflection when it's not calm?
Because it's not a mirror. It's not a flat mirror at that point.
Exactly.
It's reflecting, right, or mirroring the image. So when it's got waves, or if it was not flat, not horizontal, then it wouldn't reflect it perfectly like that.
Yeah, it's called diffused reflection too. Like it's very obvious that the water is flat.
Yeah, each ripple in the water is going to reflect that light coming in at whatever angle it is, at whatever direction it's going to hit that wave. The information is not getting to the viewer in the same way. That's why when you change your angle, or the light source changes angle, your image changes.
Nice though, bro. Chill out. Nice though.
Am I hot micing?
Yes.
Oh,
sorry.
I'll make a flatter prediction. That nice guy in the chat, what's his name? He treats people pretty fairly. If Fell YouTube Cammy, whatever that used to, he just changed his name, but I'll predict in less than 4 months he'll be calling people dumb and stupid. That's been the MO of most people that come in. Like, seems like a character, right? Kind of like Jesse. What was that guy's name? Jesse. Still comes a little bit. Super nice when he came in, and then went to a stage, got aggravated or whatever, flipped the script, calling people like, names and stuff, and then has chilled out again. It's weird. Seen it for years and years and years.
So I was talking. I had I had Steven Dragon on my show last night, and he's talking about he knows some really wealthy people, and that flat Earth is like their guilty pleasure. And he knows many like wealthy people, or flat Earth is like their guilty pleasure. And I also know people like that. I find it very interesting. It's like
Yo, what's it? Help me fucking make my album then. I want a bunch of fucking wealthy flat earthers to fucking have a studio where we can go and make a fucking album, dude.
Bro, there was a guy in here last night. He was dropping bars, bro. Flat Earth bars. That shit was fire, dude.
I mean, there's a lot of
Bro,
folks.
he almost got the
Hey, there's a lot of
server-
folks. I'm just saying.
got the server nuked, bro. We had to put a stop to it. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Talking about that dude that was on camera.
Yeah, bro. He ended up dropping this little crap, bro. Shit was awesome.
I thought he was Pete Dunne or something. Like that dude could talk, man. Holy schmoly.
I know. I was just listening in the background, and all of a sudden I heard him start. Yo, Mike, did you guys hear any of that?
Just a few, the first 2 words, 3 words.
Come on, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're definitely clipping now. So you know if there's ever a nuclear attack, you know where to head. Head to your nearest school. Seems like the only solid buildings.
No,
You
I'm
just need
home right
you
now.
just
This
need
is
some
the earbud.
crystals.
This
You
is
just
the
need special
earbud.
crystals.
I'm home right now. This is the earbud issue.
Oh shit. Why would you wear earbuds at home, man? Why would you do that?
Jeremy
Well,
thinks he's
moving
cool.
around busy. I'm like moving around busy and shit, bro. I ain't just saying.
yeah, same. I wear headphones at the house. What are you talking about? Every time I'm on here now, I'm doing something.
Yeah, but yours work, number one. But also think of your health, right? I mean, why do you have those things on your head all the time, man? Think about it.
Yeah, I've thought about that. I've just decided to take the bullet on that one, bro. I mean, you're right. You're right.
I've had a Bluetooth earbud in my ear for 24 hours a day for the 4 years. 4 years straight.
Look, I use them too, right? If I'm out training or whatever, right? I'll use them so people can't hear what I'm listening to. But I'll do that at a minimum. When I'm home or somewhere, even in the car, I'll put it on speaker, you know? Why would you? I mean, think about it.
You ashamed of us, man? You don't want nobody hearing us? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I guess that is a point. Like, I'm in the car right now, and I just naturally have the AirPod in. But yeah, I mean, because like if someone calls me, it's just very easy transition and blah blah blah. Whatever.
Get used to them, right? But think about it. Like, there's radiation next to your brain. So I'm just saying, I don't want to be that guy, right? Yeah.
But isn't there always kind of though, like so?
Except that we.
You're roboting, guys. I don't know. I will say though, it's so beautiful here, bro. Where I'm driving right now is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Like there's water on both sides of this bridge here, and it's just so obviously flat, bro. See if I can take a picture.
Okay, from now until the end of freaking winter, you guys are not to post any pictures if you're down south.
So picture day it is. Got it. No problem.
Yeah, we're jealous.
Are you guys talking about RF frequencies and Bluetooth headphones and stuff? Is that?
No, that's what SE was talking about.
I mean, there's something to that. The only time I wear
Yeah,
Bluetooth is when I'm on a lawnmower. And even then, I don't necessarily want to do it, but it's the easiest way to not have a wire get in the way of me doing lawn work.
Tell them, bro. Tell them. They think it's a normal thing.
I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of radiation and waves, smaller frequency waves around us all the time, way more than there was back, certainly when I was growing up when we didn't have Wi-Fi or anything like that. But to walk around with Bluetooth in your ear all day, it is probably not necessarily a good thing. Just saying. You're putting that transmitter right next to your brain, like the transmitter receiver right next to your brain, like as he was saying. And I know I was even thinking about it the other day because I was listening to Discord when I went into a gas station and I had headphones in. And I'm thinking, man, people are probably looking at me like I'm a boomer because I have wires coming out of my headphones. But I don't care. At least I know I'm not putting Bluetooth through my skull.
Couldn't agree with you
Yeah.
more. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Yeah. And now some phones, right? Most phones now they don't come. They don't even have a jack anymore. So you're forced to, even if you want to, because listening with wired is it's good, right? But of course, you have a wire going from your phone to your ear.
Oh, that's a good point, man. Because I'm up for a upgrade on my work phone, and I was looking at the iPhone 15s, and they changed the port in those, I think. So I'm gonna have to look in and see if there's even like a wired headphone option. If there's not, then I don't know if I'll even get one.
Well, they make adapters, right? So it's USB-C, so you can buy like an adapter for the headphones.
You can? Okay.
I mean, I think they actually make them maybe, but I will say it is pretty interesting that, well, we know why it's being phased out. I don't think it's some like evil plan. I think that money just dictates the market. So if I can put my phone down and I can walk all over my house and talk to you guys or listen to you guys, or if I'm on the phone and I can just walk inside, outside, to the garage, all around the house, like I can go into the store with my phone in the car. It's obviously very convenient. So, the market has just kind of consistently demanded convenience.
Plus, they're trying to make
Yep.
the phone as waterproof as possible, and every hole you have in the phone is just another area where potentially not be waterproof. Maybe I think that's a thing.
Yeah, true. But here's the thing, though. Like they get you with the like AirPods or whatever they call them, because it's like Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, just like everything else. There's newer and better every single year as it comes out. So you want the newer and the better. Plus, you think it's convenient, but then it's also a hassle, bro. Like when the battery goes out on them, you're like, crap. Now I have to charge. It's another thing to think about charging. It's another thing that wastes energy to charge. Just all that kind of stuff. They're super easy to lose. The wired ones, it's like I have wired iPhone or Apple headphones that are like 10 years old that still work. You plug them in, there's no problem.
Yeah. I mean, I hear you guys. I've thought about all this. I mean, yeah. Obviously, you just use one at a time. You put it in the case as you switch them out, so it's always charging.
Bro, it'll last all day. Yeah, if you got the AirPods and you charge them at night, you're good all day as long. You'll be able to rock it nonstop.
Yeah. And now you just sit them down on something and they just charge. You don't even have to plug them in anywhere. But I think they may still make. I saw now like the previous generation iPhones they made like the corded ones. They're just like made in such a way that instead of the aux cord, it's actually like the iPhone charger port. And then the recent iPhone just switched to the USB C. And I'm sure they probably make. I mean, whether or not Apple themselves make one is a question. I don't know, but they definitely exist. Like guaranteed, you can go to freaking Amazon and find them. But they also Apple themselves make like an adapter that'll plug, and so do other brands. Obviously, you just plug the adapter into your phone. It's just a little bitty piece that has an aux input.
Yo, the jump off with it is the battery case, bro. I got 4 battery cases for my phone. House. You get a battery case. My phone hasn't been connected to a charge.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous.
In like in years. It's not ridiculous.
She said it was ridiculous. Is that funny? It is ridiculous if you have that many of them.
I'm just saying, I got one everywhere. That way, when my battery case is on, it slides in and out real quick. It's mad. Like I've never.
You guys know if you're working around the house, right? Let's say you're in the garage and you have your phone, like you could be like 20, 30 feet away and still hear it, right? You guys are aware of this?
Yeah. There is also something else to be said about not just making everyone else listen to what you are.
Yeah, okay.
And I love you guys, but I don't know what you guys are gonna be saying, man. I can't pull my phone on Discord speaker mode and just walk around in public, bro. There's no telling who's gonna jump in and start talking next.
No,
I'm just gonna walk into a gas station, Pete, just going 0 to 100, bro. You know what I'm supposed to do?
Yeah, well, look, I have it a Bluetooth in my car, right? So I hear it's on my speakers. I can put it as loud as I want, But yeah, if you're out walking in public, that's a different story. But I did say in your garage, if you're at home, at least at home and in your car, you could eliminate that, right? Just saying. Look, it's only for your own health. I mean, it's a health issue.
No, I get it. Yeah. I've tried to limit. I used to keep the headphones in my ear all the time. Sometimes I still forget that they're there, though. I'm not gonna lie. I just forget that they're there. It's pretty bad. I'll be the first to admit. I'm not making excuses for it. I'm openly admitting that it's just a pretty easy way out that maybe not ideal. But what happens is if you start having I've had AirPods for years now, so you just kind of forget that one of them's in your ear. I always only wear one because the other one's in the case, right? So if it does a little ding sound and you got 10% left, then you just swap them out. And I just sit there and I forget about them. And that's definitely not good, I would imagine, just leaving them in there. So I've tried to transition away from that where I don't really wear them as much now. I only wear them usually when I'm using them. But
yeah, that's the way to go. Minimize it. There's obvious times. I use them too. The other day, I was out. I was training somebody. I had it on for a few hours because I was in an area where, I couldn't have everybody listening to what I was listening to, right? So yeah. But I just do it as the minimum, the least I can. Only when there's other people around, and obviously you don't want them to hear what you're listening to. That's the only time.
well, there's a bunch of it too, right? So say let's say if I'm in the Jeep and I'm I have you on speaker, it's gonna be super loud when I talk, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway. It does give you pretty good quality. I know I don't sound incredible right now, but I know I can just talk at normal volume and you're gonna hear me.
Well, look, maybe you can ship your earpods to Jeremy, and we'll do a crowdfunding and get you another pair.
Well, yo, Jeremy, you got some AirPod Pros, man? Just some pros, man.
Bro, I just bought another set of. I know I buy the old bit, and I just bought another brand new set. Mom, I have 3. Can you guys even hear me? My mic's not.
Yeah, you're breaking up though.
Uh,
Why don't you just get the pros, man?
bro, every set I have does. The other AirPods do it. Like, what you think ain't gonna do?
No, I don't think the pros. I think if you have a newer iPhone and the pros, you're not gonna have a problem. And if you do, then you're doing something else wrong. I can't. I have a complete opposite experience.
Yeah, if Discord had like an award for the worst connection possible, I think Jeremy would definitely win that.
Dude,
Oh,
no
yeah.
doubt, bro.
Hands down.
I think it's something with the echo noise cancellation. I don't know if my settings. Yo, take a screenshot of all your settings, and then send it to me with. That way I can see if I got all my.
Okay, I'm pretty sure they're just defaulted.
What
But okay.
what iPhone do you have, Jeremy?
Like 14 or something. It's like one of the newer.
Oh, then it's definitely something you're doing, man.
For sure.
I was gonna say
Like
I've
when I
got
get
like
the
4 iPhones laying around that I'll just send you one if it's a later edition, but if you got a 14, then you should be fine.
I know, you would think.
It's
So I've been
like
using cell
Jeremy just
phone.
lives. Jeremy's just a Discord Eeyore. He just lives under this looming cloud of bad connection. It follows him everywhere.
I know, between the connection and the ear pods.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not even the connection; it's the fade in, fade out aspect of it that's just horrible. Like the delay. I don't know. I don't know what you
Bro,
do.
the delay and the fade in and fade out, it's just torture, man.
Dude, do you know
Help this
how
man
annoying
out.
that is for
I've
me?
offered to, dude, Jeremy, I've offered to help people get you new stuff. I'm like, tell me what you need. You're like, no, I have everything. It's an unsolvable problem.
It's a fucking Scooby-Doo mystery, bro. I'm telling you.
Let me take a picture of my settings right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it sounds like
all your audio settings. Send me all your audio settings. Like, what am I doing wrong?
I was just going to say, all we need is a chip in the brain. I think Jeremy will be first in line, won't you, Jeremy?
Hold on, what's it? You know how you can scroll down on the top right the iPhone and it has like mic mode, standard, video effects.
I guess.
Do you have it on standard, voice isolation? Oh, it says wide spectrum isn't even available. So do you have it on standard or voice isolation?
My brother, I have it on whatever everything comes as. Dude, that goes for Discord as well. Here, I'll drop the screenshot.
Yeah, nobody touches those things, man. The thing just pairs up and it works, bro. That's it. You have a choice. That device, you hit that device when you're in the car, and that device when you're in your ear thing, and that's it, bro.
Dude, I've been nuked on here like 3 times, and I just come back no problem every time, Jeremy. There's the screenshots, though.
Oh, you're on push to talk? You hold the button down every time you talk?
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah.
Of course, bro.
What the fuck, dude? Who's got time to do that?
The person
Dude,
that doesn't want to have to press mute every time.
Yeah, that's what I do. I unmute and then mute physically with my finger on my phone every time.
That is so ridiculous, dude.
That's
You're
what
like
I
the
do, bro.
Flintstones.
That's the best.
I also do this just to be ridiculous as well.
It's objectively not the best, right? Like I'm sitting here talking, my thumb's holding the button. As soon as I'm done, I'm done. I just let go of the button. It's way more convenient.
That's not convenient. What are you on about? You got to stand there holding the button. How's that more
Well,
convenient?
maybe you shouldn't talk for an hour. If everyone would just keep their point concise, then push to talk would work great. Maybe we should actually make it a rule you have to use push to talk now that I think about it.
That's the problem.
What button are you pushing though? Is it actually like just on your phone?
Yeah. I'll take a picture.
Yeah, it's
Dude, I
literally
tried
says
to use.
So how is that any better than me just pushing the unmute button, talking, not having to worry about whether or not I'm holding it down or anything like that, going through whatever, and then when I'm done, I just push it again.
Because again, if you can keep your point concise, it doesn't matter. So like as I'm driving, I know exactly where that push to talk button is. It's like muscle memory at this point. I don't have to look at anything. Right? I'm just holding the phone in the same position I always hold the phone, and I just press the button, talk for a second, let go.
It's getting to be posers and slides.
Couldn't push to talk be Jeremy's problem
Jeremy won't do push to talk. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's Eeyore. You know how Eeyore? You tell Eeyore like, look, Eeyore complains about a problem, and you're like, Eeyore, look, here's the solution to your problem, bro. It's really not that big of a deal. And then Eeyore's like, no, that won't work. It is a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but bro, when I'm at work though, like I can't be holding down push to. I'm like mopping and cleaning toilets. Like I just can't be
And
having.
that's why we get you hot micing so much.
That is why I hot mic so much, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna budge on this one. People have been trying to check me about push to talk for a minute. I'm like, bro, have you guys even actually tried it for a day? Try it for a day.
Yeah, I have. It's horrible, bro. I think in that politics server or whatever, like you initially had to use. There was some server that I went into and you had to use push to talk, and it was fucking brutal, man. Like horrible.
Yeah, you know what the problem is for me with
add
push to
version
talk?
change.
The problem for me with push to talk was I'd be pressing the button down, but it would just release it, even though I had my finger on the button still, it would just release it. You know,
What are you
my mic-
using
that is a
right now,
problem.
Jeremy?
Flipping.
Yeah, what are you using right now? Because it's not working.
I know, very funny.
Well said. Whatever it is, don't use that.
The only downside
either
to push
way.
to talk is sometimes your finger will slip off of it, like he's saying. Like you'll slip off and you'll think you're still talking, and it'll come back like full blue, and you won't be holding the button down because your finger like barely moved off of it. But you get used to just holding your finger still.
If you do that while you're driving, Austin. So you're driving along,
Yeah,
and
bro.
you got your finger on the phone. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, dude, I can drive with my knee, bro. If we're just gonna
I'm
lay
sure
all
you
the
can.
cards out on the table now,
Yeah.
okay. Like I've been doing that since I was
Austin,
18, bro.
You can drive with your feet. That doesn't make it right.
Yeah.
No, I can drive better with my knee than most people in this room can drive with both hands. I'm not joking. I would normally not say this. I'm not suggesting people do it. I'm just saying, like right now, without even thinking, I'm in traffic. I'm driving with my knee. It's not that serious.
Yeah, I used to drive a manual transmission back in the day, and I could drive with my knee, shift, and still roll a joint all at the same time.
Yeah, man, driving is like, bro, the fact that we have to give people tests for it is so sad. The fact that some people can't actually go physically get in their car and pass the test is wild. It's the easiest thing ever.
It's the only test that Asians aren't good at.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, even if I'm driving, what are you saying? I should 10 and 12, bro? Or are you the feds? Are you saying I should 10 and 12 so I can't be on Discord?
Wait a minute, you were just talking about all the rules. A minute ago, you were saying rules this, rules that. We need rules to push to talk. I want to talk this server. You were on the rules, boyo.
Yeah, I'm saying we need to put a rule in here so Jeremy can actually be heard for once.
What he's saying is if you can't stay in a lane, then maybe you need the 10 and 12. But some people don't have that issue.
Yeah. Yeah, driving is a thing where I think that the problem is like actually just remembering that you're driving. It's so easy.
Dude, I could drive around with. It's so easy. I could drive around with one eye closed.
Yeah, but he can't use push to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a bigger issue than just push to talk with Jeremy.
No, I was just picking on
No,
him.
it's something metaphysical.
Yeah. You gotta be an idiot to use push to talk. I was just picking on Jeremy.
Because
Sorry.
like everybody knows that he fades in and fades out, and he comes in super late. So it's like you can be 6 words into a sentence, and then he'll start his sentence. At least that's what it sounds like to everybody else. But then he thinks he started before you, so he's like, all right, go ahead then. It's like,
Yeah, I know. He gets like triggered.
Yeah. No one else is like that either. It's just Jeremy. Like, we have a lot of people on here, and Jeremy's like the only one I've really heard that over the years. Yeah.
Yeah, this is some bullshit.
I think he's doing it on purpose myself.
I do too. I think you're the feds.
It's some bullshit.
Oh, but is it a delay on the wiretap? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, bro. He's putting here specifically to sabotage the quality, dude.
Yeah. That makes sense, actually.
Yeah, like, who's gonna sit here and listen to this with Jeremy like 17 seconds behind every time?
Jesus.
Either that or he's on Mars. He could be on Mars.
Hit me with a moonbeam.
I must be a minority though. I realize I'm a minority because everyone in every Discord, like they stay on mute, right? And when I'm not talking, I'm always unmuted because I just use push to talk. So I mean, that kind of shows that like pretty much everyone. Now sometimes I'll mute to make it obvious, like, look, I'm not talking right now. Like, don't talk to me. You know, I think people have kind of put that together. Like, if I'm muted, then I'm like not talking. But pretty much everyone else stays on mute. So I'm guessing that push to talk is actually a minority, huh? You guys all don't use it, is what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's horrible, bro.
I know. Pressing that button, mute and unmute. Yeah, you made more.
Oh man, I use it on my PC and everything. Like I just use the I don't remember the shift or control or something. I'm not muting and unmuting, bro. I have stuff to do, man.
We all have stuff to do, but here's the thing, like I very rarely have headphones in when I'm on Discord. So like I just pull my phone out, push the button, talk, then remute it again, and then do whatever.
Dude, it just sounded like I went back to the 80s, bro. Like, okay, what else you got for
What do
me?
you mean went back to the 80s? Bro, you weren't even born in the 80s. Come on, went back.
Yeah, it's crazy,
Fact.
bro. It's like
back.
Napalm, you can get one of those for the iPhone for your headphones. You can just get one of those at a Radio Shack.
Born in the 80s or earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah. But it's so funny because I will leave myself unmuted sometimes when a conversation is going on if I'm like actively in the conversation. And my wife is so like I'm on Discord enough to where she's so trained that when she walks into my office, like she'll stand there and pause if there's anything coming out of my phone before she says anything because she doesn't want to like talk while I'm unmuted. Because there's so many times that she'll walk into my
actually brilliant.
So she'll walk into my office. If there's any noise coming out of my phone, she'll just look at me, and if I don't like hold my finger up with like a 1 sign, like hold on a second, she knows. Like if I look at her, I'm like, what? I'm not muted, or whatever. I'm muted. She'll then start to talk. So I have my wife on push to talk, basically.
No, yeah, that's fire. Yeah, but like I mean that is a thing anyway with me streaming or Discord. Discord does kind of keep the woman in line, bro. Let's be the woman doesn't want to be heard. And I will say if she does want to be heard, it's on purpose. She wants to slide something in, you know, to put you on blast or something, right? I mean, anyway.
She would never do that no matter what. Like she would I think she's opened her mouth twice on Discord, and I think the first time was just to say hi to you, like a long time ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that's it. She will not talk on Discord.
Yo, dude, we need to start a campaign, bro. Get the wife on push to talk. That's fire. Yo, this is the best ad for Discord ever, bro.
So,
You can have your
so
wife
here's
on
the
push
thing.
to talk.
You're talking about me being like, bro, you're like, so you're making me go back to the 80s, but then you want to put your wife on push to talk, which is like, all right, cool. So then we go back to the 50s. Sounds good to me.
Y'all pushing
I'm on
buttons,
board
all
with
right.
that.
Yo, if you're ever getting your wife mad, and she's like, "You're pressing all my buttons," tell her, "Yeah, obviously not all of them fucking button."
Yo, let's go. Let's go like way before the 50s, bro. I mean, they're still voting at that time.
Yeah, true. And that's
Instead
a
of
good point.
PS,
Like, you're pushing my buttons. It's like, well, all of them except the mute. Can you tell me where that one's at so I can push that one, please?
instead of PSD is PTT, push to talk. You're gonna be divorced soon. You start pushing those buttons.
Yeah, what I will say, man, is like women shouldn't vote, bro. Can we just all accept that as like, can we move towards that being socially acceptable to say? It's just a fact. Like, we're moving towards this weird paradigm where like facts are not okay to say now. Like, no, you're a dude. Like, no, you're canceled. Can we just all agree? Like, women shouldn't be voting. Do we really have to break down all the logical parameters and facts about that, or can we just kind of all agree, like, oh, that's socially acceptable now?
Well, of course they're not going to agree if you start breaking it down logically and with facts. That's the reason they're allowed to vote, is because they vote with their emotions, so that they know that they can campaign solely based off of emotions. And 50% of the people that are going to vote are voting strictly based on their emotions and not logic.
Yeah, man. Like, every time I've ever seen a
Men are
female
doing
like
that
get
now.
offended, dude. Yeah, exactly. When I see a female get offended about, so if you say women shouldn't vote, like they all get offended, right? But then, like 10 seconds into the conversation, they realize that they're just wrong. Like they never actually debate the logic of it. They're just like, oh, you're making some good points there. Yeah,
Dude,
maybe we shouldn't.
I remember when I was in college, it was an election year, and we were sitting around, and one of the girls from the girls soccer team was like, so I voted today. And I was like, yeah, how did that go? And she's like, well, do you ever walk into a test where you haven't studied at all and you just like put down answers? She's like, I felt like that's what I did, because I don't know. I just voted for people and I have no clue what's going on. I'm like, well, good thing you're voting. Awesome.
Yeah. And like, honestly, everyone knows, like, I think the voting thing is all BS, but like, bro, just the principle of the women making the decision of the society is terrible decision, bro. That is a terrible. Who made that decision? A woman? And you know the most ironic part is, the men made the decision. The men had to vote so that the women could vote. If you go back and you read like some of the women's suffrages letters and stuff, it's some of the most base stuff you'll ever read, dude. They're like, this is going to destroy the family, and this is going to make the woman like, this is actually going to support their irrational and emotional behavior. Women are not supposed to be given unlimited power because they will just abuse it. Like, dude, it's the most base stuff ever. The women's suffrage, like the people that like spoke out against women voting, the women that did it. You guys ever looked at that stuff? It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's all anti-feminism. Like, true feminism wouldn't allow women to vote. What do you think about
Women's Lib has destroyed women.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you seen that woman on? She's on the quick videos on YouTube on the shorts. She's ginger lass.
Yeah,
Somewhat
Pearl.
unique. Yeah, she's really good. She's like proper anti-feminist, and she's like, she ran the show, and they were talking about the 19th Amendment, and they were asking her what so they should disallow women to vote. And she was like, well, first of all, I don't think everybody gets the right to vote, regardless of the gender. But yes, women should definitely not be voting because they're too emotional. And all the rest of women on panel were like, what the fuck? She was making
Yeah, but
some
then they
good
all got
points.
smoked. Like, if they try to debate it at all, they all get smoked. But the women are so used to, like, I just lay it out. Like, women are so used to the easy road in life. They just like, like kind of thing where if their point is just objectively wrong, they can just laugh it off. It's just a joke. It's just I'm cute. It doesn't matter. So like all of their positions, I mean, I don't care if I'm offending people. All of their positions aren't logical. Like it's not just that they occasionally can't make logical decisions. It's that practically all of their decisions are not founded in logic. They're founded in something else. And if and Napalm made a joke about this, but like it's actually true, right? If a woman has like a very sound logical argument, she got it from a dude. She got it from a man. I hate to have to lay it out so bluntly, but it just is what it is. Like every time I've seen the videos of like, she's a good example. Pearl like openly states that women shouldn't vote, and she'll say it in a room to go viral, right, with all these other women. And every single time, dude, the women act like she's insane, and then within 10, 15 seconds, they have nothing to say. So, and it's just like basic stuff. It's like some men didn't even want the right to vote back in the day. They're like, oh, well, I don't have property. I don't necessarily want to have to go to war, right? The women were like, I definitely don't want to have to go to war. Why would, it's this simple, right? It's like, do you think the women should be part of the decision to go to war or deciding if people have to go to war if they don't have to go to war?
Uh-oh. That's like a definite no. Yeah, that would end it.
I mean, it's just, that's the whole debate is over. It's so stupid. It's like, oh, the women that will not go to war should determine if we should have to go to war. That's just so stupid, dude.
Well,
yeah, Pearl is good, and she triggers a lot of women, especially when she says, "Look around you. Everything you see here is built by a man. That table, the road, the sewers." She goes, "Okay, if you want fair, like when they talk feminism, right?" And thank God my wife is not here right now to hear me because she hates Pearl, like most women do, because Pearl says it on the rocks, right? She goes, okay, if you want women's lib, you want freedom, all right, then let's make it every pipe, those guys that work the sewers, let's make it mandatory for 50% women. Let's make it mandatory for guys that are on the oil rigs or guys that work in the winter outside or garbage men or that. She goes, no, it's only when it's convenient for women, then they fight for it, but they don't fight for 50-50.
The job wouldn't get done. It would
Exactly.
be impossible. No offense to women, but the actual job itself, the scope of work wouldn't get completed. It couldn't. It's impossible.
I think a fence is good. I think a fence is what's needed now. So all offense intended. Maybe it'll shake you up some.
Yeah, you know what I say? If that offends you, get offended.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that. I don't care. Yeah.
But there's another half of it, Essie, is that if it was up to men, right, like the house would just be the most basic house ever, right? It'd be like probably just like one room, right, like with a bed in one corner and a stove in another corner. Like we wouldn't do much if women didn't ask us to do more. We wouldn't.
Yeah, sounds pretty efficient and simple to me. Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. So less things to have to worry about.
Yeah. Yeah, we
but
wouldn't
Rakia was making a good point, right? Where it's like, if they were running everything, nothing would get done. That's very true. They're very good at pointing out what should be done, what needs to be done, how things should be better, should this or should that. But when it comes to actual action and placing things into action, like a full start to finish action plan, they're not really good on that.
No, I'm just saying,
they're very good at pointing out what
both of it,
needs to be done, bro. I mean,
Well, it's both of it.
they're
They'll
very
point out
quick
10
to do
things.
that.
Yeah, they'll point out 10 things, right? And you'll be like, no, that definitely doesn't, pass the test. That doesn't. And then this one does. And you'll agree, okay, this one does need to be done. But I'm not going to do it right now. It doesn't need to be done right now. And then she'll be like, no, now. And then eventually you'll do it because you know it needs to be done. She won't leave you alone about it, but you might not ever do it if she didn't leave you alone until it breaks fully. Then
Oh
you'll
yeah, there you go. That's the part that is their value. Okay, let's just call it like it is. It's like certain things where men may would prioritize them and then put them off. The woman will like help get them done. But like if I walked up to a 12-year-old and I asked the 12-year-old about what needs to be done, if they gave me 10 ideas, the odds are one of them's pretty good, right?
Sure.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. One of them will be okay. Like I mean, that's a valid point. Underneath that's a valid point. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it would just be a boring, like black and white world if it was up to all of us guys. Like think about what everybody in the room right now. Think about what you wear every day. Probably approximately the same exact outfit, but like a new shirt, but the same outfit every single day. And then like how often what would you paint your house, right? White. Like it's really boring without the women around. They fancy it up.
I don't think
Not
anyone is
necessarily.
advocating that women not be allowed around. I don't think that's the
Yeah,
argument.
what's that? Yeah, we're just
Guys
different,
can be
man.
creative. Guys can be creative as well. I mean, there's certainly a ton of male artists and things like that.
Yeah, there's a ton of really creative gay
No.
guys.
Men
Yeah.
are better at it. Men are better at Okay, what percentage of architects are men?
I'm gonna say most percentage.
Yeah, exactly. Like 90% of successful architects are men.
Well, it's not even about like what. I mean, you could argue that they weren't allowed into, or didn't have the means and
They
abilities.
weren't allowed into what?
Well,
They're
yeah.
literally
Well, I mean,
given better.
allowance is a strong word, but like they didn't have the means or the ability or the same roads that men had passed had paved for themselves to
Dude,
get
bro,
that. But
life is way harder for men, bro.
right, so well, that's super general. But so I wouldn't argue that like more men are architects as a point, but I would say more men want to be architects. That's their desire. Women don't really desire to be archects because that's not where they.
Men are better architects. That's my argument.
Well, I mean, of course, but you'll get if you got 100 men who are and then 2 women. I mean, you got the odds that you're going to find a male architect who's better, or are better
Yeah, but here's
chances.
the thing: women have had that pathway to that profession unimpeded for decades. But can you name one famous female architect?
I can't name a famous male one either, but
sure you can. Frank Lloyd Wright. You've never heard of Frank Lloyd Wright?
Man, no.
No, I gotta agree with him. I'm not gonna name people. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. STEM is 95. STEM is actually like 98% men. It's actually higher than that. STEM.
Yeah, but I'm just arguing that that's what men like to do, so they do it better because they enjoy doing
Not
it.
just that we like to do it. It's that we're the only ones that can do it, bro. Like, let's just call it like it is. Can we not just call it like it is? Are we in disagreement on this?
3 weeks out of the month, a woman could do it for sure.
You have to have a lot of. You have to have a fairly substantial portion of your brain thinking logically in order to be an architect, right? You can't just solely construct a building based on emotion, right? There's many things that you have to account for, that you have to think about logically as to whether or not your design is going to be structurally sound and a million different things. There has to be logic involved in that equation, which is why there's not that many female architects.
But yeah, many things. I mean, it takes more time. This ends up looping back to like why women make less. It is what it is, man. I think it's weird though that we even would entertain the delusion. And as a society, we haven't entertained the delusion. We've actually tried to pretend it's valid. It's stupid, dude. It's just stupid. Let's just call it like it is, bro.
Well, I mean, of course, men are going to be better at at engineering and being an architect, sure, right? I mean, but you're giving it like different reasons, I guess, on why, as if they're not able. Sure, they're able if they focus to think logically. If they're forced to focus, to focus on it, I'm sure they can accomplish the same task. it comes a lot easier and more natural to a man because that's where their focus is, and that's what gives like a man like, you know, like not pleasure, that's not the right word, but like, you know, purpose. They feel like, okay, I can line all this up and this makes me feel good, where a woman has something else that makes her feel good, and she should accentuate that. You know, we as a society should accentuate what women want. They don't want to be architects, so why are we trying to force it into them? They don't want it. That's not where
It's
they
more to it than
excel.
that, thanks. It's more to it than that. We have physical differences and we have hormonal differences. You understand? We're built different. One type is type AB and the other one is the T3 model. You understand? We're different. We're
We have
physically and biologically different.
correct. We have physiological differences, right? So
And biological. The most important, well, they're both equally important, but when it comes to thinking and stuff like that, emotions and that, it's the biological stuff. It's the chemical stuff, right?
Yeah,
Women have to go every month. They have to go through. Yeah, we all know, right? So, yeah.
Tanks, you're saying we need to figure out what women want as a society and have them do more of that. I'm sure you have a woman at home. Do you even know what that
we
one
don't need to
woman
figure it
wants?
out.
Can she even articulate what she wants, that one woman? And we're going to try to
Dinner?
figure this out societally? Come on.
Yeah.
No, I
No,
didn't
the
say we need
best
to figure it out.
efficient.
I didn't say we need to figure it out. I said we need to accentuate what they want.
I think this furthers the whole main point too, which is that like men should be making decisions for society, because it always happens. A man has to come in and quote unquote put his foot down. The man has to be like, okay, look, this is what has to happen. In order to like view everything as a meta logically and then make the proper decision, you need a man to do it.
Logic is innate within all humans, and I mean that logic and the laws of logic are what form, humans. They have it too, right? But I get that they're overpowered, you know, by emotions,
Is she
which
right
also
next to you,
follows
Tank?
logic. Well, she's upstairs
Yeah,
in the
but
kitchen
their
where she belongs.
emotions come first before their logic.
Her?
That's a problem. They react emotionally first.
Well, you're imagining that emotions don't follow logic. Everything follows logic.
No. Emotions for women come first before the logic can sit in.
No,
They need
they're
to
not
be
separate.
untriggered.
Yeah,
They're not
logic
separate.
What's
normally
not
takes
separate?
some space, right? Like logic takes some time and space. Like because you have to start
Yes.
seeing all the things fall into place and like sit back, patiently examine everything, and then you're able to apply logic. Women are impulsively emotional. They don't get to the point
Yes.
of seeing the logic.
Yes. Unless you can like unengage that like emotional trigger, that emotional like turmoil that they're in at the time. If you can somehow disengage that, then they are able to see the logic. They
Yeah,
can
once
make
once
the
the
judgment.
man
But
explains it to them.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. They don't. I agree to a point, right? That they don't have. Well, not that they don't have, but they ignore it, right? They ignore, the logic, right? But the emotions come from logic as well. I mean, they're tied. You can't have the emotions without the logic. So they
Well,
have
no,
the
it's
they don't
emotions, therefore they
ignore
have
it,
logic.
Frank.
illogical
They don't
though.
see it yet.
Yeah, it's typically illogical. There may be some semblance of logic underneath all of it, right? Where it's like, oh well, you felt disrespected by this, and logically speaking, that can be considered disrespectful, and maybe that's why. But you have to talk. What I'm saying is the reason that women can't run society is because it. First of all, it's unpredictable. So you never know what's gonna make them emotional. Each woman's different. Each situation, they don't even know. They can't even tell you the day before, right? It's just an impulsive thing.
Yeah.
And then you have to take the time to explain it all, and now people die. That's what I'm
Yeah, well,
saying.
yeah.
By the
For
time you
sure.
get to the decision, people are dead.
Listen, I don't want to have you think that I'm saying saying, hey, well, let's let women vote, and the only thing they're voting for is whether we go to war. That's a scary thing to teach. Nope, just take it all away. Then take the women's vote away completely, because that's scary. Yeah, you know that's not a good place to be. What's
Why?
that?
Why though? Like, what does the women's vote add to the table? I'm being completely serious. Like, it requires the argument that men lack empathy. I would argue that men are more empathetic.
Yeah, I would probably say the same. Yeah, but because they cut their nose off to spite their face, women all the time. But yeah, I was going to actually say earlier, like, well, like here could be like, what about lesbian, right? Like as long as you're married, you can vote. Like lesbian or not, you have to be married. You have to show that you can form a relationship, like a long lasting relationship. Because if you can't figure out in life like that there's implications and like that you'll be alone if you do this, and you can't get maybe marriage should be part of that. But because that's what when I think about like, well, why shouldn't women be able to vote? You're taking them as like an individual, which means that they don't have any other influence. Because if they obviously if they had a man in their life to influence them, they would just be voting whatever the man is voting. So it wouldn't matter if women vote. But the only time it matters when women vote is when they're voting against whatever men are voting for, and that's because they can't form like a relationship. And why can't they form a relationship? Because they can't. They can't overcome their feelings for logic. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, all the voting in modern society is retarded anyway. But
It wouldn't matter, right? Like it wouldn't matter. Like letting women vote. Like this is what I would say. The argument may have been in the past. I don't know, women's suffrage. It shouldn't matter. Like the argument I would make if I was a woman, it wouldn't matter because if you men are so righteous in whatever your vote would be, whatever you're at that time. If you're so righteous, right, then you'll be able to win my heart and I'll follow, win my trust, and then I would obviously follow you. So it wouldn't matter if you let women vote.
so it's just it's a useless, watered down vote. That's my point. Yeah, even to this day, 80% of wives vote the same as their husband. So it's like it's a watered down vote because, or maybe maybe it should be half or something, right? But I'm not even really joking. I just don't think that women should vote. I don't think most men should vote. And honestly, the way it goes right now, voting doesn't even really matter. But like, I don't see why it's not understood. Because what you do is you pull in the single women. So when you say across the board women can vote, and then your argument is, well, you have men that are strong, the women's going to follow them, and so basically it's just like this added on, watered down. It
Who are you talking
down
about
the vote.
voting? Who are you going to vote for? What's the voting about, mate? That's my
I don't
question.
vote. I don't vote. It's not about that. It's the principle. If society makes the principle that women, regardless of what they're up to, can have an equal say in the way the society is run, it will collapse.
You got to vote.
This is over, mate. We're not talking about women voting because there's no question. Women are going to vote, mate. The question is who's running the votes. I don't know if you heard in Australia, they were trying to change the constitution of Australia. They were trying to put in the fact that Aborigines are recognised within the constitution and they're given a voice to Parliament or some rubbish. And it turned out 60 to 70% of Australia voted no. And the president, not president, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, right, lefty, $40 million or something like this, millions and millions of dollars on this campaign, and everyone voted no. They weren't interested, and I could talk about that. It was potentially run by Jews, as it was mostly a Jewish organization pushing this. But we're talking about votes, and this was a huge one going on in Australia, guys. And they're trying to trick us. What do you guys have? You guys have Trump. Is Trump coming up in the election, or is he in prison?
I don't know. I don't keep up with all. That's all distracting. That's not my point. The point
Sorry,
is that
bro.
it's
That's what I thought you were talking about.
No, it's just symbolic of the decision for women to make decisions for the society. When the society agrees that the women should also be making the decisions about society, the society will collapse. I mean, it may be an uncomfortable truth, but wait, let me finish my point. It may be an uncomfortable truth. It may be an uncomfortable truth, but that doesn't change that it's a fact. And how many times have you guys not ever experienced this where you have a disagreement with a woman and then an hour later, 2 hours later, the next day, they're like, so I was thinking about what you said and you were right. Does that not happen to you guys? It happens every time. Every single time.
I find that the women are right they are correct in the long run. And you'll probably find that out eventually too.
Dude, is your girl right next to you?
The thing is, women are
That bitch is
designed.
where she belongs.
No, Tanks. Think about this: women are designed to suck in your attention, right? They look so pretty,
That's right.
But that's the point. You look at a woman and you realize that that's just a man being pretty, because you
You're
realize
fucking
that all we
retarded,
are.
dude.
Pardon me. Listen to me. All we are is genetics and the expression of genetics and material code. So imagine that a woman is just a pretty version of the
Okay.
absolute, right? So
Anyway,
it's
yeah, no,
designed
you'll find it.
to,
Yeah, I hear what
it's
you're saying.
designed,
About
hang on,
Australia
mate.
and
It's
Aborigines
designed
and
to
weird shit.
capture your attention, and the woman is designed to capture your attention and suck it in. So, yes, perhaps they don't have the external reason. Celtic women are
Yeah,
best, bro, Ned says. And that's completely correct. Celtic women are the best women because they're
it's
spiritual and
totally
they're
like an
European.
awesomely weird, like ridiculous shit you're saying. That's
I'm not even talking to you, bro. I'd rather Whitsett speak because I think Whitsett had the
Yeah, I mean, I want
was
to hear
carrying
about
the
like Celtic
conversation.
women and the Aborigines left-sided, like Trump in jail. That's a sentence. I just said it, and it's totally a good conversation.
I guess I'm not understanding the disconnect. I don't know if I'm not conveying my point well enough, but
No, bro,
you know,
you're
just
onto something.
heads up when I get on bigger platforms, I'm gonna say the same thing because this is just
Well,
a fact.
Whitsett, I think I was actually catching you back because when you start saying what you were saying, you're actually treading into deep water. I think you should turn the
I
conversation.
know, but
No, Whitsett,
it's needed.
We make it a bit more interesting.
It is interesting. It's interesting that our
Don't
whole
say so.
society is going to collapse if we don't fix the problem, which is men need to be strong leaders. Women naturally are attracted to strong leaders. What does leader mean? Leader means that they make decisions, and then the women are like, okay, I have faith in my man who's strong to make the decisions. And when society doesn't do that, it collapses. And it's for very basic biological, physiological reasons that when the woman is making the decisions in the moment, she has the pressure and the time constraint of making a decision. She's going to make the wrong decision because she gets emotionally like overloaded. Okay, and so you need the man
bro.
to be able to get to the logic faster. I'm like, I hate to have to be the guy that says it, but it's
No,
just
that's cool,
obvious.
man. Can I say one thing? You're not projecting your own life. You're not having problems with your wife or something like this, and that's why you're regarding women. Because guess what, mate? I live my own life. Mate, hang on, Regis. I'm basically like a monk. Like I live in the mountains, in the bush in Australia. No woman around. I'm a monk, mate. I'm not. I don't have the same thoughts you do. Like maybe this has something to do with your life,
No, I
and you're
get
projecting it. And I don't think we need to hear that. Whitsett.
You said
That's,
you're a monk.
Okay,
Do
but
you
wait,
interact with women?
you can call me a dickhead. That's fine, man.
No, that's
Do
fine.
you
But
interact with women?
wait. Let me respond. Do you understand that we're talking about society?
Yes.
We're talking about okay. So if you're a monk,
hang on,
listen. If you're a monk and you just sit back and you whatever happens, then you're not doing what you're supposed to do as a man because that means there are tons of women and children that are in a society.
Yep.
There's tons of women, children in a society that need to be guided and protected, or they're going to die.
I agree with you,
Ultimately, they're
man.
going to die or live miserable existences. So that's what we're talking about is society. It's nothing to do with any personal application.
Yeah, but
in society.
that's the thing. If you're having the conversation that women are somehow even having a say, which I don't think I've never even actually seen a woman have a say. For the most part, they let the man do the job. So if you're thinking a woman's having a say, I think that's your personal problem.
Yeah, but you're in a bush.
No,
When
you must not be. You must not be paying attention to today's society, bro. We have women that are now millionaires. We have women across the board that are millionaires now. I don't know if you're keeping up with it, but women are millionaires now because OnlyFans is a thing. So now women know they listen, dude, go look
Disgusting.
at the numbers.
I agree with you. It's
okay. There are millions of women doing OnlyFans now, and because they can just take a picture of their feet, they can. I mean, it doesn't need. They don't have to get naked.
Disgusting, Whitsett.
So what's happening is the balance. Okay, but what I'm saying is now the balance is becoming. But listen, bro, with money comes power. So now but my point is that the balance is now being thrown off. Okay, and so I'm just saying that if all the men want to sit back and cuck and not respond and not address it and not speak up about it, you're going to turn around in 20 years and you're going to be like, okay, this is not salvageable. We should have done something about it at the time. And that's just a fact.
Sure. No, it's detrimental to themselves, and we see it, and we think, like you said, we think that like you mentioned empathy, right? Like that's not we're not doing the right thing by not intervening. Like you're lacking the will. And you're pretending that you're having empathy to give, not you, but in general, like, oh, well, the women should have these choices too. This is what will make them happy. No, in your heart of hearts, this is not what's going to make them happy. It's what's going to make you happy because you don't want any kind of conflict, because you're a weak man, right? You don't want conflict, so you're going to allow women to their own detriment and children take the reins when they shouldn't. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the men you have to, like, we're built for conflict. That's our role.
So yeah, there's
And
definitely something that
ironically,
takes place when the the power dynamic shifts, especially like you were talking about. There's women that are millionaires and women that are making a ton of money, and when it, not all the time, but many times when there's a shift in balance in who is the lead income earner, the power dynamic within the household within a nuclear family can shift, and it can become very detrimental. I experienced that growing up. Like, my dad literally supported our family. My mom didn't have to work forever. And then once we were getting to be old enough, my mom started to go back, finish her master's and whatever, got back into teaching. And then there was ironically, right after she accomplished all of that, being able to do that, having the time and the money to do that solely based on my dad, bringing in all of the money, my father lost his job. So the power dynamic shifted because now my mom was the sole breadwinner for a short period of time, and my dad had to get like 2 or 3 part-time jobs just to supplement and make sure that he was, bringing in some income, but it was not matching hers. So then the power dynamic shifted, and it was freaking horrible for the family, not only for the finances, because my mom thought that she could control the finances now, which didn't work out properly. Just the emotional and the dynamic within the household completely changed because my mom shifted her thought process as to the roles within the household needed to shift as well, which didn't work out, right? And it was detrimental across the board to the family until my dad was able to, right the ship a little bit, figure out, get back into a higher paying job, which, is only like a 5 or 6 year time frame in which there was that shift in dynamics. But it was the worst time frame within my family across all spectrums, no matter what, just because of that shift in the power dynamic.
Yeah, man. Like, I will say, bro, like, I don't know. I just find the whole thing kind of crazy because, like, oftentimes when this comes up in this arena, people are like, "Why are we talking about this? Let's get it back to flat Earth or something like that." Bro, this is just as important, if not more important, than flat Earth. The male female dynamic in society is probably the most important thing, next to, like, the fact that atheists exist. Right? You have a society that doesn't acknowledge a creator. That's the number one problem. The number 2 problem is the man-female dynamic. Right? If you want to start going down the list, those are way more important. You're going to start going down the list and then get to, like, oh, they lied about the earth and stuff like that, which brings you back to number 1 and know there is a creator. It is important, and that's why I talk about it, but I don't know why people avoid this. We're watching society collapse, bro. That's what we're watching.
Yeah, it needs to be.
And the male-female dynamic, I believe, the male-female dynamic is easily more swayable as well. Like, it can flip faster than the whole atheism problem. So in ways, it is actually probably more important. And it's ironic that you have good men stepping up talking about it, and they're looked at as like they're the bad guys, like they're the weird ones who have this like weird view of the world and how society should be, while in reality it's the ones who are sitting doing nothing and cucking.
Who's the weird one? Who's the weird ones?
Just don't forget that. Real quick, just don't ever forget that Eve manipulated Adam, and this is why we're in.
And I will say this, man. This is what's so crazy about it. It's like, honestly, it takes a lot of, like, moral. I don't know if the word is aptitude, but, like, it takes perseverance, or actually you have to take a risk, right? It actually takes, like, selflessness to be like a man to publicly say this. It's way
Yeah.
easier to just not do it, bro. It's way easier to just let women run around in delusion, let the men run around and be weak, right? And if anyone's watched my channel for 5 years, all I've talked about is how it's the men's fault. It's the men's fault, and they're not strong, and that's why we're in this mess. And I still think that. But, like, there's only a handful of people that have the balls to step out, certainly if they have platforms to do so and to say it. And then they're just like canceled, and they're called like toxic masculinity and all this nonsense. And then, ironically, though, the reason that the men do that is because they think it's going to gain favor from the woman. But guess who the woman's trying to talk to when the show's over?
All those three
So
things
get
you
it
mentioned
together,
are
bro.
definitely intrinsically involved, like atheism, right? The Earth being a shape, and the male female. These are all intrinsically involved. Like there's no such thing as an atheist, but all they're really doing is, they're not saying there's no God. They're just saying, I don't accept your God, but there is a creator, and there's a Big Bang. That's your creator, right? So they're just finding a new God, right? But they do, eventually admit that they need a God, but just not that God. Any God but that God.
I don't know.
Which
They don't
then makes
admit it though.
I'm
well, they
seeing a
will if
lot
you
of
take
I'm
them down
seeing
that path.
witchcraft fucking blow up, and a lot of it is parallel to the women's movement. Like women are all about, not all women, but there's a lot of women all about this whole witchcraft thing, dude. Like,
Right.
And
Well, yeah.
and that's because it's about manipulation. But
Well,
this is what I'll
well,
say. Well, let's just use the Bible because I don't understand the point. I guess like use the Bible because the
I didn't
Bible
get
is
to it.
just making the point. Or you go ahead if you want. If you didn't feel like you finished your point.
Well, I didn't get to it. Well, I'm just saying that the three things are intrinsically involved. Is all I'm saying. Is that you'll see that all not all Globers are atheists, but all atheists are Globers, right? Because that's their God, right? They're like, well, how did so that's their God. Is then what created life? Well, life created life, right? Like so, well, what creates objective reality? Well, reality dictates reality, right? So now what's who dictates that? Well, your perception of reality dictates reality. So now we're all our own, now we're all able to have our own different reality. It's not objective anymore. So it's all subjective at this point. And then it's like, well, male, female, which one's real? What's up to you, right? Because you dictate what is true and not true. And you are true in reality, right? Yeah. The Earth's the globe in reality. Yeah. So this is reality. So from one perception, you'll see it this way and I'll see it another way, but so it's just subjective reality. We can make it whatever we want to make it. They're all intrinsically those three things, right? Like we all know that those three things go together. Like, okay, first let's lie about where you are, right? So now you're on a globe. Let's lie about how that's possible, right? Let's say it came from evolution, so life created life, no creation needed. So we got a different. It's not like they say there's no creator. They say evolution's the creator. Yeah, that's the creator, right? So now you can be whatever you choose to be through evolution, through strongest will survive. So a man can become a woman can become a man. They're all
this
tied
is a
together.
long point, bro.
Yeah, bro.
That was
Like,
the end. They're all tied together. Yeah.
look, evolutionary psychology supports this position. So, like, whether or not evolutionary psychology is an entire branch of study that supports this dynamic. It supports that the men are supposed to lead the women, et cetera, et cetera. Like, even if you look at it through that lens, that's the ironic part of evolution. If someone believes in evolution, it just points them back to what the creator said anyway. And, like, so set the Bible aside, whether you believe the Bible's real or not, it still makes the point. The first thing that Adam had to do, what was it? He had to master domain over the animals. So he had to understand where he was, understood his surrounding, and then had to exercise domain over the animals. What does that mean? He had to protect them. He had to keep them safe. He had domain over them. He was responsible for them. Okay, what was the second thing introduced to man? A woman. Okay, so the male-female dynamic in society is incredibly important. And we know that from like the perspective of the earth, sure, it brings you back all the way to step one. Where are we? They lied about where we are. They lied about, so therefore we don't understand where we are. We don't understand if there's a creator, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, if you actually can accept that, you'll go back to step one and it'll start to make everything fall into place. But that's not the way society works right now, right? One thing that everyone thinks about at all times is men and women, the opposite gender. And dude, and I'll say this final point, if this wasn't so important, why would they be pumping out the propaganda that represents like a huge minority of the population to try to confuse and blur the gender roles? You know why? Because they're about to attack. The reason that they're doing that is because they're about to attack.
Yeah, but what they would
So
say to you is that we're all animals. We don't have domain over it. We were all a single cell organism. We're all animals.
So just to address your point, Witsit, like that's in the book, The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Like before you attack a party, you want to weaken them by attacking their identity. Because if you can attack a populace's identity, now they have no leg to stand on. They have nothing left to fight for, and they're in utter chaos. So it's an easy victory.
exactly, and that's and actually just stepping back and understanding that, you can actually see what's going to happen, right? So like they are applying the art of war to society.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it's exactly like what Gary Vez
it's also the biggest
said as well.
division you can have. You know, instead of it just being race or this, that, and the other, is male, women, male, female. That's the biggest division you could ever create.
Well, it's all about division, right, and demoralization, and a whole bunch of other things. This is exactly what Yuri Bezmenov talked about when he's like, "Hey, you know, this communist, Marxist, leftist ideal is not going to destroy your country through war itself. It's first going to come in, infiltrate your school systems, and start to, over 2 generations, completely change what your society even thinks of itself. And then once you're weakened, it comes in and completely takes over. And that's exactly what's taking place.
Well, back in the day when the Art of War was written, bro, if you had suggested get the other people to not know the difference in men and women, it wouldn't even have made the final edits. It was such an insane idea that no one would have ever. You would have never told an army, "Hey, here's how you take over." Convince the other people that men and women aren't men and women, right? Like that's the reason it's not in the book. Trust me, if he thought it was feasible, he would have wrote that as a thing to use against the enemy. You see what I'm saying? Like back then, it was much deeper. It was about like where they come from, their lineage, their genetics, because the purpose they have within that society. Because if they don't feel directly tied to it, they have nothing to fight for. That's the art of war context. We're talking about you don't even, doesn't matter where you live, where you're from, anything. You don't have anything to even fight for, period. You don't understand your individual like existence at all. It's so
Right,
obviously an attack.
Well, that was what my point was. You don't acknowledge that there's an ultimate objective reality or truth. Therefore, anything can happen.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's just very obvious. It's obviously very important. Truthers should talk about it.
Would you say that it's becoming so obvious, though, that people are sort of, you know, less and less people are sending their kids to school. They're trying to homeschool. Like, you're seeing people become aware to this, like, because they're so obvious about it. People don't want to send their kids to school.
I would love to see one of these large, like, podcast interviewers consistently ask the question to the people he's interviewing, both them individually and people within society, and ask them, what would you fight and die for? And have them give like a legitimate answer. Because I know
they wouldn't.
People would probably say the cliche like, oh, I'd fight and die for my family, and what else would they have outside of that, right? Do you think the average person would say, hey, I would fight and die for my neighbor, or I would fight and die for my country?
Well, that's the whole point. Is the family is supposed to transcend into the community, which transcends into the state, into the nation, so on and so forth. Like we're supposed to be united, and like we're not. Like we're so far from.
The thing. Like most of these people would not fight and die for their family. And when I say family, I mean, you know, slightly extended family. Most people nowadays within the United States of America would not fight and die for their first cousin, would not fight and die for their sibling that they've had a disagreement with over the past 15 years. You know what I'm saying? That's how demoralized our country is.
Yeah, it might be true.
It's pretty bad, dude. And it's sad to say.
I was going to earlier say, like, who was they, right? Like, well, who would they be that are trying to attack us? But then I remembered I was watching this guy that you guys might know, right? His name is Lauren Krauss. And I'm just thinking to myself, if I could turn into a ghost and just murder one person, they just sound like pure evil. Would it be this guy? He sounds like pure evil. This guy up on a stage telling everybody facts. Like, this is a fact. You're an idiot. Jesus is the God, or Jesus, any God you want, pick a God. Any God is the most ridiculous. This guy is like pure evil. I think. I'm not sure.
I mean, it doesn't. The who is they thing is a cop out, right? Because, and I'm not saying you're doing that, but when people will say like, "Who is they?" Dude, there's a group of people that made it a point that we don't know who they are. Why would we try to figure out who they are? It doesn't matter. There's a group of people that their entire objective is to control society without us knowing that they're doing it, like knowing that they're individually doing it as well, right? So, like, who they are doesn't matter. The evidence is there that something is manipulating society on a meta scale. And
Yeah,
what
maybe
we're
on a
seeing now, this is the part though, right? This is what's crazy is this has actually become mainstream, and that's how you know that we're under attack. The fact that there's a mainstream conversation about, oh, should we accept that men aren't men, and it's because they're about to move in. I don't know why
Yeah.
people. And I'm not like a fear guy because I think that you
No.
can prolong it with strong men. I think you can put it off, and awareness itself is a currency, and that it can combat it. But like, it is obvious that that's why this is going on. It'll probably take 5 years, and then the children don't know what reality is. And that I'll say this one more thing because I'm about to have to go in here. Like, this is one more thing, right? And that's actually, and bluntly, that's the danger with the feminine approach. The feminine approach brings a needed component to life and has things that the masculine doesn't, etc. But the feminine approach is much more short-sighted and emotional, and it is much quicker to invoke subjective reality. Okay, so it's like, well, I feel like this. Well, I feel this is the case. Well, that doesn't make sense to me. Maybe that's true for you. It's viewed through the lens of reality is malleable and subjective, and that isn't the truth. And so, if you don't acknowledge absolute truth and reality, society will collapse. It's pretty simple.
I think we should be addressing who they are. And if I were to put a finger on it, I would say it's all the occult secret societies that are intertwined within our society. And it all stems from the formal academic educational system by means of fraternities and sororities. You know, that's where it all begins. Once you start pledging allegiances to these groups, right, that have power, and you find your place within that group, well, now you're a cog in the wheel of that beast system, and that's what we need to be pointing out, because this is.
Well, see, the thing is, I think the
This is
strongest
where
opposition
it all
to it
stems
is.
from. It all stems from.
Sorry, dude.
Go ahead.
Thought you cut out a little. That's all.
Go for it.
No, yeah, I was just going to say that I think what we need to do is to actually start trying to combat it, and the way you do that is cut the ability to be the audience for the brainwashing. You know, you have to stop the kids from being brainwashed. You know, that's the only way you're going to do it, and you do that by stop being an audience to the bullshit. You know, easier said than done.
Yeah, Josh. So I have something to say. Go ahead.
It all boils back to academia, dude. This is what controls every facet of our reality. It's all governed and manipulated through academia, and then from there it goes up to the governmental agencies, which all these governmental officials, before they were in their capacity of their position, what were they? Well, they were students in universities and colleges. And what were they doing? Well, they were part of sororities and fraternities, taking allegiancy to these occult organizations. So it all boils back to academia, in my opinion.
Right.
Right,
So
I
if you
would
think
say I'm
about
at like
kids that grow up on a farm, you know, on a homestead that don't even go to school, they just get taught how to grow their own food, how to tend the land, how to raise cattle, how, you know what I mean? All of these actual worthwhile skills having, as well as not being brainwashed by you know what we have today.
Yeah, so
You
like
have
on
to
that
cut
point, that's something I agree with, right? So, but the thing I was gonna say is I'm at like a crossroad of they and like a kind of, but more of akin to what Napalm was saying, right? Is that So I'm not really with like, oh, there's a they behind it, right? I think it's a natural progression of like the economics, like Jim was just saying. Well, we need to be self-sustaining, right? Because what happens is now we're put into this system, like Napalm was describing earlier, that like removes like the power dynamic or inputs a new power power dynamic, and now we're all pretty much emasculated by income and money, and it leads to this like demoralization and just like a deterioration. So I don't know if there's a they or a them, right? Who would need to specifically put into place these things where we question if we're a man or not. I think it's a result of things that are coming about naturally due to this debt system and not being self-sustaining. And now you find that I lost my job, and I didn't realize I'm completely reliant on another man. I'm like a woman. I'm relying on a man. He just took away my job and my income. Now I have no family. I'm not even a man, right? And then now it's like, what is a man? A man is a guy who has a job. A man is a guy who supports his family. By definition, I'm no longer a man. So we're letting other people dictate what makes a man and a woman, to the point where it's like, well, now it's subjective what makes a man and a woman, because well, then it's just a penis or whatever. I mean, it gets
Well,
messed up
that's because we've all yielded. We've all yielded to this educational system. That's the problem. Like we're told from a young age, right? Like work hard, save your money, get educated. Like we're never told, learn how to survive on your own. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, I agree. Like the education system is put in there also, like within this. I just think the system, that system where we're not self-sustaining, we have to sustain as a society, is what will lead to the downfall of, like, I don't know, the human race or society into like this, into what we're starting to see now, where people are, what we're seeing now. It's not, but the education system that brainwashes you, per se, right? It's just teaching you that you don't determine your worth. Other people determine your worth, because that's what money is. It's a value system. And when I give you money, that means you're giving me what I value in return, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like then we devalue ourselves because we're not self-sustaining. Yeah, like Jim said.
Yeah, we're just pawns. We're all just a bunch of pawns at this point.
And I think that's the key to like starting to create communities. Like I don't know who it was that said who even knows their neighbor. Like our neighbors are strangers to us today in these times. And that's so wrong.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We lost the sense of community, and that should be like of the utmost importance as for a society, is to have the sense of community and what all goes into that. Like that old saying, right? And I'm probably going to butcher this, but it takes a community to raise a child. It's so true, man.
Yeah.
Right, because there's only so much that as a parent, you're going to be able to give your kid, and half of that they're not even necessarily willing to accept. Like they've got to figure things out for themselves, aside from you, away from you, which requires a community, right? A responsible community to kind of have some oversight as to what's going on with that child out of your presence. Like it really takes a strong community to have a strong society. And I mean, it all kind of goes hand in hand, right?
Well, I don't know if I want the society to raise my child.
It's like that idea of having a big family, fighting for your family. But if your if you see the whole community as your family because you're that involved, that's what creates such strong ties.
Exactly. That's how it used to be back in the day. Like back in the Andy Griffith days. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was like, it was like one big freaking family, dude.
Yeah,
right.
You're right. I am separating the two.
I bet a lot of people here have got.
Do you really believe that, though?
Yeah, I bet I bet a lot of people here have got parents that have said, back in the day we didn't need to lock our door. Back in the day we knew every neighbour on the road.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe it too, because of the rise of retirement homes and stuff. Like that business is boomed. So everybody gets old now and they go into retirement home. You know what I mean? Like
lock them up.
They never used to exist. We used to take care of our elderly. And now it's just this like crazy nonsense where you hit an age and you're all alone now.
Yeah, like
spiritual. It's bullcrap.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is a shame, and it happens again, like I'm saying, because of financial like stipulations, like you can't afford it because then because the taxes in that area, and the old person, your grandmom, can't afford to stay where you are because so it's like you're cucked by the financial situations. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
but
man.
the community
Some
used
places
to
are
stand
expensive
together,
as
man.
hell. Yeah,
When
like if we all
corporations
stay
would come
together
in
as a
and
community.
yeah, when the corporations would come in and try to fucking shake things up, the community would stand together. They'd boycott that individual or that corporation. They wouldn't buy from them, whatever it may be. So
Enough people
yeah, like
power.
I'd like to comment on the door locking thing. I've lived in the same community all my life. I've bought and sold about 8 different homes that I've lived in personally. I've never had a house key. Never, not one. I have locks on my doors. I just don't use them. I choose to live in a community that I don't need door locks. We leave our doors open. I mean, I'm not saying everyone in the community does. I'm just saying that's where I choose to live.
Impulsively, I didn't like the idea of having a community impulsively. When you say, "Well, let the community," it takes a village. That idea is like, oh no, I don't want the community to raise my child. But then if I go and take it back to where did the community arise from, and you could take it all the way back to a homestead where you have your kids, and then they grow older and they move a house over and have their kids, and then they move a house over and they build a house over, obviously, and have
I
their
caught a
kids.
lot of
Then
flack on that in the past, saying that it takes a community. A lot of people disagreed with that, but I don't think that they're understanding what I'm saying in regards to you can't be at your kid's side every waking moment. Like, you have responsibilities as a parent separate from taking care of the kids, which means that you're going to have to rely on somebody else at some point.
You have to have some trust in the community.
Right.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I initially, impulsively, I did not like what you said because I'm like, I don't know these people. These people are probably gross, right? But then if I were to take it back, like I was saying, to like a homestead, well, now I know that those are my grandchildren's nephews, cousins, whatever, right? Then I'm like, I would love that community. I would be able to raise them. We're all good.
Yeah, but even if it's not your
when I was-
family, it's better to know the people who are looking after your kids rather than having them in school being indoctrinated 8 hours a day, which is what's happening now.
You're definitely not going to trust those people if we've got like all these conflicting religious sections or sectors and groups, and morality is kind of like subjective. Like, when shit's all tipsy turvy like that, like, you don't really have faith in the community anymore.
Well, yeah,
So
it's a circular thing. I was saying, yeah, it's like, yeah, I impulsively don't like it because I don't know those people, and that me not knowing those people is a reason that it's an issue because I decided not to know those people. Yeah, but if I knew them,
Do you have kids though? Do you have kids in school right now though? Because
okay,
that's
yeah,
the same thing. That's what's happening. That's what I
yeah,
mean.
it's the
Like,
same thing. That's what I'm
that's the
saying.
thing
It's
that
the
you're
same
saying
thing, but
conveyed.
yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So impulsively, I don't like the idea of it takes a village, right? So let the village raise my kid, right? But if it was my village, I'd be like, yeah, all right, let the village raise my kid. I don't want any part of these rotten.
Yeah, think of it this way, right? It takes a village or a community to raise a child. I don't think we think of like the Amish community in the same way we think of some sort of like Marxist idea of communism. It takes a society to raise a child kind of ideas. But when you think about the Amish community, right? Take that whole community raising a child. You're talking about your neighbor's kids once they get to be a certain age, or teaching the younger children and blah blah blah. So it's literally the whole entire community, people you can trust around you.
Yeah, that's what I'm agreeing to. I'm saying that's what I'm agreeing to is that we have this idea of like neighbors and community though, and that idea is a bunch of random people that I don't know and trust because I don't know them. So how could I trust them? But if we knew them, we could trust them. So then you could do it. Yeah.
or even if you knew that the community had a great sense of morality, right? That was
Yeah. I mean, I'll
on
give you.
the same level as your more, like. Go ahead, man.
No, it's only because you're breaking up. I was gonna say I can give you a real life example. Like just last week, right? My youngest like didn't get dropped off on the bus because they had a substitute, so the time was wrong. They don't drop the kid off unless you're out there. We missed the kid. My wife ends up chasing the bus down like furiously, like because now she's got the little thing on the phone, so she's where she is. She's just sitting in this one neighborhood for too long. She's thinking it's she's alone on the bus with a male driver, and where just you get what I'm saying, assault potential. She's flipping out, chasing her car, chasing the bus drivers down, like ready to run, like ready to run random buses off the roads. Like that's how much people trust. That's how much I trust my neighbors. That's how much she trusts them. She's ready to run buses off the road.
That's terrible, isn't it? Like, because when I was young, my parents could trust that I could go out without any problems. Whereas today, I don't think, if I had kids, I wouldn't let them just be out at the park, without my attendance. You know what I mean? But something has changed in that 20, 15 years that it's that bad. People don't trust the environment.
Because they don't know them, yeah. But it ended up being, I just want to give you, it ended up being like a woman, like a maybe a 38-year-old bus driver woman. But, just her brain went crazy, is what I'm saying. Like, that's how we, little trust there is. Yeah. And it's because we don't know these people. And we don't, and therefore we don't trust them. Yeah, so there's a break, once you break it down, like society is broken, is what you could say. And the reason it's broken is because we don't trust them. And the reason we don't trust them is because we don't know them. Yeah. Why don't we know them?
Yeah, I get that. In a sense, it's almost like if you try and put yourselves in sort of like a criminal's point of view, it's like they're less likely to rob someone they like or know. They're going to rob just some randomer that they're not going to feel guilty about. Which is why we all need to know each other.
Well, yeah, or you could say like because like most thefts will, not most, but like a lot of thefts will be like, if your house got robbed when you went on vacation, it's somebody you knew, right? But then that person felt comfortable robbing somebody they knew because it's like, I feel safe. I know you.
Well, that's probably psychopathic, more so. Or
like Roxy probably only locks his door when he goes on vacation.
Right. But yeah, we need to find ways to create a bit more trust and less anxiety about our communities.
Yeah, but like that. So like if that's the reason, now that's only me positing. Like if that's the reason that society is breaking is because we don't trust. And the reason we don't trust is because we don't know. Why don't I know? Like, why don't I know the people in my community?
Because we're all too busy.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. So then you have to start have to start answering those questions. Why are we too busy? Why does the busyness not connect me to my neighbors more? Things like, it should, right? Shouldn't the busyness connect you more?
Having a farm. Like, you trying to speak with all your neighbors and say, right, you start growing this, I'll start growing this, and then we've got, that's the way we should start doing it.
Yeah. Well, I could probably go knock on their doors, and they probably are growing that. They probably don't need to start growing it. They probably already are. Not, when I say growing, I mean they probably are providing a service that I am seeking anyway. They probably are, for all I know. But yet, for some reason, they're selling to somebody 3 state lines over, and so am I, and so is P. When we could just be getting it right next door. They probably are selling what we need. But I don't want to talk to them. Why don't I want to talk to them? I don't fucking know. Who made me this way? Why don't I want any neighbors to talk to me? I don't want any of them to talk to me.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's just very strange.
Super nice. I got one. Like I live on a pretty big piece of like land where like, I don't have neighbors. I did it on purpose. Like I don't want any neighbors. I got one. They're really nice, super friendly. I'm nice too. Like but I don't want to hang out with you. Don't know why.
But yeah, we need to start creating our own and stop worrying about the system that's crap, that's already failing. We need to create our own communities and our own education systems and our own.
Well, the same thing. That's what I'm. But what I'm saying is the same thing is going to happen. We are the. That's why I was saying, like, there is no they. It's us. There is no they. We're doing it to ourselves. There's no they at all, because I can see it in every. You know, I can see it in myself. I can
Well, in
see
a
it in
sense,
everybody else.
there is, but it is us as well. I get it. Like, but I mean, you know, there are companies that own most other companies in the world. It's like, what is behind that? There is. I know it's
Yeah,
still
but I
us.
don't have to. I don't have to buy from them, but I
No,
choose
but
to
I'm
because I
just
don't want to buy
saying
from my neighbor.
there is a monopoly. Yeah.
No, there isn't.
So BlackRock, State Street, you know, like, I don't know. I think there is something that is trying to puppeteer a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but we have to willingly purchase from them, as of right now, at least, right? We have to willfully, decide that what I
Yeah.
need is what they have.
Yeah, so true. By creating our own, we immediately stop giving to those companies.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I don't say they have a monopoly. What do they have a monopoly on? I mean, at some point, I would say, like, maybe gas,
On
like
big
gas and
business.
energy. Huh?
On big business.
I mean, that's too broad. I mean, at some point, I'd say like gas and energy. I don't know how I would get electric to my house, without these wires. But I guess I know how I can get gas to my house without the pipe, but I don't know how I can get electric to my house. So, I mean, that's where I would draw the line, is to say, okay, well, if somebody has a monopoly on the power, right, like the electrical power, because everything else I know I can do without. And
yeah, but if the company that owns the solar panels, the wires, everything that you need for your electric, that's a monopoly, because they make money no matter whatever device you pay for to get your electricity or service you use. It's already owned by this one company. This is what a monopoly is.
I get it, yeah, but I don't need. Do I need the energy? I mean, do I need the electricity? That's what I'm saying. It's all based. I'm saying it's based on, like, they're selling something. Need
It's a
is
choice for us
relative.
to make. Still, I get you.
Yeah, do I really need these things from them? And when I decide in my mind that I need what they have, I'm only doing it to myself, and I'm going to blame them for charging me too much for what I don't actually need. I mean, it's like I don't know. Can I blame them?
Convenience.
That's still a
It's not
definition
blaming
of
them. It's being a bit annoyed
monopoly.
at people for allowing it to happen because we're divided.
They're selling convenience. The series 1883 or 1823 or 1923 or something like that, the Yellowstone series, it has a good take on this. Like, they grew up on the farm, they didn't have running water, electricity, and then they would go to town and they were like, holy crap, look, a washing machine, right? So which convenience factor do you give in first? And there was people like, we're going to put electricity and lights in every home. Yeah, you're going to have refrigerators and washing machines and all that. Wait, it's a convenience thing. They survive forever without those things, but now we think
It's the
we're
comforts.
incapable of living without it.
And
You
that's
can
what
find out
makes
how to
men
create
weak, is
it
all the
yourself.
comforts. You know? The convenience made
Find out how to
everything
create it.
comfortable. And the comfort makes weak men.
Well,
Weak
that
men
show
make weak
itself,
times.
Yellowstone, is exactly what we're talking about. Like, he said all the rules and everything he did was for his family's survival, his keeping his land and all that. And he fought the government, fought his neighbors, fought everything he could to keep that existence up, right? And then fought the convenience factor. And they rode horses instead of having motorized vehicles or things like that. But Yellowstone is really exactly what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, and thanks. Yeah, you do need the energy. The answer to your question is yes. I bet you right now need the energy, boys. Yes, you wouldn't be able to survive. You got heating, air conditioning. How about electricity? How do you cook your food? Are you out there chopping wood? I bet not.
Chop chop.
Rocket stove, get chopping. Why not?
Sure. I mean, like I said, like Rakia said, it's convenience. You can go out there and do it, but how many of you have been chopping wood today? Hands up.
Not today, but I've done it. I've done it.
I'd want to go back to that. I would love that, man.
So do I. I desperately do want to go back to that.
Chopping wood is fun.
All the comforts, man. It's weird, but it's taken me most of my life to realize how much softer of a person I am because of certain comforts. Like if I don't have air conditioning, I'm like in a bad mood. Like that's such like a bitch tendency. Like I don't know. Like I get mad at myself.
Let's face it, we's a bunch of city slickers. We
So you're
soft.
saying that it makes you grumpy, so that's why you stay in the city?
But it's been going on for years because they even tried to do it with our parents. Do you know what I mean? They've been trying to weaken us for so long, you know, to try and steer us away from getting the skills. You know, like blacksmiths used to be so popular, and who does that anymore? Who makes their own nails? And do you know what I mean? It's just all the skills are just being lost. Here, just press a button. It will do it for you.
Oh no, the skills aren't being lost. They're just being sold to the highest bidder, and that's why they're selling them from China instead of from people everywhere, right?
But they're not being encouraged, if you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah, only a few people are, and they're the ones making all the money. Yeah, exactly.
Well, the skills have been specialized to such a degree where I don't know if there's a human on Earth right now. Did you guys hear me? I said I don't think there's a guy on Earth that could right now make a number 2 pencil. I said I don't think there's a guy that could write. Fuck it, whatever, man. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
I heard it. We heard it.
I said I don't think there's a. And something about a number 2 pencil.
Well, why doesn't the guy that was trying to go while I was going, or did you only want to talk when I was?
Dude, we can't tell when you're talking because you are breaking up, and we can't tell.
Yeah. You get it now, Jeremy?
Yeah, cool, but clearly somebody wanted to talk, so now's a good time. Or did you only want to?
I was just trying to tell you that I couldn't hear what you were saying, and it's very frustrating when you're cutting out, and then when you're trying to talk, but I'm trying to talk and tell you that I can't hear you, but you're still talking.
We've been talking for hours, Jeremy. You just
but
have
yeah,
a
anyway,
shit
what
night.
importance is a number 2 pencil?
I think he's saying, man, he doesn't know one man that could create the number 2 pencil, or there was a man that created it, and now he has them, like he makes money off of that.
Yeah, I know, but like if you were living in a homestead, what use is a number 2 pencil to you? So who cares if no one can create a number 2 pencil because you don't need it? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get when you go back that far, but even on homesteads, they needed writing utensils. They wrote letters. And
It doesn't need to be number 2 though. You can cut a notch in it. You don't need a pen or a pencil.
I get it. Yeah, you don't need pots and pans either.
You mean conveniences. They're not necessarily needed. They're just convenient. Kind of like when you go to 7-Eleven. We don't really go to 7-Eleven because we need stuff. We go there because we have the munchies and we're looking to fulfill something, right?
Yeah,
How about a blacksmith?
You become creative and you find a different way. Sorry.
I usually go when I need milk.
A blacksmith, anybody? Horseshoes? Who's going to make the horseshoes?
Well, they're not actually needed, though.
You only need horseshoes if you're,
You got to have horses first.
Yeah, and horses on soft dirt where you file the hooves down, you don't need shoes. The shoes were created because of the surfaces they were trying to walk on, and it was just a convenience. they didn't have to do as much work on the horses.
But what's the argument right now, though?
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think that. So if they're working them on the fields, they don't need horseshoes?
No.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. There goes that idea.
No, you actually can file the hooves yourself. You know, what do you file them with? I mean, you know, just ask the natives. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Everything's provided by nature.
Yeah, being a city slicker, I didn't know that. So I learned something today.
Yeah. You don't need saddles either, you know.
Yeah, that one, yeah. How about the thing in the front there, the rope in the mouth?
The
You can, I
bridle?
guess, you can do that without that steel thing.
Yeah, but the steel thing makes the horse doesn't have to be trained as well. But if you train a horse with just a rope, usually when you're breaking a horse, you don't put a bridle in them. You just have you're just basically breaking them. Like you're not trying to train them on turning or whatever. You're just breaking the fact that they're not used to having a human on the back of them. Breaking a horse is not as hard as it's made out to be in the movies. Like some of them are more stubborn than others, but
just breaking ice.
Yeah, it's, they're trying to break us, and we're trying to break them. You get a freaking stallion that's been living out in the wild for all his life, and good luck, right? But once you do break him, it's gonna be a hell of a horse, right? But you get a more mild mannered, you know, what white male, you know, what people would call a paint, right? Like just a normal mild mannered horse that is just born, and you as soon as he's able to carry weight, you break him. No big deal. Kids do it.
See, now that's something a city slicker wouldn't know.
It just doesn't happen very often anymore. But get out, you know, like, you know, there's not a lot of wild horses in the city of New York, right? There used to be. But, you know, you go into the plains of New Mexico or Wyoming or Texas, and, you know, there's still wild horses, and there's still farmers and cowboys and all that. There's still, you know, a lot of them use, instead of horses now, they use four-wheelers or whatever. But, you know, a lot of them still use horses. They just like that aspect of it. So Costa Rica, you know, in the third, you get into the third world where they can't afford the four wheelers, and they'll just, you know, have a horse or, you know, raise it up, break it. It'll be their workhorse for forever.
Still think you need blacksmithing, though. No, how would you do you know, that thing that tills the ground that they tie to the horse? Could they make that out of wood, maybe, or does it need steel?
Yeah, you're talking about huge farms.
Well, there's other ways to do agriculture. You don't actually need to till the ground. If you do cut and drop, you can actually, and mulch. It depends on obviously the size of of land you have, because you might not want to. If it's huge, you might not want to mulch the whole ground to save the soil. But you don't have to keep tilling it if you're growing other vegetation just to cut and put on the floor to die and feed back to the soil.
Yeah, but the steel till was made because it just would last longer than the other stuff that they were using. I mean, there's other ways to do it. The steel just lasted longer, more durable. So once they discovered they could do that, and then they could add heat and shape it and form it however they wanted, and it lasted longer. Of course, that's what we use. Still do the same thing. The wood boat will float. It'll hold water. It'll float. It has buoyancy, but you make it out of carbon fiber, and it's going to float better and last longer and be lighter, go faster. I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, true. So far, could all be done without steel, without blacksmithing.
Yeah, we're talking about survival here. We're not talking. You get into convenience. It's more convenient to have a steel plow than a wood one or something else because it lasts longer. You can plow more field more quickly, or you can make it sharper so it does a better job, or whatever it may be.
Well, sure. Then you get into tractors instead of horses, and yeah.
Yeah, people think the only way to cut down a tree now is a chainsaw. No, they used to have axes and saws, and before that, how'd they do it? Go research it. It's amazing, right? Fallen trees are not, didn't just come up when they developed the axe. Like I said in text, it's going past that, right? I own 3 chainsaws. I can go start right now, right? I have 3 different chainsaws, 3 different sizes, whatever. But I don't cut my own wood.
Have you seen those woodcutters? There's just like it's like a pair of handcuffs, and it's like a cheese wire, or obviously some special kind of wire, and yeah, it's literally like a garrote,
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those. Those are freaking dangerous, man.
Right.
Sharpen a rock and put it, tie it to a stick and, just watch the Flintstones or whatever. Burn them, dig them out. They used to put different natural stuff on it. It would like make them rotten. So over time they would fall like over a season or whatever. But they just developed these tools to make it more convenient or quicker for survival, or even for survival, right? You needed to chop wood quicker to be able to collect enough for the winter to survive in that area through the winter. There you go. I would say necessity too, right? You get to a point where there's not enough wood just naturally laying on the ground that's falling by natural occurrence. So you have to start, once the population grows and the wood gets less and less, you have to start chopping trees or cutting wood and things like that. So you're going to develop tools to make that more efficient and quicker due to survival and due to necessity and due to convenience. Humans are brilliant, man. Most.
Collectively, yeah, but like I said, alone you're not doing really much. The guy that made the chainsaw, there's probably hundreds and hundreds of people behind him that had to come up with their shit before he could make that. You know what I mean? That guy you had to know metallurgy. You ever play the game Sid Meier's Civilization? Like there's a whole chain of events that leads up to that dude inventing a chainsaw.
Right, like he gathered his inspiration from a lot of people before him, in a sense.
Yeah, go look at the first chainsaws that he developed. I mean, it's crazy what they look like and what they were. And look at them now, right? It's nuts. You can go even further, right?
Alone, you can't make a number 2 pencil alone.
Well, I had lunch with 2 of my kids yesterday, and one of them is now running. They need employees, and they're just so discouraged, right? So she was going on vacation for the week for Thanksgiving. Blah blah blah. Came home, had dinner with us, was leaving to go somewhere else, and 2 employees quit. Right, like we're done. I'm giving my 2-hour notice. Right? We know you're out of town, and this is gonna make all your vacation plans crumble. But we're quitting. So she had to drive back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
2 hour notice. Wow.
Yeah, 2 hours instead of 2 weeks. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's discouraging. That's what I was telling her. I have employees too. I'm just discouraged, you know. And I have the best employees that are available right now. I pay them the best, you know. But it's just weird how people don't take pride in their work or how they provide for their family. They just don't care anymore. You know, the hope is dwindling. It seems for the ordinary person.
Yeah, you know why? He's got to work 2-3 jobs now, and his wife has to work. That's how they've done it now.
Yeah.
Remember before they were talking about, you know, you wouldn't send your parents to old age homes and all that. Well, why you think people are doing it now? Because both are working. Who can stay home and watch them? Yeah,
they don't have time to take care of them. Yep,
that's right.
Yeah, that's tragic thing, right? That's why I said women's lib earlier. That's the downfall of women. That's my opinion, my feeling, because it makes the woman feel like, you know, she doesn't need a man, right? Well, that's the downfall of society 101.
Yep.
You know,
they made the woman feel ashamed to stay home and be a housewife. Somehow now the woman has to be the boss babe, you know?
Yeah.
Like, no, man, it doesn't work like that, you know?
And I think it's man's fault, you know, a lot of the times too. You know, we don't treat women the right way, or we don't respect them, and you know, whatever. But to have a woman that's willing to stay home and raise kids, and maybe even, you know, school them, and you know, take care of their husband. You know what I'm saying? Take care of the home, take care of the husband. It's just, man can't do that. Only woman can do that. Childbirth. I mean, you know, without the man's semen, you know, it's a dual thing. But you know, the woman actually, you know, goes through that 10-month process and goes through the birthing process, which, you know, without that, the society collapses. I don't care what science tells you.
Well, that's why women have always been like considered super valuable. That's why men went and died. You know, if someone's gonna die, we can't afford to be losing women. You know, because like they're what actually continues society. But like that's what's so crazy. That's why I've decided I'm gonna start being so vocal about this dynamic, because they're actually, it's so ironic. They're getting the women to shy away from what actually makes them so valuable.
Yeah,
which is on purpose. It's on purpose.
I think
Again, it comes back
ultimate,
to stop being the audience for it. Stop the women from being the audience for it. This is the only way you can stop it.
well, it was a good sell, right? Because it happened at the time of the war where the women went to work and blah, blah, blah. They felt needed. But war was the problem, right? Not sending women to work. The ultimate way you can value women is to tell them they're amazing, you know, the childbirth and taking care of the home and all that. Not that they need equal pay for equal whatever. Like, that's demeaning to a woman. Why would you want to do a man's work? You're a woman. Why would you want equal pay to dig a ditch, right? I just don't. I don't think that's the ultimate way to respect women.
Dude, no, they actually have the best deal. So they're born with their value. So they're born a virgin. They're born with beauty. Like it's they're clearly the more fair of the genders, right? So it's like they have the sweeter deal. It's such a stupid trick to convince them to be like men.
Yeah,
Like they
you
had to
demean
make the
them.
men weak to do that.
Yeah, you're
Would it be
demeaning
equal
the
to say
woman.
that they're born with temptation then? Like, whereas with us, we'd need sort of the money to have the temptation, in a sense.
They're doing it both ways, though. Let's not kid ourselves, right? They're taking the woman out of the woman, and they're taking the man out of the man. They're making the men more like women, and the women more
Inversion.
like men. It's the fall of society.
One of the play cards, isn't it? Inversion.
Yeah. It's so evident now. They're not even hiding it, folks. I mean, if you can't see it, it's on you, because they're not even trying to hide it now. They're like, we have such control over you, right?
Hide it. They implement it in schools and TV and everything. So it's definitely not hidden.
I wonder if I'm the cause of that too, right? I meant to ask earlier, but it was kind of hot and heavy. I have, well, for example, a long-standing relationship with a woman who's married to another woman. She was married to a man, divorced him, married a woman, blah, blah, blah. Well, she's been a massage therapist for me and my family and friends and neighbors for over 20 years, right? Well, she knows how I feel. She knows how a lot of people feel in the region, but we respect her. But I still allow her, in my home, right? Like, I support her job, right? I give her money to survive it. Am I at fault for this collapse? Like, is that part of the reason? Like, at some point, society has to say enough is enough, right? Like, I want to stand up. You know how I feel, right? You know my belief, but I'm going to stand up and back my belief by, it's not right. I'm not going to allow you in my home and to be around
I don't know about that though. I don't know if that's right though. Like saying not allow them in your home. I don't think
that was the question.
I don't think that's lashing out against it though, is it? It's more like you got to see them as a victim. That's what
No,
they
I think
are.
I think the big problem is shifting from it's my belief to it's just a fact. So men need to state the facts. So it's a fact, actually. The man-woman dynamic is a fact. The fact that women need men is a fact. These are facts, not beliefs. And I know what you were saying, right? I know what you're saying. You have an underlying belief. I get that. But what I'm saying is, like, these are facts, though. These are facts that men need to say.
No, I agree with that. But where should I draw my line, right? Like, should I draw the line at, okay, explaining to you I think you're wrong, but I'm still going to allow you in my home. I'm still going to support your way of life, blah, blah, blah. I'm still going to financially support you, basically. Or should I draw the line as a man and say no, because I don't want society to collapse, and I want to teach my kids, it's a tough deal, right?
I can't speak to that, right? I have to know the personal details of your relationship and their business experience, what they brought, like how irreplaceable is their knowledge and experience, etc. Right? I mean,
it still sounds like division to me. They're still people, isn't it? Like, okay, yeah, we're against that whole bullshit, but only because we see them as a victim in the end of the day of it. So, and you just play into their hands by sort of like trying to cut them out of society, and then it's just another division.
Well, where do you draw your line, right? Like, if you could create a testing that would eliminate murders, right? Like, I see the psychological makeup of this, and if this, blah, 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 and then you stop all murders. Well, wouldn't you have the obligation to do that? Like, I hope you get my point. So if you can stop, if it is psychological, I'm not trying to cross any boundary lines here because I'm not that guy, right? I'm not smart enough to figure all that out, but I do question whether I'm aiding and abetting, the society fall, the murder of society itself, not of an individual, of society itself by aiding and abetting this type of activity. It's a burden that's put on me. Like, I've fought this all my life, right? Like, I have family members and all that. I love them to death. I mean, obviously I love this lady. She's wonderful. I spend more time with her than a lot of other women in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, amazing woman, businesswoman, educated, but am I aiding and abetting? Do you understand the question? To the fall of society itself.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's a tough one.
I would say no. You're not abetting and aiding, because lesbians have been around for thousands of years, right? They even have an island in Greece named after them, Lesbos. So that's not the problem. The problem is the woke movement that started 10 years, 15 years ago. The freaks, I call them, the freakaloids. That's the problem. Those are the ones that want to teach children about sex and do, dancing naked and all this debauchery in front of children. That's the problem, not the lesbians or the gays.
Those are the sorts that you really think are sort of agents though that are really pushing this stuff, you know. But I do think there's a lot of confused victims, you know. There's just a lot of confused victims as well, and then they become the direction, like the target of people's hate, you know. And it's like it's just playing into their hands. It's just what they want. But I don't know. That's the way I see it.
Well, let me make this clear, right? I'm against hate more than I'm against, gays or lesbians. Does that make sense? Like the hate is the killer, but it's a true question, and for me at least, whether I'm hating.
Yeah, it's gone way beyond that, Rakia. Like that's one issue, right? We're talking about a whole different thing now. We're talking about a generation of people that think that they know what's best for your children. In other words, to hide their gender, to teach them that they can be other. Like this is insanity. This is sickness. This is not normal.
It goes back to choice, right? I choose not to live on Lesbos Island, right? So I choose to live somewhere else. Yeah. I choose to, allow this person in my house, right? It's a choice. It always goes back to choice. And I'm just, I question whether I'm making the right choice or not. That's all.
Right. I can only give you my opinion. I don't think you're harming society. Now, if you were to be promoting woke game, like not gay, I mean cross dressers, like to strip in front of children, then I'd be telling you, bro, you're sinning, bro. That's a sin right there.
Well, that's
why I'm saying. Yeah.
Where do you draw your line, right? I do the same thing with abortion or whatever. But drawing your line at the woke movement is tough for me because I'm actually, this person is a married, woman to another woman. People who see me.
Sorry, Rakia. Does she see through the bullshit though? Does she not call out some of this woke stuff? And
this person does,
yeah. So she's not an idiot, like what Raki is talking, what SE's talking about. These pride marches and all that, where it's just where kids are seeing. Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's disgusting. That's the filth that the community should be stepping against. Do you know what I mean? And stopping happening.
Well, again, that's where you're drawing your line. But I'm saying, someone who sees me from the outside, like let's say one of my kids sees me supporting this type of person and actively supporting them for years and years and years, right? Does that add towards the movement? And then it reaches different levels and lines that you think, it's your opinion where that's where they cross the line. That's the question, right?
Well, it's the
question doesn't go away.
You have, like I asked about that woman. Does she like distance herself from this whole woke bullshit? And you said yes. So who's really gonna judge you for supporting her when she already sees the bullshit in it? Like people will see, oh right, well, all right, she's a lesbian, but she has sense. You know what I mean? She can see.
Yeah, but
her
wife doesn't, right? Her wife is different. She's full fledged, like fly the flag type thing. So now that same person, is judging me based on supporting that type of issue, right? Like it's a tough thing, right? Like you get into more critical areas where people draw their lines, right? I draw my line here, X. The line is drawn here in the sand, and you may draw your line, whatever. So I draw my line never, right? I'm gonna take each instance of abortion, each case, right? But my baseline is never. Abortion is never right? But I'm gonna take each instance, and other people draw their line at 10 months. Well, what about in 20 years where they draw, people draw their line, especially the lawmakers draw the line at 2 years. Like, where do you draw your line, right? Like, it's important.
Well, do no harm, right? In the case of the lesbians, right? The two lesbians. What harm are they doing? They're not doing any harm to anybody. We know there have been lesbians around for thousands of years, right? It's always been like a minority of the population. It's never harmed the household, right? The mom and pops. 99% 90%, and maybe more, 95% heterosexual. So there's never been an issue with gays or lesbians harming society.
Okay. Yeah. A sin is a sin is the way I put it. Like great parent, right? That she has a son by her previous husband, and she's a great mother. The son lives with him. Like great mother, great part of the community, great businesswoman, blah blah blah. Like nothing. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with her. I'm just saying. And if she was standing right here, like we've had this conversation over again, and she listens to a lot of these things while I'm getting a massage, but she's very open and great to talk to. She's who I've learned, right, how to deal with this, because it's harder with family members. It's weird. If you really be honest with yourself, how many of your friends and family are openly gay now, and like if it keeps going at the rate it is, over time, I see it, as a problem for society.
Well, that's where the woke movement comes in. See, now this is where we got to separate, draw the line from, shall we call it conventional gay and lesbianism, for a lack of a better term, right? To this woke movement freaks with 25, 30, 40 different genders, and one day I'm a woman, one day I'm a man nonsense, which is fine. Do what you want, right? That's to me, that's crazy, right? But if you're an adult, do whatever you want. Call yourself a giraffe if you want. But when it comes to the children, bringing it in schools, which is what they're doing now, that's part of the woke movement. I mean, that's I draw the line there. Like seriously,
that's the problem.
Debauchery.
Once you start tolerating this sort of behavior, which this started 20 years ago, right? Even you could say even in the 60s, there's this counterculture revolution with sexual freedom. Once you become tolerant of homosexual behavior, society as a whole, because it was frowned upon, bro. For hundreds of years, it was frowned upon. For thousands of years. And people were practicing homosexuality behind closed doors, just like prostitution in Rhode Island, right? They don't do it publicly. They do it behind closed doors, right? But once you start tolerating it publicly and it becomes like a social norm to like support it and even promote it, then you start moving the goalposts.
That's what I was talking about.
Then they, you gave them an inch. Now they're taking a foot. Now they're taking a mile. Now they're bringing it into our schools. Now they're having drag queen story hour. Now they're having transgendered pageants with 8-year-olds dressed in drag, and they're getting money thrown at them in New York City last year, right? And there are adults present promoting the shit. And even in the schools, they have drag queens twerking in front of the children, and it's like it's supposed to be a wholesome moment. And even the teachers are on board with it because they're part of the liberal left, and they've been indoctrinated to believe that this is normal by society. So if we would have nipped it in the butt 20 years ago, and 20 years ago people were sounding the shofar saying, hey, if you allow this to happen in 20 years, they're going to come after our kids. Oh, that's never going to happen.
Right.
You're a conspiracy theorist. You're a religious fanatic. And now we're seeing it in our schools. It's actually manifesting before our eyes. But shepherds were warning, sounding the shofar 20 years ago that this was going to happen. And now we have cuties on Netflix, bro, where they have little girls twerking on Netflix.
Made a good point. Well, that was my point. Like, I would never, like, if I knew a drag queen that twerked at the local library and got naked and got money from 8-year-olds, I would never allow that person in my house, right? Because to me, I've drawn my line. But I do allow the gay married woman, to come into my house for years and years. Like, why? What am I? That's what I'm saying. Am I part of the problem, or I'm definitely not part of the solution? I don't think. I don't know.
Like with that you said there, how would you sort of like say the same about Globers? Like, do you not fund any Globers as well, in case you're aiding and abetting this huge lie of the world?
No, we're talking about.
How do you not deal with any Glober in your life?
Non-deceivers? No, I don't try and actively, knowingly promote that type of person. That's what I'm saying. I'm very adamant about that. I fight deception. So if a Glober or someone who believes in the globe is not a Glober, it's just most people, I would say over in the 90 percentile, don't know the argument. They just trust what they've been taught is true.
But is that not sort of the same as the woke movement?
No, it's on me to inform them. Absolutely not. I think the woke movement is deceiving people or being, like I think it's their good and evil thing. There's always is deception or deceit or fall of society or whatever, however you want to pull it. It's
but for the younger
your normal person is walking. Your normal person is walking around just thinking Ursula. They've been deceived. They're not
right.
like part of
Right,
it.
but that's only because of generations of brainwashing, right? We've only just
not
started with
knowingly
this woke.
deceiving.
We've only just started with this woke bullshit. So the kids is all they're going to know in 20 years. So they're just being told this is fact, right? So that's going to be their norm in 20 years. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, for you to know that the Earth is not a globe and not say anything is worse than someone believing that it's a globe and not really trying to convince anything of anybody. Right. But someone being in the woke movement and being taught that it's okay is not at fault, right? Like that's what they've always been taught by their authority figure. It might be a deception, but it's the people teaching it, knowing that it's wrong. And supporting it, knowing that it's wrong. And that's what I don't want to be a part of. That's why I'm questioning even going back to the gay married woman, right? It's a friend of mine. I mean, it's a business associate. I love her, right? I went to her wedding, right? So, but is that wrong of me to support that? Like I'm actively knowing it's wrong and showing people around me, my kids, and, I'll just tell you my kids because that's the most important to me, that it's okay to support this type of person or group. And it's kind of like I tell them in some instances, that it's not right. And then I tell them in many other ways by supporting them and allowing them in our house that it is right, right? It's contradictory. Biblically, spiritually, it's not right. Not God's way. It's, but because it makes, it's okay to invite them in your home and, where you draw your line. It's a tough thing, right? Like this is about as tough as it gets for me, like over the years battling this question. Same thing with gambling. Gambling, I've played poker for 20 years. But is it gambling? No, it's not to me. I mean, I've also entered golf tournaments and things like that where I beat people that I had more skill than. Same thing with poker.
Well, let me ask you this, Rakia. Have you ever played Pokem?
Pokem? No, I don't think so.
Okay, you're good then. You're good.
I'm good. You understand what I'm saying? There's dilemmas. I guess there's choices all over. So I'm no better than that woman. I mean, I think in many ways she's better than me. And she's fighting a battle just like I am with flat earth or whatever in society when you go against the norm, right? She fought that battle with being gay. So I get it, right? Like, how can I not get it? She was ostracized and, went through, it takes a big, a big person to come out and say, look, I don't know why I'm this way. This is how I feel. I can't doubt that. I don't know how she feels. Do I think she's deceiving me? Like she don't have these feelings for women? Hell no. Why would she do that? Like that's stupid. She obviously has feelings for women. Like I can't understand that, but
I think it's simple as like I like strawberry ice cream. You know what I'm saying? That's what I like. I don't know why I like strawberry ice cream. That's what tastes good to me. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I really think it's like that simple. Like people just like things and they do that thing. Why shouldn't I do the things I like?
It's a good way to put it. I mean, I don't eat strawberry ice cream, so I don't like it. It doesn't taste good to me. I would never order it, but another person would. I get it. I get that. I don't fight that at all.
This is a little bit more than that, guys. Come on. This is not chocolate ice cream.
Hold on. The thing you're talking about is straight up delusional, right? Like totally not in touch with reality. That's a different. Rockia's lesbian friend, She knows she's a woman, and she knows she likes other women. That's clear cut. She's in tune with reality. All right, fine. This other bullshit where you think you're a kitty cat, you're just delusional at that point. You know what I'm saying? It's not even. That's like a I don't know what we got going on there.
No,
Well,
she's not
those
in
are
tune
the
with
people.
reality. She's not in tune with reality because the lesbian likes men. Okay? The lesbian immediately knows that men are in control whenever there's a strong man. Okay, so she likes men. If you ask her, have you ever been physically attracted to a man? Can you think of a guy that you find physically attractive? When you see a guy that's in really good shape, etc., are you physically? Yes. Okay, when there's a man that's like strong and he leads, like, do you find him attractive? Yes. So then they're not actually lesbian. I mean, you say they're getting in tune with reality because they like women. No, like everyone loves women. Women love women. Men love women. Of course, the women can acknowledge that other women are attractive. I'm just saying that's my opinion. I think it's
It's just
my
the
life experience
sexual
has
part.
proven that. My life experience has proven that to be true. It's not even that because they just imitate men. So,
Yeah, her partner is the male figure in the relationship. They just happen to be both women.
and lesbian relationships have the highest rate of domestic violence, the highest rate of splitting up quicker, and one of them is the masculine stand-in, and they imitate men sexually in their relationship. So I just lay it out like it is.
I know, but I just meant like as far as like she knows she's a woman, and she knows she likes to have sex with other women or whatever. So that is the part where she's in tune with. You know what I'm saying? This other thing that he's talking about is like they think they're a cat. That's totally delusional.
Not only a cat, they're a man one day, they're a woman the next day, they're non-binary, bro, there's names that you never heard of. There's like, I kid you not, there's like 30, 40 different genders that are recognized. They're like insane things like you're cis male. You're not male anymore, or you're cis woman. There's no such thing as man or woman. They've even changed what a man, like you're a cis male, you're a cis woman, or I'm neutral, I'm neither. Today I'm neither.
Like non-binary, I think they call it.
Yeah. All kinds of crazy names. No, the name is mental disability. That's what the name is. There's only one name for you. Sorry. If we let these people into our society and take over, it's over for us. It's literally over for us.
Well, I want to be clear. That's not like that's. I'm not trying to figure them out. I'm trying to figure out if I'm doing the right thing or not. So the whole point was, am I aiding and abetting basically the fall of society?
Well, as a brother in Christ, right? I could tell you what Scripture says. You got 1 Corinthians 5. It says, "I wrote to you in my letter not to associate with the sexual immoral people, not at all." Meaning, the sexually immoral of this world, or the greedy and the swindlers, or idolaters. Since then you would need to go out of the world. But now I'm writing to you not to associate with anyone who bears the name of a brother if he is guilty of sexual immorality or greed, or is an idolater, a reviler, a drunkard, or a swindler. Not even to eat with such a person.
Now I say that's sheer out bigotry.
Yeah, I couldn't even eat. I couldn't eat with myself. Like you couldn't eat with any. You would always be eating alone, and then when you were alone, you would be like you're a sinner also.
The only time that you're allowed to actually like hang out with the unbelievers is when you're preaching the gospel. It's your chance to sow seeds. That's it. You're not supposed to hang out with them and befriend them and then be, because they can ruin you. They can corrupt you. A friend of the world is an enemy of Yah. Anyways.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, I do take the opportunity even when I'm so-called gambling, right? Like I've been in places that I know I shouldn't be, but I try and act accordingly and leave no doubt that I'm there for a reason. And it's not to take your money. It's not to whatever. It's to pass on the good news of salvation and creation and all that. Like I leave no doubt. There's no one that knows me that doesn't know that fact, right? But also they have to know that I'm not perfect. Like I think there's so many non-Christians that have this belief that Christians think they're perfect. That's actually the opposite. You know, a true Christian knows it's a fact that he's not perfect, that he needs to repent daily, not yearly or biannually or whatever, like daily.
No, I know. But people use that to rationalize chilling with the heathens, chilling with the gang members. Oh, well, you know what? I'm not perfect, so let me just chill with these crackheads and these crack dealers. And actually, like, not just try to preach to them, but like just be worldly with them and hang out with them and watch TV with them. Like everything's chill, bro. That's actually Scripture tells us to be set apart from them, to separate yourselves from them. Messiah himself says basically, if anyone near you has a different understanding of the gospel, to not even allow that person into your house, bro. Don't even bid him farewell, it says in John. But Christians aren't ready to hear this, bro, because they like the world, bro. They like all the, you know what I mean? They like it all, bro.
I'm one of them to a certain extent. I mean, I'm not shying away from that. I mean, I go to the point where this person is laying hands on me, right? Like for an hour at a time. You understand what I'm saying? Not just coming into my home, but you know, actively putting their hands on me for an hour, or family members or friends, or you know, recommended their, you know what I'm saying? You understand that point? But I don't know.
I think you're smart enough to judge somebody individually, right? There's no use like doing a group judgment. You know what I'm saying? I think you're smart enough to judge the person on your own. You know this person so long, you got good instinct. I think that's good enough. You don't need anybody or any book telling you what is right. You know instinctively what is right.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna pop back out and say the uncomfortable truth again. If a woman thinks that she's lesbian, she is definitely misguided. I don't know. I mean, we can. I'm not. She could be the
Sounds like
coolest
you've
person
done a
ever,
good
bro.
one
She
then.
could be one of the. She could be one of the most loyal people ever. I'm just telling you that, like, women, they go through a lot of things, and then they act accordingly. Okay, and it's not that I would never condone any approach that's like, oh, screw them, you know. No, I don't think that, but I think that I don't think lesbians exist. I'll just call it like it is. I don't think that's a real thing. I
But
think that is
aren't
a
you almost trying to divine their thoughts and their
trauma-based
feelings?
defense mechanism. That's what that is. Because I've talked
Okay,
to
how about
many,
gays
many
then?
girls
How
that
about
claim
men?
that's even more reprehensible. I have much more empathy for a woman who's been hurt by men, right? And they're just like done with it or whatever. Where a guy who goes out of their way to deny the fact that dude, I'm just telling you, I've talked to quote unquote gay people on both sides a lot back in the day. They all find the other sex attractive. All of them. When you really get down to it, all of them. They will all acknowledge that there are beautiful women and that they are attractive.
Yeah, I agree with that. Even this
So that's
lady, she thinks I'm attractive in many ways, like the way I provide and protect, and the way I'm a man. Like she's like, I wouldn't be physically attracted to you, but you're an attractive male. She's just not attracted to the male species. You know, it's weird, and she's very open about it. But she thinks it's wrong. Like she thinks it's a sin to be that way. She just can't overcome it.
But I think kind of like what Whitsitt was getting at is often it's from an experience that puts them off. Like I can understand that. Yeah, that makes total
that's
sense.
correct. I mean, every single, and obviously this is what is called anecdotal because it's coming from my experience, but I've had many conversations and they're all like that. All of them are like, some dude did them dirty, bro. But this is the real sad part of it is because women are being told to be a certain way. So get your money, be a boss babe, go to college, blah, 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 be masculine. And then of course what happens when they try to play the game with the men reciprocate. I'm not removing the blame from the men, but the men will be like, okay, well, you're putting out this like hyper masculine sexual energy. What is the man going to do? The man's going to sleep with you and then just move on. The man's going to look at you like that's all that you can fulfill. So then what happens is the women get hurt. And then over time, the women become desensitized. They lose their ability to pair bond, which has been scientifically proven, by the way. Pair bonding with someone after a certain amount of sexual partners as a female is distinctly different than a man. And so then the woman like just becomes heartless in a way, like just cold to men. They don't feel like they can trust men. So what do? They find like another hurt woman or misguided woman that's like basically in defense mode, and then they bond through that. They trauma bond through that.
Misery
That's the reality.
enjoys company.
Yeah, I think it's a vicious cycle, right? The women don't trust men because the men have been untrustworthy, but the men were untrustworthy because they see the women moving on and not trusting men. Like I think it's just a cycle. The divorce rate is skyrocketing, right? Because women don't need the man anymore. They can support themselves. They can, there's, they don't need men anymore. They might desire them, but they don't need them. So they just divorce and move on.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest lie is that women have been told they don't need men, but they do, and they need men for more than just protecting and providing. They need men for leadership, for logic, for wisdom. They do need men, right? But they're being told they don't need men, and I mean, I'm that guy. I don't care. Like they're being told they don't need men, and then society's actually giving them money for sexualizing themselves. And if you really look at it, that's what it all is. Women get paid to sexualize themselves. Why are there successful women real estate agents? Because they're attractive. Like we can play this game like we don't know, but we do know. And actually, as men, it's irresponsible to not say it. Because what's happening is the women are being taken advantage of by being sexualized. So now we have women taking feet pics. Dude, if there's a female that can take pictures of her in lingerie and she can make $15K a month, why does she care what you're talking about, bro? She's going to go make $15K a month. She's had a few boyfriends she was in love with. They hurt her. They cheated on her. She's going to make $15K a month. So society is setting them up to make $10, $15K a month just selling, themselves for $4.99 on the internet. And you'd be surprised how many women do that behind the scenes. And then when it gets into the other thing, I'm just being real, bro. Like women, their value is given to them and preserved, and they're beautiful, and they're born with their value, and they need to be protected. And strong men are supposed to protect them. And when we throw them to the wolves and we let them play the game with the men, they're gonna get chopped up.
Yo,
who is this Yanti dude in the chat? Who's this Yanti dude in the chat? Which needs to be moderated? This has to be against TOS. Who is this guy? What a douchebag.
I don't know, but yo, I was gonna say that I know a couple lesbian relationships, bro, and they're extremely toxic, bro. Very physical. They're one of the most toxic relationships because they're both, it's both trauma. They've been through trauma, and they've been raped in the past. And like you said, bro, they're bonding together, but they always end up extremely toxic, dude. And it's like they hit each other. They have black and blue scratches, all of that, dude. And it's like they just deal with it.
Yeah, dude, domestic violence is way higher with lesbian couples. Way higher. So, like, as a man, what do you do? Is it the manly thing to sit back and be like, oh, well, let them be, everyone's themselves, accept everyone for who? No, that's weak, bro. That's weak. That woman is hurting. The other woman's hurting. They trauma bonded, and now they're in this toxic cycle where they hurt each other. And strong men need to be like, look, I know that you were hurt, but you can overcome it. This is what you need to do. You need to embrace your feminine. You need to understand that not all men are like that. Not all men are going to do that. And you have to like portray yourself in a certain feminine way so that men do not do that to you. Or we're just going to sit back and watch. Dude, the divorce rate of lesbian marriages is way higher, and the domestic violence rate is way higher. Way higher. It's not even close. So why is that? So if it's always the man's fault, then why is that happening?
Like 3/4 of the way into the Mouse Utopia experiment.
Exactly, and that's done by design, though, bro. Because degeneracy, it effectively releases control. It releases agency. Right? There's a disproportionate relationship between degeneracy and agency.
Let me ask you a question. This is a serious question. It sounds kind of weird, but they start promoting that sex with dogs is okay on TV. Legitimately, commercials are showing men and women having sex with dogs. Do you think sex with dogs would increase? Of course it would, right? Like, it's just the control factor too, the mental aspect. The human mind is easily controlled. They figured this out. So time is a killer on this, right? Like if you don't stand up and be a strong man, then you're never going to portray what a woman wants, and a woman is going to go seek whatever. Definitely not going to seek you out. To think that another woman can't act as a man and give a woman pleasure is ridiculous. Like, you better stand up as a man right now, because in that aspect, you're no good, right? Like, you can be easily replaced. Women need all the above, right? You have to check the list off top to bottom, or women will go. They'll leave, especially in today's society. It's getting easier and easier. Myself included.
Not only will they leave, they'll take the man, they'll fleece the man too, and probably get the kids.
Well, and every time that happens, the man himself, right? That individual man, is filled with doubt, right? He thinks he did the best he could as the man that he is, and the woman's gone, right? Society's told the woman that it's okay to leave. The church tells the woman it's okay to leave. Most churches don't fight divorce. The biggest thing a church would do during the divorce is, maybe provide some counseling or say, well, we'll pray for you. They don't say it's biblically wrong, they might point it out, but it's not a strong, deal anymore. Society has overcome that fact, even in the church. The churches are infiltrated by the society norms just as much as society itself.
Well, look, and I'll say this too. Because I'm kind of realizing that this is a lot of the stuff I should have been saying. So, yeah, so it all falls back on the men. It really does. It always falls back on the men, because if there are strong men, you know what women naturally do? They follow them. So the fact we have all these women doing all this crazy stuff, it's because men aren't strong. They don't have morals and blah, blah, blah. They don't speak up against evil. They just kind of sit back and they can put. I want to say the tides have turned so much now, where if you look at Solomon, he had 8,000 wives or something. Now women have twice as many partners, sexual partners, as men under the age of 30. And now, an insane percentage of men don't have any interaction with real life women. So they sit at home and they watch porn, they watch OnlyFans, they sit there just destroying themselves. And you have women going out getting played. That's what we actually have going on. So either as men, we're going to be like, oh, look at the younger generation, look what they're doing, look what's happening, or we're going to pretend we don't see it. We don't talk about it because it's uncomfortable, because someone wants to come and virtue signal and be like, oh, man, you shouldn't say that. I'm just saying it's a very serious problem. We have women now that are being destroyed emotionally because we don't have strong men, and we have men being trapped into being weak men. It's a pretty serious problem. I don't know if you guys think I'm tripping or something, but it's very obvious this is the source of the problem. That and not acknowledging Yah, the creator, that's the number one problem.
I think you kind of letting some women off there, because I think it's more on parents, strong parents,
Sure,
to teach
but
the right way.
That's true. That's a big part of it. Although, I know women. Let's just say I was 16 talking to a senior, and she was raised by a pastor. And let's just say that although her dad was a preacher, it didn't mean much. So, but I still agree with you, right? Because that's just like a label. I agree with you, but I think that really what it boils down to again is men. So it's like if they have
I
a
get
strong
what you're saying, yeah, because
father.
the man have to be a strong leader to lead that woman to be a good mother, in a sense. I get what you're saying.
Exactly. And actually, what she's going to do is she's going to go into the world and try to find someone based on what her father was, right? So if the father is absent, for example, well then what standard do they have? If the father's weak, what standard do they have? If the father gives in to the mom and the mom runs the household, what standard do they have? So that's the real problem we have, is that women naturally, they go out and in the way they interact with other men is directly related. It's directly related to their father, their relationship with their father. So your point is correct, right? It's about being raised the right way, and it's hard to you can't get the statistics on that. You see what I'm saying? They can have a certain label or whatever, but you don't actually know.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying, because sometimes it's not always the partner, the male partner, that because some women are naturally good mothers, you know. I know it's getting few and far between now, and that may be because of their upbringing, right?
No, like, dude, I'll just say this, bro. Almost every woman that I've met in the 21st century is super traumatized. Okay? 90% of them, bro. 90% of them. In almost every single one of them, they gave their all to like a man and then got played. So what happens is they become like this toxic defensive version of themselves that they have to be to survive. That's super sad. The fact that people run around with no testosterone and watching porn all the time, and they want to like virtue signal for the women, and you're not trying to stand up for the women. Because the truth is that the women are getting finessed. The women are getting played. Dude, let's just call it like it is. Like, I can reach in a bag of seeds and I can throw 1 million seeds out there, and then I can just do the same thing the next day. But like wherever that seed lands, it only one plant can grow in that dirt. Only one plant can grow in that dirt, right? So like it's just fundamentally different. Men and women are different. We're telling women they're the same. So what's happening? They're going out there with that energy, it's getting reciprocated. And now they're getting traumatized. So I mean, it is what it is. Like I think that men need to speak up and be like, look, here's the truth. No matter what society told you, you're super valuable the way that you are. You're born valuable. Preserve your value, right? And save yourself for a strong man that's going to lead you. And don't try to be the same as the man, because you're not the same as the man. Just like what would a dude look like going around wearing a dress, flipping his wrist out, being like, "Hey, I'm only masculine at times." Like it's the same thing. Women are being trapped. I still think it's all the men's fault. That's what I'm saying. I think it's all the men's fault. This is important, bro. This conversation gets shut down in this arena a lot. This has got to be one of the most important things, though, right? So, like, what does the man need to do? The man needs to like become very disciplined and start taking care of himself physically and mentally and spiritually, and being a strong man so that he can lead a woman. And if that's reinstilled into society after 10 years, things will begin to change. It takes time.
But this is the thing. This is why I go back to homesteading, because isn't it in that environment? It's just the natural way will play out, right?
No, I don't know. Are you familiar with the Mouse Utopia experiment?
The what?
It was called Mouse Utopia.
No.
You should see how it naturally plays out.
Well, that isn't natural, though. The Mouse Utopia experience specifically isn't natural.
Yeah, but that's what we're doing. Well, whatever that was happening there, that's what we're doing with the big cities and shit. That's why, that's why this
I'm
is all
talking about
happening.
little communities.
Yeah, the guy said homesteading, Jeremy. So if you're chucking everyone together in a big city, that's different, isn't it?
Yeah, but the homesteading people have to live with the big city people because we're all
What?
in this together.
No, but the point of the mouse experiment was the correlation between big cities. That was the point of it. But Jim just said something about homesteading. I think you missed that bit.
Yeah, but doing homesteading, you can't get away from the. It's not like those people, the big cities don't exist anymore. That's still happening. That's probably a majority of where it's
No,
happening
but
now. Yeah.
you've got to cut your ties as much as possible if you don't want to be an audience for the bullshit, and you don't want your children to be an audience for the bullshit, and you want to create a better life, you know, and a better world. Instead of focusing on the bad, crappy system, focus on making a better one.
Yeah, but we can't all just do that though.
Well, we've got to
I'm
try
not
though.
saying that would definitely help. I actually think the key to get out of this is to homestead enough food for all of the people. That's like that would be like the first step to get out from under their thumb and shit. We got to take back control of the food supply, food and
I think
water.
it's way
Number
deeper.
one.
It's way deeper than that, Jared. The whole problem of society can be summed up in like one word: discipline. Discipline. So like if the woman's disciplined, well, she's not going to go around and like sell herself sexually. If the man's disciplined, he has to like every day go out, have like I'm going to go make something happen every day. I'm gonna build something. I'm going to become stronger. Blah blah blah. The mass utopia experiment, what that does is it removes discipline. There is no need for discipline in the mouse utopia experiment. That's why everything crumbled, right? Why be disciplined? Everything is right there for you.
Yeah, homesteading is the ultimate discipline. You have to do everything.
Yeah. I feel you. That's a good step. That's a good step forward. But these cities and shit, like, they're still going to exist. So
Well, yeah, but
CNN's
that
not going to
means
go away because you're homesteading now.
yeah, but who
Well, you
cares,
can
right?
save yourself. We need to save everyone. I feel like it's our responsibility at this point for what we know to save everyone. So
You can't because like when you realize that what it comes down to is discipline, you can't save everyone. That's it.
we have to, or we're going to end up
You
like the Mouse
can't.
Utopia.
Well, what you have to do is actually show the beauty in being disciplined. You have to make like discipline popular again, right? You have to show that like, sure, you can go into the Mouse Utopia experiment and get everything you need right there, but look at the benefit of being disciplined. This is my opinion. I think it's way deeper than like it's way deeper than stuff like the food supply because the food supply is actually just an effect. Our dependence
It's the
upon the food supply is
lifestyle.
an effect.
It's the lifestyle. Growing
You're
your
saying
own
we're the
every
mice
day,
and we're
making
getting
your own
everything
every day,
handed.
making your own house, you know, you're more grateful for everything. And you know where it comes from. And your kids will learn how to do all that. And they will see the beauty in discipline. They'll see the reward in it.
I'm saying we're basically like the mice in that we're getting everything handed to us because they control it all. We need to take that shit back. Stop getting handed the food and the water. Nobody gets water.
Yeah, but dude, you're from New York, right?
Upstate.
Okay, but okay, so let's just talk about New York City though. So I've been in New York City, bro. There's 8 million people in New York City.
Yeah, I lived in Brooklyn for a year. It's hectic.
Okay. If you go and you try to tell these women anything we're talking about, they're not gonna listen to you. Okay, so what I'm saying is the way to actually change society, it's to shift the mindset of the younger people. So then to do that, you have to actually figure out what their mindset currently is. And I just broke it down. I just broke down what it is. Women think they can be men. Men are weak. So what do women do? They look for older men that have developed beyond being weak, and then they try to beat the man at their own game. And then they realize that the quickest, easiest way to make money is sexualizing themselves. So when they do all of that, that's when you start getting the problems of like, we don't have actual production, actual tangible wealth. We don't have actual community, family, network, blah, blah, blah. All of that stems, it all comes from the man-woman relationship. Literally, bro, everything in society. The Mouse Utopia experiment is interesting, but it makes you think, so why was it like that? The men weren't having to be disciplined to earn for the women. So you remove the discipline, you remove the strong male leadership. They've done this with apes too, by the way. Right? They've shown that, like, okay, apes, when they don't really have to earn anything, the women don't really respect the men. And what happens is they start trying to run the men, and then they have the value of being what reproduces, so they just run the men. And now all the men just cut to the female apes. This is definitely what it is, bro. It is. So, I mean, and it started with Instagram, and now it's OnlyFans. So I hate to break it to you, like all this other stuff we think that the food supply and the work supply and all this is the meta. The meta actually is the male-female dynamic. It all cascades from that. Why do men work so hard? It's to create some type of an empire where they can find a woman, create a family, protect and provide. Right? So that's the fundamental motivation for men. So I know I'm like being redundant at this point. If you remove that, you remove discipline, and then you just watch society collapse. I mean, that's for sure what it is.
No, I hear you, bro. We got to. I know.
They're certainly
I
trying
mean,
to
I
make
don't know how you.
create. Sorry, I just want to
Hold
say
on a
this.
second. Okay, go
Go
ahead.
on. Yeah, I just want to say it seems like they're really trying to create an environment for people to not want to procreate. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, what was on the Georgia Guidestones? Something was weird enough with the Georgia
500 million.
Guidestones to where they had to. What's up?
500 million.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Something was on there, whether it was that or the hole for players, whatever it was, they had to get rid of it. That shit. If it was the 500 million feet thing, this makes sense.
Yeah, well, all of it. If you ever, I've seen it in person 3 times. I mean, if you read the entire list of things, they had to get rid of all of it. But you only need to get rid of it when you're about to do it. All right, does that make sense? Like, so, like, say you put your playlist out to everyone. Say you put your playbook out to the world. You only need to make sure that they don't see the playbook a few months before you play them. Right? Especially in today's society where, like, it disappears in a matter of months. So, like, yeah, they gave the playbook and then they hid the playbook. The playbook's not just about population. But, yeah. Anyway, they don't want us to reproduce, but how do you do that? How do you stop that? Well, you make sex a commodity, and you have women invert the relationship and the power dynamic. It's actually very brilliant. I'm not like the reason I know it's so brilliant is as I try to explain it to people, they don't understand it, and they fight me about it. And that's how I know the trick is so brilliant.
I'm saying, is this a man-made thing or just a feature of nature where a population gets too big and this just happens?
Well, I mean, nature dictates that the man be strong and protects and provides for the woman, right? I mean, so this was orchestrated. This is unnatural. That's my take.
No doubt.
Natural is kind of arbitrary and ambiguous. Like, what is natural, right?
But it's no. What? No, we know exactly what natural means.
Like the intrinsic order.
If you're talking about nature now or nature in the beginning, right?
Authentic.
Nature now, there's all kinds of crazy things between bonobo species and chimpanzees and lions. Like they've shown homosexual acts in the animal kingdom, like 250 different species, bro.
I was just talking about not man-made, and
Yeah, and
there.
and like whether society
Go
is
ahead, Jim.
manipulated or not.
There's chimpanzees that gang rape female chimpanzees like it's normal. The dominant male usually murders, and somebody who's trying to climb up the ranks. He kills his competition. Part of the nature of things. So nature isn't necessarily like any arbiter of truth or like morality. Like people look to nature for some moral objectivity, but in my opinion, you can't look to nature for moral objectivity because nature is dark, bro. If you actually know nature, bro, it's not Disneyland nature, bro. Women eat
But I
their
think what
litters.
Jeremy was asking whether
Female
it's.
animals eat their litters. Go ahead.
I think what Jeremy was asking though was whether is this actually authentic, naturally the way that humans are behaving, or is it manipulated? I think that's what he was asking.
Yeah, and I would say it's a compounding of things. It's a combination of factors between chemicals in the water, chemicals in our food, estrogen-like compounds, genetic mutations that seem to be producing malformed hypothalamuses or underdeveloped hypothalamuses. And so you add all that along with social conditioning and social degradation, single moms, a lot of these houses lack a father figure, which eventually leads to one of the children being neglected a little bit. Mom has to work, so she's leaving her kid with more questionable human beings to babysit, and then next
Yeah,
her
but
kid's
again,
touched, and it's just a
isn't that
vicious cycle, bro.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So it is a mix of both, because part of that is the way that society has got us, manipulated in the game, in the rat race. So it's a bit of both in a sense.
I'm just saying, obviously, I think this is a man-made thing where there's people pulling strings, Bilderberg, Illuminati, Freemason, Bohemian Grove, all that, right? Rothschilds, Rockefeller, all that. But is this something that just happens naturally in nature? Like, would this have happened to us if we got so specialized where, we have all the food production is automatic and we don't really have to do anything. We get robots, and then would we end up being like the mouse utopia thing is what I'm wondering. Like, would that happen just naturally? Even without the people at play, like pushing this whole agenda, trying to control. I
Yeah,
get all that, and I do think that's what it is. But
I think so. I think yes, it would happen naturally.
How though? How though? Because naturally you have to go and get your food.
no, I'm saying though, like
What specifically?
if we
Over
like
so many,
if we got farming all automated and shit, and then humans like really like right now, I mean, there's only a few people that even have to do all the farming, so it's basically all the food just being given to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
yeah,
not
it's like
natural. You just asked if it would happen naturally. And I'm saying no, it obviously and objectively wouldn't happen naturally because naturally you have to go get food.
no, but I think he's saying like if it was perfected over a long time, like, and it got to the point where we were so efficient at it, could there be a natural progression like that? I think is what he's saying.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, we have to define the word natural at this point. I mean,
Well, let's say you're the mouse
natural means
utopia.
without intervention of man.
Yeah, I hear that, and that is initially what I meant when I said naturally. But I'm just saying, like, would that like if we got so technologically advanced, all the farming was automated. Forget that they're pushing any agenda. Like, what if the mouse utopia happened in the middle of a field of wheat that was just naturally there or some shit? You know what I'm saying? Would that same thing happen to them if they just didn't have to go anywhere? All the food is just right there.
Yeah. As soon as the men don't have to work, and the women, so then the women don't need to comply to the man, then everything will just fall down. So if the reason that this is like evidence this place was created, but the man has to go out into the world and be able to provide. What that does is it causes the women to instinctively follow the man because they're like, okay, he's going to be able to provide for me. So since I can survive this way, that's how I'm going to do it. And then it creates the natural order of a family. Therefore, there has to be discipline. You can't go do whatever you want to because we won't have food, we won't survive, we won't provide. You can't undermine the guy that's going to provide or get the stuff to provide, or it won't work. If you remove the whole need of going to get to provide, then it will collapse.
Well, I mean, you must have some certain feelings about all this automation that's coming up. Like, what's going to come of us when all the shit's automated and they do have all the farming and driving and McDonald's and everything's automated? Like, we don't have to
Oh,
do
well,
nothing.
I think no matter what technology does, with all the automation, men will naturally be the ones that optimize the automation. Men will be the ones that go and innovate and figure it out and have to go back and provide. The thing that throws the wrench into the situation, in my opinion, is sexualization of women becoming financial. As soon as women, is what they're innately given can become monetary to such a point that it tips the balance, that's when society collapses. And we're already there, by the way, in case people didn't know that.
The reason I'm reluctant to like talk about things being natural or not natural is because like people have said that monocropping isn't natural, or like that the idea that we're not supposed to even be farming, we're supposed to be like nomads, like just kind of like scavenging the land as we move along and migrate, like migratory animals. That's natural. Like, who says that that's natural and that farming isn't natural? And what's wrong with just growing just one plant, right? Just if you just want to grow tobacco, if you just want to grow corn, what's wrong with that? This is and I don't, that's why I'm conflicted. How big is too big of a monocrop, right? Is an acre, is that monocropping? You just grew an acre of tobacco, that's monocropping, and all of a sudden you're doing something that's not natural and it's harmful to the environment. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who draws the
Apparently,
line?
because in nature, in a forest, you have you have diversity, and that some plants will bring up nutrients from much further down, and there'll be an even spread of nutrients. Whereas if you've just got one crop, it's going to deplete one nutrient, so it's going to ruin the soil.
No, I get it, bro. I was my plant of choice was, besides your garden variety, it was marijuana, bro. So I studied a lot of horticulture, but
But there's a
I'm
lot about
conflicted in my spirit, bro, about monocropping being like a negative thing.
I don't know. I think what you should do is have another crop that you grow that grows quicker that you just use for chop and drop. You chop it and you drop it down by your monocrop that you're growing, and you just let that die off and feed the soil, and you fix your problem.
We're having a vineyard, right? Rows of grapes, right? Vines. What's wrong with that? Or like wheat, or you know what I mean? Whatever it is, bro. Like this, you have a group of people that are teaching that monocropping is evil, basically, essentially. I'm not on board with that. And I think that human beings are supposed to be farmers. We're supposed to be tending to the land, working the land, tilling the land. It's actually in our nature. That is what's natural to us, is farming. Not being nomadic, but to be established. And that's how you establish a society. There was successful, and I don't know, this is from archaeology, but in South America, apparently there was like a crazy garden. You ever heard about it? Like that supported millions of people. It was like this big giant garden that just supported like 6 million people at least, conservatively. There might have been up to 30 million people living out all in one place in a metropolis in South America at one point.
No, I've not heard of that.
Yeah, man. Apparently there were advanced civilizations with incredible gardens that was able to sustain an incredible population, bro. Like not just a couple thousand natives, but like big populations, bro. Let me see if I can find some sources on it, and I'll post the link.
No, they say in South America. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
No, you go.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. These guys hear me all the time.
I was gonna say, like, wasn't the Amazon made like using a special soil that I don't think we can recreate today, like, or they lost the knowledge of it?
Some bacteria, yeah, I heard it was in Russia too. Something like that, similar or the same thing. I'm not sure. But yeah, they say there was giant populations in those forests or jungles down there at one point.
I think they're still there, dude.
The ground is just more fertile in these regions because of the rivers overflowing their banks. Now that we've dammed them up and created, like where this doesn't happen, the farmland is not as rich.
No, it's more than that. Like this soil is something that you could put it into like any desert, and it will fertilize the ground in such a way that you basically can terraform deserts.
Yeah, it's like there's like some special bacteria in some places around the world in the dirt that do some awesome stuff.
Near the rivers or on mountaintops?
Everywhere. Like it's not even next to the Amazon River. It's like through the entire forest. Like the soil's there. Like they found like hundreds and they found like hundreds of acres of old farmland to create crops for these people, the civilization that lived there. It was like ruins and like temples, because there's temples everywhere.
I've also heard a lot of speculation that like large swaths of the Amazon aren't necessarily, they don't appear to be wild. They appear to be cultivated with a lot of fruit trees and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do they think it's cultivated?
Well, because of the placement. There, wherever humans are, there is a design that we make. It's different than nature. So when you go into nature, you'll notice features that are out of place and aren't natural because it's just different. Like there's something
like the
about
placing
it.
of the fruit trees, or
Just even the ground itself will be different. The way that the natural, like it's almost like, what's a good way to describe it? I don't know. I don't know what the right term is, but it's just like when you walk into a room, it's like going into your own home and you're like, you see something that isn't in the right place, and you're like, I didn't move that. I didn't touch that. Like you just know something's off. That's kind of how it is. It's like you see nature and then you see something else that's out of place that doesn't look natural. Like that's how the Amazon is when they found these ruins and then they looked at the ground around it. It was like, wait a second, why are there like squares? Why is there like hard ridges that shouldn't be there? Like nature doesn't make that type of stuff. Like, and then they checked the ground and they looked at the plants, and these plants were specific to the area instead of all in the forest. It was like, why is it here and not over there? Why isn't it in random places? Like if you go to like anywhere foresty in the US and you're like, oh yeah, there's black bushes everywhere, there's berries everywhere. It's not like a design,
are they in like rows or like I don't know. I'd have to see it, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I would imagine, but who knows? They could be circles. I don't know.
Yeah, man can put his footprint on things, but I promise you, where there was men, there was a huge water source, whether it be in the rainforest or whatever. The water source was there.
Well, imagine you lived in the rainforest. You could make pathways for water all the time.
Yeah, man created.
You basically have a huge net over you, like how we were talking about that collecting humidity in a desert type of thing, like condensation. Imagine that, but it's like you have a whole tropic that's giving you water everywhere.
Yeah, like a rainforest, having a canopy and trapping in the moisture.
Yeah.
Being in a region that creates a lot of rain and moisture.
Aztec floating gardens, bro. That's
some of them places.
Yeah, but gardens, you're talking about man-made, like water flow through. You create rows so you can have water flow that doesn't rot your plants, but it supplies water for the roots. Like,
all right, you guys ready for the the pasture of all time?
Nah, bro, hold on. Hold on. Yo, what's with the Aztec floating gardens? Let's hear about them. Give us a little tidbit.
No, we're not ready, Dicela.
Yeah, we're not ready for all that right now. Hold on. Let's get settled in here first.
I'm just talking about the different types of gardens that existed. Big, giant, industrial size farming, bro. Like likened to what we see today. Granted, they weren't using chemical fertilizers and chemical pesticides. They were one with the land, but they were nonetheless they were industrially farming, sustaining millions of people.
Why is this a surprise again? I'm not getting y'all's points. Like there were huge armies that would move into an area. Guess what they would have to do? You think they would make camp where there was no water source and they wouldn't start growing food and like bringing in food, or they would start growing it actually back then?
That was actually one of the points of contention about there couldn't be that many people, because there's an idea where there was millions of people in this one area, and they're like, yo, there's no way there could have been that many people. And then they find these underwater like rivers basically or some shit. There'll be like a hole in the ground down there, and you just like drop a bucket and there's like mad fresh water and shit. Anyways, so there was a huge water source there, but
of course.
Oh yeah, you have to. Well, you could bring it in. Rome brought it in with their aqueducts and shit.
Well, they moved it around, but they lived near a water source to be able to create that aqueduct. They just expanded it. So they got so big, or they would want to build this castle and have toilets in it. So they would create an aqueduct from the local water source to provide water flow. So it wouldn't be stagnant and die of disease and all that. Smart like that.
Yeah, I'm just saying you can
those
support.
aqueducts didn't go uphill; they went from higher elevation to lower elevation. Just
I don't know. We gotta check with Zanuck on that one. But I'm just saying though, you can have way more people than you need water in that area. You know what I'm saying? There could be enough water in the area to support like 10,000 people, but I could have like 10 million people there if I just have a way to bring the water in. That's all.
It says here, agricultural innovation. This wasn't what's the word I'm looking for? Innovative. It says the Chimpas proved to be highly productive and sustainable agricultural systems. Due to the nutrient-rich materials used to construct them, they provided fertile soil that could support diverse crops such as maize, beans, squash, tomatoes, chili peppers, and even flowers. The water surrounding the chimpas provided a natural irrigation system, reducing the need for artificial irrigation methods. Moreover, the canals between the chinampas were home to fish and aquatic birds, creating a balanced ecosystem that supported both plant and animal life, bro. So like in the canals themselves, there was fish living in them that would also feed the plants. That's crazy, bro.
It's aquaponics, bro. That's even a fire way to do it now when you had a fish poop with the plants and the food, and it's all a big little ecosystem, yeah.
Aquaponics, that's the word.
Yeah, bro. Grizz, your mic's open, bro.
Sorry.
You got like the fan thing going or something. You're good. We got the mics open, guys.
How's that different than today?
It's
How's
just
what
more
different
in
than
tune
today?
with nature.
How they farmed back then and how we farm now? Like it's not much difference.
Well, now we got water going uphill, so we do a lot of stuff with that.
Yeah, we can pump it uphill. Hook a
No,
pump to a tractor and pump it from ditch to ditch uphill, and have it drain through your farm again, and then collect it at the bottom, and then pump it back up. Yeah, they do that.
That's why the Nile did so good. That's why Egypt did so good back in the day. From the Nile flooding, yeah.
That's why you're still in denial.
Oh, he's in denial about the Nile for sure. He needs some more Xanaxism. The religion of Xanax. Makes sense though, right? That we see water flowing from higher elevation to lower elevation, but in this one place.
I don't know. We see water flowing uphill sometimes.
Yeah, being forced uphill. I get it.
No. No. You ever heard of capillary action?
Yeah,
That part, bro.
that's why the
Yeah,
Nile's
but that
flowing uphill.
that's not just open air flowing of water. All right, what's capillary action? Is that the thing with the tube and shit? Like, yeah, we're just talking about being in like open air.
Oh, like Gaza, like an open air prison.
I think it's the tendency for water to naturally soak into something. That's is that right? I don't know. Just guessing.
Water is just amazing, dude. I think there's water.
Like water
What's
will
that,
fight
Jeremy?
gravity, bro. Or water will fight the downward vector, bro. And it will
I
go
think Jeremy
up
got
a
water on his
napkin.
Bluetooth. Maybe water on the brain. I don't know. What happened, Jeremy?
I hit the disconnect button. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Do I sound good though, or is my mic doing the thing?
I don't know. Dunk your earbud in the toilet one more time.
All right, you're a big help. You're a big help. Thanks. I was saying, water is friggin' amazing, bro. I think there's water memory. You got sonoluminescence. Water is just cool. It's awesome.
You got ice. They've even made a song about it. Ice, ice, baby. I think a dance too. Break it down for us, Jeremy.
Come on, you guys liked Vanilla Ice back in the '90s.
You seem to like strawberry ice.
I got a Walkman on the same birthday. I got the Vanilla Ice tape, bro. I thought I was the coolest shit ever.
I don't have any
Look,
ice to be
I
bragging
said
about.
strawberry like off the cuff. I really like pistachio milkshakes. It's one of my favorite.
I think you only like strawberry because it's pink, bro. I think that's why you brought that.
Bro, strawberries is one of the best fruits out there.
Technically, it's not even a fruit.
All right, you're a fruit, okay?
I got a question.
Hold on, before your question, would you put strawberries in a fruit salad?
What is a fruit salad?
It's where Jeremy goes on Saturday nights with his boys.
I'm a pure carnivore. I don't. What's fruit?
No doubt, no doubt. What was your good question going to be though?
Has anyone looked into trust law?
Trust law? Oh, don't get used to starting about priority security interest holders and shit. I went to open up trust for the kids once. They wanted 5Gs a pop just to open the trust up. That wasn't even like any investment or something. But so yeah, but I don't know. Ask it and we'll see if it gets answered. Go ahead.
No, I mean, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, never mind.
Somebody might.
Can we trust in what you're talking about?
Probably not. I figured this would be the community to ask, but maybe
All
not.
right,
there's
bro.
people that know.
Stop getting sensitive, bro. Go ahead and ask.
There's people that might know here, so.
No, like if you know, you would have understood what I said.
Oh, I don't know. No, I know I don't know, but somebody in here might know.
See, the way it works is you're in a group, and if you ask it to the group, not just to Jeremy, you might get a response. You first have to ask the question.
I did. I said, does anyone know about trust law?
Maybe be more specific. You're talking about when you give something to a trustee or you're the trustee and like
it has to do with that, but it's on a I don't know. It's anyone know what a 1099-A is?
Oh.
We definitely got a guy in here that knows about that. A couple guys.
Jeremy's making $1 a month on 1099.
Not right this moment though. They're not in here at this moment, but we do have a lot of people that are very familiar with tax laws and shit like that. So
Okay.
just wait a little bit. Someone will come in.
Because there's this thing that I've been looking into, and it's describing America as a corporation, and somehow using a 1099-A with a 1040-V, you can access your trust that you are the beneficiary of that they just never told us about. And I'm like, okay, I need to see more. I need to understand this if this is real, because people claim it's real and they could buy houses and cars, pay off debts, and I'm like, sounds too good to be true. But
Definitely linked to the priority security interest holder. There's probably guys in here that know about this stuff. So we'll see.
yeah, but it's like every time I see someone, it's like, oh yeah, sure, take my class here, pay me whatever a month, and I'll teach you. It's like, okay,
Just YouTube Jordan Maxwell, bro.
Jordan Maxwell. All right, thank you.
All right. What else we got? Where's everyone at, man? Damn, bro. What else we got though? Brian, what you got? Any new cockamamie harebrained shit going on, or what's up? Some confusing mathematical shit we'll never get down to the bottom of. Brian be straight up losing me, bro.
I got a question for you, Jeremy. You think if someone was just deceiving us about water actually curving in our local lakes, you think they would hide the fact of how to actually measure the curving?
Saying if they were deceiving us, would they tell us how to measure it and check
Yeah, or
if
would
they were
they hide
deceiving?
it? You know, if there wasn't a way to actually measure the curved water in our local lake, do you think we would ever hear that, or do you think we would hear like some BS like, you know, these tools we know make a horizontal, but you can't use them to create a horizontal over a local lake and then measure down to the water and measure it to curve because of reasons. Xanatism. Zany, you know, the zany, xanic, xanatism. It could be flat on that portion of the sphere, or if you move the instrument, it no longer can extend the first
Yeah,
horizontal you made.
you're doing a disco ball.
There's a limited distance that these tools work because of xanatism. The limit
So
just happens to be right below the crust of how you would measure the earth curving or the water curving in one shot. You know, xanatism.
it only makes sense if you're zanied out.
You think that's a coincidence? You think it's a coincidence that if you took this exact tool and took it to any body of water that wasn't flowing and measured it, you would get a horizontal? You think that's a coincidence?
That's
And
because
we're,
you're not versed in xanometry.
and we're called the crazy ones. Not the people who are taking the exact tools who are engineered to make a horizontal line, taking that exact tool and saying you can't measure the curved water with this horizontal line, but you can use it for everything else. Xanatism. Now go watch this football game on this big screen TV, and make sure you watch the commercials of the strawberry ice cream and the two guys eating strawberry ice cream, holding hands on the pier. Take this pill that they're showing you that these two guys need to take so they can survive longer.
Are they carrying a Bud Light?
Strawberry flavored Bud Light.
Light
beer.
That's so good. That company went almost bankrupt now. No man worth his salt will ever be seen drinking a Bud Light.
No man worth his salt. We had a mechanic work for us for years and years and years when we owned an insulation company, and he put salt on the rim of every beer he drank. And when I tell you every beer, I'm talking about beer after beer after beer. One of the best employees I've ever had.
I was married to a Mexican girl. We would drink Modelo's with salt and lime. And then she tried to run me over with a car, so that didn't last long.
Dang, dude. Well, a Mexican girl divorces you. That's bad.
I know, man. No hope.
No. Society is doomed. No habla.
I don't know if anybody's interested, but I heard news yesterday that Kent Hovind is going to be making an appearance in the politics server sometime next month or on the 17th. He's going to be on for like 2 hours. 1 hour, he's going to present his, his PowerPoint against evolution, and then he's going to have an hour for questions. I'm not like a big fan of Kent Hovind, but he obviously his name rings bells. We all know who he is, so he, you know what I mean. He's gonna be on there, debating Globers and creationists.
Nice. Keep us updated on when it is. Yeah, I don't actively go seeking him out, but
Same.
We're
has
actually
he
trying to set up a debate between me and him.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
What specifically?
No, about the Earth.
Yeah.
That dude is not pro flat Earth, my brother.
Yeah, they were gonna ask him. I heard they're gonna ask him about the firmament and this and that, but they're trying to leave that for the end because they don't want to. His appearance is about evolution, but towards the end he's gonna just chill with us.
I like his debate about evolution. Like he's pretty intelligent. He's definitely been in the racket long enough to know the ins and outs and how to answer certain things. And
No,
it
he's
does
great.
make
He's
logical
great
sense.
at he's
Yeah.
great at evolution and creationism for sure.
Yep.
He's a
I just think
Glober, though?
it was actually Jaren's idea. He was like, I think that would be a pretty epic debate. So we'll see if it happens.
What about the preacher that's supposed to come on during Thanksgiving week? Is that still
yeah,
a go?
December 2nd. I just booked my flight.
December 2nd. Okay, good.
Yeah.
We definitely didn't go to the moon. Just read your Bibles.
That's gonna be interesting, man.
Yeah, that dude, he's what was that? I forgot what the pastor's name is, the Globe guy. Dude, he lost it.
I didn't see that. I heard about it. How
Oh
was it?
yeah, it's gonna be like the biggest thing that happened in flat Earth in 2023. To be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, this globe preacher dude just called out flat Earth, and he's like, I had all these people I respect hitting me up talking about it, so we're gonna give them my 3 million follower platform, and we're gonna have a debate. And then I got a call to go out there too. So yeah.
Flat Earth is definitely spreading. My coworker, he's new. He started like a month ago. He's a flat earther now after talking to me, and he's been talking to his son. He's like 19, and his son does the same job we do at a different place. And he's like, dude, they're talking about flat Earth at my building too. Like, what the heck? I was
Dude, I know
like,
wealthy people that their like guilty pleasure is flat Earth. It's
Yeah.
already like all over the place.
like, how many do you think, like, hard number, like 3 million, 4 million people in the world? More?
Oh, way more than that. Way more than that. If you got so the last survey, so this is people that publicly admit to be flat earthers, was 11% in America. I mean, that's over 35 million people in America alone.
Wow.
Like 6 years ago, it was like 12 million in Brazil or something. So, bro, you got easily 100 million. I mean, we're talking people that publicly admit it. Easily 100 million. And the people I talk to, they're just super busy. They're making money. They can't afford to mess up their brand, blah, blah, blah. But they think the earth is flat. There's a ton of people like that, bro.
Just get into the third world countries also that haven't been indoctrinated. And people say they don't have the technology or whatever. That's bullshit. They have the knowledge. They have the logic. They just don't. They're not indoctrinated in the schools like we are. And just ask them. Just talk to them. What their beliefs are. What their knowledge is about how water. How they use water. They actually use water level tools still, so they know it finds a horizontal. And then just talk to people, right? Just get out there, get off of here, basically. Quit talking to the zanies, right? The zaniacs, and get out in the real life and talk to ordinary people that are willing to even discuss it. Because in America, it's tough to get that conversation going because people are so, indoctrinated and so involved in thinking they're right that they don't want to listen to an alternative theory. They're getting more apt to it, right? Because they're seeing how they were indoctrinated. So it's getting easier. But when you get out away from the indoctrination, it's really easy. People are just down to earth. They don't really care about, they really go against the government a lot. Like, just don't worry about what they're saying. They want to live their own lives and they want to think for themselves.
I've been looking for a community in Chicago. It's very hard to find.
Do you have the app that David Weiss puts out? It has a pretty good deal where there's nobody in there.
No one I've seen the dots, and I'll message the people who have marked their location, and
right.
No luck fishing.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm a dot now. People message me or whatever. I'm careful on that. I went to a period where I had to be, and then a period where I didn't have to be, and I was more like getting out in the public and doing things. And I still didn't put out many videos. But now I'm in another situation I've got myself into with a contract that I have to be careful. Like Witsit said, the brand, and it's not because of me. I have partners in it, so I have to be aware of our brand, right? Which is, they understand who I am and what I stand for, but I don't have to go out and be an idiot either, you know what I'm saying, and hurt their brand.
Yeah.
What's funny now to see the cycle or you get into a group and first of all they attack you and they laugh and do all that. Then they start asking you questions and then you're easily answering them. And then they go to a period of you don't have to say anything, right? They're saying everything. And then now I'm in that period of silence, right? They don't want to discuss it because like shit, what if it's true, type thing. I definitely don't get the laughs and the ridicule like I did 3 or 4 years ago. I don't get a lot of the questions because all their questions have really been answered, and they've gone out and sought answers. They're just now a lot of them are in that space of holy shit. What if I have been fooled all this time? I can't come out right now. My wife's gonna think I'm crazy, or my business partner's gonna think I'm crazy, right? So we're in that space right now with a lot of them, but most of them have come out. Man, that's interesting, or I'm now a flat earther. I believe that, or I want to look into it more, or whatever. But most of the people that have a brand or have someone else, attached to it, a wife or a business partner or whatever, that's not cool with it, then they're having to be quiet.
Yeah, I can't help but just like I'm not like I don't know. I guess I'm very opinionated in a way, but I think because I was in the army, I just don't care like what anyone says to me. Like that just thrown out the window. Like it just like water on a duck's back. Like
I was like that for a while, but I've learned to be more tactful because it blew a lot of people away that'll never come back, right? Like,
well, like I'm not aggressive. I just if like someone's sitting there and they're just saying a bunch of BS, I'll just mention like, huh, well, you know what? Like I kind of actually think it's this way. And then they'll be like, wait, what?
Yeah, I'll do
the
same thing.
Start a conversation. Like I won't be like, dude, you're such an idiot. This is, it's not like that, but I just can't help but to share the truth that,
What's interesting now, like it just happened at a couple poker tournaments, like we'll be sitting at a table and the topic, however, comes up, right? Or even a related topic. And we'll start talking about it. I'm like, look, I have a different opinion on that. Would you like to hear it? And they'll say, yeah, tell them. And there's other people at the table going, yeah, I've been a flat earther for years. Like, a table of 10, I'm thinking I'm the only one all the time. And it's not that way anymore here. Like, never. Matter of fact, it was like 2 years ago, maybe even longer. This place got shut down. But I won a tournament, and that, holding up my cards in front of the chips and the money and all that. And they made a meme of me with the nugget. I won nuggets instead of money. Well, that particular group, there's like 30 or 40 people that were playing there, and like 10 out of the 30 people were flat earthers, and a lot of them were flat earthers before I, even thought about it. So if someone would mention something, and we had one guy just lose his rocker, bro, over a conversation me and another guy were having about gravity, and got busted out of the tournament. Didn't know where he left this big thick book he was reading during the tournament. He came to a cash game, which is at a different place another time, and got upset there and left there. He just couldn't handle it. Like, so strange. We're just chilling, having fun, talking about, a topic at one end of the table. He's at the very opposite end of the table and hears us talking about it and just loses his shit, bro. I'm talking about makes a fool out of himself in front of everybody.
That's how my boss is. Everyone else I work with was like super cool, regular conversations, and he just flies off the handle.
Yeah, different personalities, right? He's probably a boss. It's kind of like, do you want your doctor to be like passive and, oh man, I'm not really sure what we're. No, you want your doctor to be this is the training I've got. This is what we're going to do, A, B, C, right? That's kind of how bosses are a lot of the times. They have to be arrogant almost to be a good boss, So some carry it too far, but, you want your boss to be assertive and a go-getter, or you're not going to have the work. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. I'm the second in command, so I do most of the running around, but
yeah,
we work really well together, but when it comes to like controversial topics, it's like You may as well be speaking to someone's like a language you don't know.
Well, he might have a lot at risk too. He might feel like he does. So if he starts opening up to these topics or this particular topic, and he might think he's going to lose business, or he has the investment is different for some people, and that's what I'm battling now. And I almost didn't want to do this contract because of it, because I'd gotten so comfortable just not having partners or whatever. But it's just something.
Yeah, but I mean, we're blue collar workers, it's just shop talk. Like, he's not talking to anyone, even in the public or anything like that. It's just like,
right, I get it.
Like, it's not like, here's a microphone, go speak to this crowd about it, or go tell your new this new contract that you're making, go talk to them about it. Like, it's nothing like that. It's just everyday conversation, and he's just like, just can't. He can't. Period.
Right. It's not. Yeah, his mind won't let him. Or yeah, I get it. I'm lucky. I have contractors that are open, and a lot of them are flat earthers before me and now. But when I have someone come up to me, like a new contractor or somebody I haven't dealt with before, I'm like, man, you really think the earth? They'll say something. I'm like, yeah, you don't. Like, I'll turn it around now. Like, wait a minute. You think water is underneath your feet now, antipodal, and people are doing slabs antipodal to us right now, upside down? He's like, well, I never thought of it like that. I'm like, yeah, maybe you should. It might be time for that.
You think they're swimming upside down in Australia right now?
I mean, they're not upside down to themselves, right, for reasons. But if you viewed them from, like, somewhere else, like, you could see both, they would be upside down. I don't care what you say. Water is making a sphere. I don't think that. I think water seeks and finds its level. It's horizontal. We use it as a horizontal baseline. I'm like, yeah. I mean, if we measure this lake that we're standing by, is it going to curve or is it going to be horizontal? It's going to be horizontal. Yep. How many of these lakes do you think makes up a sphere?
Well,
Just simple things like that.
Preach it. I'm at the point now where it's like, how do I better myself? How do I better my family?
Let's be honest. Truth. Thanksgiving and Christmas was different last year, right? Like, than the year before. It's going to be different again this year. It's going to be fun, right? Like, it used to be like I was dreading the questions or the ridicule or whatever. Like, I don't want to do that, right? I want to enjoy Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever. But now it's like, it's an interesting topic, right? Nobody
That's
really wants to
fascinating.
talk about football anymore or whatever. A lot of my family members have given up on football, right? They see the politics in football even now, or the propaganda that's going on, especially with pro football. Like, crazy.
Yeah, there's something about it where people are noticing it just drains your life.
Yep. When ESPN got into politics, I think they crossed the line that they can't ever go back to. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
people like to separate their politics from their enjoyment of sports and whatever. And ESPN crossed that line. Like, why, bro? They feel the need to, like, they were losing so badly they had to go into the the ESPN sports realm and talk politics. So strange, man. I think that's proof that they know they're losing. They're losing their grip.
I'm just waiting for their new tactics. More war, probably.
Yeah, I think it's war. I think it's war, and then the control of the money system. They keep bringing in these depressions and lowering interest rates, and that people are fearful of. Right now in my area, the interest rates are terrible. So the housing market's down, the construction's down. They just control people that way more and more now. I think people realize that TV and most people don't have TVs anymore or watch them that much. They use their phones, or they just don't have as much control. There's so much information that's easily out there of opposing views. People can make their own, educated decision now, rather than, technology is cheaper, right? You can go rent or buy tools that the experts are using now to see if what you believe, or just to check up on something, right? Maybe add a couple of different variables that not being told or whatever, and see what's going on in almost anything. I mean, you can create your own chemistry labs, you can create your own physics lab, experiments and whatever. You can do almost anything these days.
I don't care what they say about you, Rukia. I like you.
Yeah. Don't worry too much about that. Too much. You want to know something about me, just ask it, man. I'll tell you the truth, whether it's, I told truth earlier that, I question myself more than people question me. I promise you that.
Dude, that's when you have the truth, man. That's when you feel shaky. People who are ignorant, who don't know anything, they don't question anything. They live proudly in their ignorance.
All right, I think it's a good time for this video. I'm gonna play it in exactly 5 minutes.
You playing a video? What?
What?
You said you're playing a video?
Yeah, and in a few minutes here. Let me see.
Oh,
Play it. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to countdown.
T-minus 3 minutes.
So get your juice, get your gin, get your chronic ready, get your strawberry milkshakes ready. It's going down.
I got my PJs. Who's got popcorn?
I guess Netflix came out with their own brand of popcorn, but it only sells in South Korea.
Is it the sweet kind?
I don't know. I think it's spicy.
It's mixed flavored.
Yeah, supposedly 31 Flavors has their own. Dunkin' Donuts. I don't know, bro. It's like it's like all this cool shit in all these other countries that we ain't got. It's fucked up.
Yeah, South Korea was a very interesting place. They got their flavors on point, like, and they're very, very crazy. And their soju, you will black out.
Yeah, they got some spicy stuff going on over there, bro. Them Sam Yang noodles ain't no joke, bro.
Yeah, their dog's pretty good too.
Oh yeah, chow chow for sure. All right, bro. Shit's going down. I'm playing the video.
Houston, we got lunch.
All right, bro. That ends. That's the ending of the video right there. That concludes today's Bible service. You got any questions? Direct them to Jeremy. I think he goes to the same church.
Dude, what was that, bro?
I don't know, bro. It's about the funniest shit I ever seen.
Explain yourself, Jeremy.
Tell us about this church, Jeremy. I think you could bring like 40 ounces in there or something, right? I seen this guy on Kosh.0. I don't know if you guys ever remember that show.
Tosh get
And this is why we don't ever leave Dyslow in charge of hosting the live stream. This right here.
I come in the name of Jesus Christ, okay?
Did Tosh.0 get canceled?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Dude, he was funny, man. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like he would make jokes about racism and stuff. He was total counterculture.
Oh yeah, bro. I don't think there was too many things he wouldn't touch.
Yeah, I know, man. That's what sucks about the whole woke thing. Try to cancel all the good comedians.
Yeah, for those of you who've never seen him, dude, go YouTube Tosh.0, man. Fucking classic. Finally finished work, man. Thank God. Working on Saturdays sucks. All right. Well, we're going for round 2. I think we get the point. He's definitely accepting donations, guys.
Yo, anybody thinks that they can like I'm like putting together a team of people to yeah, to make some money, do some different things. So if anyone has any experience like editing videos or networking with people or like kind of organizational skills and they're looking for like side incomes, just personally message me with kind of your experience or skills. We'll set up a call.
Austin, did you see the SpaceX explosion? It was pretty cool in slow mo. It was pretty cool that whole thing that they're doing the top thing, the capsule thing. Pretty fucking cool.
I did not see it.
They plan on like putting it up there, then fueling it and taking it to Mars. Like it's the first time they're actually trying to travel, supposedly. You know, instead of getting up and getting back, they're going, "Oh, what should we do when we're there?" 50 years later, they're trying to figure it out now. It's kind of cool in a way. I mean, like, it's an interesting powering forward suddenly in the past just few years, like this landing on their butt thing and reusing stuff and actually like trying to do space. Clearly different than NASA. Like everything's from the ground up. And NASA's stuck with the bureaucratic mess, having to use old shit because they promised Congress they would. So anyway, the thing this morning blew up. But they were pretty stoked about what it did right. If you care, I'll tell you about it. But it definitely blew up, and then the part that was supposed to go around the Earth and come back blew up also. So amongst their two catastrophic explosions, they found a shitload of success. And I kind of technically agree with their successes. And I was shocked to see that they were smart enough to try and fuel something in space and actually travel. You know, like it's the first people thinking about that. I don't know if it's for tourism or what, but they're putting something on top of that Falcon 9 now. Now that they got that Falcon 9 shit, right? They're putting shit on top of it that's worth a fuck instead of whatever the satellite game is.
Do you think the people doing this like really believe? Like, I think a lot of them really just believe that they're trying to get back to space.
I definitely think they're trying to get people up there. That's all I know, really. I mean, it looks like they're trying to, like Musk thinks he could do it.
So you think he doesn't really know?
That's a good question. I don't know. He always smirks with that Duper's Delight, so it's hard to tell where he's coming from. I don't measure him I can't measure him. Like, I really can't tell what he's fucking up to. I mean, I've looked behind the scenes. Like, there's two things behind the scenes with this guy. For instance, the Twitter thing. It's like Alex Jones. Alex Jones took the fall financially, you know, like, oh, yeah, media is going to be afraid to do anything now because, look, they'll put you in court. So there's a lot of journalists that aren't going to speak up. And Alex Jones don't give a shit. They let him be himself and kind of, I think Musk, they did the same thing and used him for Twitter to destroy Twitter.
Journalists? We still have journalists? I thought all the journalists died with Assange.
Probably, but that doesn't mean that people don't think they can get into it. Young kids growing up, go out. What if they had resources or a tip? There's going to be people thinking they can make new,
What are you talking about, like Greta Thunberg or something?
Well, like the Monsanto case, where these guys were reporters, they were hired, and then Fox wouldn't run the shit. And then they tried to get whistleblower status, which they obtained for a while. But then Fox came back and proved in court that what we call news was just entertainment. And it's our fault for believing it. And Fox won that in court.
Dude, the vast majority of people, like in these organizations, they just think that it's real, bro. You know how I know this, man? Because I've talked to people, bro. Over the years, I've started meeting people. And I think it's real, bro. I got no beef with those people. Honestly, think about this. If it's real, when I say it's real, meaning like the prospect of people going into space. If that's real, isn't it actually pretty badass to like try to be a part of doing it? Like, say it was real. Well, wouldn't it be badass to be a part of trying to get people out there? Like, in a way, it's pretty badass, right? Like, I don't have any beef with those people.
Right.
I think most of them believe it. Now, if you're talking about Elon, I think Elon knows it's bullshit, but yeah. Because I talked to this guy at NASA during a rocket launch. Dude, that dude had drank the Kool-Aid, bro. He believed it, bro. And I had to rip his soul out of his body and let him know it wasn't real, you know? And he teared up. He teared up, bro, when I started hitting him with that work, you know? So
I bumped into a dude once and I told him about the suits and a vacuum and how the pressure's wrong and shit. And the guy looked at me and he listened and he listened and he listened. And he goes, yeah, you're right, but I can't say shit about it to anyone. I go, why? And he goes, I make the seals that are on the gloves that seal the glove to the suit. He goes, that's what I do. He goes, I'm not rocking my boat, is what he told me. Like,
yeah, can you blame him?
Yeah, that's a tough situation. Like, it's your entire livelihood. It's everything. Same thing as a journalist. When they tell you to sit on a story and you're like, fuck. People should know this. You know, what do you do then? Especially if you believe in journalism. So this whole thing about what we're getting at is do-gooders, what they call do-gooders, and the mob kills them. And this Thomas Barron thing, I don't know how much you've looked into Thomas Barron with NASA, you know, and he was on to the Grissom thing. They tried to kill Gus Grissom before they actually killed him. And Thomas Barron, the safety director, they allowed the shame of calling his death a suicide until 2002, when he died on the railroad tracks as a whistleblower. And he submitted a 500-page document to Congress, and a week later, they claimed it was only a 55-page doc, and he was gone, and that document's gone. And that was just someone trying to check NASA's safety record. That's the beginning of the program. Anyway, you've looked into that guy, right? Ronald Thomas Barron. They finally stopped calling it. NASA was calling it a suicide. NASA says he got fired, and everything else says he stepped down as an integrity issue. And then he talks. You can see him talking about his 500-page report and how he submitted it, and boom, there's no record of it. Gone. It's gone everywhere. And it's all about Apollo, the Apollo 1 thing. And Gus Grissom talks a lot about how they tried to kill him before that when they tried to drown him, because he was complaining that the program wasn't safe and dysfunctional entirely. He's the guy that was quoted, "If we can't talk between two buildings, how are we going to go to the moon?" And if you realize, how he got killed, you realize now why, what's his name? Armstrong was just such a quiet guy. It wasn't worth Armstrong ever saying anything public, only when he had to. And we still see that in Aldrin's face. The pain in Aldrin's face is amazing to watch. So Jaron's movie, no space, and not going nowhere since 1958 is so true. That's why I'm a little excited what Musk was doing, because I realize what that craft is that they threw on top of there. It's kind of cool. It's not the same old crap with the same old capsule for fucking 65 years. That fucking bullshit we waited for the Orion capsule to be ready was all bullshit. Fucking, they never figured out anything to do with the radiation except hide behind their stored water. That's it. After, 8 years of telling us they were working on it.
I had a friend's dad who worked on the Blue Origin project, and he said that they were supposed to be checking like every nut and bolt, like the torque spec and all that, and they were only checking like 1 out of every 8 and shit, just to kind of like speed things up and shit. Like they were cutting so many fucking corners.
Yeah, I had a guy I worked with that used to work up at the Santa Susana Field Lab. He said they used to just throw shit into a vat of water and let it boil over.
Yeah, I got this same guy actually worked on that as well, on the cleanup for that.
That's a pretty bizarre story. There was every branch of the military and everyone involved, from the DOD to the, to
Also massive,
the Navy,
massive cover up.
Yeah,
Did
but
Kardashian
everyone
come out with her story on?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, I think it was like Kim or her sister. She came out with a whole fucking. She like deep dived into it, dude, and like uncovered a bunch of shit. And I think when Schwarzenegger was still in office, he was supposed to like allocate X amount of funds to revamping the cleanup, because they realized that they did a very poor job, and it's just all got swept under the rug, dude. And we've got like the highest cancer concentration of like the most bizarre cancers out of anywhere in the United States over here because of this shit.
Yeah, I had some good docs on that regarding the burn, what they called the burn pit, and I had all the list of shit they were just burning. I don't know where it is now.
There's the astronaut I'll be talking to this week. If you guys have any questions or anything, you can just ask or do some research.
Ask him about this infrared. I want to push this infrared thing. If he's seen anything different in the infrared spectrum. Of course, stars would be a good question, right?
Was that you, Dan, telling me about the Jay Tolan picture?
Yeah.
From Point Dune? I think it was you.
You'll have to say that again. You
I mentioned it this morning.
You roboted straight through. Can you say it again?
Oh, I was asking if that was you talking to me about the Jay Tolan image from Point Dune at 143 miles away to the mountaintops of Temecula.
Yeah.
Using infrared. Yeah.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I mentioned it. No, I haven't had a chance. I brought it up in here this morning. A couple people were aware of it.
It's super cool because you're familiar with the shot. You know, the position. See if I can find it for you. I can't find anything these days. My finder's not working right. Like, I gotta look for everything alphabetically. Pissing me off. Like, I should just be able to type in Jay Tolan. But I'm not gonna get that. Here's a still. Although I think there's more than this. This shit's just amazing, though. Let's see. And the video is pretty cool, too. So, yeah, this is from Point Doom. Looking.
You should just live stream it.
I just want to try and find the video if I can. This is another still. This is zoomed in a little. So Ruhif claims that he's totally off on all this shit, that he's totally wrong. And I hate to say it, but we don't check him. So this bottom shot here, it's just beyond belief. It's so beautiful. It's so wide and so crisp. And actually, this is a still of the video, so it's not very crisp. I'll find you the video. Yeah, so Ruhif claims that he debunks all of Jay Tolan's stuff. And I'm like, are you sure, dude? And I'm thinking I'm on to Ruhif's trick, but I haven't proved it yet. But it has to do with him zooming in with side-by-sides, lining up the tops that don't belong lined up.
He's trying to use a 2D picture, but he's full of shit. He ain't debunked all Jay Tolan shit. I'm about to have a debate with him. I forgot, but about the dam. He's acting like he explained it. His explanation is fucking weak, dude. Weak. He might have debunked some of it, but the main one, the one with the dam, the one that absolutely proves that water is not giving a shit what we build around it. It's he's off. He's mistaken with it, what he thinks is a debunk. It's kind of desperation. But before I say anything else, I want to put it together and into a presentation.
Good. Are you doing Sean G later?
Tomorrow.
Are you sure it's tomorrow? Not
Yeah,
today.
yeah, not today.
Okay.
But yeah, it's tomorrow because he said his girlfriend's birthday was today or some shit.
He's been super mellow lately. I don't know what's wrong with him. Die slow. There's also Jay Tolan's got some really good footage from Mount Wilson of the LA area. But when I looked at Jay Tolan's stuff originally, when he was saying I can see the Great Lakes down from by Texas or whatever he was saying, I think I calculated at 36,000 feet altitude, you'd probably see 700 miles anyway. So he was thinking 11 and 12 he was seeing. But I figure you might see 700 miles to begin with from that altitude. Oh, by the way, I tried to push to get him and Ruif together on Jaron's show, debate show, and Jaron wanted the debates to be one-on-one, so he didn't do it. And they're having Austin. What's the name of the? Is it still called Mount Meru? What's the summit called?
Yeah, Mount Meru too.
Yeah, so Jay Tolan's going to be there, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's been announced to be there, so that's cool. We get to talk to him more because we don't. I've met him; he's cool, but we don't get to talk to Jay Tolan much.
Yeah.
So that's
yeah. So VIP gets like the priority, right? But normally, if VIP doesn't ask questions, then it pops over to general,
Uh-huh.
and then there's like a VIP after party, blah blah blah. But yeah, so we have him, we have Andy Kaufman, we have Amanda Vollmer, we have Kelly Brogan. We have legends on there. We have Isabel Amiga, which is she's all about structured water.
When is it? Is it an online event? Give the rest of the plug because I don't know.
Yeah, it's virtual, December 8th and 9th.
Cuánto, señor, cuánto?
We have to finalize everything, but yeah, this one's gonna be dope, man. I mean, you heard the names, right? So you got Andy Kaufman, Amanda Vollmer, and Kelly Brogan. Do you guys know who that is? Kelly Brogan was on Joe Rogan. She was just like dismantling Big Pharma on Joe Rogan. So yeah, she's a flat earther. Yeah, it's gonna be cool, man.
And does everyone speak? And then there's a like a call in part too. Is that the way it's going?
Yeah. So each person speaks, and then normally there's like a Q&A section at the end of their presentation, where people throughout the presentation can put questions and they get logged throughout it. And then there's a Q&A panel Friday night, a VIP Q&A panel. I mean, everyone can watch it, but the VIP questions get prioritized. And then there's a party at the end of it where everyone in the Zoom call gets to interact with all the speakers that stay. But yeah, so each speaker is accessible after their presentation.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, we're ironing everything out. I mean, we're looking into like actual programs, so to make it really dope. Like you download an app, you have exclusive access and stuff. Dude, they cost like many thousands of dollars per event. So I mean, we don't even really make money doing this at all. So we definitely can't do that right now. But so right now it's kind of the same layout.
I worked in trade shows, and when you do the program for the booths and everything, you end up being able to sell advertisement in it. And sometimes the companies that show up want 20 or 30 of those because it ends up being more valuable than anything else to say, look, we were here, as they're doing their stuff during the year. And then that program can become a magazine and then quickly into a quarterly or something. So when you own an event, you can brand it and make it into what at one time was, printed media magazine. But really what magazines mean today is something brandable, someone that's a sponsorable event, where Vogue now sponsors events more than they sell magazines. Vogue is a
Yeah. So dude, check this. So I stepped away or whatever, right? And I was just recalibrating, and I realized that the biggest mistake I'm making, and honestly the whole entire community pretty much, is we look at it like truth should be free, and so it's a pure sentiment. But us not making this a business is why we're losing. So we'll never be taken seriously. Success is the prerequisite to being taken seriously. So we have to start to look at it from a business perspective.
Well,
literally.
Also, the value. Remember, the value of in public is entertainment value. They still want to come around and goof. So we need to capitalize that. I hate that you guys want to go away from Flat Earth, because Flat Earth invites all this attention, and I think we need that. So don't discount the entertainment value, and then correct me if I continue to use, things like sarcasm and what do you call it, where you making fun of them, I think is valuable, and it's not cool, but I like making fun of what people believe as a tool.
Okay, well, look at this. So you look at it from a business perspective, right? There are entire courses and people becoming millionaires based on branding via social media. And honestly, if you can't be successful now unless you find a way to make content that can go viral. That's effectively advertising now.
Mm-hmm.
And because that phrase is so censored, you can't do that. So it's I agree with you, and at the same time, the other is true at the same time, meaning you have to venture outside of that phrase,
right,
to make it go viral, and then you funnel them back to that phrase where it's everyone's guilty pleasure. Flat Earth is everyone's guilty pleasure. Okay, I know very, very, very successful people that would never really say it publicly, and Flat Earth is their guilty pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
So you bring them back to that. As in, the phrase is captivating and stuff, but you have to find a way to build platforms outside of that phrase. And honestly, what I think now, currently, and I'm trying to put together a team to help brainstorm and figure this stuff out. What I think right now, it's actually outside of the subject in entirety. Meaning you go viral talking about other things, you build the platforms up, and then it funnels back to that combo. You see what I'm saying? I think the biggest mistake we've made is thinking that if you look at it like a business, then you're you sold your soul or something. No, dude, that's the world we live in is super cutthroat. In order to even give it a chance, you have to fight with the competition. The competition is for attention, right? Attention, clicks, views, interactions, that's currency now.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of had that realization where it's no, that either we have people that are so serious about it, they're okay, well, I want to make it my idea is I want to create a team of people and I want to vet them, and it's business, so it's if you're not good at it, you're not good at it. I'm sorry, whatever. And getting the truth out there about the earth and having a successful business should be joined at the hip, because once that's the case, people will go all in, right? They'll go all in to make it happen, and then you can turn around and you can be like, "Yo, like you can look at something that you're proud of, like, wow, we made it happen." So I'll stop ranting, but that's my point. My point is that the biggest trick is this whole truth should be free, and anyone trying to make it a business is the devil. No, that's not true, and that's why we're just sitting over here in the corner. 100%. We don't need new tests. We can do new tests. That's cool, but the information we already have is enough to just change the world. So how do you get the information out? Well, you have to step outside of that phrase that's censored, and you have to make it go viral, and it being the platforms that will funnel them back to this conversation. So that's my current take. I'm open to other input, but that's how I currently feel.
Okay, I'm with you. I always try and work with you. I try. You're right. I have a game, an idea called the Outer Ponders series. It's a series of games, and it starts with an empty Chris Pontius model that you fly through as a fly through as you learn where you're at, and we identify whether it's historically or geographically identify where we live. And that's the beginning of the game called The Dome is the Home here. And if you move out of that game, now imagine this game being a plot like a movie and sellable as a script. So my game is a board game and a video game and a movie series and a story. It has all the product that we want and dances around without saying flat earth. Because first it's about finding the borders and the dome area, the sealed area. And then it switches into another game, which can be a shoot 'em up game where you fight the International Police Squad or IPS, the little robot penguins, to get out. So there's a whole nother shoot 'em up game attached to the people that aren't into the history and the geography. So it's already two things. I want this to be like a board game too, so it can be low tech, and then like a movie and a story. So the Outer Ponders series is The Dome is the Home, Project Bluebeam, and then into our culture and discovering Atlantis and the things that we believe in mythology and discovering that as an entire journey as part of the Outer Ponds. Then the game is real. Imagine going to an outer pond and finding your player and finding that you're not you're just a player. That would be fucked up. And he tells you to go back. That'd be really fucked up. So it gets fanciful, but interesting, but never mentions flat earth, even though it's all about the outer ponds and flat earth. It never says it. And this is gaming too. Gaming's big, so this is an opportunity.
Yeah, but it's also expensive, right? I actually like the idea. I don't know about physical board games. I mean,
well, the last in the series is the game is real. The search below, what's below, whether there's an underworld, finding the creator as part of that, because I shouldn't exclude that. And then the Mandelian civilization. Imagine as God making a backup. So there's an entire civilization that backs us up. So when something comes around that's just slightly different, it's probably because you've been taken from the Mandelian copy and put into our thing. So there's a lot of. Go ahead.
Well, I don't vibe with the last two as much, frankly. Like the first idea I think is very good. So the idea of some type of game where you're trapped in like the Hunger Games and you have to get out and there's more land is an intrinsically exciting and exhilarating idea.
And imagine a fly through.
Have a game like that.
Imagine a game that starts as a fly through inside a Pontius model. Like inside, you're basically discovering where you're at. So that would be good. And of course, anything like this, we can get Mark Sargent to put his voice on any narration and shit, because he's up for that. So that's he's a big selling point if you're going to sell something. Mark's a big value to us yet.
Well, I'll say this, man. So one of the major problems we have is that there's no public figures that really connect with the younger generations. Okay, so you have to understand that we're in a world now where advertisement has been replaced by social media. and social media is led by trends, and trends are led by the younger people, the youth. Okay, so to make money, and that's the same as reaching more people. Those are synonymous. Those are synonymous. You have to connect with the youth. So like when people like come off like nerdy and like they have no drip, they have no like ability to truly convey messages that connect to the youth, you're pigeonholed. I mean, like, I'm just being real. I'm not talking about anyone specific. I mean, let's just be real. That's the problem, bro. How many flat earthers to go beyond fresh and fit? You guys know what fresh and fit is? How many flat earthers can go beyond fresh and fit, bro? How many flat earthers can go beyond TikTok live with some of the young TikTokers? Dude, I mean, I'm talking about like the public ones. Less than 1%, bro. So of course we're not going viral. Of course we're not. It's so obvious when you see it. It's so obvious. The reason that flat Earth is stagnant is they haven't glitched out the matrix, and the way that you do that is you go viral, and there's very specific ways that you go viral. And you have to connect to the youth. We have to have people that, like, dude, in no disrespect, right? Mark Sargent's going to reach the people that are flat earthers, bro. Right? We need to reach the other people. So anyway, I'm not claiming to have all the answers here. I'm just saying I'm claiming to have spotted the problem.
All right. Well, here's the problem. Mark speaks well. You speak well. Everyone else is pretty lame. That's a problem. Like, there's very few people that can really speak on our behalf and have any depth.
Mark's not going to resonate with the younger generation, bro. Like, I'm just kind of calling
No, I'm not saying Mark's the answer. I'm saying we're fucked when we let dumb shits go speak on our behalf. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's 100% true. So, like, when I was at Flattoberfest, the Tyler dude, he has, like, like 4 million subs or whatever on his channel. And he was trying to obviously get, like, some viral content there. And you got Flat Earthers running up there completely void of awareness, self-awareness. And they're just fulfilling the caricature of the stupid, crazy, like, flat earther. I think at this point, they need to be excommunicated. I'm sorry about it. Like, it is what it is. Like, I excommunicated publicly.
Different word. We need to phrase it. Don't ever say it that way. Something.
They need to be forbidden from representing us publicly.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm just saying, bro. Because this is the thing, bro. What I realized, dude, I'm homies with King Los, right? B.O.B.'s a flat earther, right? Like, Kyrie Irving. We know those names. Dude, there's way more than that, bro. There are very many people that are famous actors, famous quote-unquote influencers, famous rappers, famous musicians that are very interested in flat earth, would even call themselves a flat earther if they knew it was off the record, but they're not. That's not known. Okay? And so we have stars. So what we need to do is figure out a way that the stars can be public. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but to tell you the truth, you're the only star. Everything's dim without you. And if you got an agent and got put on more shows, spent less time here, even though I appreciate you being here, we need to work you into better situations. If everyone acted as an agent for you and got you gigs, maybe that'll happen. Maybe if everyone wrote every show, that you wanted to be on, that kind of thing.
Humbly, yes, I do think I'm one of the people that can do it. And I agree with you. I actually took a break from this place, right? And I love this place. I'll funnel people to this place, but I can't just be here. Like, it's Shabbat, so I'm not working today. So I'm at the beach and I'm on Discord. But I'm saying that there are people, bro, just as good at what I do, if not better, or whatever.
Not so much. They want a piece of you. They want a piece of you. The thing that's weird about this is you're at home on Discord You like it. You're comfortable. So it's really crazy because otherwise you're an enigma. You're hard to get to. You're really hard to get to outside of this. So they want a piece of you. We need that. That's great. They all want a piece of you. That's great. All of them.
Yeah. Well, I will say, I've had like an aversion to money and fame.
I agree.
So I took that upon myself. I mean, like full responsibility there, right? It's my fault, and I've kind of had the realization. I'm sorry if it's loud. I've kind of had the realization that's a mistake, and I find no moral confliction going the other way. So I'm about to put a team together, and yeah, 2024 will be very crazy when it comes to me personally. But what I'm saying is, I want to create a paradigm where these other people can be public, bro. Like the people that reach out to me would blow your mind, bro. They just know that I'm going to keep it G. Like I'm not going to tell anybody their name. I'm not going to tell them what they told me. I'm not going to blah, blah, blah. We need to make it where those people can they can publicly speak. Like it's just like if someone comes out and says that they're atheist, if someone comes out and says they believe in Hinduism, if someone comes out and says that they're whatever now, you can say you're a helicopter now. You can say that men can breastfeed now. You can say whatever you want. How in the world can you not say that you think that the earth is not what they said it is?
All right, I got the answer. We're going to get those people to use their voices in an animated series where people watch cats complain about flat earth, but we get the real people's voices that are real flat earthers, that are real stars, but it's actually something stupid like cats, like cats believe in flat earth. Something
that's kind of like old school, bro. No one really watches like that kind of stuff anymore. I mean, they do kind of, but like these influencers that go viral these days are just like random dudes who turn a camera on and then they just vlog. Those are the kind of dudes who get, and then they're charismatic people who just vlog. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Or what if, we got behind Witsit to the point where people interrupted other things like they used to say Baba Booey? And what if Witsit Gets It became a some sort of rally cry?
I mean, he's already been like on a debate with Zerka. Like, is Zerka like not like close with you or what? Like overall?
Oh yeah, I can reach out to Zerka. So I'll just say, like, look, I have some connects that I can pull, whether that be Zerka that spills over into Fresh and Fit, Michael Sartain, which I've talked to a couple times and disagree with on a lot, but agree with on a lot. Yeah, like I'm gonna start using my connects and networking with people and all of that.
Caleb,
but what I'm saying is, it can't just be me, bro. It can't just be me.
Was that kid named Caleb that you sat next to? He was really good. He was
me
really
and
good.
Caleb are co-authoring a book. We're about to start going live on TikTok together. Blah blah blah. So I like him because he's younger. He's got a good head on his shoulder. He's charismatic. Caleb is a good example of someone that we need to build up.
Exactly.
Yes, agreed. That dude's like, hey, bro, send me papers on the ether. I'm like, are you sure? He's like, yeah. I send that man like 60 PDFs. This dude just doesn't stop reading. You know what I'm saying? He's like, he's legit. No, he's legit because he truly wants to learn. We're co-authoring a book, which that book is going to be crazy. It's basically exposing mainstream scientism top to bottom. Anyway,
cool.
That is cool, but like that's not going to change the world, bro. Like what we need to do is we need to all kind of come together and we need to be like, look, let's find the A team. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but don't excommunicate. You can't excommunicate. We've already have way too much of that in this community. So we need to find
poor
place
choice of
for
words,
them.
bro. Poor choice of words. Yeah, I don't mean literally. I mean like they shouldn't be publicly representing us at all, bro.
I have an outlandish idea. What, you know how the mainstream view has like controlled opposition? What if we create controlled opposition, make them like vociferous, like opposition to you, to like flat earthers or whoever, right? And then just have them slowly convert. like complete controlled opposition. It's outlandish, I know, but like, maybe.
Sorry, say it again. I'm going back and forth between messages. What? Say it again. Sorry.
I said, like, what is? I said, okay, it's an outlandish idea, but you know how the mainstream creates controlled opposition? What if there was controlled globe Earth so-called opposition, but they just slowly like crumble over time? Like, wait, what?
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's actually a good idea. Jared and I talked about this, where most of the Globers are so disingenuous that they just waste time. So now all of a sudden I find myself in a 4-hour conversation for free with some dude wasting my time. Whereas if you put the Glober in place, it'll be very efficient back and forth.
Exactly.
So yeah, I agree. I agree with that 100%. But we'll have to be very covert about it, I think. Yeah.
I mean, but if that's the game, then like, I mean, that they're using that tactic. I mean, what's the point of being just like not using it?
That's what I agree, bro. We have to look at this like it's war, bro. We're in war, and we're like taking the high road with everything. Nah, dude, nah, bro. Like, beat them at their own game.
I agree. Because no one's ever done that before. No one's ever like, it would be completely new. And this controlled opposition would basically act how a sane human being should act in a debate. He'd like make his point, and then when he gets checkmate, I mean, obviously it would happen over time. You can't just be too cartoonish. But they'd represent, oh shit. Oh fuck, I guess that isn't possible. Oh wait, what? They did the infrared laser test? Refract, oh. Damn, I didn't know that. Oh fuck. Obviously less with better acting than what I could.
Yeah, we'll get this right. We'll get the events right. We'll have silly sporting games, where the Globers can play against us, and other, everything from shooting to demolition derbies to, people want to see us against the world. They like that. They love us for being against them. And we have to capitalize on the psychological advantage that gives us.
I could be wrong, but like I don't know, like if Flat Earth just starts getting viewed as like some goofy ass shit that it's okay to talk about, but it's just this goofball thing, that's also problematic.
No, that's what works. Actually, that's been working for 5-6 years.
I mean, again, I could be wrong. This is all in the realm of opinion. It's just my opinion, and I have been wrong. I'm not just saying that as a disclaimer. I've been very wrong about a lot of things in this domain.
Dude, I think if like Whitsitt, Allen, Shane, like some of these like really heavy hitters got on some, large platforms and were able to debate, like the flat earth wouldn't be such a fringe, like crazy thing. Like people would be realizing like, whoa, these dudes have like a lot of like heavy duty science and experiments that, are authentic in a legit, theory, or however you want to say it.
This is the thing, though, right? So okay, here's the deal. So I just got back into the gym. I'm putting it off. I've been like getting up at like 5 every morning and like working out and stuff like that. And aesthetics is very important. Connecting to the youth is very important. So like having status, a certain appearance is important, et cetera, et cetera. That's what gets you in the door, bro. Like, we have to just start playing their game, bro. We're not playing their game. And I think that debates are cool. Debates are cool or whatever. But the game that's been tried, like that's tried and true, is going viral with clips out of podcasts, like little clips out of podcast appearances.
Yeah,
right. Like that's what it actually is. Anytime you see a super viral short, TikTok, etc., it's a clip out of a podcast. Almost every time, 90% of them, it's either that or on the street. So if we know that's the proven method, then we have to use that method. We can't try to come reinvent the wheel and be like the idea that people are going to be interested in like They don't know much about this, but they want to know about the preferred direction of the propagation rate of light due to the GPS. Signal, right? It's like, what? They don't care about that. They want to hear some PhD physicist say something stupid after you set them up live in person on a podcast. That will go viral. When the flat earther is stumping people live, face to face, that'll go viral. That's my opinion. I'm open to all suggestions, but I've thought about this quite a bit. I've looked into the data of it. I've looked into the statistics. I've looked into the durations. You have to create a hook. It's called a hook in the short within the first 3 seconds.
Okay.
You're like there's a very specific science to it. And that's why I'm saying we need to shift our gears towards looking at it like a business. That is the only way that we will succeed, is if we take the market by the balls and force it.
I think.
Anyway, I'm kind of ranting.
I think calling science, most of mainstream science, gay and like faggots is a good way to go. Getting that. you got to call them gay because they're literally gay. They're monkey.
Yeah, well, check this, bro. So like right now, right? I go on my Monday debate. I debate for 4 or 5 hours with some random no name that thinks that men can breastfeed and all this, and they just divert. When you divert, silence is acquiescence. When you don't respond with specificity, you're conceding the point. That's a waste of time. Really, it should be I'm on Sam Tripoli's podcast with a PhD physicist. I'm on Michael Sartain's podcast with a PhD physicist. That is how we win, bro. Like, we have to step our game up. We have to understand our value. I think flat earthers are tricked into thinking they're not valuable. Buddy, I know incredibly wealthy, incredibly successful people. And the idea that there may be more lands, like use Andrew Tate, for example. Andrew Tate, he looks at it like, he's like, I'm bored. Like, I have everything I want. I have every supercar I want. I have beautiful women. I go wherever in the world I want. I do whatever I want. It's all underwhelming. Parties suck. Clubs suck. All of this sucks, right? Dude, you know what wouldn't suck is, there may be more land. Men are need to be like adventurous and explorative to more land. You see, that's a huge in that we have, and I know this because I've had extremely wealthy people and successful people talk to me about it. That's why flat earthers like their guilty pleasure. It really doesn't matter how much money you have. The idea that there may be more lands, it connects across the board. We have to start like thinking about it like that, bro. We get into this conversation with some dude named Zanuck who wants to talk about horizons from a plane. No one cares, bro. That is such a waste of time. No one cares.
That's true. Oh, why not attack these? Attack. I say that in scare quotes, but like people like, and not attack them, but like basically call them out. Why don't you guys talk about flat Earth? You don't believe it's flat? Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, all these controlled opposition figures, all these fucking who say softball truths. Those are the people you can actually call out, oh look up, and make them seem like pussies, basically, so that they have to fucking start addressing it. It's kind of like a weird checkmate to controlled opposition.
Yeah, but check this, bro. I don't think that they are controlled on. So like, Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, and like, bro, I don't agree with them on everything. It doesn't matter. Like, I agree with them on a lot. And Tristan Tate has a video with Andrew Tate where they're talking about flat Earth. And he brings up the idea of like, never in the history of NASA has an astronaut ever been live and busted a 360. Like, they've never busted a 360.
That's what I'm saying. They know that they know that it's probably true. Whether they've looked into it in depth or not, they know that it's true, but they won't talk about it now. They've completely.
They don't prioritize it, right? That's why I'm saying that our goal is to shift it where flat Earth doesn't hurt your money. Because as people that aren't making money, it's easy to be like, why are you not talking about it? Because they're making many millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're making many millions of dollars. Of course they're not talking about it. It's not really that they're selling out. It's just like it doesn't make sense to do it. It doesn't make sense to do it. Yeah.
So basically, you need
But
a really
I hear you as well.
yeah, you need a really rich flat earther to come out, basically, so that everyone's like, okay, being a flat earther doesn't completely destroy my income source. So basically, you got to make flat earth cool and not pay.
Austin, even by being on another podcast, you've already doubled the audience. You have yours and their audience. So the idea of pulling the clips and being on other people's shows is very valuable in that respect.
Well, and yeah, I need to create a team of people, and I'm already working on it. That once I go do all this, because I've started networking already, and like, bro, what's going to happen is very obvious. I'm not going to have time, right? So I need a team, and what people don't realize is like creating viral content. Creating viral content is a very saturated market, and it's a science. It isn't like very simple. No, it's a science. You have multi-millionaires spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars a month on mastering the art of going viral. We have to compete with them. People have to put in the time to study. Okay, based on the statistics, you have to draw the person in within 3 seconds. You have to create something so off the wall they can't stop watching after 3 seconds. You have to get them a certain format where it builds them up, climax, brings them down, builds them up, climax, back down within 60. All of that within 60 seconds. Blah blah blah. We have to make it. That's why I'm saying making it a business is the only way that we are successful. Because the only thing that's going to make people like take the time to study and research and understand it and take the time to really implement it is money. So the only way Flat Earth excels is if we look at it like a business model. Bro, I'm just saying, I've said this 5 times. I know I'm probably getting on some people's nerves. That is the only way that we win. Like, I see that as clear as day now. That's, of course we're not winning. Because when I start talking to other people, they're like, oh, like even when I'm talking to them, Flat Earth just kind of falls off. Because it's like, look at all this other stuff that's going on making money. Flat Earth has to step up into that realm. And it's one of the most valuable conversations when it comes to money. It has one of the biggest audience retention rates, right? When people get hooked, they get hooked, bro. So we have to all come together. We have to start creating a business. I'm just saying, bro. Like, dude, if an ad runs on my video, people start calling me a Mason. It's like, what is wrong with you people, bro? like we're like retarded as a community. I'm just being honest. We're like retarded, and if we don't look at it, if we don't all kind of step back and be like, okay, let's create networks, organizations, and businesses. We're just gonna sit here, and in 10 years from later, we're gonna be having the same conversation. 10 years from now,
There's something that needs to become a meme in people's mind. I don't know how this is going to be accomplished, but this has to happen for the average normie, person, not normie, but someone who watches the internet but consumes like Fresh and Fit style content or fucking Joe Rogan. They have to be. Can I just finish? I'll finish it really quick. They have to somehow in their mind. They need to immediately recognize an ad hoc response. Somehow, it needs to become a meme. So whenever someone gives an ad hoc fucking explanation for something. Even again, even in a colloquial setting, it's got to be like nice.
Okay, Austin. In a business sense, the franchise is always a great model. If you want to push product, or if you want to push the idea, the restaurant industry is always looking for a theme. We have the strongest theme, as you said. We can put crap. We can sell crap. We can have theme stuff in each city easily with low expense. Just if we get the legalities of the franchise going, you could now have a business opportunity in each city to cooperate and have now our meetup place. So we don't have to worry about when to meet up. We could just go there anytime. So the idea of what you're saying, working into a franchise where different people can join in the profit, plus the product that could be sold, the shit on the wall and consignment, the artwork, but the theme. Restaurants are dying for themes. If you take that to that industry with the push that we've had from social media, say, look, people want to see this, we can replicate this theme in many places. So you could maybe work on a franchise, or Flat Earth Pizza, work on that. Or I was hoping to throw Flat Earth Pizza in to whatever we do as part
It's
of
not bad. It's just further down the road, in my opinion. I think also our approach is super messed up, right? Like, and I mean like my approach, where I'm like, hey, let me just like beat you over the head with information, and that naturally comes from being called stupid. So when the main thing that people say is that you're stupid, you're like, well, let me prove I'm not stupid. That is stupid though, to fall for that trap. So the approach should be like guide them through their own thoughts, with insightful questions where they have to answer their own questions. I know I'm like laying this out really fast, but let me ask this question, right? If you were to create an archetype of who leads society, who would that be? Who leads society? Like, who leads society?
Strong, charismatic people in today's day and age.
Yeah, we were saying trends earlier. We were saying trends, not
Okay, no, I'm saying, but like, now I'm asking, as an archetype of a person, who leads society? Okay, the answer is strong men, bro. The answer is strong, confident, assertive men. That's the answer. That's the actual answer. When a man's super confident and assertive, naturally people are persuaded to their point of view.
Great.
Naturally.
So let's clean up some of the shit we say that's wrong, so we don't have people going out being confident with garbage. Because
that's what I'm saying. Like the first step is the men within Flat Earth need to become high value men. And like I'm talking to myself as well. That's why like I took a break. I fully changed my diet. I started waking up at 5 every morning. I start working out every morning. I check all my messages. I do all this. Like, this is the problem. We have men waking up at 11, jumping on here to argue with Zanuck. I've done it. The men need to become high value men. Okay? As opposed to being super thirsty and watching porn and just blah, blah, blah. No, you need to be a high value man, bro. What does that mean? You need to have discipline. So you need to start working out. You need to get healthy. You need to get in shape. And you need to be able to present yourself in a strong, confident, assertive way. A strong, confident, assertive way. That's a fact. That's a blunt, hard reality, bro. Who leads society? Strong men. Why would Flat Earth think that they can lead society when we don't have enough strong men?
Are you hanging on to Flat Earth or running from the name? What are you going to do?
Say again? Right, say again.
The name Flat Earth, are you still running from it? Or are you going to stand with it?
I look at Flat Earth like I look at the term Christian. Like I'll never shy away from the term, but I may not lead with the term.
All right, that's great.
Yeah. I don't think it matters. I'll never run away from the term.
All right.
Never, ever. I'll never turn my back on Flat Earth. But that's not really the point. My point is like, look, check this. I'm like some like nerdy guy that's like, oh man, the kinematic and dynamic equivalence. Oh, the centrifugal divergence, the centripetal convergence, the magnetic geometric conjugate expression. It's like, shut the. No one cares. Okay, if I'm a guy that's like, whoa, that dude is in shape. He's about his business. He's straight to the point. His time is valuable. What he says is therefore valuable. Therefore, what he says is valuable, right? Like you're more inclined to listen to what they say. If I am strong, assertive, confident, straight to the point, my time is valuable. People are going to be like, okay, what he says is valuable, right? The time I have talking to that person, or listen to that person, or the time that person took to talk to me, the time the person took to talk to me sorry, my finger keeps falling off. The time the person took to talk to me is valuable. So now I'm naturally more inclined to listen to what he says. Because I can tell he has so much other stuff going on that the fact he took time to address this and to talk to me is valuable. That's naturally the number one commodity in sales. Strong men. That's what leads society. So like that's what Flat Earth has to do. You should have a higher per capita rate of strong men. There should be no porn in Flat Earth. There should be no poor diets in Flat Earth. There should be very disciplined, waking up at a certain time, working out. Strong men. Very disciplined, strong men.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, that's the only way that you're going to win. It's just a fact.
Don't confuse their strength of character with their diet. You know, that's
no. It's not about the diet or anything like that. It's about discipline. Strong men are disciplined. So, in order to be a strong man, you have to be disciplined. You're not strong if you're not disciplined. Right. Yo, I'm talking to myself. I'm not talking down to anyone. I was not nearly disciplined enough just a few weeks ago. Okay, I'm expressing what I am applying. Okay, men.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think people are more inclined to believe themselves rather than anyone else. So, like, if you can present things in such a way that leads the individual to answer the question on their own, rather than like putting it in front of them, I think they're going to be less apprehensive to like question things in such a way to where it's like, they're going to shy away from the point. So it's.
No, I agree with that.
It's kind of like reprogramming somebody to understand how to think rather than what to think. So, it's going to take a little bit more of mental conditioning in the sense of understanding fallacy, logic. Like those two things right there are very powerful. And when you can instill that within somebody, now they can look at everything through that lens and discern truth from fiction. And it's a tool, it's a mechanism that needs to be given back to the people.
Let me ask you this, bro. Is the source of the information important?
Is the source of the information important?
Yeah, let me give you an example. You have two guys. Here's an analogy. You have two guys telling you about investments. Okay? One guy's telling you about crypto investments, and he has no money. The other guy's telling you about crypto investments, and he has $200 million. They both say the exact same thing. Verbatim. Which person are you going to listen to?
Well, that's a great analogy, and you're probably not going to like my answer, because I'm going to listen to the guy that's not a $200 million air, whatever the hell number you threw out there, because this is what we've already been witnessing within the mainstream media, telling you how Bitcoin was rat poison squared. You had Jamie Dimon, you had Warren Buffett, you had all these phenomenal big names out there, highly successful people poo-pooing crypto. But what were they?
You're not getting the analogy. Daiso, stop. You're not getting the analogy. Both people are talking about crypto. The person that has $200 million made it off of crypto. He made the money from crypto. Okay. So there's a guy that's worth 200 mil. He made it off of crypto. There's a guy that is broke and is promoting crypto. They both say the same thing. Who are you going to listen to?
Well, if they're saying the same thing, you're listening to both of them.
It's not about that, bro. Jesus Christ, dude. Listen to the analogy in good faith, bro. People are giving you the information at separate times. Okay? So you have to compartmentalize the example.
one person walks up to you and they're like, yeah, I put 50K in crypto, I lost it all. But look, check this. Let me tell you about how crypto is so important. You should invest in Hex. And the other person's like, bro, crypto's the future. Look, I made 200 mil. Here's how you invest in crypto. Who are you going to listen to?
Obviously, the person that's got the higher success rate.
Thank you, man. So that's what I'm saying. When flat earthers come, they try to tell people your entire world is wrong. Your whole worldview is wrong. You don't know where you live. You're completely wrong about where you live. And then they begin to examine the source, and it's someone that's miserable, sad, not assertive, a man that's feminine, watching porn, whatever. They're not going to listen to what you say, bro. They're not. It doesn't matter how right you are. Both people talking about crypto are saying the same thing. They're both saying XRP is going to replace SWIFT as the international transaction system, and it's the safest long-term bet on crypto. It's going nowhere. It's 1,000 times faster and it's 1,000 times faster and cheaper than any crypto or any current fiat currency, right? That's what you should invest in. They're both saying the same thing. But when someone comes to you and they've lost all their money and they're not successful, you're not going to listen to them. But when the person comes and they've made 200 mil, you're going to be like, wait, what's this guy doing? I want to hear what he's saying. Do you understand the analogy as it applies to flat Earth? Like, do you guys understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely get your point. I definitely get your point. Like, you're going to be more inclined to take advice from somebody that has evidence that this particular methodologies, worked for them, versus somebody that's clearly doesn't have anything to show for. I get it.
Yeah. Now apply it to flat Earth. Apply it to the people talking about flat Earth, like me included. How many of them are truly successful in life? I mean, monetarily. I'm not. So really, I can only think of a few people, right? Like you got Jeff Berwick. Jeff Berwick's a flat earther. Just think about think about this, dude. Think about how impactful Jeff Berwick being a flat earther is. He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, that's dollar vigilante. If you don't know, he's just on BitChute. Think about how more impactful Jeff Berwick is saying that the Earth is flat than some random dude who has nothing going for him in his basement. And I know that most flat earthers aren't just like losers in their basement. That isn't the point. Can you guys understand my point? I think we haven't prioritized it. Well, it's important, bro. People need to understand, like, shit. Instead of looking at other people like you're beneath me because you haven't understood about the Earth, they need to look in the mirror and be like, damn it, I need to be getting up at 6 every morning and working out. I need to apply this in my life. I need to prioritize success. I need to show that I'm valuable, right? And therefore, by deduction, the prerequisite for me to be in certain rooms has already added value to what I'm going to say. Flat Earth is missing that, bro. Flat Earth is considered the people that are just like desperate for attention. And I'm not saying that this is right, but the appearance is that we are just desperate for attention. We just want to be special. We're like people in our parents' basement, blah, blah, blah. Right? Like, we just want this thing because it makes us feel like we're better than other people. We know a secret that everyone doesn't know. I've thought about this very critically, and I'm just letting you know that is the perception of flat Earth, and of course people aren't going to ever take us seriously.
I mean,
I think you're making some good points, bro. I think you're making some good points, man. Sorry, man, we keep talking over each other. Yeah, I think you're making some good points, and another analogy for it would be like trying to take nutrition advice from a fat nutritionist.
Exactly. Someone wants to tell you about nutrition, but they're 400 pounds. Exactly.
Yeah, they may give you the same advice as someone who's looking fit and buff, but which one are you going to listen to?
Yeah, exactly, brother. And flat earthers are some of the smartest people I've ever met. Right? I've been around the entire United States talking to flat earthers. Okay, like I know firsthand, flat earthers are some of the most insightful, intelligent, witty people with the highest processing speed, the highest vibration, the highest levels of creativity. Like it's not even close. It's not even close. I've talked to very successful people that are just like retarded, bro. But it doesn't matter because perception reigns supreme. So if you walk up to me and you're like shirt like half tucked in, stains all over your clothes, way out of shape, drunk, smoking weed, asking me if I want some LSD. Whatever you have to say, no matter how true it is, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying, bro. I'm like big broing the community here, and proxy of me, right? Like I had to have this realization applied to me. So I'm not claiming to be like better than anyone. I'm telling you, bro, this is the missing component. If you had 1,000 multi-millionaires talking about flat Earth, I mean, it would already have taken over. It would already
Like it
taken
makes
over the
sense,
world.
man. Like generally, people are going to listen to other people who seem like they have their shit together. If you don't look like you got your shit together, then people aren't going to pay attention to you.
And what you look like isn't important either. Have your shit together, as he's saying. You know, like he's not
Well,
saying
it's
to
not.
just
It's you don't have to be like freaking. You don't have to be some model. Honestly, men's value is much less applied to their physical appearance, like their symmetrical structure, the symmetrical structure of their face, or whatever, than women. It's just about being high value. Men's high value is not really about appearance, as in physical appearance that you can't change, but like how you carry yourself. Dude, I'm just telling you, brother. I'm telling you guys the truth. So my wife, one of the main things that she's talked about is like how a lot of flat earthers, they just have terrible optics. They have terrible optics. So when you meet them, when you talk to them, you're like, oh my gosh, like what the? It's a detriment to flat Earth. That's the truth. So men need to get their shit together, bro. You need to be popped in the mouth.
I don't know, bro.
Someone has to big bro you.
You know?
I don't know, man. Personally, I think you're making sense, but that's me. Other people may disagree, but I think you're making sense.
I mean, look at Ken Wheeler, bro.
You're definitely looking to set an example. Of course, I'm different. I'm going to hide under a lab coat because it keeps me from having to work out and be disciplined. And I'm going to use a little bit of trickery. And we all have different skill sets, you know. So there isn't.
Yeah, but my brother. Do you think that if you were in really good shape, if you were in like really good shape a year from now, do you think that would be a detriment to you? And to how serious people take you?
I don't know. People just found out I'm 62 years old and not 50. So I am in good shape, I guess.
You know? Brother, in 1 year, you can change your whole life. So I'm like, look, bro.
Not everyone's disciplined. Not everyone's disciplined.
No, but that's what we have to. But men have to be disciplined, bro. I'll be super transparent here. I haven't been disciplined enough. Okay, and I played football in college. Blah blah blah. I'm like always like kind of in shape naturally. So I haven't been disciplined physically. Just using that as an example. But the last however many weeks, I've been consistently working out. Okay? Early in the morning, consistently working out, maybe even 2 times a day. Okay? I'm already like significantly more like on point. Significantly. I'm just saying that cannot be a detriment. It can't be. It's only good. And you're going to live longer. You're going to be more respected. You're going to have more clarity. We're going to make better decisions.
The ancient Greeks or like the Stoics, like when you ever see like pictures or statues of them, like they're freaking shredded, bro. Like, were they I mean, was that actual? Like, were those like their actual body figures, or did the statue
Why
builders
would
just
it?
kind of like pump them up?
Why would it not be? Why would it not be though? Because if you walk around, like I'm at St. Pete Beach right now, there are many dudes in great shape.
Well,
It's
I'm just
not
saying,
like
like
it's something that can't exist or something.
a lot of these like ancient philosophy stuff, like when you see them, like statues of them, like it's just like holy shit, dude.
Well, ask
You think
yourself,
that
bro.
was?
Is there a connection to philosophical clarity and physical discipline?
Yeah, for sure. You can't think clearly if you're not physically healthy. I mean, you
Bruh.
know.
So, like, sure, I'm gonna make a course for like male development, but like that's not gonna change the world. People have to look within themselves, bro. And I am vulnerably letting everyone know, like, I was just there. Okay, I'm super skinny. I'm not claiming to be like superior to anyone. What I'm telling you is when you apply extreme discipline to your life, the quality of your life, the clarity of your mental state improves significantly. Okay, now if we're talking about I want to change the world, we were lied to about where we live. I want to be a medium for that message. Being someone that has mastered and optimized their value is extremely important. I'm just being real, bro. I'm big broing the Discord. That is the facts, bro. We can hide, we can lie, we can talk to Zanuck for 17 years in a row. Like, I don't care. I don't care if someone's offended. Shut up. Go wake up at 6 in the morning and work out. Seriously. You like that's what, and let me say this one more thing. Men require accountability. Okay, so discipline and accountability are joined to the hip. So, like when I was in college, I said this on my stream last night. When I was in college, I had to work out at 6 every morning for college football, right? 6 every morning, all weekdays. Dude, I was wilding, bro. I was hanging out with girls. I was drinking. I mean, I'm up to 3, 4 in the morning. I had to work out at 6 in the morning. Many a time, my homie had to knock on the door and be like, "Get up! It's 5:45. Get up!" Okay, we have to hold each other accountable as men, and we have to start being productive. Dude, you guys think that this is somehow disconnected from flat Earth? It's not, bro. It's literally not. Because the most successful flat earthers I know, they're so successful that they can't talk about flat Earth. And the reason they're so successful is because they're so disciplined. So what we need is to reach back into the people that are super passionate about flat Earth, talking about it all the time, and make them disciplined. And once you merge that bridge, everything else will fall into place. So I'll stop like ranting, but bro, I think it's very important.
Yeah, there's definitely a massive difference in your day if you get up early and get shit done and get the things done that you need to do early, and then you just seem to be way more productive. It seems like you got way more of the day when you're actually up early doing things,
Yeah, brother.
rather than being
Like
asleep until 11 in the morning or whatever.
exactly, bro. It's like 9 in the morning. You're like, holy shit! I've been awake for 5 hours. I've gotten so much done, and it's just 9 o'clock. Like it's 9 o'clock. People are maybe just waking up, and I've gotten so much done already. That's
You
like the
always
cheat
notice
code.
that.
It's the
Yeah,
cheat code.
definitely, man.
So I
You always
follow
notice
this
that.
YouTuber. He did over 10 years in prison. He was flat broke, got out, and within 2 years, he was worth over, I think it was over $20 million. And he says he wakes up at, I think it's like 2 or 3 in the morning, and he works out. And like all the stuff you're saying is essentially the same stuff this guy's saying, that you gotta be a fucking man and you got to you have to be physically in shape, and if you can't do that, then it's like you're just cheating yourself. You're cheating your fucking family. I'll get his channel if you're interested, but this guy's made a lot more money since then, and yeah, dude, all he does is just like motivational speeches and shit, bro. He's just a fucking jacked dude. He's got like 18-inch biceps, and it's not about his size. It's it's about how he carries himself, right? Like he's serious about life. He's serious about winning, and he puts in the work, bro.
You know, and let me say this. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So like I am recently doing this stuff, right? I will say that my intensity, my assertion, my focus, all that has like increased tenfold. Literally, bro. And I will just say, bro, like, just why would you not try it? And I will also say that this whole notion that you need to sleep for 8 hours is complete bullshit. That's bullshit. That's a lie. You don't need to sleep for 8 hours. That's a complete lie. You can sleep for like 4 hours, bro. 4 hours is a lot of sleep, bro. I'm just letting you guys know. I'm letting you guys know. When you're laying in bed, you can lay in bed and be like, oh, I'm tired. You know what happens when you get up and you start doing stuff? You're not tired anymore. Just wake up. Wake up, bro. Go do shit. And
His
go
name
work
is
out.
his name is Wes Watson. I just posted a link to his YouTube channel. You should check him out. Watch one video, dude, and tell me what you think. What's it?
No, yeah, I'll check him out. I bet this dude wakes up early in the morning. He's been working out for years, and it's just part of his natural routine that he wakes up early and he works out. And it'll change your life, bro. And there's like a substantial amount of science for it. Dude, look, here's the deal, man. Nothing in life that's valuable is easy. You know what's crazy is it starts becoming very cliche, right? It starts becoming like sounding cheesy and shit. Like whatever, bro. It's cliche for a reason. So when I've been getting up super early in the morning and going and working out, right? So say I'm at the gym at like 6 in the morning. Once I get in the gym, I'm not all of a sudden I'm not tired, right? And then I start working out and I'm like, okay, let me push myself. Once I get back to the house, I'm like, bro, I can't believe I thought about not doing that. But before you go, you're like, this sucks, bro. I'm going back to sleep. I'm not doing this. That's stupid. I'll be fine. Blah, blah, blah. Once you go, you're like, oh, man, I can't believe I almost didn't do this. Just do it, bro. And, dude, I swear to you that this is very directly relevant to Flat Earth. It's directly relevant to Flat Earth. Because we have a bunch of super smart Flat Earthers, bro. But they don't have that, like, next level assertion. They don't have that, like, it factor. They don't have that masculine, like, I'm about to lay it down and you're going to get it. And it's finances and fitness that make that happen. I'm talking to myself, bro. I'm like, I've been like, oh, not making money is cool. I used to think that like me putting off money and making decisions about not making money, even though I could make money, I'm like, no, but I think it's the right thing to do this and this for free and blah blah blah. But I've had the realization that isn't true. So anyway, I'll stop ranting and preaching. But my point is, bro, I hope that something I've said has motivated someone because it's very important. It's very important. And I will say, I'm creating a network of people. I'm creating a team of people, and we're going to, like, change the world. But if you're not willing to, like, be disciplined and go fight through it, I don't want you on my team, bro. We got way too much going on. It's way too, like, difficult to do what we're trying to do, which is tell the world they were lied about the world.
What's the minimal amount of time I have to put into the treadmill to be on the team?
Say again, the minimal amount of what?
of workout.
Yeah, you're already
gym time.
fired, bro. You're already fired.
No, you gotta. Yeah, I mean, come on, bro. You gotta isolate body groups. And I'm not like a workout expert. I think calisthenics is very important. Calisthenics, do it at your house. My point is, here's the easiest way to simplify working out. When it gets really hard, you keep doing it. So when you're curling and it's like, this hurts, you do the next 3 reps. And when you're doing abs and it hurts, you're like, I'm going to do 5 more reps. And when you're doing pull-ups, you're like, there's no way I can get myself up one more time. You do another pull-up. It's not really complicated.
There's a difference between there's a difference between pain, like a sharp sting, i.e., like a tearing of a potential ligament or tendon, versus the burning of lactic buildup. So
we're talking about burning exhaustion.
If you want to maximize, your training,
because in modern times we want quick results, and part of getting big isn't going to be a quick result. It's a life change, right? Like, you got to start off small, build your way up and shit. But most people, they want to be jacked in fucking 2 weeks, and they don't get the results, and it goes out the window.
That's why I'm creating a group, right? It's called, right now, I think it's just going to be called the Misfits, because you don't fit in, blah, blah, blah. Misfits, okay? But to be a part of the group, you have to be a part of a very strict schedule, bro.
Did you and Shane have like a falling out or something? Is that why you're doing this new rule?
You think that's funny, bro? I'm gonna big bro Shane as well. It's like, look, here's the deal, bro. I needed someone to big bro me. I've been big broed, and now I'm big broing other people by extension, because I realized this is the most important thing. Dude, let me say this. A lot of people are like, oh, Austin, your mind works so fast. Oh, my gosh. Oh, bro, my mind works 1,000 times faster when I'm being disciplined. Like 1,000 times.
Yeah, you do think fast. That is good. I mean, it's noticeable. Yeah.
No, I think fast or whatever, but like when I'm like really working out and being disciplined and stuff like that, it's 9 in the morning and I'm thinking like 1,000,000 miles an hour. And I mean, wouldn't everyone kind of want to optimize themselves?
Yeah, you're talking about like you're talking about like moving forward. There's some people still in the fog that have to remove things. Now you're adding things. That's good. That's good.
I'll tell them fly out to Tampa. We'll hang out. I have an extra room. You know what I'm saying? Because accountability is important. That's why I'm creating the group, and we're going to interact every day. But like, this is important, and I'm connecting it to truth, because it's joined at the hip, bro. If someone comes to me and they're like, dude, I've been working out at 4 in the morning for the last 5 years. I did this and this. I built a business from the ground up. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I automatically take them so much more serious than someone that's not doing shit. If you want Flat Earth to be taken serious, you need the messenger to be about it. It isn't a complicated business plan. Like, I'm laying it out. That's my realization. I don't want people that are weak. I don't want people making excuses. I don't give a shit what you're talking about. I don't want to hear about it. If you think, okay, you know what? This is that moment in my life where I'm going to go and give it. You know, like Witsit motivated me. I'm like, damn it, let me do it. Then hit me up. Hit me up and we'll make it work. Other than that, I don't want you around me, bro. I literally don't want you around me, because it's so easy to get caught up in this comfortable bullshit, and I got caught up in it. Where everyone's like, Austin, you're so good at debating. Austin, you're so good at debating. It's like, no, I'm really not that good. I shouldn't be debating. I shouldn't be dealing with this bullshit. I still get upset. I should be way more disciplined. I should be doing this, and this. When you have yes men around you, it's bad for you. And so, anyway, I'll announce the actual group soon. But just so you know, there's not going to be any yes men. They're going to be like, shut up, do it. You know, hey, I'm just telling you. It sounds cliche, but the reason Flat Earth is not shit is there aren't super strong, diligent, disciplined, like assertive and motivated men pushing flat Earth. It doesn't matter what the idea is. If the source of the information has not proven itself, it's going to always just fade away. That's happened for all recorded history.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. Like I was
Lecture.
gonna say, you don't have to justify it with like logical reasoning. It just is. It just is what
I
it
got
is.
an idea.
Accept it.
I got an idea. We have a flat Earth workout hour, right? So we get on, and it's all gonna be like calisthenic type shit, like doing burpees or something. Like maybe we'll do a 15 or 15 minute burpee workout hour at a set time every day.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm just kind of getting in shape. I'll be honest, it's a process. I'm just kind of getting in shape, but I'm gonna document everything I'm doing and do live streams and try to do these lifetime interactive workouts. It almost sounds gay, but it's not gay. And like, yeah, I'm gonna create a whole system around it. And this actual market is very saturated. But
Dude, I can see the headlines right now. Like, flat Earth is not just a knowledge; it's a lifestyle.
Wait, what did you say? Flat Earth is what?
Like, I can see the headlines. It's like, flat Earth is not just knowing; it's a lifestyle. By which,
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro, for
that's a
real.
good tagline.
For real, though, bro. Don't you
Earth,
guys agree?
round bicep.
Don't you guys agree that we need really strong men to kind of turn the ship around?
I mean, it's definitely not a bad thing.
But no, what would you say is required to turn the ship around?
Leading by example through, like you said, big growing a community, not just an individual. Like if you got the ability to come on minutes daily and do a little fucking workout routine, whoever's willing, like starts there, bro.
Yeah. And I want to combine this with finances as well. So I've talked to some like really successful people, and I'm like, oh shit, this is what I need to do, right? And I want to share that with people. I want to build a core group of men, and that's no disrespect to women. Eventually, I want to have some women that really embrace their roles and kind of create a network of women as well. But that's not what this is about. I want to create a strong network of men that work together, and they work out, they focus on fitness, they focus on finances, and that way they're able to go change the world. Well, how do we change the world? We tell them the true nature of the world. And so you guys can hate on me if you want to, but guess what? Like, you guys aren't doing shit. Like, when is Flat Earth broke the Matrix? It hasn't. It hasn't done it. Something's got to change, bro. And I realize it's very obvious. It's right in front of everyone. The reason that Flat Earth hasn't glitched the Matrix out, you can blame it on the fact that they're censoring us. You can blame it on the fact that they're attacking us. No one cares what you're talking about. The reason that it hasn't changed is that there aren't super strong, disciplined, successful men pushing it in their face. So anyway,
it's like it's
lecture
got to
over,
a
but
point
that's the
that
facts.
it's like Flat Earth has got to a point, but it just needs to go to the next level now. And I think what you're introducing is trying to get it to the next level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we need a core group of men that are like, yo, we're going to make it happen. And then everything else will fall in place. You know what I'm saying? Sorry if I'm like annoying people, but now you guys know what I came away from my like little couple months step away with. Like, this is what I realized.
Sometimes people need to be smacked over the head with a bat to wake up.
Yeah, and like I do the same thing, bro. Like I said, when I was in college, you know how many times I didn't want to go to workout? Practically every day. And I'll just be transparent here. It's because I was drinking, smoking, partying. One more. And I hang out with females.
Yeah, it's like I hear you, man, because like I'm 51, right? And probably up until about maybe 3 years ago, I was super disciplined. Like, I mean, I was training even at the age of 48, still training 3 to 4, 5 hours a day most days. And now I've just been pretty slack. I've kind of I was extremely disciplined with my diet. Everything was like pretty on point. In the past few years, I've been a bit laxed. So I think you're giving me a bit of a kick up the arse as well.
Let's go, bro. Yeah, and let me be honest about this, right? Like, me going public with it is helping me as well, right? So if there's like a day where I'm like, yeah, I'm not really feeling it, I can't let everyone else down. You see what I'm saying? I can't let them down. We're gonna do it, and that's why accountability is so important.
Yeah, it's good to let your intentions known. That way, you become accountable to yourself as well.
Yeah, bro. And look, everything will be free, man. And like, it's like, if I have to put a ton of time into like building certain programs or whatever, like, yeah, you can pay $5 a month or whatever for that, but you don't have to, because I think that this is important, bro. Like, I think this is so important. The people that are attacking us are weak, bro. They're weak, bro. So you need to be strong so that you don't care what they have to say and that what they say is irrelevant.
Yeah, maybe we could even do some like small instructional videos or something like that.
Yeah, bro.
Just like little 1 or 2 minute things. I mean, if you want, I can always do some just some real basic martial arts stuff if anyone would be interested in that.
Oh, that's very cool. That's yeah, bro. That's a portion that I don't know much about, so I would be interested in that. But yeah, message me on here or Telegram or something.
Yeah, cool, man. I'll hit you up on Telegram. I could even make some short videos and post them to you on Telegram, and you can chuck them on a website or something, or do whatever you want with them.
Yeah, I think this is the glitch, bro. It's the glitch. It's because like if you step back and you're honest, right? Like who runs society, bro? Like just think about that question, bro. Like just all bias aside, flat Earth aside, whatever. Like who is running society? And the answer is for sure strong men. That is the answer. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter it doesn't matter how you feel about it. Strong men run society, and it's been like that forever. So how can Flat Earth expect to change society being weak? It's retarded. It's legitimately retarded. What percentage of people in this Discord are men? 98%. What percentage of people that watch my YouTube are men? 85%. Okay,
yeah, I think you probably find as well. I think you probably find as well that a lot of the men within Flat Earth are more tend to be alpha type male because they don't. They're not as worried about what people think about them, which is generally an alpha male type state as well. But they're just behaving, or they're not being disciplined, as you say, as you're putting forward.
You nailed it, bro. You nailed it. You got men, and I mean 85 to 95% of men are men. And you got these men that don't care what other people think. That means inside of you, you're an alpha, bro. And I'm not big on labels. I think that people are not born alphas. I think that people develop to be alphas. I think that you can be an alpha, blah, blah, blah. And alpha's good. And all the cliches are gay. It doesn't matter. Like, you can be a leader. And I think that if you don't care what other people think enough to say the earth is flat out loud, you have like this innate ability to be an alpha. You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, Flat Earth needs to tap in on that. That's like that is literally like the most valuable, it's the most valuable resource that exists. Alpha men? Are you kidding me, bro? That's the most valuable resource in the world. So yeah, anyway. I'm just
It's
saying,
a
I
good
see
conversation.
so many dudes that are just like they get so cuffed to like society. It pisses me off.
Hey, Austin, I just want to say, man, like, this is such a good conversation to have because what we've really kind of ended up doing is sitting around just talking to each other. And I mean, dude, the next step is organization, like actually like getting projects together and, forming a community. It's the next step. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, we all met. Let's team up actually now.
Yeah, well, it's awesome to build that community in the first place, but then once you've got it, well, now let's do something with it. What's the point of sitting around talking all the time if we're not doing anything?
Yeah, dude, I'm just so sick of talking about shit. Like, I want to do stuff. Like, I'm a doer.
Oh yeah, I agree, bro. I like
Yeah.
yeah, I think I've kind of said everything. I kind of laid it all out. I mean, it's not for everyone, but that's good. If say I have 1,000 people in a room and shots are fired outside, right? And there's like 7 alphas in the room. Who are the other 993 people going to listen to? Like when the shots are fired, the 7 alphas. And like I hate that term. It's kind of gay, but it doesn't matter, bro. Like the 7 people are going to leave the 993. All right, that's just how it goes.
It's not. It's not about getting to everyone. It's about getting to the right people. You know what I mean? Like that's where it matters.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what I'm saying. You have 1,000 people. 7 people change the perception of the entire 1,000 people. 7 people. I mean, you could have 5 people. You could have 3 people. It really doesn't matter, bro. Like, you could have 1 person. They'll leave the 1,000. You could have a 1 to 1,000 ratio. Okay, well, dude, guess what, guys? We're trying to tell people they were lied to about like basically everything they've ever known. You think that people are going to take you serious? Why would they listen to what you're saying?
I think you find that the statistic within any company is that, let's say if you've got 100 people in a company, 10% of those people are actually doing 90% of the work. So 10% are the most productive out of the actual, so 10 people are the most productive out of the entire 100.
I just think when you get the right group of people going and making steam, like others will just follow naturally because that's what they do. It just takes that elite group, you know what I mean, that push forward and like make it a better thing, or and then the others follow. It's just how it works.
Yeah, following isn't even bad, right? Like, it's just following the right person, the right people.
Yeah, like following the better. Yeah, just like the better course.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong.
The better version of yourself.
Yeah, there's definitely nothing wrong with following because not everyone can be the leader if everyone's trying to be the leader. You just need a core group to be sort of, letting everyone know what's going on, and everyone else can just put the little pieces in and get what needs to be done.
So let's apply that. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, even the current leader, no matter what you're talking about or what situation you're talking about, the current leader was led by somebody else in the past or takes from others who were leaders in the past to become a leader. So following is not necessarily a bad thing. It builds your character.
Exactly.
Of course.
And like, apply that to ideology. If you apply it to ideology, well, what is Flat Earth trying to do? It's trying to lead society to change its outlook or ideology. Okay, well then you need to be worthy of that, right? Like the source of that information has to be worthy of being followed. This is the same thing with women. Like yeah, the woman's supposed to follow the man, but they have to be strong men, right? Like they have to have their stuff together. They have to be strong men to get the women to follow. It's like the same thing. If flat earthers, they sit around and they're like, oh, we're centered. I don't know what we're going to do to change it. Let's come up with a new test. It's like, no, be someone worthy of following. That's literally how simple this whole thing is, in my opinion. And I've only recently realized that.
I mean, yeah, I mean that might be good, you know, but I think people need to learn how to lead themselves. And I think that's kind of like what you're aiming for, right?
Second.
I said instead of trying to follow a lead, like I think people need to learn how to navigate themselves and lead themselves like properly. And I think that's kind of what you're getting to.
Correct. Yeah. Am I following other people that have mastered that? Is like the way that you do that. Like following other people that have mastered it is the way to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you find you'll become a better leader yourself within your own life if you are more disciplined. So if you have discipline, then it's easier to lead yourself as well. And you'll be more
I don't
productive.
even think most people even can define the word. Like they have like an idea in their mind of what discipline is. Like I think Witsit and the other guy talking probably could, but I think a lot of people are perplexed when it comes to discipline. And it's literally just doing the things that you need to do, even though you don't want to do it, right? It's like prioritizing, setting up a goal, and fulfilling it, irregardless of the personal excuses or feelings you might put in front of yourself to kind of procrastinate. And
yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I've always thought the difference between a child and an adult is that you tell a child to do one thing, and it's easy for a child to just crack a tantrum and be like, nah, I don't want to do it, nah. And everyone just goes, okay, whatever. But if an adult does the same thing, then you're still a child. An adult does the things that need to get done, even if you don't want to fucking do them. You just got to shut the fuck up and do it because you know you have to. Because if you don't, who else is going to do it?
Right.
So if you're an adult, you just do the things that need to be done, whether you want to do them or not. And that's just what life is. I think too many adults behave like children.
Yeah.
And like, bro, the men are the first step, bro. The men are the first step. And the men need to create a safe atmosphere for women to also talk about this. I know women that are attractive, they came out, they talked about it, they got completely attacked, destroyed, intimidated, blah, blah, blah. Right? Like the men have to be strong so that the women can follow suit. I know women that are very pretty, like they're very attractive. They came out talking about this, and like people attacked them, trying to destroy their business. They had to fall back because like they couldn't survive without it. So like you have to, Flat Earth has to take that step where you have a core group of like strong men that create a safe environment for this conversation to be had. And then when it pertains to like going viral or whatever, they have to discuss things outside of this in such an efficient and or strong way that it gets out to everyone. I'm just saying, like we can talk to Xanax for the next 7 years. It's up to you guys, obviously, but that's retarded.
Yeah, obviously that's not going to get anywhere because, people have been talking to him for the past 10 years and it's not getting anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. I will say, I think that like this intermittent fasting or fasting for a week or 2 weeks, it's a good step in the right direction because if you're able to apply discipline to eating food, it's going to really change. Like I will say, I used to think like, oh, well, if I'm working out really hard, then I need to eat food. But what I found out was that's not true. I can work out super hard for hours, you know, as long as I'm hydrated beforehand. I can fully work out, go to my house, fully work all day, and be fine without eating food. And I think that like overcoming food is a big part of the discipline. That's why in the program I'm going to put out, it's like, stop eating so much. Like, you got to stop eating so much. You're like, oh no, my breakfast, I figured out the best breakfast is this and this. No, stop eating so much food, dude. Stop. Just stop it. Like, you need to apply discipline to yourself. The idea that we need a certain amount of hours to sleep, the idea that we need a certain amount of meals, that's a lie. That's all a lie. We don't need all that.
Yeah, and that goes back to stepping out and not giving a shit what people, not giving a crap about what people think about you, right? Because I'm not an overweight person. And most of the people around me are like, bro, you need to eat more, yada, yada, yada. But then they're the same people that are complaining that they're fat. So stop listening to those stupid people and the people around you of like what people should or should not do, because most of them are not in great shape, right? And
Exactly.
that's going to be detrimental to you in many ways. And I understand that there's people that might not be in the best shape right now, but there's always right now to be able to change that. Seriously. In small steps, no matter how you do it, at least, you know, if you're looking at this ginormous task of eating an elephant, the only way you can do it is one bite at a time. So there's always a time to start moving in the proper direction there.
Well, it's
Yeah,
just
bro,
like
I
the
have someone that went from 376 to 250. 376 pounds is 250 by fasting. So they started fasting. They went from 376 to 250. So like, if you're overweight, dude, just apply discipline and start fasting, bro. Start fasting, start working out, dude. Literally, and this isn't just like a shameless plug or whatever. Like, if you go to my website, it's a etheric state. If you go to the website, there are blends on there that if you start to feel hungry while you're fasting, just pour the electrolyte mix in some water, like some distilled water, and drink it, and then like you're not really hungry. And just stop eating so much. And this dude dropped over 100 pounds in a matter of
Yeah,
days.
I would recommend, if people haven't seen the little small documentary called Fat, Sick and Nearly Dead, watch that documentary. There was a guy, I forget his name, but basically he did, I think, 90 days of fasting. He had autoimmune diseases. He had all kinds of things. He dropped like about 90 pounds, maybe 100 pounds, lost all of every ailment that he had went away. There's nothing better for your body than fasting.
Yeah, bro,
But
absolutely.
Fat, Sick and Nearly Dead. Trust me, watch it, and you'll be
I mean, if you're
shocked.
gonna like nickname yourself like Twinkie Snacks or something, like you're just kind of setting yourself up for this types of problems. You know? Nah, he ain't listening.
Nah, bro, it's I was gonna say, right? Like, think about what were you doing 1 month ago. So I think about like, okay, 1 month ago, what was I doing? Think about like everything that happened to you 1 month ago. It wasn't that long ago, bro. It just happened. It feels like it just happened. 1 month. So apply 1 month to like these techniques, right? Like, apply 1 month to what you're doing in life and see what happens, bro. I mean, I have people reaching out to me saying they had arthritis for 20 years. They had restless leg syndrome for 30 years. They were completely obese for 20 years, etc. I'm talking blood sugar, all kinds of autoimmune issues. And they started fasting, like applying discipline to their food. And now they're like completely different in just a 1 month. Like 1 month is not that long, bro. And look, check this, bro. If your freedom was taken from you and you were put in jail, you would be disciplined super fast. You'd be like, oh man, I get to write a letter. Oh, I get to wake up. Oh, I get to do this and this. Like, people don't realize like how blessed they are to have the opportunity to not be disciplined. Like, just be disciplined, bro. Like, shut up. Just go do it. Like, do you want to have all these issues? Or it's like, damn it, let me try 1 month of me waking up every morning at 5 or 6 in the morning. Let me not eat so much food. Let me drink some of these electrolyte mixes and try to keep me going. Let me do these workouts. Let me read these books. Let me talk to these groups of people, these teams of people that are in the same journey, that'll hold me accountable. And let me see where I'm at in a month. If you can't do that, I don't give a shit what you're talking about with the water being level, or it's like, shut up. I don't care what you're talking about. And so if I don't care what you're talking about, why would some random person care what you're talking about? Fight me. Anyway, I'll release the program or the course pretty soon. But we're not going to just accept everyone. So you'll have to have a personal interaction and show that you're serious about like personal development. And you're like, you know what? I've been through this much of my life. I'm like, you know what? I could change. I need to improve. I need to do this and this. Because it's going to be a network of like legends that hold each other accountable. Strong men that are like, yo, you got to do this, bro. And you hit them up and you're like, wait, did you do your push-ups today? And if you're not willing to really be a part of that, then just keep it pushing, bro. Don't holler at me, bro. I'm not gonna put all my money up front into all this stuff and then just take anyone and everyone because you paid $5 for a month or whatever. Like, if you want to really be a part of it, then just stay tuned. I'm sending out the group soon, and basically I'll say this: my plan is I want to build these different programs in different businesses so that we can start to take FE into the mainstream, like the mainstream realm of things. You're gonna have to meet the prerequisite of discipline and being a man and improving and stuff, and you'll get integrated. You'll naturally progress into business. So anyway, there's my. Now I've told you guys you got first level access to what I'm going to do, but you should consider it.
Well, if it's part of the flat Earth, it's still a deception anyway, though. So the mainstream will accept flat Earth because it's such an obvious deception in so many ways and so many different facets. So the mainstream will accept flat Earth, no doubt.
No. What part? What Wizard just said? What part?
The
what part is a deception?
Earth is a deception.
That's not what I'm asking you. You said if it's still a flat Earth. He wasn't talking about flat Earth. I want to know what part of what was saying is a deception.
Yes, he said he wanted the flat Earth to go mainstream, and that's definitely going to happen because the flat Earth is a deception. It's not complicated.
That's your
flat
opinion.
earthers.
And
Flat
can you
earthers
expand on that?
just so obvious.
Can you expand on that? How is that a deception, please?
Yes, the flat earth is a deception. Yes, saying the earth is flat and pointing to the water and saying the Bible can't be trusted, like 90% of the flat earth channels, is an absolute deception through and through. All of it.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to the masses. We're not just trying to get to those who are, believing hardcore in the Bible. You got to get to everyone.
That's how deceptions
and then
work. Yes, that's
bring
deception.
bring. And the term flat Earth, although maybe the Earth obviously is not dead flat, we all know that it's a topographical stationary plane.
That's not
Right?
relevant.
So the term
It
flat
doesn't
Earth
matter. When
has
you're lying, it doesn't
been
matter. That's
weaponized.
irrelevant. Yeah, that's irrelevant. Yeah, when you're lying about the Bible and about biology, and the flat earthers can't even get the basics. Flat earthers are still teaching adaptation. They can't even get the basics of biology. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've got to start somewhere, man. And obviously where you're at is at the far end of the scale.
No. It's not about that. It's about the deception as a whole. This is how deceptions work. Deceptions come in the clothing of the truth. They pretend they're truth, and people think they're doing the truth. At least they claim they're doing the truth, but it's not the truth. It's still a deception, and that's why they can't even discuss the very basics of these principles, because once they do, they'd have to admit, oh, wait a minute, I was wrong about that. Like Jeranism was a perfect example, but there are many others. Yeah.
I like what you're laying down here, so give us the truth. Quit telling us, just give us truth.
Oh, the truth is there's only one truth, yes, and it does not change.
Go ahead, tell us.
The truth is that there's the truth, man. Come on. Don't you know that?
The truth is exposing the lies, right? So when I expose a lie and say, yeah, that guy just lied, or that guy just hid from the Bible, or that guy couldn't back his claim, or that guy is saying
Hold on.
I can't make a sentence. I can talk for 10 seconds. You guys, you don't
You've
have to
been
be
talking
scared.
for the past
I know,
5 minutes,
you're
bro.
over the internet. You don't have to be so scared, bro. It's okay. I'll come back later if you're scared, little flurfs. I'll come back later. You're scared right now? I'll come back later. I talk for 10 seconds. It's okay, princess. This is what I'm talking about. Flat earthers are scared to death. I can't even find a flat earther to let me speak for about 15 seconds. They're just
say what you need to say.
Everywhere I go, flat earthers can't even let anybody else talk. It's the same thing. It's fine.
Say what you need to say real quick, Exo. Make a pithy, and then somebody else will chime in. Go ahead.
I'm the one who asked the question. I went on mute. I'd like to
he left. Hold on, man. He left.
I'm on
mute when you actually give him the floor. Yeah, where he can't complain, then he's just going to leave. So, Exo, you have the floor. Say what you need to say, and then somebody can rebut it. Go quick.
Make it quick. Make it quick. Chop. Let's go.
Got the floor. Nobody's scared to hear it. Everybody's being silent.
He's scary.
Okay.
All right, somebody else go ahead.
Somebody lies, and then somebody else says, no, that's a lie, and they know it, and they can show evidence for it. That's the truth. When somebody exposes a lie, that's the truth. It's that simple.
Okay, cool. So somebody respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to respond. What's the main lie and what's the truth? How did you, if I say that the water isn't curving, is that a lie?
I don't think so. I think, a body of water is not curving, right? Especially if it's like a frozen lake. That's flat, I would call it, right?
I got you. So what's the lie about that it is curving?
The lie is when we point to the water and say that's flat earth. When that's not, that would be water. That's the first lie. There are many more. There are thousands, to be honest.
Just name the top 5, because I like the water one. That's right up what I say. So what's your next score?
Let me go. I got a small list. See if I can find this. Let me go to my screen door here. Okay. So when somebody says the term heliocentric, you would agree that that's a lie. It's also a lie because the opposition, the secular satanic system, hasn't believed in a heliocentric system since the 70s. So it makes sense to point out what they currently believe. The term geocentric is also a lie. Creation isn't geocentric, it's God-centric. Earth is a percentage of water. That's a lie. Earth is not water. Earth is earth, and the water is the water. Saying earth is a system, closed or open, is a lie. Saying science is a method is another lie. That's a lot of, we know where that comes from. Quantum anything is usually a lie. Saying true Earth is a deception. Saying shape of the Earth is a non sequitur deception. And the term flat Earth is also a deception. There's a few more as well.
Okay, I kind of agree with most of those points. I mean, I consider the Earth I consider the Earth the land only, and the water and the seas are separate. I agree with that, but you can also say that where we live is Earth, and that pertains to the land and the water. So I see where people just say Earth. That gets kind of misconstrued. I wouldn't say that's a deception. Flat Earth is definitely, if you use it in the wrong context, it's definitely a misnomer, or I don't know if you're deceiving on purpose. I say flat Earth all the time, meaning the context of what we're dealing with here, not a sphere, but it's definitely definitely has elevation change. But if you explain yourself, I think that's fine to do. So I think there's some wiggle room there that you're calling deceptions that I use personally, and I don't think I'm deceiving on purpose. I just think maybe it's misunderstood a little bit.
Yeah, partially. Yeah. Some of what you're saying is true. Yeah, I agree with you. Now, this is the surface level. It's when these things grow and they are expounded upon and they start getting legs is when the deception really starts happening. Like, I don't think anybody in here has probably said this recently, but when people say the ice walls are holding in the oceans, that's clearly a deception, right? Saying things like toroidal fields, trying to put shapes on the existence of the heavens above us, that would be a great deception. The word celestial sphere, no, there's no such thing. We don't have a celestial sphere. We have the celestial bodies. It's not a sphere. And these are things, again, that flat earthers say. And there are many things that are on top of this that get worse and worse, such as just like the general things in biology. Just like the young earth creationists, all the flat earth channels still say things like, I believe in adaptation, but not evolution, when they are the exact same thing. And I have a 1911 dictionary that confirms it. I'm just saying that a lot of the normie deceptions are staying within the flat earth, especially when somebody says the earth is this percentage of water. And that is a huge deception. The earth is the earth. And like you admit that that's true. So these are things that we've been noticing for a few years now. And this is just the surface level. When it gets worse is when they start slandering the Bible. And then when you bring up what the Bible says, they hide from it. So the flat earthers can't even discuss what the Bible says. They'll make a claim to it, and then they'll not be able to discuss it at all.
We're not talking. But we're not talking about the Bible right now.
No, nothing to do with the Bible. It's just with the meaning of words. It's the meaning of words. Flat earthers don't believe in the meaning of words. Yeah.
Well, don't make the mistake of grouping everyone who's around flat Earth. That term is believing in what all the flat earthers, as you quote, say. I mean, that's definitely not the truth. But yeah.
So you're saying basically, so hold on. So what I've gathered from what you've been laying out is just terminology is deception. So anybody that uses words is basically part of a deception. Because one thing you included in there is like celestial sphere. And, for somebody to say the term celestial sphere, does that mean they're part of a deception? Or when you refer to the lack of a celestial sphere and you break it down, how in reality it's referred to as a celestial sphere because the way that you see is in a hemispheric type way, and measuring to that is measuring to what people have dubbed a celestial sphere, but it's not a sphere around a spherical object. So would you say that somebody that breaks that down is being deceptive because they use the terminology sphere?
No, you're not being deceptive because they don't know any better. That's why it's called a deception. Like people in the Catholic Church believe everything they're taught in the Catholic Church because they're deceived. The flat earth is very similar. It's
I didn't ask you about I didn't ask you about making an analogy to a church or anything like that. I gave you specifics. Can you please reply, or do you have an answer to my specific response to something that you said is specifically a deception?
I already said they're not deceiving. So you just have to listen. Again, you're proving my point. How crazy flat
Well, I didn't
earthers
hear it
act.
unless you cut
I
out.
know you
You must
can't
have
even
cut
let me
out
speak.
because I
You're
didn't
already
hear you say
panicking.
that.
Yeah, you're already panicking. So flat earthers, that's my point, act
Dude,
like
I'm not
this. Anytime,
panicking.
here we go again. More panicking. Yeah. So flat earthers do this every time we point out the basics. They have to start panicking and insulting and saying that you said that people can't use words. I mean, you just go insane. That's my
Well,
point. Flat
you're
earthers.
interrupting and
So
calling
hold on.
people deceivers, so don't. I mean,
Right.
just be careful there. It's
No, I didn't. I said they're not
So
deceivers.
you
That's my
just
point. You just
missed.
no, that's a
Hold on.
lie. No,
Hold
now
on.
you just
Hold
proved my
on,
point
dude.
right now. You guys are going insane. I just said you're
Oh
not
my
you're
god.
panicking,
deceivers.
man. You're
You're
I
panicking.
said
panicking.
you're
Don't
not.
panic.
You're
Not.
panicking.
I know
Hitting
the
the
word
panic
is
button.
You're
not.
panicking.
Now you're
Listen, little
raising your
kids,
voice.
not. The word is
Now you're
not.
raising your
Not
voice.
All right,
deceivers. I
all
know
right.
because you're
Let's
So
so
settle
let's.
down.
scared you can't even let me
Settle
talk.
down
Why you're
here.
He's
So
gonna
panicking,
flat
talk,
bro?
earthers, yes, you are greatly
dude.
Why you're
deceiving
panicking,
people.
XO?
Why are
Yes,
you
you're
so
greatly
spastic, bro?
deceiving people
Why you're
because you're
panicking, XO?
perversely interrupting me over and over again and then
No, I'm
Yeah,
misquoting me.
you're
trying to.
I
panicking,
I'm
said
XO.
you're not
trying
You're
to
getting
deceiving people.
interrupted.
respond. I'm
It's
trying
just
to
pathetic.
respond.
You
Hold
guys
on.
got to grow a
You
Guys,
spine.
you
You
can't
got to
learn
grow a
anything by
spine.
talking.
It's
guys,
just so
listen.
Hold
pathetic
on,
how
you
you got to
guys.
be
Hold
so
on. We don't
scared
want
over
to.
the
Yeah,
internet.
hold
You
on.
can't let anybody
XO.
different speak, and you
XO.
panic immediately and you curl up like
XO.
little turtles.
He
It's
can't
so.
XO.
let
This is
people
my
speak,
point.
Gio.
Flat
This is
earthers.
what he does to avoid
XO.
actually
Yeah.
talking about
And now he's
anything,
gonna leave.
Okay. Okay.
and
I
he'll
said.
leave.
Yep.
I
Yep.
knew it.
Hold on. I'm gonna give him a warning. That's an official warning. Carry on, guys.
Yeah, no, it's his shtick, right? So that he thinks he can have the high road. Because I asked him a very specific question to something that he responded to. Maybe the rest of the room heard him when he initially started his sentence, but all I heard is when he said, "And then the Catholic Church people believe what's in that." So I didn't hear what he said specifically, right? So I didn't start off by saying that he is saying that everybody has used. I asked him a specific question to see if what he is saying is that if people
Yeah,
terminology they're being deceptive.
I
So
actually
he's
agree
being
with
deceptive
most.
within his response. So
Yeah, I actually agree with most of what he's saying. Like me and him are on the same level of what Earth is and blah blah blah. And but he, like every time I try and talk, I'm you know, this type of person and whatever. I mean, I went on mute when he started interrupting. It's just strange, you know. It's a strange way to get your point across, man. Is all I'm saying.
I don't know if he ever actually gets a point across, to be honest with you, because I've never actually heard him
Well,
put forth any type of point or claim.
let me
Ever.
make a point that he makes that I agree with. Okay,
Okay.
the oceans and the earth are separate in a way, right? You can, I think the earth is the land only. So the land underneath the oceans is what I would call the earth. Now, the earth system or capital E earth or however you want to say it, I can use the term earth where we live as this place that pertains a bunch of land and a bunch of water, right? You see the difference there? Like, if you take
Yeah, I
all the
don't know if
water,
anybody disagrees with that. I mean,
well, I
maybe
think
people
that's one of
disagree
his
with that.
points. Yeah.
But
That's definitely one of his points.
here's my problem is he's speaking this out to somebody that or a group of people or a whole room of people that don't make those claims to begin with. So I don't understand what
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, a
it's
lot
like a
of people
straw
here
man.
don't agree with me, you know, but he comes in and yeah, I don't know why he does that. I'm trying to get him because because he agrees with me, I want him to make his points, and I don't see how he's ever going to do that the way he's doing it. I think maybe I don't know. I don't want
Put it like this: people will say the Earth is 70% water. Don't even if they don't agree that the whole term. Because I don't agree that the Earth encompasses the whole thing. I mean, the Earth and the water, because they're both different things. Now, those are nuances. That's not part of the deception. That's
exactly right. It's just
Right,
the
like
way
if you're
people
trying to
use.
discuss if you're trying to discuss with somebody who thinks that the earth is a globe and when they look at that globe they look at the overall surface of that globe being the top of the oceans, which would be the surface level of the oceans, and the earth that's protruding from it, and they look at that as an overall picture of what they consider the earth or whatever, and you start asking them, do you think the earth is 70% water, or people claim that the surface of the earth is 70% water, all you're doing is you're speaking to what they believe in. It doesn't mean that
Right.
you're being deceptive in
Right.
putting forth the proper explanation or steel man of what their claim is from Jump Street, right? So if I went to somebody and I came with a claim like, do you think the Earth's surface is 70% water? And they say yes, then I can go into a discussion about why that water isn't curving or whatever. It doesn't mean that I think that the water is the Earth. And I don't have to make that claim, and I don't have to do that to discuss with somebody a deception that they've been under. Does that make sense?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's a strange battle that he's put himself in. I think he might mean well, but man, whew, even to me, someone who agrees with him, that's tough, right? Like, I'd say
I think
impossible the way he's doing it.
the problem is he just starts coming in and barking exactly how everything is and that he's 100% right. And I don't necessarily think that he's 100% right about everything. So
I don't know.
So like,
I don't agree or disagree with him.
I mean, you can't just walk into a room of people and just say, well, if you don't fucking agree with this, then you're a deceiver. I'm like, all right, calm down, man.
You're walking in a room of free thinkers and saying, don't think the way you think.
Yeah, and then kind of hog of the mic, and when they try to get in, you're now they're getting upset.
So you're deceiving.
Right?
No,
Look at them. Look at them. The demons come out. Here we go.
God.
See, this is what they do. And
They're
it's like some
panicking.
sort of
They're
touting
panicking.
victory. It's like
Yeah, they're
poking the
panicking.
bear
They're
and then
panicking.
being like, see, this thing's ferocious. It'll attack you at any time. And it's like, you keep prodding it with an electrical rod. Eventually, it's going to bite your
This
freaking
might be
head
what
off.
he wants, so we're still talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe we should move on. I don't know if he left or whatever, but
No, that's cool.
Well, I just wanted to say one thing in terms of the moderation side of things, because and we don't even have to go into moderation. It'd be cool to actually carry on with the actual topics. But I was just gonna say the thing is that I said his name, like we all were saying his name multiple times. I literally said his name like 6 times in a row, and I know he could hear me, to try to get control of the room, because ideally we don't want to have to mute anyone, like ideally we mute as minimally as possible here. So we were all just trying to, and he literally was at that point. But I know what it is. See, he's using it because then once he's muted, then he has an excuse why he left, and then he'll go in the text chat and start talking, doing all that stuff in there, and then it's like building ammo. So it's actually like very disruptive. It's basically like at least that part of it, it's like a full-on attack on the entire live stream in that sense, because now like there was this whole thing that we had to. So anyway, so it's like he knows he'll get muted because he won't stop talking. He'll just keep screaming in that sense. So yeah, it's a whole kind of thing that. Yeah,
and for him, that's like victory, and like confirming what he came in to do to begin with is some sort of confirmation of his either correctness or whatever,
Yeah,
but then to me that makes me feel like he's trying to deceive more than anything. He's trying to control the conversation, and it makes me feel like he's the one trying to deceive.
Well, you may not be alone in that feeling, but yeah.
Well, and then the thing is, I haven't even given anyone a warning on this server in like weeks, maybe over a month, maybe even over a month. I've even given anyone a warning because like the moderation has been pretty smooth these days, just in terms of everything. It seems like overall in that sense. But yeah, I literally just gave him an actual warning because I mean that's kind of the purpose of the warning system. Because if you don't do that, he'll just do it over and over. Meaning he'll come in, he'll do it every time. He'll end up getting muted. He'll do it's just like it's a repeated disruption, and it could. It started off good. There was some good stuff there for a minute. We were talking about some good topics, and yeah, Rocky, I thought those were some interesting responses that you gave as well. And then he was saying everything's a deception, and there was a bunch of new ones I've never heard before. I mean, he's not here, so it's not really fair to talk about him. But he said, like, didn't he say toroidal fields, celestial sphere? He was listing a bunch of stuff and saying that all these things are. Anyways, he's not here, but I mean, maybe we could just go from there and carry the conversation, but forward without necessarily. Or unless
we could use
maybe we shouldn't take
celestial those as topics. Yeah,
I mean, but we can use those things as topics. I could have sworn there was one
more
point.
of a celestial hemisphere, because obviously it's only above us, so it's a hemisphere.
Yeah,
I could have
that's
sworn
what I
there
said
was
when I
one
tried to
point
break that down. Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
Yeah, go, Jeremy.
Jeremy.
We got to play the WWE music. He comes back for him.
I think he dropped out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like he has that fade in, fade out that it's hard to not talk over him sometimes.
Like I'm not talking ill about him, but there was another time when we were all having a discussion. I can't remember who it was, But then all of a sudden, he popped in and literally for 10 minutes just read scripture over the top of everyone. I was like, fuck, bro, where did you come from? We're all having a conversation, and then next thing you know, it's just 10 minutes of scripture. Just literally talked over everyone.
Yeah, that's
like,
another.
That's a bit rude.
Yeah. Well, you'll notice there he started going to the Bible, and I jumped in and I said, "Well, we're not talking about the Bible right now." And then that deflected that, but that would have been what he would have gone with first. Yeah, just bring up the Bible, and then if he gets any flack, or he'll start a fight. Basically, it seems start some kind of drama, whatever it may be, and then usually ends in some that. So, I mean, we've all anyone who's been in this community has seen it happen 100 times. So it is what it is. But I mean, like I said, I haven't even given anyone a warning in forever, but I did actually give his account a warning, and I mean, it's a very
totally cool. It's totally cool. I don't mind if someone wants to read scripture, but if people are already talking and then you just bam come in and just start talking over them. Well, I've heard many other people read scripture before, and they go, "Hey, do you mind if I read this passage?" And you go, "Sure, man, go for it. I don't care."
Yeah. Well, he has a
So,
tendency.
can we-
He sometimes he comes in and then tries to take the whole thing instantly into a whole Bible thing. Usually, often, yeah, like just tries to torque the topic into that as quickly as he can.
I'll add to this. When you said that he seems like he's doing this and this, I mean, I have my doubts whether he even believes in the Bible because of how strong he's like making Bible believers look bad in the way, right? He's doing it. He's forcing it. Like that's how strong it is, even to me. And I'm a Bible believer, so it's weird.
Yeah, he comes to me. He comes across to me as if like, well, if you don't believe everything that I believe, you are going through damnation and you're screwed. So
yeah, but I would like to move on.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Can we move
into one of the? Yeah, can we move into one of the
that's cool.
topics that he kind of brought up, which was the toroidal field thing? Because many people talk about the possibility of a toroidal field, which wouldn't necessarily be I don't know, how did he describe it as being some sort of geometry or shape claim or something? I don't recall, but as far as the toroidal field is concerned, there seems to be measurements, right? Physical measurements of some type of toroidal field of energy that is residing from the surface upward within this realm in which we lived. Has anybody gotten into that before, looked into it? Have any ideas around that in the room?
I haven't. I mean, I think I don't know what he's talking about. Like when he was talking about that, I kind of just blinked out because I don't really ever mention that. But I think the sky above is a dome, so it could be a curved shape above us. Like that's what I would think a bubble like.
I'll mention it. There's a vortex. There's an ether in the vortex. Everything spins around the vortex. We live within the vortex. Just a fact. Pretty much a fact.
So when you're saying vortex, are you talking about like an energetic vortex, or one that we can best describe as being energetic? Or what would you say the vortex is, or what does it consist of? What is it churning up?
Good question, man. It's a drift in the background itself. It's like a motion in the background ocean, the fluid. Yeah, so it's like a vortex in the ether. It's a drift in the ether drifts. The evidence for the fact that there's some type of medium connecting the Earth to the motion of the stars, vortexing around us, is so abundant. It requires like very intentional neglect to not acknowledge it. I mean,
I have a question on that.
It just is what it is.
I have a question with it. Is that vortex motion of whatever, right? If it's whatever, is that what, if you swing a pendulum back and forth, is that what would make it precess? Because I know they definitely precess.
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yes. So, exactly. Like if you were to be in a pool and you started spinning your hand around in a circle real fast, and then you swam to the bottom of the pool, like it would slightly move, based on how you're moving your hands. You know, I also say that like a whirlpool of water, if you went to the bottom of the pool, it would also slightly be dragged around and be affected by the pool. So yes, the pendulum, the gyroscope, all of that, there's a medium in which the whole sky is spinning around. You know what I'm saying? And it transfers to the earth, which I don't know how else it would take place. I mean, it has to do that. So.
Yeah, and I thought it was really interesting when Robert Bennett was also saying how the differential, because the vortex comes from the center, and then it goes, as it goes out, it's like a gradient. So that's very interesting. And the idea that like if you start a pendulum swinging, you start a pendulum swinging like north to south, then the ether that's actually pushing the more northern part of the pendulum swing versus the ether that's affecting the more southern part of the pendulum swing is what actually causes the precession. It's like the differential of like the pressure zones within that field of the ether between north and south. I thought that was really
that would be Coriolis, right? That would be the difference.
Yeah, what they call Coriolis.
Yeah, that would be exactly what Coriolis is.
That's what's so cool about that series, bro, is like letting the PhDs just kind of lay out their position and then be like, so do you realize what you just said? But yeah, it's like a gradient. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like you could teach a 5-year-old this stuff. So if I spin my hand really fast in a pool, if I spin my hand really fast in a pool, the people further away from me, they're not going to feel the whirlpool as much. No way! That's so crazy. So yeah, and like, the evidence is so damning. It's like, no, we have very intricate, meticulous, reoccurring, consistent measurements. Right, like we have very intricate, reoccurring measurements of this effect. But as you go further from the source, it slows down, if you will.
Yeah,
But,
I mean,
exactly. No way that can be true.
Yeah, I mean, even like if you have like a let's say like a bathtub and it's draining and you have maybe like a little flower or something floating. Yeah, when it's on the outside of that whirlpool, it's going slower, and as it gets closer, it goes faster and faster as it gets to the center. So yeah, that gradient of the vortex is shown right there. Then magnetic fields function that way, toroidal fields, and then the entire like toroidal vortex of that magnetic field all shows that. Within the centripetal and centrifugal flux lines of the entire field. And so yeah, it's all interconnected in that sense. And it's like if magnetic fields are toroidal fields, then the vortex is inherent in this entire system because this system is seemingly a massive magnetic field.
I think we have to be careful with that analogy because that drain is pulling stuff down so inward. Anytime you have a circular motion like that, some things of mass will get pushed out to the side and some will get drawn to the center quicker or differently than others.
Yeah.
Wait, is that what we see?
You're robot.
And then he popped the drain, right?
You're breaking up a bit, but well, yeah, because like the stars near Polaris make tighter, quicker circles than the ones, out at the equator and so on. So there is like that effect as well. And then all the wandering stars and the sun and the moon that are all making like expansion, contraction patterns as they're making wider and smaller circles, concentric circles within that. So it's like essentially the whole system kind of having that that vortex nature of the difference between the north and south, like closer from the center or further from the center, which is of course what causes the seasons.
So Gio, let me ask you a question. If there is a possibility that this is some sort of background medium that is drifting in this vortexual pattern, would that lead you to believe that possibly the background stars, I'm not necessarily talking about the wandering stars, but the the background stars are being carried by that motion, meaning that these are possibly just energetic points within the background medium that is being drawn in a specific direction.
Well, that is very interesting. Yeah, like that the actual fixed stars, as it were, in their positions, that they are actually like representative of one of the main fields itself.
Yeah, and if you think of it this way, right? So like they're like these points of energy that are being drawn around this main flow, right? And everything that has life or relevance or existence within this realm is moving in some way, shape, or form. So if we have this energetic swirling background that seems to carry these points of energy with it, and then we mix in these what appear to be closer energetic nodal points that don't necessarily follow that background. If you looked at energies moving within an overall movement, you would get energetic impulses that come around and then can interact with one another when they hit certain points, and those sending different energies down to, or transmitting them down to us here on the surface. Do you think that that's possible?
Yeah, absolutely, man. That was beautifully said. That was awesome. Well worded. Yeah, that was. Yeah, absolutely. Well, the sidereal rotation being that the stars, that the sidereal, which, in terms of interferometry is really interesting in terms of how that interconnects with that as well. And then there's things like the pendulum and these other effects. But the sidereal rotation, like being connected to those stars, because that's how they've been able to even invert it into the globe model, is to invert that geometry. But what was the point you were saying though? Like maybe if you could even say like, because okay, you were saying that the energetic. Okay, so maybe I do remember how to respond to what you're saying. Okay, so if you have the fixed stars, which are in their like that kind of stable motion, the sidereal, and then when you were saying other energetic points, I was thinking of like the sun, the moon, maybe the wandering stars, Mercury, Venus, etc. Where now you have these like energetic points that seem to be unique points in the field. So you have kind of the main field flow, as it were, that main. That where that's why I kind of was using the word like the main field, like some kind of some sort of the foundation of it has that movement with the sidereal, and then the other energetic points, as it were, if we're talking about the celestial bodies like the sun, the moon, that have their unique expressions, that they are then like in like a slightly off sync, or you could say in sync, like a whole synchronistic in sync. You could see it that way too, where they're all then interrelated, even though you still have that foundational one of the stars, and then those. So that's what I was thinking of when you were saying that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking along the lines of like the possibility of the background stars that all seem to have motions that are all perfectly in step with one another, if that makes sense. And then we have what we call the wandering planets, right? The wandering stars, which we call planets, and the sun and the moon. And then we see things that also interact with these wandering planets themselves. There are some claims of things that interact with these other stars possibly, but that evidence is not very good compared to what we have of other interactions that are closely related to the wandering stars. But what I'm saying is that if these are energetic nodal points that are residing, if you look at it as like, let's go back to Witz's pool example where you're saying like, you create the whirlpool within a pool. If you have these energetic nodal points that are residing upon the surface, there is some energy that is being translated downwards. You've got this overall motion, and then you've got these energetic nodal points that may be sending energies downwards as well. But they're following this overall swirling pattern, right? It's like if you put ping pong balls on the surface of a pool and it's got a whirlpool, those ping pong balls are all going to move around, and they're going to move around uniformly. I mean, take it for what it's worth. I know they would eventually, start hitting each other, but say that they're kind of fixed into that surface. And then if you have other energetic nodal points, and we'll just use like golf balls or something like that as another example, but you have them within the pool and they are in a perfect equilibrium, but then they have some sort of motion that is not exactly with that overall flow. You would get ripples or energies that would be slightly affected based on these other movements of these other like golf balls that are suspended within, that have their own movements. And I was just trying to say, is it possible that like those other things have some sort of, as those energies seem to interact with one another, some sort of effect on us here in a way? I feel that obviously these things have a purpose. I almost look at them as like angelic, right? I almost look at them as like, when you think of angels singing a song, they're keeping a constant like octave or something like that they're projecting. To me, that seems like an energetic wave, and I feel like all of these things combine and do interact with us energetically here on Earth. But there's some that have a closer influence, if that makes sense. Like they're detached from the background and kind of making their own patterns.
What about like the ultimate expression of like the Elias effect, where the pendulum changes during an eclipse? Because that's an example of like two celestial bodies, in that case the sun and the moon, and then when they eclipse, if the actual pendulum on the ground changes, that would be incredible to have that replicated, because then that would absolutely show that. Because if it was a globe Earth and it was just the moon out there and the out quarter of a million miles away and the 93 million mile sun, there would be no reason that those two rocks that are aligning in the sky like that would actually change the pendulum, because the pendulum, if it was the globe thing, the pendulum would be swinging because you're on a globe, in their theory, in their assertion, because you're on the actual globe. But
yeah, the only way that they could do it is like some sort of trying to utilize their conceptions of gravity to say, oh, the gravitational forces between the objects is in syzygy, so therefore you have this gravitational anomaly due to the alignment of all the masses being in their specific places. But if you also look at it from like this etheric background, it's not too different from the conceptual abstractions of space and time being bent and warped. What you're looking at is, at least in my opinion, is these energetic nodal points within the overall background, and these energetic points have their own energies that do cause deviations in the overall background energy, and those deviations are what would affect that pendulum in a way that would show you that it's being now drawn off of or affected by something other than just the motion, the sidereal motion that we always get in the energetic background, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, then if the fixed stars are connected to the energetic background, the thing that's actually causing that sidereal motion, which of course that's what I was saying earlier, that's what they inverted for the globe explanation, because they're trying to say that we're on a globe and the stars are all light years away and they're all basically quote unquote stationary because they're so far away. So even though they're moving trillions of miles an hour, it's just the light is so old and it just somehow perfectly works that way. But that's how they invert it, to then make an explanation of, oh, the reason those stars are moving like that, well, that's because you're on a ball and you're actually spinning. So yeah, it's where they inverted that. Whereas in the reality of it, what we actually observe is simply the sky moves, and the sky makes its motions, and like napalm, like you're saying, yeah, I mean the fixed star does seem to be maybe connected, or those background fixed stars do seem to be, because those are like what they call the constellations, of course, and all the actual constellations which are consistent, and then. I mean, within the entire field of like what often is referred to as astrology, I mean that whole study of how Mars and Venus and the positions and the geometric relationships, and also how the constellations and how those overlay. Just reminded me of when you were saying that, yeah, because that's basically what astrology looks at, and a lot of the more ancient systems of it as well, is looking at all the positions of these things. And like, for whatever reason, it seems to be like a clockwork system for all of these archetypes and these different, for like all of these connections. At the same time, they seem to be like in their own cycles, but like perfectly orchestrated with these entire, like, almost like domains or realms of like human experience and just experience on Earth as well with nature. So yeah, it does seem like the wandering stars, as it were, like, yeah, Mars, Venus, what they call the planets, and the sun and the moon, and all their intricate positions are like all like these like major players, as it were, in the fields of reality and consciousness and what they represent. And then in their cyclical pattern is when it's like coming in and out of waveform, where they sync up and they magnify. So they're all those energies are in life all the time, but the way that they align brings them up to the top, as it were. It kind of brings it to the top of experience. And then those experiences tend to be more common, more frequent. So it's sort of like just this like wave pattern. But yeah, it seems like they're all like, in this, in like their own unique like dance with each other geometrically, and with the sun and the moon. And then that whole thing is then amongst the fixed stars, which then also has its 26,000 year precession of the equinoxes cycles.
Yeah, it is. And it is clockwork, literally clockwork, because clocks were constructed based on these movements to begin with, right? That is how we get our conception of time, is based on the movement of the heavenly bodies. I mean, it's just, to me, time, you can look at time in many different ways, right? And there's short periods of time and there's long periods of time. And I think that a lot of those things ring true. And there's a reason why we put such a large emphasis on time. Obviously, our whole society functions around the conception of time. But yeah, it's a documentation. Time is the documentation of the movements of the heavenly bodies and the effects that those heavenly bodies have on the earth itself, right? The way that we document the months, the way that we document the seasons, the way that we document when we should harvest and when we should plant, all of that is based on the movements of the stars and our conception of time and the energies that they give to us at specific time frames for where we reside on the earth. And it's a beautiful symbiosis when you think about it, right? Something that is so intricate and works so well that it's like people that think that it just popped up out of nowhere happenstance is like, wow.
That's a really good point, dude. That's a very good point, because not only do we have to be like in the Goldilocks zone with the globe model and all of that, there's all those factors to it. But not only that, but now like the sky has to like be like incredibly unique to the earth as well. Cause like the way that, yeah, there's so many things about how we observe the sky it's like another version of like a Goldilocks thing that has to be claimed for that idea to even be plausible.
Right, because it's not just like, oh, we reside within this section that gives us what, in their conceptions of the universe, we reside within this specific section that they call the Goldilocks zone, where it's not too hot, not too cold, these kinds of things. But when you think of it on a more of a macro scale, just with the seasons, the ebb and the flow that gives to the world, it's needed in order for the world to function the way that it does. The way that everything functions in nature is based on these ebbs and flows.
How do you prove the 26,000 years?
What prove what?
If you track the position of the sun at the equinox and look at what position it's in the sky, you'll see that it's changing at a very, very slow rate. It's like 1 degree every 72 years. But if you can see that amount and then extrapolate it, that's the only way you can do it now, unless you can time travel or take your consciousness back to an actual another lifetime or go back in time. Outside of doing that, the only way now would be just to see how the precession of the equinoxes doesn't currently align with 0 degrees of Aries. but you can see, there's a
Yeah.
way to show that it starts at 0 degrees Aries, and then that's when it gets back to, again, it takes 26,000 years to get back to where the equinox is at 0 degrees of Aries again.
Yeah, I get the way that it's worked out, like mathematically and all of that. But like, how do we actually establish whether or not that 26,000 years is true? Like, has it actually been?
And I got conflicting information in the ephemeris, but I did find an ephemeris where like every 20, I think it's every 20 years you get like a third of a degree, like Gio's saying. And here's the messed up part: is the Globers took that. I figured out that precession from listening to Gio and looking at and listening to the Globers, they act like the whole sky is like moving across, like there was a different Polaris. No, it's all a starting position, like based on the vernal equinox and the starting position of where the sun falls at in the stars at that one point in time, and it's just a really slow circle. So yeah, we can't witness the whole 26,000 years, but we can see bits and pieces of it. But yeah, that's messed up because they made it seem like there was a whole different North Pole star because they just looked at it moving a third of a degree every 20 years and just mapped it out and said like Vega was the North. It's bullshit. It's just doing a tiny little circle. So if it's doing a third of a degree, Polaris will do a teeny little speck of a change every 20 years, but it's still ultimately just going to do a full circle with in proportion with all the other stars. So the Globers just make shit up, dude. You know, basically with the stars and all that.
Well, okay, so here's
Does anybody know
the thing that's
what was
interesting
the
about it
Mayans'
is
long count? What do they have? Bach tunes, or I can't remember what they're all called. But what is their long count on their calendar? Is it the same amount? Is it a 26,000 whatever years?
Well, let
me just say, well, I feel like
they're wobbles, right?
Well, Brian, there was a few different things I think you were saying. Okay, yeah. So, well, here's what I would say about it. So, yeah, that is. Well, there's two things. So, the first thing you had said is yes, basically when it's the spring equinox, meaning the sun is right at the equator, right at when it hits it, meaning it's coming back from winter, basically for us. So it's coming back from the tropic of Capricorn, and once it's coming inwards, and then once it hits the equator, right then there is a position of where the fixed stars are. And so right now it's like near the end of Pisces. It's like near the end of Pisces. We're like at the end of Pisces. See, it goes backwards. It's why it's a precession. So it's like it's going retrograde all the time, basically. So it's like meaning that's why it's called a precession. So it's always going backwards. So instead of going from Aries forward in the zodiac, it goes from Aries backwards. So right now it's like near the end of Pisces, and that's why the whole age of Aquarius, because we're moving into the one of Aquarius. And we've finished, like a 2,000-year cycle. We're near the end of the first 2,000-year cycle, which is interesting because we call the year 2023, which is pretty interesting that actually, literally the year we're all using is connected to this cycle, because depends on how to get the exact precise timing, but I mean, roughly 2,000 years ago is when it would have been at 0 Aries, which would have been like the start of the entire cycle, and we're now in the first section of it, first of 12. First section, we're at the end of that, like Pisces, and then, like I said, into Aquarius, as it were. And that's an actual astronomical thing. Like that's not just like a theory. That's something you actually, the actual position of the sun at the equinox will be, aligned in that actual constellation, as it were, of stars.
And let me add to that.
But then, let me just say one more. Well, let me just say the other part to it though. But then the wobble thing is, see, that's the thing. So if you have a planar stationary type Earth, and then you have the sky above, you can have the sun and the stars that are on their own cycles, and they can basically be moving in a way where they can have that 26,000-year cycle, no problem at all. They're just slightly they're just in a phase cycle with each other, just a slight different phase, no issue at all. But on a globe, because of their explanation, they had to come up with a reason. Their reason ended up being wobble, all the wobularity. So now that they're saying it's wobble, now they have to now Polaris has to change, and that's the other thing you were alluding to, because now that they're wobble, they got the wibble wobble going on. Now they have to bring in a patchwork for that, which is trying to say that the North Star was different and it was, Thuban or whatever is what they try to claim thousands of years ago instead of, Polaris, is because of the wobble. So it's like an unintended consequence of the fact that they had to make their globe wobble to account for the precession of the equinoxes. Whereas on a stationary planar type Earth with the sky and the sun and the stars above, they can just with no problem be in their own 26,000 year, slight phase shift of each other.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the other part of it, is that North Star thing that you mentioned. Sorry for being long-winded, but yeah, I just wanted to respond to all that. But yeah, go ahead.
That's fine. That's a lot of information, brother. That was awesome. That was a lot of information, and I didn't forget, so it's even better. But the Weeble globble, that was funny. Talk about the, but that wasn't enough, so they had to add another wobble. Then even that wasn't enough, so they had to add an actual third Chandler wobble. Same thing they did with time dilation. That wasn't enough, so they had to constrict mass. And dude, but here's the thing, Aries. That makes sense why they named it Aries, but it's not to be confused with star or the constellation. When you're looking in the ephemeris, Aries is just that one point in time, it's literally a location. And when you look up the star's location, you just get a chart for all the stars in a relative position to Aries. So they always move together. I dated back 50 years on my in a video and showed the main nautical almanac, the one that's online with the sailor hat, the black and white, and since 1980, dude, they're all moving together. So whatever movement's happening, it's most certainly happened as a team, and it is part of that. What they're calling the wobble. Aries is just one point in time, right when the sun equator, and it just nudges forward just a smidge every vernal equinox. Yeah, that was a lot of information, Gio. That was good shit, bro.
Well, yeah. So let's say if it was 2,000 years ago when it was at 0 degrees of Aries, then conceivably, let's say we were live at that time. That would mean that when the sun hits the equator, when it's coming back from the Tropic of Capricorn and it hits that equator, the minute it hits that equator, it would be right aligned with 0 degrees, 0 minutes of Aries. What people call, what we call Aries, in terms of that part of that constellation. And yeah, so that's where it would be. But like today, if right at these, when it's at the equator at the equinox, we would see, like I said, like it would not be lined with 0 Aries. It would be like at the end of Pisces or even the beginning of Aquarius, and that's where it gets down to like, do we know exactly what it is? Because like the measurements, it can be calculated, but anyways, it can be calculated, but.
That shows you, though, bro, how long they've been doing this shit, Gio. Because so it falls right there at Aries, and that dates back to like a couple thousand years. And then on the fall, what you call it, the winter and solstice and the summer solstice. So right at that same time, it would have lined up in Capricorn and in Cancer. And they're still using Capricorn and Cancer, but if you actually were to use that dates back a couple thousand years, like you're saying. So, dude, they've been charting this shit for a long, long time, dude. Maybe even longer than that. But so they just stuck with calling Aries and then calling it Capricorn and Cancer, even though we're way past that, right? I mean,
well, that's the point, though. Well, that's kind of my point to say that. So when the spring equinox, when the sun is right at the equator, when that aligns with 0 degrees of Aries, that means that, like, for that year, so let's say 2,000 years ago from today, roughly, if we were to go to the 0 Aries point, and we were just to go, 72 years per degree, etc., and 30 degrees. So you end up, now if we were to go to that point where it's at 0 degrees of Aries, for that year, when the sun makes its path to what we call the Tropic of Cancer, the sun will be in the sign of Cancer, in the actual zodiac. So you have these huge 12 signs, this huge circle, as it were, and then you have the sun going in and out between the tropics. So in this case, like, that's why it's called the Tropic of Cancer, is because for that year, when it was at 0 degrees of Aries, for that year, that is when the Tropic of Cancer, or the sun is actually in the constellation of Cancer when it is at the Tropic of Cancer. And then with the Tropic of Capricorn, same thing. Back then, same thing. When the sun was actually at the Tropic of Capricorn on the outer rim, the sun would actually be in the degrees of the sign of Capricorn as well in the actual, background stars, that are, the constellations. So
it gets pretty deep, dude. Like there used to be 13, but so they call them houses, But so really, you say it was 2,000 years? I thought it was even longer than that. But even still, the fact that that tells me a lot that they hung on to Capricorn and Cancer, even if it goes back 2,000 years, which I have no reason to doubt you. I was just in my mind, I was thinking like a few thousand or whatever, but it doesn't matter. The fact is they hung on to that, and they didn't just randomly pick that shit. That probably had it down pat. I mean, they probably had to be working on it for that, or who knows how many times it's changed. Who knows? I got a crazy theory. When it gets quiet, I'll throw something at y'all. Y'all might like, dude. It's crazy. It's a little out there, but it's cool.
Well, the 72 years per degree works out to 2,160 years. So that's how long each of the sections are, which is why it makes up that roughly 26,000. It's kind of a rounded number too, but so that's why we call the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, because nowadays when the sun is actually at the Tropic of Cancer, it's not necessarily in the sign of Cancer. So that's why we're seemingly at the early stages of we're in like the first 12th of the whole next journey that we're in of that cycle. Dude, Napalm, I was gonna say before, dude, you were talking about like the celestial bodies. What do you think of this idea? And linked into some of the stuff you were saying, what do you think of this? So there have been like actual sounds that can be picked up from the sky, like from stars and from what people call planets, asteroids, all of that. Like if you actually have like the equipment to like point a device right at it, it actually makes a sound that can be picked up on. And I was wondering, what do you think of the possibility that the celestial bodies are actually putting off like a frequency that is perhaps on the borderline of like audible or ultimately maybe not audible, although I would even argue that on a really starlit night, perhaps part of that glow and even that kind of there is even I think kind of a hum to like nature, the way the stars might do that too. But yeah, what do you think of like that they could actually be sending sound waves like through the ether, which would actually affect us directly, even though like we could be inside of our house or it would just be like that somehow that wave would be able to transfer through the entire ether. I wondered what you thought of that.
You just gave me an idea to check my crazy idea.
That's the truth, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that perfectly makes sense to me, right? They point these, whatever they call them, radio telescopes or however they take in these different, what they translate into sounds, right? It's the electromagnetic radiation or whatever you want to call it that's coming from these stars. And yeah, to me that makes sense and it also makes sense to me that they call it a universe, because to me, uni means one, and verse is something that happens in a song, and this is this is an orchestra that's in the sky of energy that is in a symbiotic relationship or a harmonics that allows for this realm and this world in which we reside to even exist. So it is one great song that's being played out by many different constituent parts, all set into motion, in my opinion, by a creator.
Yeah, that's beautiful, dude. And the idea of like sonoluminescence, like that the stars are sonoluminescent, so they're like sound waves that are vibrating in perhaps some sort of a liquid, some sort of a medium of some sort. And then those sound waves are actually what creates the cymatic frequency of the actual stars and the other wandering stars, just basically all the luminaries up there at their different levels. Perhaps even that's what the sun is as well. Even like, is the sun actually like a tone, or is it actually a vibration or frequency that's vibrating in the medium that's actually creating that incredible energy that it creates, because it's vibrating at that frequency to bring that thing into manifestation as it does at that level.
Check this out, y'all. So so here's the thing. So there's nothing wasted in our system here and God's creation. There's really nothing wasted. So and I've seen in the Bible where it says, like stars have fell to the ground and shit, like if shit gets out of whack. So it's possible resets like that. So here's the thing. So all the wandering stars are the most common elements, like and if shit gets too out of balance, okay, it'll happen, and it probably will start vibrating right before, and it probably happens pretty abruptly, but it will give off a frequency. Like, say, the thing most likely that we're out of balance with would be like the moon. Let's say like hydrogen or something like that, and then Mars would be like iron. So if the iron got out of balance, or anything, in each Venus could be something like could be like carbon. Well, the sun wouldn't really be involved. The sun, the generator, but the Venus would be like sodium or something. Maybe the moon would be sodium. But I'm just saying. So if shit gets out of balance, this shit will start vibrating and put off that frequency where we'd hear it like trumpets, possibly even, and right before it crashed down. And the stars could do the same thing. So they're not as abundant of elements, but as shit gets out of balance, that's got of rebalancing shit, and it's going to come with like plasma and a crazy type of event, that's going to not kill everybody, but muck shit up. And I don't think they can predict it, but they might know some of the warning signs. Maybe the Bible even does predict some of it if you read between the lines a little bit. But yeah, I think listening to the frequencies and shit could be like early detection. But like but you see in the ISS, dude, that would be dung. If dung got out of balance, dude, then the ISS would come crashing down.
Well, we're looking at some of those interferometry readings that were gleaned at various altitudes. It does seem to extrapolate that it could actually be conceivable that that thing that they call the ISS, whatever that object is, could actually be an object that they can throw up at high altitudes, and it catches a magnetic field and then carries it at that rate.
Natural there, man. And they done it again, and next time it's supposed to be decommissioned, I guess, in 29 now or 26. They're going to decommission it again. They're stuck with it because now that everybody knows the pattern of it, and it's ISIS, man. I did a video just showing the freaking similarities of the goddess Isis and how it's depicted with wings. She even looks like the ISS the way they depict her with the wings out, and
I know, isn't that interesting?
Yep.
Yeah. I'll post that video for anybody who wants to see it. How call the mythology, not the mythology, but the old script, the old writings and shit. Like they're talking about how, man, you just got to see it. I can't even. It's too much to explain. It's a pretty short video, but it's pretty cool. But I think it's possible that it's something natural. Or maybe creator made it, but natural to us. Like we didn't put it there. I don't think it's possible, but I think it's natural. They're stuck with the fucking thing. It was only supposed to be up there for like 10 or 20 years. That there's no way that thing is withstanding all that. What they say.
So you're saying it's hold on, if I getting clear what you're saying. Are you suggesting that it is a celestial body and that it is like a
why wouldn't it be?
star, like a wandering star, you're saying? Straight.
Yeah, and if you look at it without all the stacked images, like if you could pick stacked images that make it look better, but if you look at the real images, they don't look like what they show us with these stacked images that look better, and even them don't look great, but it looks like Arcturus, man, and it looks a little bit like. But if you think of Saturn, it's not like a perfect round thing. All these stars have a different little frequency and a dance, but it looks a lot like Arcturus. If you
there's
zoom
also
in.
the Black Knight that's moving around up there too.
And I think it's
Saturn looks like an orb of light to me when I've seen it.
Yeah, but I don't understand something about some of those. It's like I'm hearing people tell me that they're seeing shadows on them from the moons, and I'm like, well, okay, so how does a ball of light that's emitting light actually get a shadow? I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I'm sure there's an explanation.
Well, it could be polarization. Polarization. Just like what happens during
or it could be light that's coming from another source that we're not able to see at all, and that's the reason why we're not noticing it. Like imagine another kind of light that no one's detected yet. but is actually being emitted from somewhere else. It could be what's causing the moon. It could be all that stuff. It could be explained by another body that we're not able to see. Just like a black moon or a black sun, whatever.
You know, how come it can't just be the sun? Like the sun's
Black
like
doesn't, and when I say black, I don't mean like black like no color. I just mean black as in, you know, empty or whatever.
you know about the ISS though. Wouldn't isn't it bizarre that nobody ever spoke about it before 20 years ago? Like in the sky, if it's always been in the sky, you know, you think it would have come up.
It also could be that there's lots of things like that in the sky that we just can't see them from.
Well, that's what he's saying.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying about ISIS.
Right.
Do you know about ISIS, Coach? The actual original ISIS, not the yeah. I'm talking about the original, the god.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
ISIS the Wanderer.
Yeah, and
I'm saying it doesn't come up though before 20 years ago, so it's like nobody's talks about it as being in the sky.
In the history,
became apparent.
In the history, she had supposedly had an international collaboration. It was a representation of science internationally, the Chinese, and she spread. Bro, I just posted a video, and if you want to see something cool in just like 3 or 4 minutes, it's out. You know, it's a stretch maybe to some people, but I mean, if you look at it all, man, it lines up, man. If you want to see something cool, man, that's one of my probably
You
cooler.
understand what I'm saying though? I'm saying it's not been reported, you know, as being seen before 20 years ago. Yet it's the brightest object in the sky other than the moon, right?
If it's been reported where is ISIS?
That's true. Okay. Well, that is, I mean, Brian, that was a good point. That in terms of like all of the ancient, like at least what we have of documentation of. Let's say all of astronomy and astrology, because really they were one since the dawn of time. Like the actual positions of these celestial bodies and how what they're actually representing in this realm were one and the same.
Yeah,
Meaning it's not, you know, whereas now they've separated them. They've tried to say, okay, astronomy is over here. That's the one that only is looking at positions and black hole combustion, whatever all the other astrophysics stuff, and then theoretical and all that. Versus astrology, which is the actual meaningful understanding of the synchronistic system in which we live and how those actual celestial bodies are connected and speaking and breathing through the symbolic and archetypal and very real like languages of humanity and actual events that happened and the sign of the times and all of these different energies, these different eras. Different people
That's
too.
A fair point. That is a fair point, but here's my point. ISIS is the original wanderer, and where is ISIS? Okay, if she's the original wanderer, and where is ISIS? You know, where is ISIS? I don't see no other wanderer ISIS, so I could equally turn it back on that. But it doesn't make the video less interesting. So it's I wish you had sound, dude. There'd be one worth playing. Dude, a shorty but goodie. But yeah, I know it'd be a big giant pain in the ass to do that. But
well, then there would have to be a huge cover up though, then Brian, because like it would have to be, for example, like okay, in terms of all of like in terms of astrology, you know that term has been used in different ways, and it just like the term flat Earth, it has its own kind of. They've done all kinds of slandering and tried to destroy the term astrology as to what that even means, and then people think of the horoscope and the newspaper and all this stuff that's not even the real thing and all that. So, but. Basically, it
was Space Lab, bro. Or what's the meaning? It was Space Lab. Now it's
Skylab.
Yeah, Skylab. You know, it's been up there.
No, but what I'm saying is that, okay, when we, like all the documentation that we have in terms of like Vedic astrology, Chinese astrology, and a lot of those do go back, even though that term astrology is used in other ways, that is going back into a lot of those lineages. Because, for example, like the Chinese medicine system of herbs is connected to their astrology directly, meaning the herbs and how you're growing them and how you're taking them. And like, that's all interrelated in like the real ancient Chinese stuff and in the Vedics as well. That's a part of it as well. So like what I'm saying is that when looking at all those systems, like, if that's a wandering star, as it were, and it's that, like, the wanderer, calling it that, obviously that, if you're saying the wanderer, like if you're wording it that way, then yeah, I mean, there is a sense that one could consider that. But then what I'm saying is that if it was, then you would think it would be like one of the main, that would be like the basis of all the astrological systems that we already have the histories of. So what I'm saying is that if it is a wanderer, then not only would it have to be like a current cover up for this current ISS thing or whatever that they're doing, but they would have somehow had to have done some major restructuring of all the knowledge that we must have had. Because I mean, if it's that bright and intense of a wandering star, that would be like the star of the show, you would think, or it would have some, like, you would have like the sun is maybe the most major kind of energy. The moon is like equal in its own sense, but the moon is like a more subtle light source, as it were, whereas the sun is more dramatic. And then it would be like this Isis thing would almost be like the next one on that chain, because it's so, like, the way it moves, and it's, what I mean, like, it's way more dramatic than like Mercury or Venus or something,
It would be probably harder to chart by the way it does move. But if she's looking for her two sons and shit, like she's racing around looking for her two sons, like, but yeah. But Isis most definitely is in Chinese and Vedic. And once again, where is it? If it's showing up in all these stories and as the wonder, where the fuck is it? I do mention that in the video about the Chinese and the Vedic, all that stuff, man. It's
it's in those systems. No, you're right though. It is in their systems as a celestial body, absolutely. Like, but I'm saying it isn't in their actual, like, they don't use it as a wandering star though, like in that sense.
It's a crazy story though, bro. Like I said, whether you buy it or not, it's worth a watch, bro. It's a hell of an interesting story, man. This professor pulls up some of the ancient versions of the story and how it was an international group event. It's just so messed up. Like, it's a international group effort. How, dude, it's like, what? International ISIS, and they show it and it's spread, and it's like, what, dude? No way, dude. Like, man, this thing damn well could be natural, and but maybe it's moved. I don't know, but I do think it would be harder to chart. But I've never looked at any of the old, like the Vedic, the actual charts, their charts, to see what they had charted. But so yeah.
No, but I think that if this had always been in the sky as a fixture, like everything else that's up there, I think I never even thought about that, but Gio said it's correct. Like, it would be the most, even though the sun gives us light and the moon's fairly big, the ISS would have its own special. It'd be much more special than any of the other planets or stars because of how fast it moves around the Earth. Like, it goes so fast, right?
It's like
It moves faster than anything else in the sky. Yeah, but there wasn't airplanes back in the day, right? So, it'd just be another wandering star, but extremely fast one.
Yeah, it'd be faster than any other. It'd be like way faster than any other celestial body we've ever seen, basically. Other than maybe short of say like a shooting star, perhaps.
It'd pass by a few times and it'd just be gone for indefinitely, until it came back around, and then it'd go a different way. Like, it'd be really, really exceptionally hard to plot, but without really good communication. But but even when you enter modern days, like 1920s, 30s, whatever, like, it just looked like a damn plane, dude. And I guarantee you, nobody who's not looking for it and knows the map is never going to say they've seen ISS. They'd be like, well, maybe I've seen it one time. But, if you see something like that, you're not going to pay it no attention. You're going to think it's a plane and carry on your business. I guarantee you, ask 100 people, 99 of them are going to be like, nah, I ain't never seen ISS. You have to look at it, know that it's the ISS, and know when and where on the chart that they tell you it is, and then you could say, yeah, I've seen the ISS. But most people don't pay it too. Just throwing that out.
Well, we'd have to clarify what we're referring to, though, because like Isis as like the goddess, as it were, like there's different interpretations. But for example, like one of them is that they call it like a hypothetical planet that's like actually beyond the orbit of Pluto. That's one of the ways the term Isis is used. Another one is an asteroid between Mars and Jupiter that's called Isis. And then also in the ancient Egyptians, they call the star Sirius Isis. So Sirius. They also call they call ISIS. So there's like several ISISes for the way the sky's used. But then Brian, the way you're saying it, wait, so you're using this because you're saying that like, okay, the International Space Station ISS, and the fact that it seems to have some similarities with some of the ISIS symbolism. Is that the link you're making with that? Because that would then be a fourth one. Because I just explained 3 ways, but you're talking about, if you're talking about the actual thing they call the ISS, that's different than those other 3.
Bro, you really got to hear this guy's speech. Like it's just like, it's like, what? No way, dude. When I heard it, I was like, dude, I instantly said, oh hell no, I gotta post this, and this is food for thought. Like I said, if nothing else, when you hear this guy's this professor, the way he reads it out, and how it's an international effort, and it ties to the ISS in like 5 ways in just a few minutes. It's like it's a head scratcher, if nothing else, man. It just presents the possibility.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I got it queued up. I'm gonna watch it. I got it saved. I'll watch it in a little bit. But yeah, nice, dude. Yeah, I'd like to check. I'll see what. I'll check it out. I've heard some of those. I've heard that some of these ideas. But yeah, I'd like to see if it's something I haven't seen yet. Yeah. But I'm just. It seems like it would be like a foundational thing before, like in humanity, before they did this thing called the ISS. I would think if it was that bright and that fast of a moving object, that it would be like a foundational part of like every system of studying the sky. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like what we have is like in some of these ancient traditions, they have the god of Isis, but they link it to various different things celestially. It's, in different contexts.
Man, that thing fits perfect with Kepler's law. What are you? No, just kidding, dude. It's a long shot, man, but when you hear it, dude, it's a good one, man. It's like, it's thought provoking as hell.
Have you ever seen the ISS yourself, Brian?
I'm pretty sure I have. Look kind of like a plane, You couldn't see it nowhere near the horizon, just like a plane. Goes about the speed.
I can tell.
Yeah, it's not really that impressive, like in terms of its speed. It's just the. Oh, sorry, Coach. Your mic's not good though. It sounds like you're. Sounds like you're in the shower or in the bathroom.
I'm in the bathroom at a hotel. That's right.
That sounds like you're in a motel bathroom, actually. Yeah. All right, there it is, dude. That is the exact thing it sounds like. Anyways,
all right, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You're echoing.
No. You go. Seriously, you go ahead.
Yeah, she was the symbolism of international science. They literally noted her, like different cultures spoke of her, and it was a worldwide movement like no other, and it's still going on today. And it's a symbolism of science internationally. I was like, what?
That's what's up, man. I was just saying about this. I think Gio was going to say something about the speed as well. I was just going to say I can identify it because I was in the pool before. I didn't know it was going to be overhead, and I saw it, and I said, "That's the ISS." I could tell immediately. It was much brighter than anything else, and it disappeared. That's how there's another guy in the pool, and he said, "That's an airplane." And I was like, "No." I told my girlfriend, I said, "Keep watching it. It's going to disappear." And it disappears like when it's I don't know, 80. I don't know. Let's say 60 degrees or something like that on the other side of the sky. So, man, there's definitely identifiers for the ISS. You can confuse it with an airplane, but that's only if you're uninitiated, I suppose.
I'm waiting to see the Dragon capsule come creeping in behind. I'm still waiting to see the video. Every time I ask for it, I've been asking for it for years. They show the shuttle docked to it or something. I'm like, no. I mean, look, if it goes around every 90 minutes, then if you're in the right position, every single time of resupply mission, we should see a light approaching the ISS through a telescope. It takes a while, so you're going to see it a few passes as it's getting closer. 2 little lights can burn. and we should see it every single supply somewhere. If you're in the right position, you should get a very good look at it if it's close to zenith. At the little resupply rocket Dragon get closer, they can never show me that. They always show me something already docked, looks like a model kind of. I mean, wouldn't we expect to see this, bro? I mean, it's not that far away.
Well, if you've ever seen this thing, whatever it is, and I have, there's no way that you can say what you just saw was a plane. So that's number one. That's why I'm asking you, Brian, have you ever seen the ISS? Or whatever
I
they
have.
Have you ever seen that object?
I've never seen it like overhead or nothing like that, but I've thought I've seen it over in the distance. I mean, maybe I didn't. If it doesn't look like a plane, then I must be describing something else. Maybe a plane. Kind of what it looked like.
You close to Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if this thing was around when the ancients were watching the sky very carefully and there was no light pollution, I assure you, if that thing was around, every culture would have been writing about it because it's very, very distinctive. Like, there's no way you can miss that, right? So, there's that.
Yeah, I mean, the plane's blinking and shit, so it wasn't blinking or nothing. I ain't seen it up close. Maybe I need to make an effort, man.
No, there's no way you could have seen that. You could have mistaken that for a plane. There's no way. What I saw, anyways, I don't know what you saw, but what I saw, and I'll say this, right? They have these apps, right? And it's very disappointing. Like maybe 1 out of 5 times you'll see it, or 1 out of 6 times. It's not predictable.
That's what I'm saying. Like even with today's communication, it's so hard. And to think it back in the day, if you'd see it pass a couple times and then bam, it'd be gone for long. And if you didn't have the communication, even with the communication we have today, it's still not that easy to track. Unless you're really on it.
It's easy to predict.
All right. Well.
No, it's not easy. Even with the app, don't say it's easy, Kosher. Have you done it?
I've done it. First of all, with the app, of course, and I've done it myself with. There's easy ways to predict it. If you use a great circle path and you use Coriolis, you can predict it perfectly. But also, if you
Coriolis.
Yeah, you can actually predict it perfectly using a great circle and Coriolis. Yeah.
On your aerials.
Great circle on the Mercator, like you're talking about S path Coriolis, like the Mercator type of Coriolis. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm just talking about regular Coriolis. Yeah.
Well, I've done it, and maybe I'm just bad at locating stuff, but like I've even filmed it once, and I think I could say maybe out of 20 times that I tried to find it, I was disappointed. I saw it I filmed it once, and I think I saw it twice. All the other times, it wasn't where they said it would be. And it's very easy to look southwest or southeast. It's not rocket science, right?
What was the brightness for the time that you were trying to see it? What was the brightness that it was supposed to be?
It was bright, bro. It was a spectacle. I tell you, it was.
I'm saying not. I'm talking about the times that you did not see it. The times that you want to look for it, that you couldn't see it or you didn't find it or whatever. What was the brightness supposed to be?
It was visible to the naked eye, so it was acceptable. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I should have seen it, and because I remember being disappointed. I had the camera, everything.
Yeah, well, I tend to I only get excited if it's like a -3 point something. That's like the only time I'll try to look for them. Brian doesn't have any coming up, and for Jacksonville, but when you look and you're you're seeing like the schedule or like when it's supposed to appear, it might be like 0 magnitude or worse than that. It might be -1 or -2, but I usually look for anything below -3 because that's extremely bright. It'll be brighter than any object in the sky. So those ones are hard to miss.
Yeah, brighter than any star, that's for sure. It
Yeah, I'm
looked
sorry we
kind of
haven't seen that.
like Jupiter, a little bit brighter than Jupiter. But the thing is, it was going fast, but I remember thinking, no way that thing is traveling like 6 times faster than a bullet. No way. But it was boogieing, like, it was faster than a plane, but as fast as a bullet, I get it, it's far away and that, but I remember thinking, no way that thing is traveling that fast.
Even if it was on the surface, like extremely close, you could actually calculate it would still have to be going 16,000 miles per hour because of how fast it's moving. Like, just from one spot to the next spot. So,
Look, people, in different cities time it and calculate it, and apparently it is going that fast. Whatever. I'm not saying either way, but I'll say this: if ancient people saw that thing, there's no way they wouldn't have written it. The Mayans, the Egyptians, the Chinese. So I don't think it's old like they say it is. That's all I'm saying. I think it's some sort of military vehicle, if you were to ask me.
The ISS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Well, like I was saying, like that, because the thing, I like the idea that Brian was saying. It's a neat idea. The idea that it's like an actual wandering star, and and they do have there are many other wandering stars in the system. Like a lot of them that they call asteroids, for example, they call them asteroids, and they say, oh, they're out between Mars and Saturn. Well, they're only saying that they're between Mars and Saturn, and also between Saturn and Jupiter. They have these asteroid belts, simply because those wandering stars tend to move roughly at that same speed as Mars and Saturn do, or in those ranges. And so that's why they just say that they're asteroids or whatever. So there are other wandering stars, but for that thing, the ISS, to be that, like I said, that would have to be, because like if it was a wandering star, then you would think it would be built into like every astronomical system since the dawn of time that we have history of. They would be like, that it would, you know what I'm saying? That would be like a very, very, like right at the forefront of of the main features of the sky.
Yeah, like Polaris, it would be a fixture in every culture. For sure. There's no way like you'd see that and you'd miss it. There's no way. So it's a recent thing, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, my opinion.
Yeah, this is not going to persuade any of you guys, but another fun fact is you could simply use Kepler's third law, and you can you can see that it's consistent with the moon and every other object that goes around the Earth. Because Kepler's third law predicts exactly how fast something would move at that distance, based on the Earth's mass, or whatever, and the moon is going to be dictated by the same. The moon and ISS are going to move according to that same law, consistent with one another. So, and it is what happens. There's that.
Take a nap, take an ISS app, and try to spot it a few times. You'll see, man. It's not there where they say it is.
I spotted it so many times, and like I said, that's only because when I look for how high the maximum altitude is going to be and the magnitude. But I don't go looking for it if it's below -2. -2. I look for anything below -3, which a lot of times it is, and I recommend those are the only ones you look for. I always see those.
Also, there's apps where you can plot your street, and it'll even show you the tree, your neighbor's car, your neighbor's house. You'll know exactly, like, from the chimney, it's going to start rising. I mean, there's no way you can miss it, bro. So I'm telling you, it's not accurate. Either the apps are not accurate, or there's something fishy going on.
Well, I mean, Jaren went and did it, didn't he? I think he watched it transiting the moon. Maybe, I can't remember. It's some years ago. But yeah, there's something there, and it looks it's got those solar, whatever they are, arms on it. So, yeah, it looks man-made, doesn't it? The shadow that it creates, anyway. So, what is it? It's
What
not
if
natural, is it? It's
a
not a natural thing.
high-flying military vehicle?
Yeah, it's
Spy vehicle.
man-made. It looks man-made, but what is it?
It's a spy vehicle. It's a military machine flying high speeds.
I mean, the outline of it that people can catch on their own, it does seem a bit ISS-y. Just kind of dumb, you know? Like, but kind of hard to really pinpoint if that's a tin can up there that men are actually floating around on.
Did you just see my post? Is that why you're getting?
No, I just thought it was ISS-y. It's ISS-like. It's a bit ISS-like, and it's ishy of the thing that they show us that they never showed us that put up there. Then they just show us with like no third wall and this random like chunk of tin can.
You guys should see Andrew McCarthy's photos of the ISS. If you have Twitter, just type Andrew McCarthy and he has pretty good shots.
Wait, you've got photos.
You think it's propelled by the ionosphere?
It could have some, yeah. I think at the very least, they have a technology where they can basically, at high altitudes, they can accelerate things with an electrostatic charge.
The ionosphere is very inconsistent, by the way, so something wouldn't be up there. Just accelerate the bite.
So fast with the ruler slapping our hands.
Like the really high altitude airplanes that charge the body that allows it to get to those higher altitudes and go faster. That's the stuff they're not telling us about.
What's the Elon Musk thing? The Starlink. What's that exactly? I haven't looked into that. How high is it?
I've seen it with a telescope, like I zoomed in on it, and it seemed to be a solar panel with a box attached to it.
Really? That's what you were able to see?
Yeah, it was a square reflecting thing, which was a bit shining blue, so I suppose that was a solar panel, and a grayish box attached to it on one side. Although now that he has the newest edition of it, there's now 2 solar panels and 1 box.
Oh my. Do you have any pictures of that?
No, it's really hard to track with a camera because I need to look at the screen of my laptop, which is like, on the table. But with my eye, it's easier to track. So I just have eyes. But if maybe someday I'll get a binocular mount for eyepieces. So in one eye, I'll be looking into an eyepiece, so I can track with eye. But in the other pad, it will be a camera. So I'll be seeing what my camera will be seeing. Or next year, I get a go-to mount, so I can just program my telescope to follow the object. Yeah, I'll try to do that.
How high Starlink satellites travel at? It says 335 miles to 354 miles up. That's pretty insane.
So higher,
Yeah.
that's past the ISS then.
Yeah, it says 300
miles up.
It says more
like 600 feet.
Starlink is. I asked my mate ChatGPT. The aerospace company founded by Elon Musk, Starlink satellites orbit the Earth at altitudes ranging from approximately 340 kilometers, 211 miles, to 1,200 kilometers, 746 miles. Whew. Wow.
Yeah, so tactical. You wouldn't have been able to zoom in to see a box on a.
I was zooming in on the ones that were just launched. So there was they were just going there.
Oh, okay. Okay, well that we don't have proof that whatever's up there now is the thing you saw, but I mean, I hear you. Like that's what they portrayed or whatever. So, but that's not necessarily the same type of validation.
And it's traveling at 17,150 miles per hour. So
Yeah, because one night when they're just launched, like
Allegedly.
when they've been just launched, you can see them better. They're bigger, but a few nights after that, they're like really, really small dim dots.
Well, I will say one thing about that system is it does work. So you can get like 80 to 100 megabyte upload and download. And generally, like, back, like for, I mean, nowadays people have high speeds, but I mean, back in the day, like 12 megabytes was considered high speed internet, like 12 or 15, which will give you, pretty fast loading everything. You can watch Netflix, all that stuff. It's actually plenty. I mean, some, even 5 is good. But now with Starlink, you can get, like, just through the air, as it were, without any hard connection, you can get like 80 to 100. Now they might even have beyond that now, but I mean that's like, that's very high speed. I mean
that's 3 times faster than I have in my home.
Yeah, some people only have like 25 meg service or whatever.
I used to have half a megabyte of downloading.
The plans when they were making these things, they're called CubeSats, and how they're going to launch strings of them. And they showed the CubeSat. They were already making them, like, this is way before Elon Musk was talking about them. I got it in one of my old satellite videos, how it's going to bring internet to people. And they're going to have strings of these little CubeSats on little. I'll post a video, but I couldn't believe that I captured this, man. It's so old of a video, I forgot I even had it. But them CubeSats are way before Elon. They're making them, how they're going to launch them, and I'll post a video for y'all to look at. It's just one of them things where, things that make you go,
Can you imagine what billions of dollars and 50 years of aerospace, balloon technology, thrust technology? Can you imagine what these guys have? Like the U.S. Air Force? That's just the X-plane program. All you need to do is combine some balloon system with some thrust, a capsule, and you're good to go. I mean,